Today we start Youth to Gold at Toulouse FC.
What?
Using the club's excellent youth academy, we are only allowed to sign players up to 19 years old.
Check his hard drive.
And we aren't allowed to use players 30 years or above. Toulouse already have good facilities and fantastic 33,000-seater stadium. But with only one Coupe de France from 1957, and they've just won a second division this past season.
Cheers, Jeff.
So we don't exactly have the best squad in the league, with our ultimate goal of dethroning PSG.
But there's one problem. Everybody still thinks that I absolutely suck.
And maybe ending up with a Champions League. Starting things off by looking at our staff, a lot of vacant positions including a director of football. Our best striker is an Englishman called Rhys Healey. He's also injured for the whole season. You've heard of Ryan Bertrand? Well, we've signed Brian Bertrand as a technical director.
Ooh, how convenient.
We sold the only player older than the Youth to Go rules, just short of £1 million. And we bought 18-year-old Nico Rack for 700k and loaning him back to his club for the rest of the season. A very good midfielder, and I love the fact he can play in both fullback positions. As well as Kanate, who he also loaned to the club we bought from, only paying them just over 100k. First game of the season, and it's a home game against Nice. So let's take a look at our team and the tactic we're going to be using. Our main goal threat now is Rafael Ratao, a Brazilian winger turned striker aged 26, as well as Delinga, who could be a very creative striker just aged 22. He scored 32 goals last year in the second division in the Netherlands. At the back and new club captain we have Anthony Rualt, an academy product and a fantastic defender, only aged 21. And back with the rest of the squad, we're looking at an asymmetric 4-3-3 with two strikers, using Birmancevic as a wide outlet, playing with both counter and counter press, and because of our fairly fast defence, we're using a high line. After starting off the better side, we of course conceded first when Laborde headed home for Nice. And we continue to have the better of possession, but just as I made subs to push more forward, Birmancevic recklessly got himself a straight red card. Unfortunately, now being down to 10 men, we conceded twice more through Delors and Laborde. We did pull one back very late though through substitute on Newu, but it was all for nothing. The following game, we open up the scoring from a free kick. Our opponents equalised through a set piece as well, but second half it was substitute striker Anewu once again scored, this time bagging the winner. And did we continue on winning loads of games now? No, we lost 1-0 at home to Lorient.
You're having a laugh! You're having a laugh!
We then signed an attacking midfielder from Porto named Vasco Souza. And the loanee played great in a 4-1 win, setting up the first of Delinga's 2 goals. And despite us conceding first against Nantes, it was once again an away win, which I'm not particularly pleased with, making a habit of losing at home, but still, we played well, and the new loanee signing did great. This is the series that will be out at least twice a week, so make sure you are subscribed so you can see us smash PSG. Not yet though. Kylian Mbappe has 12 goals in 5 games, by the way. We also lost 2-0 to Clermont Foot. I had also decided to switch the tactic up a bit and go for a little bit more of a narrow formation, trying to plug out the midfield. Next it was 2 English managers as we faced Will Still's team, Reims.
Who?
There was 4 goals in the opening 20 minutes of this match, but also some outstanding football. Our second goes down as an own goal, but the ball over the top is absolutely outrageous, and Delinga is unlucky not to get his second. The ball to Ratao's goal was also sublime to make it 3-1, and Reims took until the 92nd minute to answer back. Remember Lille won the league 2 seasons ago? Well, we just went to their home turf and absolutely chinned them 5-0 with the little maestro Vasco Souza bagging 2 alongside Delinga's hat-trick. We then followed it up with a win against Montpellier and a 0-0 draw against Lyon away. And a 91st minute Delinga equaliser got us a point against Angers.
This is great.
And then we lost to Strasbourg and Lens. And Monaco. My arch rivals from the very first Youth to Gold was Rennes, so they automatically become rivals here, seeing as Bordeaux, who are Toulouse's actual rivals, aren't in the league anymore, so I was buzzing when we faced them away from home, and Birmancevic scored a hat-trick and a 4-0 win with Delinga also bagging the 4th. France beat the USA in the World Cup final, so we all celebrated back in Toulouse by beating Marseille in the first match back 2-1. Our captain then scored a brace in another 4-1 league win. But then we lost to Auxerre, Strasbourg and Brest.
Ha! Giggity.
Back to winning ways after those 3 straight defeats with a 3-0 win and Vasco Souza and Delinga finding the nets. And considering that's our first win in 4 matches, 7th spot is not bad at all. And Delinga is only 22 goals behind Mbappe, so who knows, maybe a golden boot as well. Speaking of PSG, that's who we face next. We only lost 4-0 and Mbappe scored a hat-trick, but we still beat Rennes 1-0.
Get in!
In the Coupe de France, we took the lead against Nantes from the spot within 5 minutes. They eventually equalised before half-time when our defence went missing, and unfortunately, in the second half, the tide turned when Mustafa put them 2-1 up. And when we pushed to equalise a long free kick, Simon caused more troubles once again, winning the ball off the defender, and our captain got all confused and scored an own goal. It also happened a while back, I just forgot to mention it. In March, our youth intake came through and it was incredible with 5 elite talents in a 5-star intake. And that's something that we're going to treasure on Youth to Gold going forward. Our best player seemed to be this striker with fantastic mental attributes. And I was also quite fond on the attacking midfielder too, and I noticed both had very high aggression. And that could be down to my head of youth development having gegenpress as his tactical style, which of course aggression is needed, even though his pressing style is less often. Back to the games, and Delinga has been fantastic this season, and here he scores another hat-trick against Clermont in a game where we absolutely battered them 4-0, followed by a 2-0 away win against Angers. We then took the lead against Lille, but they come back and equalised, and the game finished 1-1. After going 2-0 up against Brest, we almost made a tit of ourselves when they levelled it to 2-2, but thankfully Sila and Delinga notched us all 3 points. With 9 games to go, we just sit outside of the European spots in 8th place, and Mbappe has 48 goals.
Guys, relax. Relax!
We conceded a Panenka penalty. Luckily though, we had a trick up our sleeves, near post corners. We took the lead against giants of French football Lyon through Vasco Souza. But when Tagliafico powered down the left-hand side, his cross was turned in by Nicolaisen. The day made up for it though when he scored from a near-post corner. But unfortunately, Lyon pulled out all of the stops and Akambi's run and finish was too much for our goalkeeper, and they denied us of all 3 points. And then we lost to Lorient and Lens.
Go!
Although the last 4 games have been bad, we are still in 8th place, and Delinga has 19 goals and only 32 behind Kylian Mbappe. Back to winning ways against Ajaccio, with Delinga scoring first. I then remembered how we only have Vasco Souza on loan, and that's probably going to be a priority for us this summer when he smacked in the second, and the third came from the spot. Nantes then held us to a draw, but it was a nice win against Nice when Serbian striker Birmancevic put in the man of the match performance, scoring 3 goals with rather 3 incredible finishes. The second was definitely a goal to be admired, and the third came from a long ball from the goalkeeper, knocked down on a lovely through ball in the 92nd minute. And some good news as well, as Reece Healy had fully recovered from injury and scored in the 96th minute. Back to losing as relegation side Auxerre batter us 6-2.
That's a load of bollocks! You've got to fucking die to get 3 points!
But the last game of the season came against Monaco, and we took the lead through Van den Boomen. Oh yeah, we have a player called Van den Boomen, and it's just an awesome name, isn't it? What isn't awesome is Kevin Volland equalising. But not today, pal. These 3 points are ours, and Birmancevic scored the winner in the 86th minute, keeping us in a very respectable 9th place. And now this is where you come in. Hit me with your ridiculously cheap teenagers for me to buy in the Youth to Gold Season 2, because we only have £12 million. And of course, make sure you are subscribed so you don't miss episode 2, which is, if it is out, I'll stick it on the screen right here. We might be having a board takeover incoming. Last episode, we began the Youth to Gold, taking newly promoted Toulouse to a 9th place finish.
That's class!
The challenge is to only sign players in their teenage years and not to use any players 30 or above. And the objective is to develop this young, hopefully cheaper side to eventual glory while selling most experienced players for a maximum price to help the finances along the way. And looking at the first team, we have 3 players aged 28, so we are all good in terms of players being too old this season. So let's take a look at some of the incoming players in the summer. And I know you guys will like this one. I've seen you put them in the comments a lot. Oscar Gluck, 19-year-old, fantastic centre attacking midfielder, replacing the loan signing of Vasco Souza last season and only costing £2.6 million. But we spend a whole £7.5 million on another midfielder, Desiree Doué, just 18 years old, and he just looks fantastic with great potential. And it weakens his former club and our arch rivals, Rennes.
Sometimes my genius is It's almost frightening.
Across the summer, we also released 2 players who are either 30 or will be during this season to prevent us from ever using them. And we improved our training facilities, something we promised Oscar when he signed, but it seems it wasn't good enough for him. Our finances are fairly healthy, although we do have £27 million still to pay in debts.
What?
First game of the season is against PSG.
No.
And to fight Mbappe and the champions, both new signings start as well as Reece Healy up front. And they spent £100 million in the summer. So remember to make sure you smash that subscribe button and maybe even turn on the notification bell so you don't miss us beat and eventually dominate PSG. Just not on this day anyway. Luckily, new boy Gluck's banger turned the result around and the next game against Lorient. The following game against Nantes and Delinga opened the scoring from an acute angle. And that man Oscar Gluck won the ball back brilliantly, received it back and hit another corker into the keeper's breadbasket. Last season, signing Nico Rack, I've kept playing for the second team as I'd much rather him play games than sat on the bench, although he will still feature. And next up we played Lens and lost 1-0.
Cheers, Jeff.
We were so hot and cold in September, first beating Saint Etienne 3-0, to get an absolutely walloped by Montpellier, ended it with a 2-1 win. And it sat us higher than I thought in 6th place, and Mbappe, by the way, putting up shocking numbers, only 6 goals in 7 games.
He is atrocious, isn't he?
An away trip to Reims started well when Delinga turned in the rebound in the 2nd minute. And I bet the home side felt hard done by when the second was also put in after 2 box previously before the ball dropped to Oscar Gluck. They did get one back, but it was too late and we held on for the win. In the following match, we hosted Clermont and Delinga scored the opener once again. But literally a minute later, and the away team had already equalised. And in the second half, we couldn't muster much at all, and Barcelona scored his second and the winner for Clermont. I'm not gonna lie to you, this next one was tough to take. We lost 4-2 to Rennes.
You're joking.
And it gets worse. We also lost to Monaco and then Marseille. We then took a 2-1 lead against Lille, but still lost 3-2. That's 5 losses in a row, 0 points from an available 15. And yet we are still in 11th place. And how do we react to this? We went out and we destroyed Troyes 6-0, with Delinga scoring a hat-trick and a very good one at that, with Reece Healy also picking up 2 goals himself, and these two seem to have spared up a good relationship up front, with Healy also getting 2 assists and man of the match with a 10 out of 10 performance. And then we lost to Nice and ruined all of that momentum, which led to reports that the owner of Toulouse could be looking to step down, and the takeover rumours continued on a weekly basis. We ended December drawing to Strasbourg and winning our cup tie with a very difficult looking January ahead. Speaking of which, it was time to search for the end of contract targets, and I found this incredible new gen in Spain, simply through attribute searching, which I have shown how to do before in previous videos, but for the sake of the comment section, I'll show you once again. Write this down, simply pick 3 or 4 different attributes, set your age limit if you're looking for youth prospects, and there he is at the bottom of the searches, a player my scouts would never have found. At the same club, there was a class centre-back as well, which I can show you could also be found through attribute search, and if you search for 3 very common centre-back attributes in bravery, jump and reach, and tackling, 16-year-old Ivan. I'm also questioning whether it could be time to look at selling Reece Healy. I know I've just been praising him, but for youth to gold's sake, he is 29. Delinga is clearly our star striker, and we want to start bringing through the next generation, and he can't really be used when he's 30 anyway. With our youth academy player Richard Vincent in mind too, and another future transfer, Julian Rijkaard, who has just agreed to join us at the end of the season on a free transfer, meaning Delinga now has a fellow Dutchman joining him up there soon.
Get in!
January included some positives on the pitch like the cup win. Reece Healy heard us talking about him ditching the old fella and scored this audacious header and then a tap-in against Lyon. Unfortunately, that happened in a 3-2 loss, so it counted for nothing. He did then set up 2 of Delinga's 3 goals against Montpellier in a 6-1 win where Delinga claimed the match ball within 25 minutes and we went in at halftime 4-0 up. And this is the game right before we played PSG, so there was no better time for us to come into form, because you know you have to subscribe so you do not miss us truly embarrass PSG. Well, at least one day anyway.
Oh, come on!
Hey, we are still in 10th though, but Mbappe has really started turning it on again and has 23 goals by the game week 19. We then went through the 11th round of the Coupe de France, but was eliminated on penalties in the quarterfinal by a team in the 2nd division. Poor defending cost us in a home defeat to Lens after coming 2-0 down to make it 2-2. After going 1-0 up against Lorient, we threw those points away as well. Luckily against Marseille, Oscar Gluck was on hand to score both goals in a 2-0 win, where the second was assisted by first season signing Nico Rack, covering in that right back position. He's made 10 appearances for the first team so far this season, but played many more games for the second team and is developing quite nicely. March was almost perfect, winning our first game 1-0 through Delinga's finish. Oscar Gluck then scored 2 goals, both from cutbacks against Reims, and both set up from the strikers Delinga and Healy, who also bagged himself a goal as well. All 3 attacking forces combined to score 6 in a fantastic away win against Clermont. So why wasn't this a perfect March? Because we lost to bloody Rennes.
Damn it, Carl!
We also had another good intake around this time, but with only one standout player being this 5-star potential attacking midfielder with good technical skills and a fairly professional personality. Speaking of good potential, a lot of you mentioned in the comments to get Oscar Gluck, and boy were you right. He's developed amazingly well, played fantastic for us, and his value has already shot up to 60 to 70 million already. Delinga also deserves a shout out too for his 27 goals in 30 games so far this season. A real battle happened next in Monaco as Minamino squeezed in the first goal. We equalised from a corner before Ben Yedder put Monaco ahead from the spot going into half-time. Rhys Healy levelled up the scores once again for us in the 75th minute. But straight from kick-off, when you're most vulnerable, Volland was there to score the winner. Rhys Healy's brace helped us take all 3 points in a away trip, where he even scored the winner in the 90th minute, with Branko van den Boomen also scoring during this time. But after going 2-0 down to Lille, we fought back and saved us a point. And then we drew 0-0 to Saint-Etienne with their English goalkeeper Etienne Green winning man of the match. Some good performances and development from Desiree Doué recently too, and his value has shot up. It could be a short stay for Oscar Gluck, as he's already asking to leave the club to play with better players.
We cannot replace him. We cannot.
But future Luke will have to deal with that one, because right now on the pitch, Nice, who are second, have also scored in the 8th minute. But just 10 minutes later, from a rebound, Delinga appears and pops it into the net. And second half, Delinga caps off his man of the match performance with an assist to fellow strike partner Rhys Healy to win the game 2-1. I do love a back-to-back, and not only did we get back-to-back win streaks, beating Strasbourg as well, but Delinga put in a man of the match performance yet again, scoring a hat-trick yet again, and assisting his English strike partner Healy to get his goal, which made it 4-0 and sent Toulouse fans home with beaming smiles. But we couldn't find the net against Lyon, unfortunately, despite us having 17 shots. And in the final game of the season, Delinga made it 3 man of the matches in 4 games with another brace and an assist against Nantes in a very tight game. We found ourselves 2-0 down and 3-2 down in a comeback to win 4-3. Leaving us in just the top half of the league in 9th place, and Delinga second in the goals with just 29 in 34 games, only 18 goals behind Mbappe. But my question to you involves this man, Oscar Gluck. So with the takeover probably not going to happen this season, hypothetically, if we received a big offer for Oscar Gluck, given the fact that he wants to leave, do we cash in now or do we keep hold of him, seeing he is our best player? I want you to let me know your opinions, and if the next episode is up, I'll put it up on the screen right now. Thank you very much. Why does FM make it so hard to sell your players? The Monaco manager has just stepped down, and now the PSG job is available as well. I'll be expecting a call anytime soon then. Welcome back to Youth to Gold, a 9th place finish in our 2nd season of only signing teenagers and not using players 30 years or above to eventually get better finances than this. We only paid £2 million off the debts from last year. Bids for our best players are now coming in, and our director of football was stolen from Nice.
How dare you?
But good news, we've nailed our captain down to a new contract. And we welcomed Julian Rykhoff to the club, as well as the 2 Spanish lads we found through attribute searching. And I also spent £2.7 million on goalkeeper Luka Podolak. Arguably the hardest position during a Youth to Gold save. I think we need to give him some first team games immediately to see how well he develops. At age 19, he's 6'6". But I really am struggling to sell anybody. And I've got a very small budget left. We have 3 players aged 29 and I can't get rid of any of them, including Healy, who turns 30 in December. We still have Oscar Gluck despite him wanting to leave. Not 1 ounce of interest. Unlucky. After 2 seasons apart, Bordeaux is back in our first game of the season. So the first Garonne derby of Youth to Gold will happen. And it was debutant Julian Rykhoff who sets off with a great start, scoring in the 43rd minute. Spearings had an opportunity to make it 2 from the spot, but he missed. And Bordeaux went right down the other end and equalised immediately. I was almost losing my head, but thankfully Anthony Rowe, our captain, was there to make it 2-1. And we got the first derby bragging rights of the year. The following match outside of the penalty miss was very similar when Rykhoff scored the first goal. And once again, we couldn't hold on to the lead and Montpellier scored an equaliser. And once again, it was our captain who put us back into the lead. But this time there was a third goal. We were just lucky it fell for us. 3-1. We finally sold a player, but it was Berman-Savic, and it's for 2.5 million. Third game of the season, and it's a third win as we beat Cannes 6-2, with Delinga scoring a brace. We had a deal accepted to loan 18-year-old Danish centre midfielder Asp Jensen with an option to buy at the end of the deal. But our next game was against PSG, and I decided to alter the tactic to make it harder for us to be broken down, which is why now is the perfect time to subscribe, because this is a new diamond formation you are not going to want to miss us destroy PSG with. You are kidding me. Okay, so Messi's run finds Mbappe and PSG take the lead. But then, in the second half, we came out flying and Delinga scores. And then Delinga scores again and we take the lead. We have a corner with 20 minutes left and we make it 3-1 at the Parc des Princes. And it actually looks like my wild statement of why you should subscribe nearly came true. But of course, they score a fluky goal and make it 3-2. And in the 95th minute, yes, Rodrigo scores the most ridiculous angled shot ever. Oh, God! Now that was a tough one to take. Another tough one to take as Nantes beat us 3-2 in the 94th minute. We travelled to Nice next and Doué picked up his first goal of the season. But just after half-time, Sofiane Diop bagged an equaliser and thankfully, we finally got back to winning ways when Nicolaisen scored from a set-piece. Spearings missed a penalty against Rennes. And despite us having 9 shots on target, it cost us the win. Another draw to Reims and we currently sit in 5th place. PSG also having a bad start to the season, drawing 2 and losing 1, and Mbappe already has 11 goals. Relax! We got a goal scorer of our own though. In fact, we've got a couple. New signing Rykhoff picked up both goals in a 2-0 win to kick off October with. Against Lille, we fell behind to the Canadian Jonathan David's goal, but here comes Julian again, and in the 39th minute we pulled us back level. But quite frankly, goal of the season contender for Rykhoff, as the control was beautiful and the Trivela chip was even better. 2-1 to lose. Unfortunately, he wasn't clinical against Strasbourg, giving us another loss this season. And even more unfortunate, more followed when we lost to Lens and Monaco.
I just want it to stop.
Against Lyon, though, is a different story, and Delinga scored a hat-trick, putting us 1-0 up, and then 2-0 up. And after Lyon managed to pull themselves back into the game, they evened up the scoring, and Delinga once again popped up with the winner. PSG have climbed back to the top of the table as we enter into the festive season, and Mbappe sits on 17 goals with Delinga so close, breathing down his neck behind him on 10. Unfortunately though, Healy has played his last game for the club and he's about to turn 30. But we travelled to Marseille in his absence and they whipped in a free kick. But Delinga got himself warmed up and scored before half time. His fellow Dutch strike partner Rykhoff helped chip in and picked up a second, before Delinga capped up a fantastic win, netting a third in injury time. Against Lorient though, it was Rykhoff with the man of the match performance for 3 points. Neither of them scored next, but we still managed to get the win against Brest.
Ha, giggity.
Those 3 wins shot us up to 3rd place, and we started January off by selling Healy. Finally, Rykov won the European Golden Boy Award. And I also noticed that starting right back Desler was just a month away from turning 30 as well. But before we look to sort out that problem, we won 2 rounds of the Coupe de France. Van den Boomen started the year well, getting an assist for the first goal against Nice and then scoring a free kick himself. Unfortunately, lousy defending prevented us from keeping a clean sheet ourselves, but he did win the header, which eventually led to Rykov being played through, who found his strike partner Delinga, and we scored a third. But it's derby time as we take a trip to Bordeaux. But in one of his last appearances, Desler made moves down the right hand side and his cross wasn't cleared and Oscar Gluck turned the ball in the net. And although Bordeaux are down in the relegation zone, anything goes in a derby, and they scored a magnificent goal to equalise through Ellis. And once again it was Desler and the space the diamond formation provides him down the right hand side, who crossed directly found Oscar, this time with the winner and the game for Toulouse. Things aren't getting any easier, it's PSG time next. And I'm telling you, we came close before. One of these days, it could even be today.
Oh, man. That's too easy.
I mean, a penalty kick to start things off for the 7th minute. That's normal. And of course, then PSG equalised through Mbappe, and you think normality will strike once again. But I have been telling you to make sure you are subscribed so you do not miss the day we destroy PSG, and today is that day. I mean, the 3rd goal is absolutely liquid football, and it is beautiful, and that cements us in 2nd place and only 3 points behind them. We also welcomed in a new signing this month in Lucas Mendoza, fantastic young Argentinian from Talleres for £4 million, who will become our starting CDM. I also found a right back target to loan for absolutely nothing with an option to buy. He is some way off the quality of Desler, but we don't really have the money yet. So I sold Desler, and then I realised after the window closed that Bloom doesn't actually join us until June.
Damn it, Carl.
Auxerre then knocked us out of the cup on penalties 9-8, with goalkeeper Podlek missing the last one. Then we lost to Montpellier after being 2-0 up. And worst of all, we go and lose to bloody Rennes. Just a 1 win in February against Nantes. Thankfully though, the Reims game got us back to winning ways, followed by another 2-0 win against Troyes with Oscar Gluck getting the first. And in a very similar fashion, a break down the wing and the ball was squared back, and this time Rykov tapped it in. Nico Rack is the man being tasked with the right back duties since the transfer of Desler, and he played in a win against Strasbourg with a Delinga brace. And the only blemish on March's results was a 2-2 draw from being 2-0 down to Lille. It might be counting our chickens too soon, but we are seriously in contention of Champions League football qualification here. Our youth intake only threw up one good prospect. It was a striker who's terrible at finishing. April's fixtures were tough, but the very best game was when we welcomed Monaco. 2 quick first half goals leveled the scoring just before half time, and Oscar Gluck turned the pendulum our way before Boadu's penalty made it 2-2. But it was fan favourite Van den Boomen who scored the winner in the 86th minute with a well-timed strike. Delinga also scored 2 in a 2-1 win at home to Marseille. But we did go and lose to Lyon, so that sucks. But guess what?
What?
We are 3rd, just 3 games to go, and Bordeaux are bottom. Julian Rykov once again put on an absolute masterclass against Brest.
Ha! Giggity.
He opened the scoring early on, but continued to be clinical and eventually got himself a hat-trick in a fantastic 5-0 win, putting us just 2 points away from Champions League football next year. We got those 3 points in the following game against Lorient and secured our highest finish ever, winning our last game 1-0. 3rd place and only a point behind bloody Rennes in 2nd. So how much money do you think the board's going to give us for Champions League football next year? £4 million. Yeah, that's not good. I found more players through attribute searching. Literally from 2 attributes at 15 in pace and finishing, this Serbian centre midfield popped up from Partizan. Welcome back to Youth to Goal. We've just finished in 3rd place in our 3rd season.
Get in.
But the board have not given us no more than £5 million to spend for the Champions League football.
Oh, you're joking.
And given that we are only allowed to buy 19-year-old or younger, and we're not allowed to use 30 years old or above, that's going to be a little bit tricky.
What do you mean by that?
We could sell a player, but we have no interest in our most valuable talents, despite being the 2nd year that Oscar Gluck is wanting to leave.
We cannot replace him.
We cannot.
I did offer contracts to 2 youngsters in Bayern Munich's academy whose deals were about to expire. My scouts also found this Danish right back on an amateur contract who's free to sign. Because of youth to go, we have to sell 2 midfielders with Spearings and Van den Boomen, who is both turning 30 before the start of the season. United then came in for the new gem we found last season for £11 million. I just had to accept it. We basically bought him for nothing, and that means we can reinvest for about 2 or 3 more players. And he's not going to go and play ahead of Oscar Gluck. My scouts found a player from Stockport, and I was curious. Wow, he is wanted by the big boys in England, so it might not be obtainable, but I have to try. And of course, as soon as I do, so do Chelsea and Manchester City.
Ooh, how convenient.
For his 19 goals last season, Julian Rijkoff won signing of the season, and his strike partner Delinga also signed a new contract extension. But of course, Heaton chose City over us. With the sale of Joe Miguel to United and the 2 29-year-old midfielders, we've raised £20 million. So let's see how we actually spent that money. Now, the first transfer that we got here, the most expensive, is the loan signing we made last year with an option to buy. However, we didn't have the money at the time to buy him. We waited a little bit longer when we did have the money, and we actually picked him up for cheaper, so that's good business. Now for some new players. Matti Selman. We have a centre-back here who can also play on both flanks should we need him to. Quite a well-rounded defender, aged 19, and we've only spent £2.5 million for him, so I think that's another cracking deal. This one, now this is the one that I showed you at the very beginning of the episode. Sakai, we have a fantastic Japanese centre midfielder with really good mental attributes and some good passing and dribbling abilities here. That's a good signing for only £2 million, and now we have some bargains. 235k for a future goalkeeping prospect. He's 6'2", he has great agility, we just need the rest of him to develop in the goalkeeping department. Ben Obiang, it's a gamble, but he only cost me 165k. He's 6'2", he's got good bravery and some decent mental attributes. Not quite sure whether he'll amount to anything, but my scouts rated him anyway. Now we have a free transfer, and it is a striker. Not sure how much we're going to use him, but his physicals are good. He has decent finishing and a nice first touch. Maybe we'll see him this year. It's Cesar Brazal. And finally, we have the left back that we signed from Bayern Munich as new, who's going to be a backup for us. We have a very interesting August ahead, so let's get cracking. Starting off against Nantes, where Delinga was played through and finished calmly. And when Rijkoff picked up the ball, the midfield run was found and squared for Delinga to score into an empty net. And we looked incredible until the second half when Nantes pulled one back through Guirassy, who then jumped highest and scored an equaliser as well from a set piece. Our CDM also hates Rennes as much as I do and decided to snap Jeremy Doku and give the referee no choice but to show him a straight red card at 0-0. I actually applaud this behaviour, and with 5 minutes left, the boys did Mendoza proud and Rijkoff scored the winner. But it's PSG next, and you know the drill. And if you don't, the PSG match is the perfect opportunity to check to see if you are subscribed to the channel, because imagine us smashing PSG like we did last season, and you miss it because you haven't pressed that subscribe button. You're lucky we got by 3-0 here. They have spent £300 million recently, including Enzo Fernandez and Sandro Tonali, which is a bit unfair. But we were back to winning ways when Japanese midfielder Sakai scored the only goal of the game. Our Champions League fixtures are here, and we start off with the toughest task of Bayern Munich, which really didn't start well, with us conceding 2 fairly early goals, and our first Champions League match wasn't as glamorous as we had hoped. We looked a completely different team in the league though when Monaco came to visit, and we sent them back defeated 2-1 with goals from Delinga and Sakai. A draw to Nice, followed by the first hat-trick of the season, and it was Rijkoff who claimed it, with the second being my favourite of the 3 and the third from the spot in a 4-1 win against Dijon. A fantastic away 4-2 win against Montpellier, and it was back to Champions League football against Club Brugge, with Asp Jensen scoring within 2 minutes. Rijkoff doubled our lead within 20 minutes, and Desiree Doué also managed to bag one before half-time. Bruges came out in the second half, picking up the first, but unfortunately their only goal of the game. We needed a 90th minute winner in the following match, scored by centre-back Selman. The Croatian even scored in the Champions League right after, but Napoli was this time the benefactor of the late goal, and our goalkeeper's poor attempt cost us the win.
He is atrocious, isn't he?
I felt like we truly embraced the Champions League though, and shown our true quality against Hoffenheim, coming back from 1-0 down to score 2 reasonably late goals with Asnu's winner coming in stoppage time. Against Metz, we won an early penalty in the game and Oscar Gluck wanted to take it.
He's bloody missed it!
Thankfully though, in the second half, we finally managed to break Metz down again and find the net through the left back Zanden. And the 3 points were secured when De Linge popped up with a second. Oscar Gluck did score the winner against Strasbourg though, and the equaliser from the spot against Lens. With first team players rested against current top of the league Lille, we somehow gave them their first loss of the season in a fantastic 2-0 win. Rijkaard's winner against Reims at the end of November was really the last time we could celebrate though, because the losses began to stack up, starting with the Champions League match in Trabzon. Arsenal came from a goal down and beat us 3-1, and Lyon destroyed us 5-2.
I'm not feeling the pressure, no. You cannot put pressure on me. No chance.
2 draws against Angers and Marseille in the league, and our year ended being knocked out of the cup on penalties. In some miracle, however, that still sees us in 3rd place, and Lille are still top after only losing 1 game to the mighty Toulouse. Some work still to do in the Champions League though, down in 23rd place. And despite his morale being quite high, Oscar Gluck still doesn't want to sign a new deal until the squad has been drastically improved. He scored in the first game back, however, after the winter break, and our first win since November, and even youngster Cesar Brazal got his first goal of the campaign as well. I can't say I've ever seen a red-headed Portuguese. Our run didn't last long though, as Monaco were a far better team than us and picked up the 2-1 win. Our chances of qualification for the Champions League aren't looking great, with games against Ajax and Porto left. Yeah, as I kind of expected. Well, it is our first attempt anyway. It's always a big game against Rennes though. I was delighted when De Linge gave us the lead in the 32nd minute. I was not delighted when Amin Gori scored this worldy equaliser 4 minutes later. Thankfully in the league, we followed that draw with a win against Lens. And with the Champions League being out of the question now, we really need to qualify back in it by focusing on the league. So every 3 points will matter now, and especially against the top sides like Nice. So De Linge putting in a hat-trick and a 3-0 win is what I call a perfect match day.
Come on, man. That's too easy.
And an Oscar Gluck run unfinished made it 3 wins on the bounce against Dijon. We couldn't make it 4 though, as top of the league Lille beat us 4-1.
What?
You heard me correctly. Lille are currently 7 points clear of PSG in 2nd and 17 ahead of us in 3rd. We had our youth intake in March and it was not great at all. A very entertaining game against Lyon kicked off the month as we went ahead through an own goal. Not for too long though, as Philipp Krastev soon equalised. But before the halftime whistle blew, another 2 goals were still to happen, starting off with Desiree Doué putting us back into the lead. But it was the Chilean international Brereton Diaz whose run caused us a lot of trouble, and he levelled the score at 2-2. But it's PSG next.
I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
Not today, I guess. Fortunately, the month wasn't all bad as Rijkaard found his shooting boots, picking up 2 goals in a 4-1 victory away to Metz. Development-wise, I've been really impressed with Mendoza at CDM. He's been absolutely solid for us. But on the opposite end of that, the goalkeeper Podlek has not developed at all. He might be someone that I look to replace next season. Rijkaard scored the only goal in the next game, and then 2 more followed in a fantastic victory against Montpellier, with Oscar Gluck also bagging 1 as well, and the second of Rijkaard being a fantastic finish too. He then turned provider against Reims when he was played down the right hand side and his cutback eventually fell for De Linge to tap in. We scored a second when left back Zanden played in Oscar Gluck, who picked up another goal. And both strikers scored against Angers, making it 5 wins from 5 since the loss to PSG. And that confirms Champions League football next season. With also more board takeover rumours circling around. An incredible 5-4 victory followed, which also guaranteed something else, that no matter what the last 2 results are, we will finish in 3rd spot once again.
Get in.
And you might have noticed that PSG and Lille have switched positions. Although they won the Coupe de France, Lille lost 3 of their last 4 games, including a 1-0 loss to PSG, finishing 9 points behind them, a frightening turnaround. Both Rijkaard and De Linge scored 20 more goals this season, but the team needs investment to continue our progression. And the current board, who might well be off soon, have provided us with £14 million for that investment. I'll see you then. I don't think you're going to like my transfers.
No.
I sold Oscar Gluck, And top goal scorer Julian Rykov.
Damn it, Carl!
Both to Ajax.
How convenient.
We also released Nikolaisen, but don't worry because we signed Emil Heskey. Welcome back to Youth to Gold. Last season, we finished in 3rd place in the league, but did terrible in both the Champions League and the Coupe de France. We still have a lot of debts, but apparently our finances suggest we are rich.
Cheers, Jeff.
We increased our youth recruitment. Oh, and by the way, Arsenal beat Porto in the final of the Champions League.
Who?
Okay, so I sold Rykov for 34 million and Oscar Gluck for 31 million. All profit for Rykov, who was a free transfer 2 seasons ago, and roughly £29 million profit for Oscar Gluck, who he signed 3 years ago and was wanting to leave ever since. But this is the reason I was happy to sell Rykov. Real Madrid new gen Alfonso Places, who I think is actually better than Rykov in every way other than aerially. And he only cost me £4 million because of his release clause. At 18 years of age, he is fantastic, and I couldn't believe he actually wanted to join us. He turned me down last year, but I kept my tabs on him. Here is another reason I was happy to sell him: French striker or winger Corsair. Again, a fantastic player, and once again I bought him off Corsair for a very cheap cost of only £5 million. There are more signings, but I'll get to them in a bit. I had £9 million more, but the slider was locked in and I couldn't offer any more wages. I've also built a tactic, by the way, that again, I don't think you're gonna like.
Dunno, I think that's a bit dodgy, mate.
It's hard to tell whether it works right away because although we did beat Nantes in the opening game, it was a penalty and 2 goals from a corner. But it gives us a lot of options and meant I could sell Oscar Gluck without finding a direct replacement, which I simply couldn't afford. And it really showed its class against Angers with a fantastic build-up play in a 3-0 win. The first 2 goals for both strikers were a perfect example of the vertical passes we are now capable of playing. And the 3rd goal was using the right midfielder and that cutback for one of 2 midfielders drifting into the box. 2 wins from 2 and we're off to the races. Spoke too soon. Lens have created a beast team, surprisingly, and they took the lead in the 6th minute through Luciano. Matteo Cassou, though, really took off in this game and he equalised with a wonderful goal. And just 2 minutes later, we won the ball high up the pitch, and that man again gave us the lead. But as I said, Lens have a good side, and Lorenzo Colombo is a deadly striker, and he punished us here, ending the game 2-2. We had a lot of offers coming in on deadline day, but we're still unable to move our slider, so I rejected all of them. But with all of those offers rejected, let's take a look at the players that I did actually bring in, because I have brought in quite a lot, and actually we managed to sign one final player on deadline day in this man, a Danish centre midfielder, and he's only 18. He kind of has some finishing abilities as well, and I quite like the idea of possibly training him to be a centre midfield on attack. He has that gets into opposition area with really good teamwork and work rate, and as I mentioned, only £1.6 million from Bromby. Let's go back to front. Javier Carabali is a fantastic centre-back slash right-back who I might try and train to be right-back because he's only 6 foot. He's only 18 as well. Another 5-star potential from my scouts, and he only has 11 positioning, so I think the right-back position is his go-to. Again, he was rather cheap, £1.2 million from Ecuador. My scouts found him, really happy with that one. This one I found myself through attribute searching. I searched heading, marking, and tackling at 13, and I found this guy. Very good Romanian Nelut Sabau, 19 years of age. He's 6'4". I think I found him last year, and I just capitalized on him this season. 3-star current ability, 5-star potential, £3.6 million. He's already played 4 games for me. I've also changed my goalkeeper and it cost me £14 million, but Alfred Kraus is better than Luka Podolak. He is just better. 6'3", 19 years of age, really good attributes, £14 million, but I think it'll be worth it in the long run. I've also managed to pick up a couple of French regens because I think I need to remember we're playing in France and we need to make sure we keep that French thing alive. So a left back here who does look quite good, to be fair, with a good potential, and he's only 18. Hopefully we get in some game times this season. A bargain next, 650k. Don't know how much I'll use him, but he is looking okay. But through the passing and the technique and off the ball, it's not bad. He's a centre midfield, but he kind of wants to play up front as well. So we'll see how he develops depending on where we go. Alfonso Places, we've already mentioned. I think there is one more sign-in that I haven't shown you yet. So let's take a look. We have obviously got Cassou, who we've I've just been mentioning scoring a lot of goals for us, we also have 2 players that I have brought in from Serbia. Now, the first one I shown you last season, it was the guy with 15 finishing and 15 passing. I finally pulled the trigger and signed him, so we've got him for quite a reasonable cost of £5.25 million. But for £5 million, this is the guy that I'm playing on the right-hand side, and I really like him, and it's the reason I kind of wanted to move away from the diamond style formation that we were using. I love his acceleration, his agility and pace, and I think he's fantastic, and that crossing ability really helps us out when we are playing him on that right-hand side, and that DLF has been scoring a lot of goals through just using this. September, we started with another win and another Casu goal, but we held on to a 1-0 until the 88th minute when Delinga finally made it 2. Delinga left it late against Troyes. We picked up the 3-2 win with only 10 men. But a 0-0 followed against Saint Etienne. Dull. What wasn't dull was our win against Lorient, and that's all thanks to Matteo Casu. The French 18-year-old that I spent just £5 million on scored 4 goals in a fantastic solo performance. Only one was from the spot, and the rest were a good striker's bread and butter, and that puts him up to 8 goals in just 6 starts in the league already. The Champions League featured a 3-1 win against Shakhtar, and then a 5-0 loss to Celtic.
Sorry, what?
And that then set the tone for October, as we only picked up 1 win against Strasbourg with losses to PSG, Liverpool and Marseille, sticking us in 5th place in the league and 30th in the Champions League phase. Porto then trounced us 4-0.
Piss off. Everything's going wrong.
A quick 1-2 punch from Casu put us back to winning ways against Nice in a lovely 4-1 victory with Lyon at home in the next match. A game in which we started well when right back Selman went on a journey to give us the lead. But the second goal we scored was all down to the assist from Nico Rack to Casu. Beautiful stuff. In the second half, Lyon did pull one back though through Stengs, but it was way too late. Chouchnard scored the equaliser late against Monaco, making it a Desmond 2-2. But then we lose to Montpellier. Oh, it gets worse. We then lost to Rennes.
Oh, God!
A positive in December was the away win against Reims with a very clinical performance, scoring 4 goals and only conceding 1. Alfonso Places, who has been injured at crucial times, got 2 goals, and both Mendoza and Casu also got on the score sheet. Alfonso then scored a hat-trick in the Cup and scored in the Champions League, but it was a game we lost 2-1. And at the halfway stage, this season looks problematic. But January brought new hope and a new signing. Luis Claudio joins us on a free from Brazil with his contract expiring. Alfonso then won the European Golden Boy, and Mbappe won his 4th Ballon d'Or in a row. Luka Podlek also rejected a contract from our rivals Bordeaux. But then January also gave us a hammering in the Coupe de France and in the Champions League against Manchester City. And once again, our Champions League dreams are crushed for another season.
You cannot put pressure on me. No chance.
In the league, it was a big win against Nantes, followed by another 4-1 win. But then we lost to Lens. In February, Saint Etienne took the lead within 7 minutes. All good though, we got a penalty, but the keeper made Casu look like a numpty. Idiot! Just before half-time though, Alfonso found himself one-on-one and slotted in the equaliser. And in the second half, our captain scored a header from a corner. And Casu redeemed himself when Alfonso was tackled by smashing the loose ball into the net to end the game 3-1. A tough match against Lille away from home, and they took the lead in the 63rd minute. But today, luck was on our side and we scored a fluky goal to share the points. Alfonso has taken over from Casu in the second half of the season, getting on the score sheet more than often, and he got 4 goals in 2 wins, rounding off the month. And that actually puts us back into a strong position in 3rd place and just 2 points behind Rennes. In March, we had a dreadful youth intake, but things on the pitch were much better, like this 4-0 win against Montpellier with Alfonso scoring a hat-trick and 3 more fantastic goals as well, breaking the offside trap with his pace and finishing out of the goalkeeper's reach. He was absolutely incredible in this match. Both Alfonso and Casu scored 2 goals in a 6-2 win against Marseille. Alfonso's growth has been brilliant, and the Spaniard is already valued 20 times more than what I paid for him this season after just 25 goals in 35 games. Casu maybe not as good, but still impressive in his development, and is now worth £60 to £70 million with his 17 goals and 9 assists. And these recent results have seen us fly into 2nd place in the league. This loss to Lyon in April is the only loss we took streak in 3 months. Because we beat Nice 4-0. And then we faced Monaco, and man of the match was without question our right midfielder Ilic, who scored the first goal. He then proceeded to assist the next 3 goals in a fantastic 4-0 away win against a Monaco team that includes Cabell in goal, Roger Ibanez in defence, Thomas Lemar on the left, Golovin, and so many more talented players. But the best performance came next. Because it's that time again where I tell you to make sure you subscribe so you don't miss another episode where we could potentially take all 3 points against PSG. Why don't you whack the notification bell on for a change as well, because despite us going behind in the 4th minute here, we battled on and eventually put ourselves 3-1 in the lead. They managed to put away a penalty late in the game, but it's still a huge win for Toulouse. And that keeps us in 2nd place. And we followed that with a win against Reims, which then helped us qualify for the Champions League once again. But our next opponent was Rennes, who were also looking to qualify for the Champions League, and they took the lead through Kalamuendu. But check this out, easily the goal of the season from our left back Oliver Zanden. And the next goal wasn't that bad either, completely turning the game on its head. Alfonso smashed in the winner, 2-1.
Get in!
And with a win against Angers, we easily put ourselves in 2nd place, 8 points above Monaco, who remember we smashed 4-0 in 3rd place. Alfonso also got 25 goals this season, and Ilic finished with the highest amount of assists in the league with 15, a phenomenal debut season for the Serbian. The values of our players have absolutely skyrocketed, but we still have £17 million to spend, and a lot of these players are waiting for a spot to open up in the first team. Welcome everybody to Phase 3 of Youth to Gold. Guys, I've changed the tactic again.
No, don't do that.
At least I haven't sold our best players though.
We're gonna do it anyway!
I'm just joking. Welcome back to Youth to Gold. I've actually missed you. Last season we finished 2nd in the league, but did awful in the cups.
Cheers, Jeff.
Speaking of which, Liverpool won the Champions League against Real Madrid in the final. Alfonso Places has basically become our talisman and key player. Speaking of which, the best comment from the last episode goes to Mayo Waujo for this quality banter.
This is great banter.
So let's see if you can beat that down in the comment section of this video, and I'll feature it in the next one. We are still rich according to this, but from my research we still have some huge debts. Squad wise, I've decided I need to start Sakai more games. His mental attributes are phenomenal for a player his age, and I need that intelligence on the pitch. As well as Rouvier at left back, who I've neglected since signing and I think could be better than our actual left back. As well as sending some young talent out on loan, including these 3 players. Do you want to meet some new signings?
Go on, man.
First, we have a great striker who is the main reason why I wanted to change the tactic. He is just 18 and looks amazing, with his only weakness being off the ball at this point. Scufalis had an £11 million release clause that I knew I wanted to activate right away. The only other player I have bought so far is Christian Soria from River Plate for just 6.5 million, who will probably be more of a squad player this season. So just the 2 signings so far, but Bayern Munich are sniffing around Alfonso Places.
No.
Let's take a look at this tactic in action when we concede the first goal in the opening game of the season against Reims. Thankfully, our firepower up front is strong, and from a weird clearance, Sakai rewards my trust in his selection. It took until the 74th minute before the next goal, another wild one too, when the deflection landed at the feet of Scufalis around the 6-yard box. Not long later, Sabal made it 3-1, and finally Alfonso Places was the man who put the game out of reach, and we win 4-1. So the tactic is an exact copy of the one we were using already, but with an extra striker in the Poltero up front and the left wing back pulled back. And hopefully this will just overwhelm our opponents and we'll score more goals. I don't know how it will do against the tougher opponents, but we won our next game 6-0. And in an away win against Lyon, it was the same story as we completely smashed them off the park 3-0. We had 18 shots on goal, and both midfielders even got on the score sheet, so my decision to play Sakai really has been justified right away. I don't know what this means for Asp Jensen. I have offered him out, but there has been no bites as of yet. And as for Doué, I want to keep him here as I really do think he is quality, and he's French and still only 22. Delinga is still around though, and he scored the first goal from Alfonso's outrageous Rabona cross in a 3-1 win against Saint Etienne. Speaking of Alfonso Places, remember Bayern Munich were interested in him and they've put a transfer bid in for Mateo Cassou.
Sorry
What?
The offer was 30 million up front and another in add-ons, but I still rejected it. And then they put a second bid in, totaling 81 million, and a third for 97 million. But according to the agent feedback, there's no interest from Casu. So I just continued to reject them. And a fourth bid came in, but for Alfonso this time. A fifth bid was rejected because once again, Alfonso wasn't interested. And with the window slamming shut and no further actions, let's take a look at our Champions League fixtures with no easy games, but a couple of winnable ones. Although I thought West Ham in the opener of the Champions League would be a winnable game, maybe the tactic is just not suited for Europe and they beat us 2-1. Against Dortmund, we had an early penalty, and Casu missed it. And even worse, when Mendoza laid it off to Carabali from the rebound, the shot went into the stands. And that cost us, despite us taking the lead early. Mendoza was sent off with a straight red, and we lost 2-1 from 2 late goals. In the league, however, this tactic is still really good. Mateo Casu benefits with 2 really good goals, including the second being assisted from the goalkeeper Kraus with an unbelievable pass and a composed finish from the Frenchman against Montpellier. Alfonso also had a great time in the next match against Monaco when he picked up a brace in a 3-1 home win, proving this tactic is great against the strong teams in the domestic league. But then we did lose 5-1 to Lorient. At least we beat Brest though. Boobs. So at this point of the season, we are second behind surprise leaders Nice and joint on points with PSG and Lille. Lens is always a tricky game and they took the lead through Manuel Solomon, but we fought back and Delinga's cross was met by Casu and the game finished 1-1. And Casu was man of the match against Strasbourg as he scored a hat-trick in a 3-1 victory, with each goal getting better in quality, and the absence Alfonso, who was injured in the last game. But yeah, I can't play this tactic in Europe.
My eyes are bleached.
But in the league, we smashed teams like these, back-to-back 3-0 wins. So in our Champions League game against Atletico, we went back to the diamond formation that we neglected since we sold Oscar Gloop.
Who?
And with both teams picking up red cards, albeit Atletico's came in injury time, it was a name we haven't mentioned who scored the only goal of the game. A player I loaned out last season, but he's actually pretty good. We just don't unfortunately have a position for him, but today he was awesome. Another penalty against top of the league Nice, and that feels like deja vu. And it gives us another loss. But the next match against Lille was phenomenal. We had 20 shots to their 7. 10 on target to their 0, and 4 goals scored by 4 different players, and not one of them won man of the match, because that goes to our Serbian midfielder Šušnjar, who created 4 clear-cut chances and got 1 assist. A 4-0 dominant away win against Lille. Incredible. Mateo Casu picked up a hat-trick in the Champions League next in a game we were 5-0 up at half-time and won 6-1. But the game after was Rennes at home and they took the lead through Calamuendo early into the first half, and we waited until very late to equalise through Delinga with a cracking header. And we left it even later, injury time in fact, until we sent the Rennes fans home crying with a goal from Alfonso Places.
Unlucky.
And after this result going into December, look at this league table. It is insanely close with 3 teams all on 37 and Nice on 35 points. This is going to be one exciting season. And it's PSG up next. Alfonso Places scored 1 goal, and then he scored a 2nd goal. He picked up the match ball when he scored a 3rd goal, and he went above and beyond and scored a 4th goal in the game against Donnarumma in goal. But we still lost 7-4. In fact, we lost the other game in the league during December as well. But with the win against Shakhtar in the Champions League, we sit in 14th in the league phase. Tally that to 5 Ballon d'Ors in a row for Mr. Mbappe. And Mateo Casu wins the European Golden Boy this year, meaning we have had a player win that trophy the last 4 seasons. I also want to highlight the progression of players as much as possible, and Romanian centre-back Sabal deserves it at this point. He has been solid for us, and his attributes are increasing day by day. Going into January, the board actually supplied us with lots of extra funds to splash around with. We played an early cup game in January, and it was another great day for Casu, who smashed in a hat-trick against Lyon and sent us into the next round, and the last goal was once again a fantastic pass from Alfred Kraus in goal. That's 2 assists we've seen from him recently. And I did see a couple of people slagging my mate Kraus off in the comments of the last video, and I'm here to defend him. He's really developed well, and that kicking of 16 and passing of 16 we have already seen plays a massive part and gives us a huge advantage. Out of nowhere, a big bid for Richard Vincent came in from Inter Milan. But I loaned him out instead because I wanted to keep him. He came through our academy and I just want to see how well he progresses through the first team football. We have made a new signing though. I sent him back on loan to Cadiz because he's getting first team football there, but Juan Jose is now our player, a 6'6" centre back with a fantastic first touch and good passing ability. Back to the pitch, and in the Champions League, our hopes of qualifying rested on the last game after we lose to Inter Milan. And it came against Barcelona, who went 1-0 up through Frankie de Jong's free kick. But in the second half, it was Serbian midfielder Šušnjar who put us back on level terms and making sure we stay in the competition. It was none other than Alfonso Places who got the winner, putting us up against PSG in the knockout playoff typically.
Ooh, how convenient.
January in the league included 2 wins and another loss. And in the cup against Monaco, Scoufales scored his first goal in a while in a 3-1 win, putting us into the next round. Sadly, we weren't as good against Monaco in the league 2 games after. First leg of the Champions League playoff and Mbappe gave them the lead. We levelled the tie off at 1-1 with a goal from Sabal. Alfonso's brace gave us a win against Strasbourg, but it's 2 majorly important games up next for our season. But we made light work of Metz in the quarterfinals of the Coupe de France. In the second leg against PSG, it was Matteo Cassou who this time bagged a hat-trick against the French champions with 3 more fantastic goals, chipping the goalkeeper with his second and providing us with the best chance to qualify, which is exactly what we did in this 5-3 win.
Get in!
And we ended February with a win against Brest.
Ha! Giggity.
We signed a new contract in March, and it's semi-final time, and with PSG eliminated, it's a great chance for us to win. And 2 strokes of luck in the first 10 minutes on one attack, and an amazing curling finish, and Šušnjar puts us 1-0 up. 10 minutes later, and a break down the right-hand side, and a cutback, and he's there again to make it 2-0. Now, Lille did put on the pressure and scored in the second half, but we held on, and we're into the cup final. Against Manchester United in the Champions League, it's a Marcus Rashford penalty in the following game in the round of 16. We didn't score, but we easily beat them on collecting cards. Second leg to come, though.
I'm a fighter and not a quitter.
Unlucky lads, we go again next year. 3 wins in the league though, and Delinga scoring a few as well. And in April, we went on a run like no other. 6-3 away win to Metz, and then what it seems like the norm now as we smash Lyon 5-1. Then check this out, a name we haven't seen for a long time is Matteo Cassou, and he came up trumps once again against Nice in a massive 6-3 away win, giving us back-to-back 6-3 away wins as well, by the way, with a hat-trick after we went 2-0 down as well. And we followed that with a 4-0 win against Lille. After going a goal down, Alfonso Places scored 2 goals in a 6-minute span and put us 2-1 up against Rennes. And they came back with a late goal from Guri. And after Alfonso Places gave us the lead against PSG, Matteo Cassou stepped up for a penalty, and once again, he misses.
Damn it, Carl!
But we were on a roll, and Delinga and Šušnjar scored in the 94th and the 95th minute after Musiala's equaliser, and that's another 3 points. And we are breathing down the necks of PSG, just 1 point behind them with 2 games left. All we can do is win and hope for them to slip up. But our attention shifts to the Coupe de France final against Nice. And what a game it was, as Enrique Pereira opened the scoring just 3 minutes into the final. But unlikely scorer of Lucas Mendoza, our Argentine defensive midfielder, equalised on the 16th minute. We played the ball down the right-hand side 5 minutes later, and Sakai's cross found Alfonso Places to make it 2-1. Second half, and this time it's Alfonso Places becoming the provider after his beautiful cross was met by Cassou. And in the 83rd minute, Delinga put the trophy out of reach for Nice to make it 4-0, but they did come back and get a second in the 95th minute, but it was simply too late. And we were crowned champions of the Coupe de France. So it all comes down to the league, just 2 matches remaining. That's a tough one to take.
Oh, you're joking.
And just like that, PSG are crowned champions once again. But I definitely think second and a cup win is still an incredible season. And if we keep those 4 scoring goals, it won't be long before we take the lot. We say our farewells to Delinga, and we say hello to Rodrigo Figueroa. Welcome back to Youth to Gold. Last season, we won the Coupe de France for the very first time.
That's my guy! That's my guy!
But we are still some way off the Champions League.
I'm a fighter and not a quitter.
We eventually lost to the winners, Manchester United. And Casemiro, who scored in that final, lifted the trophy on his final game before retirement. There were some fantastic comments left on the last episode, but this one from Alexander is the winner for me.
Great banter.
I had to go to a meeting to persuade the board to upgrade the training facilities. And I was also shocked to see Doué being the 4th highest shirt sold last season, because I am trying to thin out the first team squad.
But there's one problem.
Players like Asp Jensen are basically refusing to leave. Cesar Brazil left though, never really developed. Did make £17 million on though and barely played him.
Sometimes my genius is... it's almost frightening.
I'm looking at Schuster and I can't work out if he's the best player in my team or if all of his good attributes make him absolutely useless. What do you think? Right, so Figueroa, what a player this is, and for just £4.2 million. People keep commenting how I find these players, so I screenshotted the exact moment with these attributes I look to find him through attribute searching. So if you want a full video on how I do it, then let me know down in the comment section, and if you hit 1,000 likes, I'll do a full breakdown next week, I promise. As we move into August then, let's take a look at some transfers. Now, Asp Jensen has finally left the club, moving to Napoli for only £6.25 million. I also sold Delinga for only £4 million, but he was 27 and not really playing a lot of games, so his value has plummeted. Loaned out a few players as well, but let's take a look at some of the players on the ins. I signed a player from my rivals, Bordeaux. He's definitely going to be one for the future and definitely not for now. He's 18 years of age, but still a long way to progress. Only £2.8 million. David Pear, though, came in from Nantes on a free transfer. Again, we won't see him for a while. He is another right-sided midfielder, but for for a free transfer, I think it's definitely worth it. But we have got a lot of players coming in here. And remember, we've also got Juan Jose, who joins us now after his loan spell from when we signed him in January. He will be a permanent fixture in our side and probably look to actually use him now. We have also signed Elliot Van Asch from Club Brugge. Not a bad signing there. Klaus Fleischhacker. Yeah, I don't know why I do it to myself. I sign the hardest names. He's a good right back, though. Definitely one for the future as well. Vaselinov, this one could actually be getting in the starting 11 if he manages to push out Illich, but I don't know whether he'll be able to do that because he's predominantly a left-sided player. Does look quite good, though. Bulgarian, 19 years of age. From Lech Poznan, this could be one in the future. He was English, playing in the Polish division. He's obviously got a dual nationality, 17 years of age. As a centre-back, probably not going to see him for a while. Another centre-back, though, who could be on the cusp if we need it, if we have some injuries, is Sandu, 6'1". He's 18 years of age with good jumping reach, very good leadership positioning, and those technical attributes as a defender. The Trophy de Champions against PSG, and we had a few injuries from our strongest 11. PSG overwhelmed us because of this, unfortunately. Ideally, if everybody was fit and healthy, this would be our starting 11 and my strongest team, so no new signings actually push any players out. Figueroa came close, but I didn't know who to drop from these three unbelievable strikers. So I didn't, and I kept my trust in them from last year to get the job done, and that's exactly what they did in the first game of the season when they defeated Nice 4-1. At home as well, Mateo Cassou bagged himself a hat-trick, and Daisuke Sakai also scored after his corner was cleared back to his direction. After Cassou scored his third and our fourth of the game, Nice finally contributed with their first shot on target throughout the whole match. And with PSG in the third fixture, I was overjoyed with a 5-0 win against Brest.
Giggity.
And what a game it was for us too. And at first, Alfonso's run was blocked off. Cassou then found him again, and he managed to get the first goal of the game. And we hounded their midfield, and when Musiala lost the ball, it was quickly played forward to Alfonso again, and there was no chance the keeper was gonna save that. In the second half, we still didn't give them a look in, and Illich cut inside, and his shot for the third goal was the cherry on top of a very nice cake. But Figueroa's first goal for the club was only a 95th minute equaliser and a 2-2 draw to Clermont. Some interesting fixtures in the Champions League, and we stuck with the 4 players up top tactic against young boys, and it definitely paid off. 7-0 and 32 shots on goal. The Lazio game in the same month was actually a really tight game, but you wouldn't have thought so if we went 3-0 up through Alfonso places and Figueroa getting on the score sheet before Lazio first found the net. Highlight of the month though is definitely this 3-1 win against Rennes. But it was all wins in September with Bordeaux in the derby only on the last day to play.
There's been a red card.
And like any derby, things were always going to be tight, and at 0-0 in the 71st minute, Carabali lost the ball and hacked the player down from behind and received a straight red card to a standing ovation from the home crowd. What a hero. And it seemed to spur on our players as well, as that is when we went down to 10 men that we kicked on and scored FIRECUDA in the 83rd minute. He then got a second one in the 87th minute, and the game was done and dusted in the 90th minute through Serbian midfielder Šušnjar. Right now, that leaves us top of both the league and the Champions League. And we followed that momentum in October with 2 draws with Lens and Sporting. Thankfully, we shook it off against Lyon and got back to winning ways, putting 3 goals past them in a fairly dominant home 3-1 triumph, with their goal coming from basically the last kick of the game. And then we lost 2-1. We reverted back to the previous tactic against Atletico, and it paid off when Alfonso Places scored the only goal of the game. But in the other Champions League game in November, we carried on with the 3 up top, and our best performance yet in this competition happened when we completely embarrassed one of the biggest European clubs, Bayern Munich, 3-0, with Alfonso scoring 2 and Figueroa also picking one up. And we are actually still top of the league phase. But it was back-to-back losses in the league though. But after a 2-1 win against Saint Etienne to get us back on track, Šušnjar scored in the first minute against Monaco, and we eventually put the game to bed in the 78th minute. Back on form. And we carried that form into the next game against Lorient with 3 first-half goals, looking really in control of the match and really clinical too, not giving them any hope of even threatening our goal. That was until the second half, where we parted like the Red Sea and let them score 4 goals from 5 shots on target and lost 4-3. Ironically, our best performances have been in the Champions League this season. Although the slip-up against Lorient was our only blunder of the month, we really took it out on our next few opponents, Strasbourg and the 2 lower league clubs in the Cup. Once again, we have the European Golden Boy winner, and Mbappe's dominance of the Ballon d'Or reaches 6 in a row. Although Alfonso Places placed second in the World Footballer of the Year. Because of registration issues, we sold Soria back to River Plate for so much more than what we actually bought him for. Bayern Munich then came in with a couple of bids for Skoufalis, both of which I rejected. But our main concern this transfer window was securing some new contracts for Alfonso Places for another 5 years, as well as Illich.
I like it.
My comment about being good in the Champions League didn't age well at all. Although we did actually qualify through the top 8 of the league phase with another huge 3-1 win against Chelsea, with goals from Cassou, Skoufalis and Illich to put them away, sitting us in 3rd place as it finished. We started out the month in the league with a cracking performance against Clermont. We put 3 goals past them without reply, only allowed them to have 1 shot on target as well. And we followed that with a win against Reims. And going into our game against Brest, the current leaders of the league, PSG, were beaten by Montpellier, and with a win, we could go top. But with some injuries and suspensions, Richard Vincent got a start and scored 2 goals to send us to the top of the league and droop Brest into the relegation battle. A 2-1 cup win finished January, and a derby match followed right after. But first, we did spend some money in January on 3 youth prospects that will fill out our reserves for now. Those 3 signings took our tally up to £24.5 million, and we have already sold £68 million this season, youth to gold. The derby was a 5-star performance for us. Places scoring, Mateo Cassou finishing a penalty for a change. We even had an unbelievable free kick scored by Datsuke Sakai right into the top corner. Our Serbian midfielder Šušnjar got himself the 4th goal, but the best was Illich, who picks up the ball down on the byline, turns with so many players around him, eventually gets himself into the box and smashed it home to score the 5th. 4-0 against Lille followed. They must absolutely hate playing us. And a 4-3 in the Cup against Saint Etienne. A 4-1 against Marseille. But an annoying 3-3 draw with Rennes following a Kalamuendu 88th minute equaliser.
Cheers, Jeff.
But it's PSG next, followed by Benfica in the Champions League. And what a performance it was. Despite us missing a few first-team players again, you never would have guessed it, as we scored 2 goals in 7 minutes through Alfonso Places. PSG thought they got themselves back into it, scoring just a minute later, but in the second half we put them out of reach with another 2 goals. First from Figueroa, and then Alfonso Places picked up his hat-trick. This game had it all though, including an Mbappe missed penalty and a straight red card from an academy graduate, Tom Demenge, who recklessly chopped down Rodrigo. Unfortunately though, our trip to Portugal 3 days later wasn't so prosperous and signaled the end of our Champions League run again. But in the second leg, we scored really early, giving us a little bit of hope. And then João Mario scored for Benfica from kickoff and we were back at square one. But that's fine, with our strike force everything is possible, and it only took a couple of goals from Mateo Casu and we were level across the tie. And then academy graduate Richard Vincent popped up with the decider in the 83rd minute to put us into the quarterfinals. He hasn't developed as well as what the other strikers have in the side, but he's provided some clutch moments. With a couple more league wins, we stay ahead of PSG on goal difference with a game in hand, with Leipzig to play in the UEFA Champions League and Monaco in the semi-final of the Coupe de France.
Here we go.
April was quite fun. With the most goals I've ever seen in a calendar month, it started with a 3-0 win against Leipzig in the Champions League quarter-final. A massive result where we completely overwhelmed them and put one foot into the semi-final of our ultimate goal of winning the Champions League. We did lose the second leg, but nonetheless, we were through to the furthest point we have ever been. The Spaniard Alfonso Places is just simply incredible, and we all know it. But even for him, scoring 10 goals in 3 games is mental. He actually scored in the league game before this run too, but his first hat-trick came against Lens in a 7-2 win. He then got 4 goals against Monaco in another 7-2 win again, this time in the Coupe de France, and he followed that with yet another hat-trick against Lorient in a 6-3 victory. 3 games in a row with 9 goals as well. Unfortunately, that is where our goal-scoring exploits dried up somewhat when a trip to the Bernabeu followed and a 5-1 loss ensued.
Damn it, Carl!
And we ended the month beating Monaco 8-4 in the league. That's too easy! What a month that was. 54 goals in 8 games of football. And look what's to come, a semi-final second leg, followed by a cup final against Rennes. But hold on a second. In the same game week as we beat Monaco, the night before that, our old friends Rennes beat PSG on a Friday night. And guess what that means? Yes, you are reading that correctly. We are the champions of France.
Oh, let's go! That's class!
But hold on right there again, because a consortium is taking over the club and a transfer embargo has been put in place. But as if things couldn't get any more bonkers, we welcome Real Madrid for the second leg. Lucas Mendoza puts the ball in the net and it's game on. Remember our new signing Figueroa? Well, he then scored a second goal to make it 5-3 on aggregate. And then Mateo Casu popped up and it's all of a sudden a 5-4 and we are just a goal away. But unfortunately, that's where we run out of steam and Real Madrid scored through Camavinga. And then they sealed the tie off, putting themselves into the final through a Valverde finish. But I still believed and I think the fans would be ecstatic with this finish to the season. Can we at least do the domestic double and dominate France though?
Go on, man.
Well, it was a day to forget. If you were a Rennes fan, because we completely dominated them 4-0. Alfonso Places scored 2 goals in 3 minutes and Richard Vincent got 1 before half-time. We restricted them to very little, and when Scoufales scored the 4th, the Rennes fans were already off to beat the traffic home. What a season that was. We won our last 2 league games and finished 7 points clear of PSG in second place. Semi-finalists in the Champions League we will definitely take, and back-to-back winners of the Coupe de France. The statistics for the league season were dominated by Toulouse players, including Alfonso Places as top scorer and 3 different Toulouse players as the top 3 assisters in the league. It was a record number of goals scored this season in general, but we all want to know what's going to happen next with this consortium takeover.
Headed for the riverside, around us fuss and fight.
We ended the last episode winning the league and cup in France.
Oh, let's go! That's class!
But a consortium planned to buy the club and gave us a transfer embargo. Welcome back to Youth to Gold. Our season number 7 was a record-breaking one, and we have two of the most sought-after strikers in world football.
We cannot replace him.
Even before this takeover, our finances are fantastic, and we have even cleared all the debts.
I can't believe it!
But just days after, the takeover is completed, and immediately they're disappointed with me that we don't have the best youth facilities.
Here we go.
But they do take it upon themselves to upgrade it. Alfonso Places wins the Best Player in Europe award, but it's his strike partner Casu who is receiving all of the interest, with 6 bids going up to £188 million from Bayern Munich. But I rejected all of them.
Guys, relax. Relax!
Our old player Brazil moved to Porto for double what we sold him for, and had a good year in Greece. And we also loaned out Richard Vincent for some first team football. I haven't forgotten about his clutch moments from last season, but I'm hoping with the amount we scored last season we should be absolutely fine. And we have signed some new players since the embargo was lifted, although none would be challenging for the first team right now. I'm just hoping Figueroa or Scoufales can really step up. And Figueroa gets a nod up top for the Trophy de Champions against PSG. A tie in which we started terribly and conceded 2 goals in the opening 10 minutes, when first Musiala smashed one in and then David Zimmer turned it in from a corner. But it didn't take long from a throw in from Mateo Casu to pop up and hammer in one. And in the second half, the ball brought to Illich, whose direct run and shot rebounded back for Casu to equalise. And the match went to penalties, where Kraus saved the deciding spot kick by Kimpembe. But Scoufales didn't take his substitute start very well and went out clubbing the night before the derby, which was our first game of the season. Not only did he go AWOL, but he wants to leave to a bigger club. Don't you know this is Toulouse, mate? You are lucky to be here. Shout out to Flute, by the way, for this sick artwork. I'll put the breakdown video on how he made it in the description down below. Anyway, Scoufales and his shenanigans might cost us against our rivals, although Juan Jose's opener and Alfonso's goal did put us 2-0 up. We were not ourselves, and Bordeaux got back into the game at 2-1. Juan Jose was doing everything he could from the back, but Bordeaux were determined to stop being embarrassed by us, and not only did they get a second but a third as well, tying the game 3 apiece on the opening day of the season. Our Champions League fixtures are in, and we face both North London sides with some tricky games against Real Madrid, Dortmund and Napoli amongst others. The league fixtures continue to become a little bit rocky at the start though, with a tight win against Reims and a 2-2 draw against Lens, being 2-0 down. Not to mention Lucas Mendoza got injured and will miss a big part of the next 2 months. He has really been an unsung hero in the DM role since coming in and been really solid for us. But before the transfer window did close, I did bring in some more players, starting off with Lorenzo Capaccio, who will challenge that right hand side against Illich. He doesn't have the pace and quickness, but he does have some fantastic technicals, and that flair and composure is really good. From Inter Milan, £19.25 million. We also have Kepa. I brought him in just in case we did sell Scoufales, which we did fail to do. Unfortunately, nobody came in for him. He has great bravery, really good finishing and dribbling ability, and those physicals are great as well. Fantastic potential, and £17.75 million. And Victor is more of a future right-back prospect that I picked up, I believe, when he was 17, and he's only just joined us now that he's turned 18. Back to winning ways in the league, though, with a much better performance against Marseille, and Alfonso Places scoring 3 of the 6 goals for us, including a 91st minute penalty after Casu very early scored on in the match. The Champions League and a trip to Tottenham started brilliantly when Alfonso Places scored in the 2nd minute, but this game was flipped on its head by half-time when Japhet Tanganga scored the equaliser and Ryan Sessegnon scored the winner in a 2-1 loss.
If I speak, I am in big trouble.
Oh, and it gets worse. We lost to Rennes.
No, God!
This disappointing month ended with a trip to Paris. In what was a fairly entertaining game for the neutral, PSG took the lead through Mbappe. But Juan Jose rose highest again to level the scores before Timothy Camus put the Parisians back ahead. It wasn't until a late Alfonso Places goal that we left the capital with a point apiece. And we followed that by drawing 0-0 to Arsenal. I've also decided that club captain Anthony Rault is probably probably going to go soon. He's 28, I'm fading him out of the team a little bit more and more, and January could be the time for him to go. October has seen a bad loss away to Monaco, shipping 5 goals. It also saw some great wins too, this one versus Angers, including 3 goals, the first scored by Sakai and the second came from his free kick which the goalkeeper parried. The third was another example of Krause's kick, and all you Krause haters in the comments a while back, you should be apologising to the man. He's always putting in a good average rating, and it's nice to see the assists he racks up. We also got our first win in the Champions League this season against Sociedad, and Scoufales scored 2 goals in a minute as he robbed the defender for the second from the kickoff of his first goal in a 4-1 away win. Cassou then bagged 4 against Lorient and Montpellier in no match as we moved into November in 4th place in the league. But it's not who you think it will be at the top.
My eyes are bleached.
After a win against Salzburg in the Champions League, we welcomed Real Madrid to the stadium and they were not very nice to us at all, and they completely battered us from the start, scoring 3 first half goals and another that was disallowed before we finally got ourselves into the game through Sakai. Unfortunately, Dusan Vlahovic scored his hat-trick from the spot, and Figueroa's goal was simply a consolation goal in a 4-2 loss. In the league, Sakai was scoring more goals against Auxerre, but I fell for Ispazu, who, after smashing in a great goal, then pulled up with a muscle injury just 10 minutes later on in his first start in the league. After back-to-back League 2-1 wins against Metz and Lyon, 2 difficult games followed in December. Unfortunately, we suffered back-to-back losses. A game against Saint Etienne is just what we needed. We won the game only 2-0, and I say only because we had 33 shots and 16 were on target, and there's no surprise that their keeper won man of the match with an 8.3 average rating.
Cheers, Jeff.
It's January and we make it 6 in a row for the European Golden Boy winners, with Figueroa winning it this year. And speaking of 6 in a row, Mbappe looks to make it 7 Ballon d'Ors if he can win this one. But not this year. Alfonso Places is your Ballon d'Or winner in 2029.
That's my guy! That's my guy!
And this led to a lot of money being offered for his services all month, as well as Cassou. But they're only 21 and 22 with still long-term contracts, and I don't have any replacements that will slot right in, so I don't really feel the need to sell, and I don't need to sell them yet. Dean DeLange is a player in the second team that I've been keeping my eye on, that's been putting in fantastic performances and maybe next to break into the first team. We are 7 points behind league leaders Monaco right now, who have been in excellent form, and we're in trouble of being eliminated from the Champions League early, down in 22nd with just 2 games left. Back from the winter break though and straight into a derby, and this time, and in fact this month, was all about revenge as we destroyed them on their turf 3-0 with goals from Sakai, Captain Cassou and Alfonso Places. And yes, I said Captain Cassou because I sold Anthony Rout controversially to Monaco. As I said, he is coming to the age to sell and youth to gold, and we made £27 million to reinvest in players, which we did. His replacement is Alfred, who will act as our third choice centre-back for the remainder of the season, 18 years of age, and looks fantastic and only cost us £21 million from Barcelona. And another Spaniard in Fernando Rodriguez, who we picked up from Atletico Madrid for just £19 million. Time to celebrate though as we demolish Rennes 5-1. We need wins in the Champions League to survive, and that is exactly what we did against Bodo Glimt. Another Alfonso masterclass as well, as he went above and beyond, scoring 4 goals in the game. Our 2 remaining games this month include PSG in the league and Napoli to secure qualification for the Champions League, so get ready for some fun. Because we secured that qualification to the knockout playoffs against Napoli with a 3-0 win, and Alfonso Places was let loose once again against PSG, scoring 2 goals before half-time. But his third was probably my favourite goal he scored. Such a beautiful finish, and then there was another one too to add to the tally. And that is because we completely decimated the biggest club in the country, 7-1.
Sorry, what?
We got our Champions League draw, and it's Salzburg who awaits us. February was a weird month because in the cup we put ourselves into the semi-finals with an 8-0 win to Avranches and another victory over Rennes, but a 5-0 loss between 2 wins was a bit out of the blue with the form we were on. What a competitive game we had in the first leg of the Champions League playoff in Austria though. Salzburg took the lead against us and we pulled one back from the 25th minute mark. The next goal came from our Greek rebel Scoufales right on on the stroke of half-time, and you'd think we would run away with it at that point. But Okafor scored his second goal in the second half to once again level the tie, so Scufalis answered that with his second goal as well on the 68th minute mark to make it 3-2. But Okafor fancied taking the match ball home with him, and he also made the game 3-3 on the 88th minute, and then you think that would be the last of it, but no, Scufalis also fancied the hat-trick himself a minute later, and with that we made it 4-3 to Toulouse. What a game. They even scored early in the second leg as well, but we still managed to overcome them, and they missed a penalty. Two fantastic goals in the Coupe de France semi-final from both Schuschnart and Scufalis means for the third season in a row we have reached the final. We played the league leaders Monaco, and it was a day for Kepa Ispazua, whose left foot found 3 goals for the first time in a Toulouse shirt, and our defence were strong, and Kraus made 7 important saves to send Monaco off the top of the league. And with 3 more wins this month and only conceding 1 goal in the process, it's no surprise that it is us filling that top spot as we head towards the end of the season, and Alphonso places who is 10 goals ahead of Mbappe in the Golden Boot. In the Champions League, it was Man City who visited us in the round of 16, and before we knew it, we were 2-0 down from a Kimmich free kick and a Haaland strike. But I don't know how we did it. We fall behind and we somehow claw our way back into the match, and after being 2-0 down and 3-1 down, we find ourselves 4-3 up until Murat Kaya equalised in the 84th minute. But in the second leg, we went to the Etihad and we smashed and grabbed. We faced 26 shots, 10 of them on target, and yet we came away 2-1 winners and sent ourselves through to the quarterfinals after winning 6-5 on aggregate. And of course, it's PSG who we face in the quarters.
Ooh, how convenient.
More league wins and 1 draw, including this fantastic win against Lille, including an unbelievable 30-yarder from Nico Rack, and even Serbian midfielder Schuschnart filling in up front managed to get on the score sheet in a 3-0 victory. Quarterfinals of the Champions League then, and the 2 best teams in France, but the best player in the world opens the scoring. However, a defense-splitting pass from Chukwueze finds Rodrigo, and just like that, it's all level. Alphonso Places was there though in the second half, advantage to lose. But whatever he can do, Rodrigo can also do, and it's a Desmond Tutu. Until an 84th minute Kylian Mbappe winner in this first leg.
I'm a fighter and not a quitter.
What a second leg though. We took the lead and levelled the tie through the man again. PSG came back though through an Illich own goal and peeked ahead. From kickoff, we attacked and Scufalis put the ball away. And that man, Alphonso Places, in injury time of the first half, then gave us the advantage. 3-1 on the night. But what drama though, and still before half-time, Rodrigo scored in the 48th minute. And once again we are level. Unfortunately, it was not our day though, as PSG got a very late equaliser on the night through Sudakov and ended our Champions League journey this season. They haven't had the best of time in the league though, and with 3 games left, we are in the driving seat with Monaco 3 points behind and a cup final against Nice. And we put 4 past Montpellier in the following game, with Monaco also winning our attention goes to the cup final against Nice, when we were the most clinical we've ever been this season, and we really started from Schuschnart, who started the game up front again because of fitness problems and was involved in everything, winning man of the match. Not only did he open the scoring, but he also got an assist too and played a big part in quite a few of the 6 goals we scored, lifting the trophy in incredible fashion for the 3P. Schuschnart kept his position up front in the next game, but this game was all about Alphonso Places, who scored a lovely hat-trick against Saint Etienne in a 3-1 away win from home. But the most important goal happened in Montpellier, as the 94th minute equaliser can only mean one thing: we are once again crowned champions. 2 in a row for the league, with Alphonso Places picking up the Golden Boot. And an incredible goal tally this year as well. Lots of interest around both Cassou and Places, with £46 million in the transfer budget. And for now, the new board are buzzing to have me on board. Another league title, another Golden Boot, and our rivals down in the relegation playoff.
16th!
We did win another Coupe de France, making that 3 in a row, but PSG knocked us out of the Champions League.
Damn it, Carl!
PSG actually went on and won the Champions League with a boring 1-0 win, with Kylian Mbappe scoring in extra time. He did also miss a penalty though, so at least there's that.
He is atrocious, isn't he?
Bids came in for Matteo Cassou and he signed a new contract. But I did release some flops, which I think is just important to show you, as some of the successes like Juan Jose, who I'm highlighting right now, developed lovely. Me seeing Luke picked a tactic with more strikers than midfielders and finding out it actually works. Yeah, why not? He has nothing to lose. Wow, this man really is going places. That's the comment of the series so far by Geordie.
This is great banter.
Although I have decided to change the tactic to a 4-3-3. I feel like in Europe we need to win that midfield battle, and putting another midfielder in there I think will really help us. And we have loads of midfielders to play, as well as Sakai, Dean DeLange wants some game time, and Fernando Rodriguez deserves a game or two as well. So with Schuschnart and Mendoza still around, it's good depth in midfield.
But there's one problem.
It's probably bad news for right midfielder Illich. And it wasn't long before bids came flying in for Richard Vincent. A very big offer for Mendoza. An even bigger one for Mendoza. Liverpool even tried to sign Kraus. I rejected them all, and just like this bid for Sabao, who I'm really not ready to sell yet. However, I did accept a £27 million offer from Benfica for Figueroa. He looks fantastic attribute-wise, but his contribution to goals is absolutely abysmal in comparison, so it was an easy decision. And in other news, club favourite Rijkaard is back in the league after signing for Marseille. We lost the Trophy de Champions to Monaco on penalties when Rodrigo's penalty was saved and Schuschnart's penalty landed in my back garden. And although in the opening day of the season we beat Lille 4-0 with 2 goals from Cassou, we went and lost to Rennes.
No, God!
New signings then started with a centre defensive midfielder we signed from PSG. A £10 million striker signing from Spain with great physicals. A backup CDM which I may have spent way too much money on from Braga. Although there were other transfers, this right back we signed, who could be the starting right back this year after he finishes the season at Newell's Old Boys in Argentina, is the last one I'm going to show you. At the start of September, we did suffer another defeat at the hands of Marseille, but a couple of slip-ups was nothing to worry about as we learned the new tactic. And I knew patience was going to be the key thing here when we absolutely smashed PSG 5-0 at home with 5 different goal scorers, and honestly, the goals were fantastic team goals as well. They struggled to get close to us at times as our movement was so quick and we felt like we were one step ahead of them the whole time. A fantastic win over our main rivals this early into the season is always good news. As well as a perfect performance in the Champions League against Porto. Scufalis' finish was incredibly impressive, and once again the second goal came assisted from goalkeeper Kraus. What a pass that is for Alfonso Places, and to top it all off, CDM Lucas Mendoza fired in a rocket. Yeah, this tactical change was needed. This definitely would have been a game we would have thrown away before. It helps that our midfielders are chipping in with goals too, like this Red Star game, which includes 3 goals from midfield, 2 from open play, and a 4-0 away win. We are 3 wins from 3 in the Champions League so far.
I like it.
It was a good month for us too in the league with another 3 wins, which puts us in 2nd in the league and Champions League. And another win against Fenerbahce in the Champions League, with which I'm not afraid to admit it, an incredibly lucky second goal and a 2-1 win. We then face Liverpool next. It didn't start well with a straight red card within 3 minutes. And we were battered 7-1.
All the bloody resistance of a poppadom catching a bowling ball.
In the league, it was almost a perfect month, including a win over current leaders Monaco. And in the derby against Bordeaux, who survived the relegation playoff, we took an early lead through Cassou and controlled the game well, scoring 3 second-half goals to kill them off and win the game 4-0. A draw to Troyes was the only league points dropped, and we took over top spot with Monaco 6 points and a game behind. December started with a great away win to Strasbourg, and we continued that momentum against Lyon, who I genuinely think must be the team we've beaten the most since becoming Toulouse manager. After Cassou opened the scoring in the first half, Scufalis went through and slotted in the second and last goal through Dahlberg's legs.
Necknuts.
From what I could find, the biggest Champions League result in one match ever is 8-3. Well, I raise you our 7-6 win at Benfica. Imagine scoring 6 goals and still losing. For the first time in 7 years, we haven't had a player win the European Golden Boy. That award goes to Thomas Eriksson from Cadiz, who doesn't really look like he deserves the award at all. Alfonso Places did win back-to-back Ballon d'Ors, however. In January, we sold a player to AEK Athens, who we only signed recently for 4 times the price. A quick flip, which I think was definitely worth it. And January was another month full of wins, including 2 wins in the Champions League, which sees us qualify in the top 8 and directly into the round of 16. We are still top by 3 points in the league, and we play Bordeaux once again, this time in the cup. And it was another easy victory against our local rivals. Cassou got himself a hat-trick, and there was some really questionable defending from Bordeaux and the goalkeeper. It made it simple for us, and we were far too strong for them. But we followed that up with a 3-0 home loss to Montpellier. We also met PSG in this month and seen a goalless draw. Top of the league by a point by the end of February, and we've been drawn against Real Madrid in the Champions League and Rennes in the Coupe de France semi-final. Prepare for another epic encounter in the Champions League as Real Madrid score within 3 minutes, doubling their lead not long after and making it 3-0 before half-time. But in the second half, the goalkeeper gave us a gift and we started to believe, until Rafael Leao scored to make it 4-1. But then the ball dropped to Alphonso Places, who powered through against his old club and smashed it in, 4-2. In the 88th minute, Richard Vincent was played down the right-hand side but took the ball too far wide and had to cut it back, and luckily he found Ispazua, 4-3. And in the 91st minute, we robbed their defender and a squared ball was tapped in by Richard Vincent for the most almighty comeback, 4-4. The game took a lot out of us though, as we fell to a draw against Nice the game after. Second leg at home, and maybe it took more out of them than it did us. Alphonso Places scored within 14 minutes and Dean DeLange met a cross, and his glorious shot ended the cup tie, 6-4 on aggregate.
Come on, man. That's too easy.
And so April will become a big month with Manchester United in the quarters, first versus second in the league with Monaco in between, and ending the month with Rennes in the cup semi-final and a derby match.
Here we go.
It also started with an 8-3 win, and things started incredibly well when Alphonso Places' free kick came back to him and he took the shot upon himself and scored. But Bruno Fernandes, aged 36 now, is still knocking about and he scored a penalty soon after. And it gets worse because in the second half, Man United take the lead at Old Trafford, but fear not, we have a 93rd minute penalty to level the tie. Never mind. It gets worse too. I rested my first team players against Monaco. Whoops. But hear me out. United scored again. No, Alphonso Places takes it around the goalkeeper and we're back in the game. And Juan Jose pulls us level on aggregate. A penalty and Cassou can redeem himself. Well, this is awkward. Fear not, because in the 86th minute, Alphonso Places sends us through to the semi-final of the Champions League to face Rennes. What? Yeah, they eliminated Milan on penalties somehow. We practiced making them miserable by eliminating them from the Coupe de France semi-final. And then we took out Bordeaux in the derby match with goals from Dean DeLange in the first minute of the match and Richard Vincent, the homegrown talent, scoring from a rebound to win the game 2-1. That's still not enough in the league though, as Monaco sits on top with 3 games remaining, and PSG, they're on a big downfall. Okay, semi-final time and the away leg first. Rennes scored within 5 minutes. Don't panic though, because just a minute later, Sakai curls in an incredible shot into the top corner. And just 2 minutes later, a ball over the top, and Richard Vincent's first time shot was beautiful, and it's 2-1. Alphonso Places, who has been quiet so far, then puts his name on the score sheet, 3-1. But a lifeline maybe for Rennes, as Diomande scores his second from the penalty spot, 3-2. After 90 minutes of the second leg, Rennes won the match 2-1, but in extra time, Richard Vincent found Matteo Cassou, and Cassou sends Toulouse into the final of the Champions League. But in the Coupe de France final, Monaco, who have been building an insane squad recently, completely picked us apart and scored 2 fantastic goals in the first 7 minutes, especially the second goal from Valverde. It was beautiful. We lost the final 3-1, and with Rennes to play next once again in the league, our legs were tiring. A win would take us top spot again though, and the title would be in our hands. But not only did Rennes stop us and kind of embarrass us actually, so did Lyon, the team we were normally always beaten. And from out of nowhere, Monaco are your champions of France once again.
Sorry, what?
Runners up in the league and the Coupe de France, but a win against Bayern Munich could be the difference in the Champions League final. So can this team of heroes do it? Can they turn our season around from disappointment to becoming European champions. Well, after a goalless first half, Bayern Munich struck the first blow through Palmer, with the keeper's vision being blocked. We did try to put the pressure on, but Bayern Munich's quality was too good and Tezgel's header doubled their lead. Substitute Scufalis in injury time, however, gave us a small glimmer of hope and made it 2-1. He ran to retrieve the ball, but pushing too many people forward cost us, and Alphonso Davies's cross landed with David Schmidt, and Kraus was beat at his near post. And just like that, Bayern Munich are the winners of the Champions League. Last season's loss in the Champions League final was a tough one to take. And out of nowhere, Monaco won the league title and PSG finished in 4th.
Sorry, what?
They also beat us in the Coupe de France final too.
My eyes are bleached.
Welcome back to Youth to Gold. Our new board has put us in more debt than what we actually started with.
How dare you?
Richard Vincent scored 8 goals on his international debut for France. It was against San Marino, but still. PSG has a new manager. It's Jose Mourinho.
I'm not feeling the pressure, no. You cannot put pressure on me. No chance.
We had bids all summer for Cassou and Mendoza. But pre-season, the only player we actually sold was Illich for £15 million to Liverpool. And I brought in 2 players, including Argentinian number 10 Roland Martinez for £6 million and Arnold Levy for $11.75 million, aged just 17 at 6'2". This season started how last season ended, however, with Monaco beating us to trophies as they win the Trophy de Champions. And our first game of the season is PSG away, followed by Monaco as well.
Here we go.
Still using the 4-3-3 from last season, things started off very well when Rouvier's cross found Schuschnarr to make it 1-0. And even better just 2 minutes later when Scufalis was kept onside and slotted in a second against PSG. But it was Enrique Araujo's incredible looping header that kept it a point apiece at home to Monaco. But against Lille, we had to rely on our own 94th minute equaliser from Matteo Cassou. Many of you are commenting about getting him off pens, by the way, but there's only one person who takes a better pen, and Cassou has 20 composure. And that one person who's better is a brand new signing. Welcome, Inigo Cordoba, a fantastic young striker who I've got as a rotation option after his nearly £40 million move from Athletic Bilbao. Back to winning ways before the transfer window closed against Montpellier after a very difficult start. And one more transfer had been made. Richard Vincent has moved to Bayern Munich for £51 million. It does leave our squad somewhat small, but there's so many youth options we can call upon. It took him long enough, but Alphonso Places finally gets a mention in this episode as he bags himself a hat-trick in the opening game of the league phase of the Champions League against Rangers, with Matteo Cassou getting the other 2 goals in the game. A very tight first half in the next match against Gladbach, as even though Places put us in the lead, Gladbach came back at us and equalised. We did score before half-time after screaming for a penalty from Schuschnarr, and in the second half Cordoba put an actual penalty home, followed by an injury time fourth set up by Cordoba and scored by Alphonso Places. Our first league game of the month didn't go well as Juan Jose gave away a penalty and got himself sent off in a 1-0 loss to Lens. The penalty dinked down the middle by Lorenzo Colombo.
Oh no, don't do that.
Then we hammered Strasbourg 6-0 and put 7 past Brest.
Ha! Giggity.
Ending the month with a nice win against Nice. A game against our rivals Rennes, and Cassou is back on penalties. And he missed. Again. And Rennes took the lead on the hour mark through Amingori. But substitute hero Jesus Carrera scored in the 90th minute. And would you believe it, but in the 95th minute, he scored again. Unlucky. Let's not all get on the back of Cassou though, because he then went and scored while winning man of the match against Benfica in the Champions League in a 3-0 win. But the pick of the goals was definitely Fernando Rodriguez's outside of the boot finish. Beautiful. 2 more wins in September in the league and we are sat top with a game in hand and also sitting first currently in the Champions League. To prove he does score them sometimes, here's Cassou scoring a penalty in a 3-0 win against Lyon.
Cheers, Jeff.
We hosted Galatasaray next in the Champions League and introduced their goalkeeper to Alphonso Places. He wasn't stealing the headlines though, because Schuschnarr scored not just one from midfield, but a second before half-time. Galatasaray did score in the second half, but it just wasn't enough. A trip to Rome proved to be a bit more difficult when Lorenzo Pellegrini scored the opening goal. But Matteo Cassou is here to prove their haters wrong, and he equalised in the second half before setting up substitute Cordoba Cordoba, who came on for a very bad performing Alfonso Places. And with more league wins being added in and amongst the Champions League games, we still sit top of both competitions heading into the festive period, before losing to St Etienne in the following match with former player Delinga scoring the winner. Then we were knocked out of the first hurdle of the French Cup by Clermont Foot in a 2-1 defeat. It also took into the 90th minute for the first goal in the derby against Bordeaux. No idea what the goalkeeper was doing, mind. In the Champions League, we faced Bayern Munich, and considering they gave us a tonkin in the final last season, I was bewildered at how we completely dominated them and won the game 3-0, limited them to just 2 shots on target. The Ballon d'Or, however, was awarded to Kvaratskhelia, with Alfonso Places in second and Gabriel Jesus in third, with the European Golden Boy going to Francesco Cornacchia at Angers. During his loan spell from Toulouse, we win it again. After back-to-back league wins in January, we took our first defeat this season in the Champions League against Juventus. A Skoufalis hat-trick though against Shakhtar helped us avoid the playoff leg, keeping us in the top 8 of the Champions League phase and top by 5 points in the domestic league. Alfonso Places has 25 goals so far this season with 8 assists. He picked up his 26th from a cute angle in a 1-0 win against Lens. It's first versus second in the league though, and Enrique Araujo scores for Monaco first. But we keep calm, and within 10 minutes, Mateo Cassou slots home the equaliser. Within just a minute later, Cordoba is down the left and plays a delightful cross, and Alfonso Places makes it 2-1. However, we know how good Monaco are, and they punished us when Enrique Araujo chipped Kraus for his second, and it finished 2-2. Alfonso Places was on penalty duty against Brest, and he missed as well. Luckily, we still won 3-1, but we followed that by losing to Nice. And yes, we have Real Madrid in the Champions League. Unfortunately, we found ourselves 3-0 down at halftime at the Bernabeu and finished the match 4-2 down in the first leg.
Don't do this! You can't do this!
In the second leg, though, it only took a minute before Daisuke Sakai pulled one back for us. We needed at least one more, though, to level the tie, and we got that when Shushnar played in Mateo Cassou. And Sakai began running things, and in the 84th minute, he found Nico Rack, whose cross looped up for Alfonso Places to head in, sending us into the quarterfinals. We won all 3 of our league games in March, and suddenly we are 7 points ahead. But we next head to Anfield in the Champions League, and we warmed up to this match with a great win against Lyon in the league. The second goal by Dean DeLange was a corker on the volley. We rounded out the 3-0 victory in the second half with a goal from midfield once again by Shushnar. At Anfield, Liverpool intercepted the ball and scored within 3 minutes. However, Alfonso Places stamped his authority on the match and scored just a minute later. He then scored another before half-time, and he scored one more 4 minutes after half-time, and he got his 4th of the game in the 68th minute. 4 goals scored at Anfield, and yet we still didn't win the game. In the reverse fixture, it finished 2-2 after 90 minutes, but we gained advantage in extra time by Skoufalis. Our Dutch maestro midfielder Dean DeLange scored an outrageous curling effort to put us 2 ahead, and right before full-time whistle, we knocked Liverpool out the Champions League 9-6 on aggregate through Alfonso Places. The semi-finals were drawn, and we play Inter Milan in the semis with a chance to play the winners of Man United and PSG in the final. After a win against Reims, we then faced Rennes, and once again Kalamuendu scored against us on the stroke of half-time. Luckily, for about the 4th time today, Dean DeLange hit his long shot to secure a draw, and in turn secured us a 3rd league title in 4 years for Toulouse. It seems like nobody could keep up with us in the league this season. Very impressive goals tally from Mbappe though, who's found his mojo again by the looks of it.
Ooh, how convenient.
So let's focus on the Champions League. And in the first leg, again, the away leg, we take the lead just with a minute on the clock through Cassou. It took some time for Inter Milan to get into the game, but they did eventually score through Duranville's header.
There's been a red card.
But then the game got weird with a controversial second yellow to our centre-back Sabal. And yet, even with 10 men, we still got back ahead on the 86th minute when Sakai found Cassou for his brace. But with just a minute left on the clock, it looked like Inter Milan wasted their chance until they pulled it back for the incoming Nico to slot it in for the 2-2 finish.
Damn
damn it, Carl!
In the second half, there was a completely different story, and it was just 12 minutes in that Juan Jose intercepted the defender and his cross deflected to Alfonso Places. Just 25 minutes in, and Sakai robs into Milan this time, and his through-border Kasu is then laid off to Places, who looks like the angle is too tight for him, still scores. And just 2 minutes later, a long ball is nodded down by Alfonso Places onto the path of Kasu, and it's 3-0 on the night and 5-2 on aggregate. All Inter Milan could do was pull one back with 10 minutes left on the clock, but it was no good. We head to back-to-back Champions League finals. Our lead up to the Champions League final did not go well, with losses in our last 2 games to our derby rivals Bordeaux and PSG.
Guys, relax. Relax!
So here we are, the final of the Champions League against Manchester United, and we are lining up very strong, still in our 4-3-3, pretty much with our first 11 all available. And what started this match off was the best Champions League final goal since Zidane against Leverkusen. Of course, from Dean DeLange on the volley from Karabali's cross, beautifully executed. The first time volley from the edge of the area, looping down, he connects with the ball perfectly, and the keeper, probably not expecting it, stands absolutely no chance in stopping that. But of course, just for you guys, Kasu wanted to miss just one more penalty this season to boost those comments. And that miss could become costly when a long ball put Rashford through, and his cross found Hendrick to equalise on the 77th minute. However, a twist in the tale as Rubius found Skoufalis at the back post was waiting substitute Cordoba. And in late injury time, United pushed everything forward, we countered, and Cordoba was quicker to the ball than the goalkeeper, knocking it past him and into the empty net, and Toulouse are your Champions League winners. It took 10 seasons, but Youth to Go proves it can take a relegation side to European champions. The hero of the final, of course, was Cordoba, scoring those 2 late winners. But I would be an idiot to ignore the real MVPs of this achievement, Alfonso Places, and of course his French strike partner, Matteo Casu. But if you want to play this save game file with all these amazing players, you can do, as I'll be sticking this on the Patreon for the £5 tier, so you can continue this legacy, or just check out the save in general. I'll put a link to it in the description and pin it to the comments if you want to join up, or simply head to patreon.com/Omega Loop Gaming. So of course we won 3 league titles and 3 Coupe de France, and that 1 Champions League trophy. Thank you very much for all the support on Youth to Go. Make sure you are subscribed so you do not miss the next series, which will be starting very soon. See you then. Today we start the Glory Hunter series, a challenge to win the league and cups in all of the top 5 countries, as well as the Champions League and Europa League. And we have 20 seasons to do it. But I'm not going to do the international trophies like the World Cup, because international management sucks in Football Manager. Last year we started in the Bundesliga with Dortmund, so I ideally want to start at a team in another league. And when I asked you guys on Twitter or the YouTube community page, one team was mentioned quite a lot. So I went with a suggestion and I became the manager of AS Roma in Italy. After their win in the EC2 last year, they qualified for Europa League, and they boast a very strong squad with the likes of Tammy Abraham up front, Lorenzo Pellegrini as a star midfielder, and new signing Paulo Dybala. Plus they also have El Shaarawy, who for some reason I thought was in his mid-30s. Turns out he's only 29 and he's an asset for us this season. There isn't a lot of money in the budget though, but maybe enough for 1 signing. Now usually my transfers are looking at to developing youngsters or really expensive first teamers, but now we might not be at clubs very long. We could buy experienced older heads who cost a lot less money. But remember, we are checking the job centre every single month. Because this is Glory Hunter, we could move to a club with better opportunities to complete one of our trophies at any moment. For now though, I've built a tactic to suit our Roma side. 3 at the back with 4 across the defensive midfield with 3 attackers and 1 main striker. I did feel that we were light at the back, so I went in and I put a bid in for Inter Milan defender De Vrij, who is in the last year of his contract, and eventually negotiated a good contract with the Dutchman. And before you know it, I got our guy. An extremely experienced centre-back aged 30 with great qualities and someone who brings the ball out of defence, all for around £12 million. Inter Milan are favourites for the title this season, with champions AC Milan in 2nd, and we are currently predicted in 5th. And in our first game of the season, it's Cremonese who we kick off our Glory Hunter journey against. With Wijnaldum injured, our lineup has slightly changed from our strongest 11, but I'm still confident as Tammy Abraham kicks off our season. And in my first game, we broke some records. Now don't get me wrong, the defense and as you will see from the goals we scored, the keeper we played were absolutely tragic. But we still completely dominated with 30 shots and Tammy Abraham scored 4 goals on the opening day, and we broke the record for the biggest win in charge of my first ever match. We had Napoli coming up in our 4th game, but until that we can enjoy smashing Sassuolo 3-0 with Dybala picking up another 2 goals to take his tally to 4 goals in the first 2 games as well. And with a 2-0 win against Spezia, with their goalkeeper making 12 saves, we take a trip to Naples to play Napoli. But much to my surprise, it only took us about 13 minutes to open the scoring through Pellegrini. It stayed 1-0 until the second half, but once again, it was us who ripped up our opposition and Lorenzo picked up a second, the bloody legend. What a start we had, winning all 4 games so far without conceding a goal. Our Europa League group has been drawn and it's Feyenoord who lost in that EC2 final last year to Roma, as well as Fenerbahce and Ammonia from Cyprus. The transfer window closed and it's just 1 transfer in. After a 0-0 draw against Feyenoord, Tammy Abraham scored the only goal of the game in Turkey to give us 4 points from the first 2 games of the Europa League. I absolutely love him. Next up, it's the derby though versus Lazio. In what tends to be a very competitive match, we made it very clear for our local rivals having Tammy Abraham fit and on fire. He scored 2 goals before half-time, then he decided he wasn't done. He picked up his hat-trick right after and getting a 4 for good measure, putting us 4-0 up. Lazio star striker Immobile did finally pick up a consolation goal, but it's early bragging rights to Roma and off to face the champions. We allowed Tammy the pleasure of welcoming Milan to the Olimpico just 11 minutes in, although soon after Roger Ibanez went in a bit overboard and we got a straight red card. Fear not though, because the Lazio goal we conceded is still the only league goal we have let in, and Tammy scores again. It's 2-0. With another win against Torino and then Monza is a semi-difficult run finish with some amazing results, and the games to come all being very winnable. The 2 Europa League games in October ended with 2 more wins and 5 more goals for Tammy Abraham. He was there to score 2 more goals against Lecce in a 3-0 win, and then he got 4 away to Sampdoria. And then in the Europa League he got himself yet another hat-trick against Fenerbahce, scoring 9 goals in the first 5 matches of this competition and helping us guarantee qualification for the group alongside Feyenoord. After Madi Kamara got himself a straight red card, we dropped our first points in the Serie A against Bologna. And after 11 games, we still sit top, just 4 points ahead of Atalanta, while Juventus sit bottom of the league, only just managing to finally get into positive points. Oh, and Tammy Abraham has 18 goals so far in the league as well. Let's see if we can top our Europa League group with our last fixture in Rotterdam. We just need a draw to do so, but Feyenoord are going to make it difficult for us and their counter-attack is finished with a goal. However, with plenty of time remaining, we progress possession down the left-hand side and Cristante fires home an equaliser, and it's straight to Bergamo for a surprise top-of-the-table clash against Gasparini's Atalanta, without top scorer Tammy Abraham, who isn't fit enough to start. And that clearly proved costly, as Atalanta were much the better side, scoring immediately after half-time from Duvan Zapata. We pushed for an equaliser, but Atalanta are a cracking side and Toloi scored a second, and we take our first loss of the season. Still without Tammy, we beat Verona 2-1 before the World Cup break, but our eyes are already set on the return, with Juventus and Inter Milan being the first 2 matches. Our lead for now is cut down to just 2 points. The first few managers departed including Tottenham, but that's not a job for me, thanks. They currently sit in 8th place. Barcelona currently top Spain, PSG in France, but it's Leipzig in front in the Bundesliga with Bayern sat in 3rd. But this was my reaction to who won the World Cup. Because Senegal beat Germany in the final. I'm not even joking. They knocked out Wales, France and Portugal on their journey to the final as well. England were knocked out by the Netherlands in the second round, probably because they weren't playing Tammy. Anywho, it's January and so many clubs want him after his 30 goals this season. In fact, we have loads of offers coming in, including for Pellegrini too, who's having a great season as well. I reject all of them, including this embarrassing attempt by Inter Milan to buy Mancini. We return to the Serie A with a draw against Juventus. We conceded the opener by Rabiot and relied on 19-year-old Australian Volpato, who scored the equaliser and got man of the match. We got the same result against Inter Milan as well. Back on track though with a 3-1 win against Udinese and another 2 goals from Tammy Abraham. In fact, he scored another 5 in the following 2 games, including 2 in the Cup. we are back in form. Wrong! We lose 1-0 to Salernitana. After another draw to Empoli, we face a difficult February with Inter Milan in the Cup next and league games against Napoli and Lazio. And we've dropped to 4 points behind Atalanta at the top of the table, while Juventus could seriously get relegated this season. It was snowing in Milan, and in the freezing cold weather, you still can't stop Tammy Abraham. However, you also can't stop Inter Milan slicing through your defence and equalising. And with this Coppa Italia matchup being rather important to Glory Hunter, I was worried when Thomas Lemar scored a second. However, just before half-time, Dybala pulled it back to 2-2, and in this cup tie, it went to extra time, where of course it was Tammy Abraham who notched his second and knocked out Inter Milan. The Thomas Lemar transfer to Inter Milan reminded me that this is Glory Hunter. We need to be keeping an eye on the world of transfers as well, like this one with Unai Simon going to Newcastle and Man City making some very odd signings. We followed our great triumph in the cup with a draw to Sassuolo. But with the tough games coming up, we were at our best again, like this 2-0 win over Napoli. Tammy Abraham with the first goal, of course, and then a rocket was struck by substitute Matic. It was derby time, and once again Tammy meets a near post corner after only 3 minutes. And we can take the bragging rights this season because Brian Cristante scored a second just after 15 minutes. Nemanja Matic didn't score a rocket in this game, but he did get himself a straight red card. Typical. Turned out to be a great month with 2 other wins and no goals conceded in our last 4 games, with AC Milan, the champions, up next. We have been drawn against Marseille in the Europa League and also have Milan in the Coppa Italia too. And we are back to just 2 points behind Atalanta. But then it all started to go wrong. Well, the Milan game wasn't too bad. Dybala gave us the lead, but the champions came back just after 5 minutes and played great football and equalised. But it was the Marseille game that was the big problem. Tammy Abraham, with no one around him, pulled up with an injury. That was just 4 minutes in as well, but we fortunately still had players on the pitch who could score goals, but Marseille still managed to bag another equaliser. And Tammy's injury is a bad one, tearing his quad, which puts him out for the rest of the season. In the second leg against Marseille, they took the lead from kickoff as well, but thankfully Tammy's replacement, Belotti, stepped up, and even though he hasn't had a lot of game time this season, he has still looked sharp. He scored an equaliser and a winner in this 2-1 win, but I still fear for our rest of the season. We already dropped 2 more points against Monza, and we have Milan in the Coppa Italia next, and Napoli in Europa League. Oh, Milan, they absolutely battered us, knocking us out of the Coppa Italia. And we even lost in the league to Spezia. But what a game against Napoli, and what a performance from Dybala, who got that crazy assist. Unfortunately, we couldn't clear our lines though, and Napoli got a deserved equaliser. And when the second half kicked off, they put themselves ahead. But again, Dybala came up with a beautiful assist for Andrea Belotti to make it 2-2. And to crown off his performance, he then scored a wonderful finish, and it's 3-2 in the first leg. Napoli started the second leg, bringing the score back to 3-3 on aggregate. But Andrea Belotti stepped up once again, and he scored 2 goals, sending us into the semi-final of the Europa League. In the league, we still trail Atalanta in this mad title race by 3 points, with Inter Milan right behind us breathing down our necks, and our next fixture is Atalanta. The Europa League draw gave us a tricky tie against Manchester United, but our focus should have been on this league match first, which maybe I'd question wasn't the case because Atalanta came to the Stadio Olimpico and pretty much dominated the match, and Rasmus Højlund got 2 goals himself. He's been on form this season with 14 goals in just 9 starts and is wanted by so many clubs across Europe. And that loss affected us, and we dropped more points against Juventus. Considering our defence has kept so many clean sheets this season, we were very poor against Inter Milan. Thankfully though, we pulled the game back to 1-1 through Volpato. We then lost 7-1 to Manchester United. Although we did pick up some league wins heading towards the end of the season, Atalanta won that title race with a game remaining, and we bow out of the cup competitions in the semi-finals. After beating Empoli in what seems like a bit of an underwhelming end of the season on the final day, we actually came with just a point behind the champions, who win the Scudetto for the very first time. And Tammy Abraham, who hasn't played a league game since February, finished the league top scorer. But hold on for just 1 second, because I take a gander at the job centre, and AC Milan are currently looking for a manager. Do we risk the move just a season into Glory Hunter, or do we stay with Roma? Season 1 of Glory Hunter started with a bang, but unfortunately no Serie A for AS Roma. No trophies at all, in fact. Not very good for the Glory Hunter. And with AC Milan having a managerial vacancy, I seriously considered applying for. I actually applied for 2 jobs. but neither of them were AC Milan. Because so soon after the sacking of Pioli came the sacking of Inzaghi at Inter Milan, and I couldn't resist and I applied for the job. But unfortunately I was unsuccessful and I didn't make the shortlist. They went with Diego Simeone instead. I then couldn't believe my eyes when Napoli paid £13 million for Eric Dyer, so I thought I'd focus on my own transfers at Roma and I attempted to bring in Matoma from Brighton. Brighton somehow got relegated, finishing in 20th place in the Premier League. But as soon as I bid, so does Real Madrid. And Matoma breaks Roman hearts and signs for them instead. But then I noticed the new manager of AC Milan is Christophe Galtier, which means the PSG job is available. And the Atletico job, but I didn't want to go there. So I of course applied for the PSG job too. But they hired the Lille manager Petkovic instead. So I think I'll just stay put for now. I made 2 signings, starting with a loan with centre-back Badiashile from Chelsea for a season. But the second I am excited about, as he used to be one of my favourite players, Hakan Çalhanoğlu from Inter Milan. I may have slightly overpaid, but after not getting Matoma, he was my #1 target. Remember last season when we broke the record in our first match? Well, we destroyed that in our first game of the season this year. We beat Empoli 10-0 and Tammy Abraham scored 6 goals. Crazy. Inter come in with bids for Roger Ibanez, but I declined. I did, however, sell Justin Kluivert to Marseille for £12.75 million. The Champions League draw is made and we find ourselves in Group A with Bayern Munich, Sporting and Sparta Prague. Transfer window closed and some huge deals were done this summer, with Ronald Araujo moving to Man City and James Maddison to Tottenham. And with a rather easy September, the month of October starts with FC Bayern Munich followed by Inter Milan. I said it was easy, but we started September with a draw against Fiorentina after they took the lead from this free kick rebound. Hakan Çalhanoğlu capped off his Champions League debut for us with a little goal against Sparta Prague, and Tammy Abraham picked up our second in the 2-1 victory. Tammy also carried on scoring a ton of goals, including a hat-trick against newly promoted Regina in a 5-0 away win, with other goals scored by Dybala and Pellegrini. Tammy Abraham in fact scored in every game other than the 1-0 win against Sassuolo in what turned out to be a great month for us, only conceding 2 goals. It seems the upcoming match against Inter Milan will be an important one for the early frontrunner in the league, while champions Atalanta currently sit in 11th place, already losing 3 games, and Tammy can boast about 13 goals in just 6 matches. But before the clash of Inter Milan, we welcome Bundesliga champions Bayern Munich to the Stadio Olimpico with a Pellegrini opening goal. All quite into the second half, and there's our star striker scoring again, but with just 2 minutes left, our defence held them to a clean sheet and Dybala makes it 3. A trip to the San Siro was always going to be difficult, and Inter Milan snatched the lead through Fran Navarro. But we needed a bit of luck, and we got that when Tammy Abraham's shot rebounded off the post back into his path. The scores stayed 1 apiece, and with 2 wins following that, meaning we kept our unbeaten run with champions Atalanta coming up in November. Our attention until then was placed on the Champions League, and Hakan Çalhanoğlu loves scoring in this competition, and we secured another 3 points over Sporting with a Belotti second. Inter Milan surprisingly dropped more points after our draw and more positions, falling down to 4th place with Sassuolo, the unlikely title chasers with us so far. The game going into the Atalanta clash was a very unconvincing win against newly promoted side, down to 10 men after taking the lead against us. I feared the worst as Gasparini's Atalanta team ripped through us for Duvan Zapata dispatch after just 20 minutes. We did equalise though right after half time, and I will give you 3 guesses who scored it, and I bet you got it in 1. But enough celebrating, you fools, because we've got an unbeaten run to protect here, and Ademola Lookman just ended that with Atalanta's second goal. I mean, that is all your fault, I blame you. How did we react though? We went and smashed Salernitano 9-0. Well, technically we played Sporting in the Champions League in between, where Dybala missed a penalty. Thankfully for him, it didn't cost us any points as we marched on within 10 minutes and scored and ran the game quite comfortably, only allowing them 5 shots and scoring 3 of our own, ending in El Shaarawy's 93rd minute finish. We did unfortunately also lose in our next Champions League fixture when we visited Bayern Munich. Our run coming up is very hard, with Lazio, Milan, Napoli, then Juve, all back to back to back to back. And 2 wins by just a goal as we go into the Lazio derby match. After defeating them twice last year, they are going to want revenge, and Felipe Anderson set them out for that just after 4 minutes. But fear not, we win a penalty and Belotti steps up to take it. Oh, for flub's sake.
He's bloody missed it! What a prat!
Okay, on to the AC Milan match, and Abraham means business today. His second goal was quite a hilarious counter-attack really, but his third, was just beautiful to watch. We go into the new year top of the league by 5 points, ahead of 3 separate teams, and all the way down to Napoli are still fighting around the top positions. And yes, that is Tammy Abraham on 26 league goals so far. And Zalewski has the most assists in the league, and it's easy to see why against Napoli when he gets another. Then I think we can all agree that Hakan Çalhanoğlu wins goal of the season. That goal is insane. Napoli at this point got themselves down to 10 men thanks to a straight red card to Elmas, and we took advantage of that, scoring a third through to Bala, and a fourth from the ever scoring Tammy Abraham getting his 28th league goal. Shockingly, he didn't even score against Juventus, but fear not, my Glory Hunter friends, because 2 of the other lads made sure to chip in and give us 3 wins from the 4 tricky games in a row. Not bad really. January after those 2 fixtures became a lot less difficult in terms of opposition, but we still somehow dropped points to Monza, Torino in the quarterfinals of the Coppa Italia though, and Leipzig in the Champions League knockouts. The Monza goal was only the 9th goal we have conceded this season in 21 matches. And transfer-wise around the world in January, I was shocked to see Kimmich move for over £100 million to Man City, with Declan Rice and Højlund moving the other way to Bayern Munich. We actually spent a bit of money on deadline day though, bringing in legendary midfielder Toni Kroos to help us over the line and win us some trophies this season. In the Coppa Italia against Torino, we got the business done early in the quarterfinals, fairly easily really, and it was of course Tammy Abraham who secured our progression with another hat-trick and 2 goals from corners. Despite losing their main goal threat, Atalanta still caused us problems, taking the lead just before half-time in the Serie A. We could only muster up 1 goal ourselves thanks to Volpato, and it took until the 81st minute before we rescued the point. This 1-1 draw was a sign of the wheels potentially coming off for our season though, because the end of the month included back-to-back losses and a 5 goals conceded in the 2 games either side of our Champions League first leg match. Now, we of course have one of the world's best strikers, but as do Leipzig, and a very similar style of striker in Benjamin Sesko, who scored 2 goals, putting Leipzig up in the first half. We managed to get a goal back in Germany, but we still trail in the second leg 2-0, and that's 3 losses in a row. And after our couple of league losses recently, our rivals Lazio are now just a point behind us, and we have Inter Milan up next, followed by the semi-final of the Coppa Italia against Fiorentina. The game against Inter Milan went a lot better than I expected, with Pellegrini notching the first 3 minutes and Tammy Abraham scoring our second in a 2-0 win in the first half. But stop what you are doing right now, because Tammy Abraham has just scored a header from outside the box in the semi-final of the Coppa Italia first leg. Not to mention Dybala's second was decent too, and we take a 2-0 lead in the first leg. We ruined that great win against Inter Milan with 2 0-0 draws in the league against Torino and Genoa. The 7-0 win though was needed, as we have Lazio coming up, and our last 4 games include Milan, Juventus and Napoli. Back to the Champions League second leg against Leipzig, and Tammy brings us level on aggregate, and just as the referee was prepared to blow his whistle to go into extra time, Abraham scores a winner. And the draw pits us against Barcelona in the quarterfinals. And we go into the first leg off the back of a 5-0 win against Salernitana. We started the home leg with a really fortunate goal, which goes down as the goalkeeper's own goal, but we will still take it. And right after half-time, we strike again, doubling our lead through Volpato. Barcelona gathering themselves, and within 10 minutes, Pedri scored an outrageous finish. But when Hakan Çalhanoğlu stands over a free kick, anything can happen, and we go into the second leg with a 3-1 advantage. Straight into the second leg at the Camp Nou then, and we extend our aggregate lead to 4-1. And then, would you believe it? At this point, you'd think we'd be a shoo-in for the semi-final. But when Kingsley Coman scored 2 right after half-time, we put the pressure on ourselves, and Pedri levelled the tie with just 10 minutes left. And in the 92nd minute, Lewandowski scores a penalty and knocks us out of the Champions League. I am gutted. Dry those tears though right away, because we will be in the Coppa Italia final after another win in the second leg of the semi-final. What about the league though, Luke? Well, it's derby day, and Lazio in second place takes the lead. But the weird shot crossed that then got tapped in, and the tide was turned. And what a ball for Tammy, who bagged a second. Seemingly, we were still on top going into the final stage of the match, and El Shaarawy scored a third, and there was still time for centre-back De Vrij to score from range thanks to a goalkeeper blunder. 4-1. And we complemented that derby win against Lazio with 2 1-0 wins. And Lazio dropped more points and fell to 4th place, now 10 points behind us. We lead the title race 5 points clear with 4 games left, and Tammy Abraham has 43 goals. But we now have Milan, Juventus and Napoli, as well as Milan again in the cup final in our sights. You would have seen me belting down the touchline when Tammy scored against Milan just after 7 minutes in, but then you would have also seen my hands on my hips clueless at how Badiashile scored an own goal for their equaliser. While Napoli in second place closed the gap to 2 points. Toni Kroos and his exceptional passing set us on our way to a win against Juventus, as this time we capitalised and scored a second. Juventus came back with a goal of their own, but Belotti secured the vital 3 points. Napoli also won, but our focus now goes to the Coppa Italia final. And I couldn't have dreamt for a better start when Tammy Abraham put us 1-0 up after 5 minutes into the Coppa Italia final. Abraham was fantastic again, snatching the ball off the defence and taking it to the byline before cutting it back for Çalhanoğlu to blast in a second. Milan did score a penalty just 20 minutes into the match though, but we hold on all game and secure the first trophy of Glory Hunter. The Coppa Italia is ours thanks to this fantastic Roma side. But will Napoli stop us from doing the double in the next match? That scary attacking pairing of Kvaratskhelia and Victor Osimhen sauntered through our defence 20 minutes in and took the lead, putting us level on points. And then Hakan Çalhanoğlu made things even harder, picking up a straight red card. But we somehow got ourselves a penalty and Cristante dispatched it. But in the 85th minute, we also gave a penalty away and Napoli also didn't miss. Thankfully, with the league being sorted by results between teams, the 4-0 win we got earlier this season means we still sit top on the final day. But we seriously need to beat Verona to win the title. And Napoli, they need to beat Inter Milan away. The games had just kicked off when news came through that Inter Milan scored in the first minute against Napoli. And just 5 minutes later, Abraham scores at the back post. He also hounded the defence and scored a second after just 12 minutes. Verona gave us a little anxiety scare when Duda scored a penalty, but all that was washed away when Toni Kroos played a beautiful cross for Tammy Abraham to score his hat-trick and hand AS Roma the Scudetto. Simeone also did a solid for us and his Inter Milan side held on against Napoli too, giving us clear daylight in the league title standings. And Tammy Abraham, he finished on 48 league goals. And it turns out that was Simeone's last thing he did before he got sacked. And once again, I was making this face looking at the job centre. But before then, let's celebrate the fact we have done the double in just 2 seasons in this Glory Hunter journey. And we add 2 trophies to our Glory Hunter cabinet. What a great start. But do we now resign? Because if we take a look at the available jobs, there is Lyon and there is Chelsea. What would you do? Let's cut to the chase. I am resigning as manager of Roma. But listen, we had a great time and a great season. We won the Serie A and Tammy bagged 48 league goals, which definitely helped. He also scored and assisted in the cup final to help us win the Coppa Italia too, meaning we can cross off 2 trophies from the Glory Hunter Challenge. But where the hell are we gonna go now? Well, as we seen at the end of the last episode, the Chelsea job is free, and out of them and Lyon, I'd much prefer that move, so I applied. Ironically, it was former Chelsea boss Tuchel who took my job at Roma. But it wasn't long before I was invited to an interview, and I sat down with Todd Bowley. The other job that was free in the Serie A is Inter Milan, and that was taken by Zidane. But the Chelsea job was going to be mine, and the next stop in Glory Hunter is with the Blues. It also turns out the best formation here is the same one I've been using in Rome. It's clear to see this side was underperforming, 5th in the league, 22 points behind Champion City, and not doing very well in the Cups. And looking at this side, they have a lot of talent, but definitely some missing pieces. Lukaku is still here, but he only got 18 goals in all competitions last season. One of their signings I love since the start is Ivan Nilsson from Porto, but they had also made daft signings like Wilfried Zaha for 38 million. However, their best addition to the side we know is Moises Caicedo. The Ecuadorian midfielder joined the Blues last season for just 45 million. I will of course be reunited with Badiashile when he returns from his loan spell at Roma. Asensio was the other only change to this side, who came in on a free recently but barely played. And I began my own transfer journey in London, getting rejected by a Turkish goalkeeper who chose Spurs over us for a £10 million move. And that seemed like an ongoing theme, as this goalkeeper rejected us too, going to Leipzig. I couldn't spend too much though, as I only had £64 million, which was enough to meet Valverde's value on the transfer list at Real Madrid, an absolute steal, and I could not believe it. But hilariously, the Chelsea board, would you believe it, said this doesn't represent value for money. The Chelsea board, Todd Bowley, the same man who spent £19 million on Mudryk in January. Now, I was completely baffled why they wouldn't let me do the transfer. The first bit of business I did was sell Ziyech to AC Milan, who had him on loan last season and matched a buyout clause, which I was cool with. But then I negotiated and eventually accepted this mental £141 million deal for Kai Havertz from PSG. Yes, he's a fantastic player, but it allowed us to strengthen more needed areas. Bringing in Mark Gerhardt back to Chelsea from Crystal Palace for triple the price they sold him for.
Sorry, what?
Valverde at one point went down as low as £8 million, but for some reason Real Madrid wouldn't listen to any offers from us for a while. So I had to wait a few weeks, and eventually we got the deal done for £48 million, £15 million more than what the board was originally blocking. And the final signing I made was Stefan Ortega as a backup goalkeeper from Man City for a really good price. And that's because we sold Kepa for £13.5 million. So in all this window, as we hit our first match, we spent £114 million, but the transfers out equated to 193. So we actually made nearly £80 million profit from this window, but that was spread across wages. We even tried to help Roma out by trying to loan Mudryk, but he rejected the move. I don't know if you noticed, but this year the Europa League is going to be really hard to win for Glory Hunter because, for instance, in England the top 5 can now qualify for the league phase of the Champions League, which, as we know, also prevents anyone from dropping into the Europa League as it used to. So that trophy could be the hardest to obtain in this challenge. First game of the season though, and I slightly altered the Roma tactic to suit my new Chelsea side with an almost 4-2-3-1/4-3-3 hybrid, as this is the lineup for our first match. So our first Premier League match against Norwich started very well, with us scoring just after 10 minutes from new signing Valverde, and it wasn't long before Sterling's shot was saved for Mount to double our lead. But Norwich had other ideas and Josh Sargent made it 2-1. So Mason Mount scored another from Sterling's cross, and Ben Chilwell scored a banger from left back just before half time, and Lukaku capped off the 5-1 opening game win with his goal in the 70th minute. Good start. Our next couple of fixtures are Newcastle, followed by Manchester United. One thing I hadn't mentioned yet was Todd Bowley made me make some promises when offering me the job, which included a better dressing room atmosphere to keep our job. I couldn't quite believe it though, what I was seeing when I won my first home match 6-0 against Newcastle with 6 different goal scorers. However, I also couldn't believe my eyes when I witnessed one of the worst goalkeeping performances ever from Edouard Mendy, who in this 3-0 loss at Old Trafford was probably either at fault or in a terrible position for all 3 goals we conceded, and we have no money to replace him. After that disaster, I decided to give Ivan Nielsen a game up front. It was a great decision, and he scored back-to-back hat-tricks in the league. We couldn't really do much on deadline day because of our wage bill ate up most of our transfer budget. And despite us selling most of the players in the league and for the biggest price, the Havertz deal was by far the largest deal of the summer too. Our Champions League fixtures were in, and we face a tough start with Barcelona up this month and PSG in November. And so against the Spanish Giants, we took the lead through Fofana at the near post, but it was also a game I decided to start Christian Pulisic from the left hand side, and that turned out to be a great choice too, because he scored 2 goals from blocked chances and we defeat Xavi's Barcelona 3-0 at the Bridge. From there we faced Man City 3 days later, and Erling Haaland set up Phil Foden to give the champions the lead. However, from a free kick this time, Fofana scores again, and we steal another 3 points against great opposition when Ben Chilwell bagged the winner. We still dropped 4 points in September though, with draws against West Ham and Tottenham, but it was Borussia Dortmund up next. We also find ourselves top only by goal difference to Tottenham and Southampton of all teams. But October was a good month, starting with a great win against Dortmund with another 2 goals from Wesley Fofana, who has been incredible from set pieces this season. Although Dortmund did equalise from Oscar Gluck, we put ourselves back in the lead the minute after from Ivan Nielsen, and Lukaku, who made an appearance off the bench, scored a 4th in a 4-1 victory. We picked up 6 wins from 6 matches in October, scoring 8 goals in the Champions League match, but it was a much more difficult November, ending with PSG and and then Liverpool. And Tottenham seem to have dropped more points while Southampton stayed within 2 points of us so far for now. Unfortunately, November seen us drop early points still to Leicester, but a good Champions League win against Marseille and 2 more league wins against Forest and Wolves before we face PSG in Paris. And Fofana scored a hat-trick in that Forest game too. But he couldn't score any goals in the Parc des Princes, where PSG unfortunately defeated us 2-0 with the first coming from Mbappe, and guess who scored the second? Of course, it was Kai Havertz. Mason Mount also sprained his ankle ligaments and will be out until Christmas, which meant he missed the Liverpool game, but thankfully his replacement Asensio scored the opener. Liverpool did equalise from the penalty spot, and then they even took the lead right after from a corner. However, we still shown fight back at Anfield, and Ivan Nielsen scored a great goal to level 2-2. Arsenal and Manchester United still keep the pressure on, just 3 points behind us, with champions Man City truly bottling this season down in 8th place. And we played them twice in December, as well as Arsenal coming up very soon. Before that match, we dropped points to Southampton, who still find themselves in the top 5 so far, meaning Arsenal could go top if they beat us. But Ivan Nielsen was not going to let that happen, scoring the only goal of the game at the Emirates. We picked up 2 losses though in December, but neither were against Man City. One was a 3-0 loss to Tottenham, however. As well as knocking them out of the EFL Cup, we also beat Man City in the league at the Bridge, despite going 1-0 down to them thanks to Erling Haaland after just 4 minutes. A shock winner coming from N'Golo Kante of all players though in this 2-1 win. But the loss to Tottenham allowed Manchester United to level the points in the league with just 21 games played, and we actually face them coming up very soon in January. As we went into 2025 though, I was buzzing to see our former Roma star Tammy Abraham with the Ballon d'Or. He fully deserved it, although Roma are actually struggling without us, down in 7th place in the Serie A. I noticed a certain Robert Lewandowski only had 6 months left in his contract, allowing us to approach, for which I did, and he was willing to talk to us, and eventually he agreed on a contract. But Barcelona ruined it by activating an extension clause. I'm absolutely gutted. Just before the United fixture, we picked up a surprise loss to Aston Villa after Sterling gave us the lead in the first half. I was also surprised by a transfer, Jude Bellingham joining Manchester City in the January window for £102 million. But a very strong side was available for the top of the table clash against Manchester United. It was big Wes Fofana who found the net first at the back post from a corner. And with 3 minutes left, Reece James cut down the right hand side and his cross was fired home from Kovacic, and we take the 3 points. It was actually a big month. 2 Champions League wins with a big one against Napoli at the end, and we got ourselves into the League Cup final after beating Brighton in the semi-final across 2 legs. Shame that doesn't really count for Glory Hunter though. We finished 2nd in the Champions League phase, so we have to wait for our round of 16 opponents to be drawn, while we look ahead to a very tough February. We got our revenge on Tottenham by knocking them out of the FA Cup at the 4th round. Maddison did equalise at the half-hour mark for them, but big Rom Lukaku came off the bench to score the winner. But in the league, we suffered a loss at the hands of Liverpool at home. And then in the next game against Arsenal, Valverde picked up a straight red card after just 15 minutes. And while being completely under the cosh all game, Eddie Nketiah scored, and it's 2 defeats in a row. Meaning we are now knocked off the top spot for the very first time since matchday number 5. However, not for long, as Liverpool then went and beat Manchester United while we win our match against Southampton to regain that top spot back. And we put ourselves into the quarterfinals of the FA Cup after demolishing Palace 6-0. But Arsenal ended our FA Cup dreams this season after a big 4-1 defeat at the Emirates. Annoyingly, we did win the League Cup, which again doesn't count for Glory Hunter, and we faced Manchester United in the final. It wasn't just a win either. We absolutely destroyed the side, giving us a tough race for the league title, 6-0 at Wembley to lift our first trophy as Chelsea manager. In the Champions League though, which does count for Glory Hunter, we drew Dortmund, and Ivan Nielsen scored the first 2 goals of the tie in the first leg in Germany, and Dortmund were in trouble. We made it look easy against Dortmund, beating them 4-0 in the first leg and 5-0 in the second, which makes the loss to Arsenal even weirder right after. But anyway, it's AC Milan next in the quarterfinals in a much calmer April. We've increased our lead ahead of United to 4 points now, giving us a bit of breathing room. April began with a fantastic win against our rivals Fulham, with our Brazilian striker scoring a wonderful hat-trick of goals. He really has come into his own this season, keeping Lukaku mostly in a rotation role when he is needed a rest. And yet, despite us winning all 3 games against Wolves and Leicester as well, it stays 4 points between us and Manchester United in the race for the title. Another European night at Stamford Bridge to remember for the Chelsea fans as we take on AC Milan and give ourselves a fantastic opportunity to reach the semi-final with a big 5-1 first leg win. The heroes of the fixture too was of course Ivan Nielsen, who picked up 2 goals, and then surprisingly Wesley Fofana, who got himself another hat-trick from centre-back. We lost in the second leg 2-0, but of course we still progressed through on aggregate to face Bundesliga contenders RB Leipzig. Straight into that semi-final first leg in Germany then, and what a goal from Marco Asensio that is. And right on the stroke of half-time, an incredible cross from Cucurella finds Ivan Nielsen, and we are 2-0 up. But hold on to your hats, because it's gonna get even better as the ball finds its way to the back post where Asensio makes it 3-0 in the first leg. A huge opportunity to put ourselves into the Champions League final, potentially against Liverpool, who just beat Man United 4-1. But let's focus quickly back on the Premier League though, because we play Newcastle next and Isak has just chipped our goalkeeper from 25 yards. However, you need luck to win the Premier League, I always believe, and that's exactly what we got today. Because talk about being in the right place at the right time for Ivan Nielsen, who was pretty much struck both times with the ball to score 2 goals and earn Chelsea 3 very crucial points. Shockingly, the league title is just a win away as Man United lose 1-0 to 19th place Sheffield United, who are already relegated, putting us 7 points clear with 3 games to go. Before that, we need to secure our place in the Champions League final though, and we make it 4-0 on aggregate against Leipzig. Give them their due though, they did give us a good game on the night. They pulled one back from the spot and getting a second, but we are going to the Champions League final, where we will face Liverpool. We just need a win against West Ham though, and Mark Guehi scores after just 1 minute. He also doubles our lead in the 70th minute from another set piece, and in just 1 season as Chelsea manager, we are crowned the Premier League champions as Andre Santos scores a 3rd. Confirmation before Manchester United can even play their match. Chelsea are champions of England. Another trophy to add to our glory hunter cabinet. And with the Premier League trophy crossed off, is it going to be the Champions League next? Well, I guess you'll have to tune in to find out in the next episode, so make sure you're subscribed so you do not miss it, and I'll slap it up on the screen if it's out. Well, we've made it to the Champions League final. It's season number 3 at our second club, and we've just secured the Premier League in Glory Hunter, meaning we have added our 3rd trophy to the Glory Hunter cabinet. But after that success, it's time for the big one, the Champions League final against Liverpool. Our lineup is a strong one as well, with Caicedo and Kante running the midfield in favour of Enzo Fernandez. Lining up in our usual formation, Liverpool are setting up in their usual 4-3-3 with Milinkovic-Savic at the heart of their transition from defence to attack, and a front 3 of Diaz, Salah and Vitinha through the middle. We've beat them before, we are the best in the country, but that means nothing for the next 90 minutes. However, it only took 11 minutes before we took the lead from a far post header off the corner. It's still only the first half, but our relentless pressing wins the ball back and Mason Mount makes it 2-0, and we are en route to lifting the trophy. However, Liverpool have a fantastic team, and their response was intended to tell us that they are still fighting for this. And into the second half, we held on so well until the 89th minute, and Jota, unmarked at the back post, equals the scoring, and it's into extra time. And today is not our day. We have many seasons ahead of us to win this competition, but this season won't be it, as Vitinha scores the winner in extra time. And Liverpool are European champions once again, coming back from 2-0 down in Munich with us looking so comfortable as well. As heartbreaking as that defeat is, we need to bounce back next season. Liverpool lift it this year, but we have the team to win this competition for sure. Or we could apply for the Man City job with Bellingham and Haaland. I'm just kidding, I let Mourinho take that job instead. During the pre-season, I sold Koulibaly to Barcelona and only raised £9.75 million for now. However, on the transfer list was Leon Goretzka, and I seen him as the perfect addition to our squad, so I made the offer. And despite some competition for his signature, we got the job done and landed the £54 million world-class midfielder. We also sold Callum Hudson-Odoi for £60 million to Arsenal. Our first game of the season, by the way, is Liverpool, typically in the Community Shield, a competition they've won the last 3 seasons. It was a quiet start, but eventually the ball was spread out to Valverde down the right-hand side, whose cross was met by Evanilson, and we take the lead. We had the chance to go 2-0 up from the penalty spot, but Mason Mount only hit the post. Luckily, we still picked up the win. Our first league game of the season, though, we start Goretzka next to Kante against Norwich. The result was great. We won 3-0, and it was comfortable with 2 goals from Evanilson. However, I don't know what was on the grass at Carroll Road today, but Mason Mount went down injured with no one around him, followed by in the second half, Evanilson did exactly the same thing, and it ain't good, lads. Mason Mount tore his calf and will miss 3 to 4 months. Evanilson has twisted his ankle and won't be out as long, but it's still a big loss. What did make me feel better was Liverpool got stuffed 4-0 against Tottenham, the European champions, demolished in their next competitive game. We didn't feel the loss of Mount and Evanilson in the next game against Villa, comfortable win. But a 0-0 draw against West Ham is not great. 18 shots with just 1 on target, definitely missing Evanilson. What makes it worse is the run we've got coming up without those 2 guys is brutal too, with Arsenal next, Brighton and Man City to follow, and Liverpool and Tottenham in October, not to mention our Champions League games. Against Arsenal is an unexpected hero that took the game by the scruff of the neck and dominated from CDM, Moises Caicedo. He scored in the first minute, and that was the tempo he set out all game, scoring all 3 goals in this 3-0 win. What a performance from the lad. And we sit back at the top of the league once again. We end the transfer window still only buying Goretzka, but we also sold Dacho Fofana and Wilfried Zaha, meaning we only actually spent £54 million but brought in £95 million, so there's some money left in the kitty. More good news, Evanilson returned from injury for the Brighton game mid-September, and he scored from the spot in a nice and easy 2-0 win, where we had 31 shots in total. But can someone please explain to me why we are facing Liverpool in our first Champions League match of the season? Because I thought you couldn't play a team from the same nation, but the team that beat us in the final also gave us a loss in the first league phase match at Stamford Bridge. I double checked, this definitely isn't the Champions League, it's the Premier League, and we are at the Etihad giving Man City a big fat loss. The rest of the month was also full of wins, including a 3-0 against Southampton and our first Champions League win of the season against Atletico Madrid. But check this out. I know it's only after 6 matches, but City are currently in 19th place under Mourinho, with players like Erling Haaland, Joshua Kimmich, Jude Bellingham and even Victor Osimhen. Right before the league match against Liverpool, we had one big battle with bottom of the league Brentford, despite Lukaku giving us the lead. Lukaku then had his penalty saved fantastically, by the way, by David Raya. But then Brentford equalised late, and in the 94th minute, when it looked like Brentford held on to a point, Enzo Fernandez had other ideas. But we show nothing like that fight in the Liverpool game, losing 3-0. It was nice to see Schalke back in the Champions League after their recent problems, but it was even nicer to see us pick up the win there, with the second goal particularly being pleasing to the eye. You corner haters aren't going to like this one either. Wesley Fofana getting a hat-trick, all from corners with 2 aiming at the far post. Nothing special happening, just aiming at my best aerial threat. Not my fault, the game allows too many corner goals, which was the 3 points we ended to separate us from Liverpool in second place. In the Champions League, which of course for Glory Hunter is more important than the league right now, as well as the FA Cup, we took a comfortable 2-0 win against Zagreb, before once again playing an English side. This time it was Arsenal who we faced, and Asensio stole the show at the Emirates. After scoring our first goal, Morita then equalised just 2 minutes after Asensio's opener, but the Spaniard played a beautiful through ball to N'Golo Kante for the winner. A quick focus back to the Premier League again, as a 4-0 win against Leeds took us to a game at Old Trafford where Lukaku scored against his former club in the first minute. The Argentine Enzo Fernandez then made it 2 just after 13 minutes, and 3 minutes after that, Lukaku put us 3-0 up within 20 minutes of the match. We went back-to-back with 4-0 wins when Badiashile found another before half-time. 6 wins from 6 in November, but our biggest test of the season came next, when we headed to the Camp Nou to face Xavi's Barcelona, who currently sit top of La Liga. Liverpool, however, had an awful month, only winning 2 games. And we now pull away from them with an 8-point lead only after 14 games. However, we threw that lead away during December because our form was awful, losing to both Newcastle and Wolves. But drawing to both Palace and Newcastle, playing them once again, dropping a total of 10 points in those 4 games. I was hoping the form in the Champions League would be better, and I was optimistic when Fernandes opened the scoring, but it wasn't quite that way, and Barcelona came back early in the second half from Kingsley Coman. And the curse struck again because a player we sold in the summer scored their second in Dachau Fofana. I thought I'd take a point, and we were on track for that when Koundé smashed it into his own net, but Franck had different plans and we lose another. And it's been a bad month going into January. It also means that we need to get 2 wins ideally to qualify in the top 8 of the Champions League and avoid that playoff. We did have a bit of money though to strengthen our attacking force, as I mentioned earlier, and I made a bid for Andre Sheldrup, who had a £38 million release clause at Benfica. And after a slight bit of pressure from other clubs, we got our man. Evanilson hasn't scored since the middle of November, but he is back amongst the goals with 2 against Southampton in this 2-1 win. In the Cup, so Liverpool knocked us out of the semi-final of the League Cup, but for Glory Hunter, FA Cup is what we are focused on, and we beat Luton 4-0. More bad results in the league after we put ourselves in front against Tottenham. They broke down the right hand side and found an equaliser when Harry Kane pops up in the box. And that was followed by a 4-1 loss at Stamford Bridge to Liverpool once again. We needed wins in the Champions League though, which is way more important, and that's what we got when we hosted Hungarian side Ferencváros. Although the set-piece police will be all over this in the comments, it was a comfortable 3-0 win. The trickier tie, the final 2 league phase matches, came against Atalanta, who remember we do have beef with after they beat us to the Serie A in that first year in Rome. But we took a 2-goal lead from Mudrik's finish, and they could only pull one back by Danny Motta. And those 2 wins shot us up to 3rd place in the league phase, and we avoid those playoffs. Liverpool, however, have not took advantage of our bad form in the league, and they dropped down to 4th place of us being trailed by Manchester United and West Ham now. Man United, who spent £153 million in January, and West Ham, who brought in 7 players. Bad news though, because this mistake by Chalobah means we might have to stay another season at Chelsea. And that's because it was the only goal in the FA Cup 4th round tie against Manchester City. February also included 3 league wins, so let's breeze into the important competition of the Champions League, because we have Dortmund in the round of 16, and the gap in the league now is 7 points. The first leg in Dortmund, Mason Mount scored from the spot to put us ahead, but Dortmund ripped us open down the right hand side, and this one ended 1-1 when HDMI cheekily chipped it in. So in the second leg in London, we really needed to step up, and we did just that. Although the second goal was an own goal, the rest were very good, and Sheldrup even got his first Champions League goal for us and played very well overall. The goal of the night though came from the foot of Goretzka, who walloped that one in, but overall fantastic performance in the 6-0 win, and we go into the quarter-finals. The gap in the league stays to 7 points if United win their game in hand, and we have Benfica in the Champions League quarters. We also had United coming up in April after Benfica, and that could very well throw the league away with some tough fixtures. But in the first leg of the Champions League against Benfica, it was headlined with 2 goalkeeping clangers, with both Benfica's and our Mendy being caught in no man's land at 1-1. Thankfully, Evanilson scored a 93rd minute winner in Portugal, giving us the advantage going into the second leg. After scoring both goals for us in the first leg, it was Evanilson's show again, as the former Porto man must have enjoyed this night, scoring a hat-trick in the second leg at the Bridge, giving us a strong force of momentum going into the semi-final against Manchester United. We played them in the league in between Benfica and the semi-final, and we smashed them 4-0 again, putting us in the driving seat for that league title, needing just 5 points from 4 games. The first leg of the Champions League at Old Trafford, and Fofana gives us the lead. And just 5 minutes later, the United fans would have been sick of the sight of us already, as Evanilson made it 2-0. But on the break, Heung-min Son got one back soon after, and Rashford then equalised from the penalty spot. However, an outrageous angle from Raheem Sterling put us back ahead to London with this strike. And for the 3rd game in a row, it's Manchester United who we face next. I just don't know what's happened though in the second leg, because Marcus Rashford scored very early on and we had nothing. all the way from extra time to penalties, but we thought we might have got away with it when Casemiro missed United's second penalty. But eventually Kovacic stepped up and he missed two, and it went down to the fifth and final penalties, and Oliveira scored for United, but Wesley Fofana stepped up for Chelsea and missed. And heartbreak as Manchester United go on to face Leipzig in the Champions League final. Although we've already won the Premier League last season, it still would be good for our resume for future jobs in Glory Hunter to do it once again, and those 4 points put us just fingertips away. And it was Mourinho's Manchester City who we needed that one last point to lift the title at home against, but they were trying to spoil the party. Erling Haaland put us 2 goals down on the half-hour mark, and we couldn't break the deadlock up until the 85th minute when Asensio eventually got the ball down the right-hand side and smashed home, giving us hope. And then, in the 90th minute, an incredible through ball found Asensio's run and he slots it home, winning our second Premier League title in 2 years. It was a lot less impressive than what it should have been. It's a league title nonetheless. Manchester United went on to win the Champions League this season, but once again, when we take a gander at the job centre, it's those two teams again searching for a hero. Roma, our former club, and Manchester City. Could this guy win us the Champions League with Bellingham supplying the assist, I wonder? Despite winning the league this season for a second time, it was still a season of disappointment for Glory Hunter, because we didn't add no new trophies to the cabinet, which is our ultimate priority. So the Premier League win is great, but the loss on penalties in the semi-final of the Champions League and Man City knocking us out early in the FA Cup definitely hurts more. And I can't help but thinking the City job opening up could be an interesting move. I know Chelsea has great players, but City have generational talents like Bellingham, De Bruyne, and Erling Haaland. So I took all of your advice and I bit the bullet and I applied for the job, and I sat and waited. And after about 10 days of waiting, they approached me for an interview. They even started to dig out their former manager Mourinho, and they mentioned their massive £215 million budget. And the press seemed to think I'm the favourites for the job. And they were right. Manchester City offered me the job and I accepted. How many of you expected that so soon? But things is going to be tougher because the Premier League champions I just left hired Pep Guardiola. In the other leagues, the only real shock was how close PSG came to losing the title to Monaco. A signing I was planning to make at Chelsea I made here instead, and I brought in Dusan Vlahovic from Juventus for £55 million after he requested a transfer coming off the back of a 23-goal season. Julian Alvarez was concerned by this and mentioned that he wanted to leave, so I sold him the other way for £42 million. I felt like the fullback positions were the only real weakness for City, and that's why I went for Luca Netz for the left-back role at Gladbach. The young German has developed incredibly well, and we struck a deal for around £66 million after clauses. And we got the deal done. I'm very happy with that purchase. Joshua Kimmich is already at the club, but I couldn't help but also bringing in Fresneda, who moved to Atalanta for £47 million, as he also allows Kimmich to go CDM if needs be. So going into our first game in Manchester, we spent a total of £158 million while selling £79 million, so there is still some of the budget left. And in our first game against Blackburn, I'm trying to put a 3 up top formation right with high wing backs to try and create as many chances as possible. I'd say it worked out, and the Omega Luke Erling Haaland combination started beautifully with Haaland scoring a total of 4 goals against Blackburn in a game where, check this, we had 43 shots and 18 on target. Despite conceding 5 goals, the Blackburn goalkeeper had a 7.1 average rating after this game for all of the goals he actually prevented. Then we went straight into a game against Liverpool, and their star striker Nunez opened the scoring. Laporte pulled one back on the stroke of half-time, tapping in a rebound, and Vlahovic scored his first goal for us in the 74th minute. But we gave Van Dijk too long on the ball, and he picked out Nunez, who made it 2-2. And despite dropping those points, we still had a great start to the season, winning the next 3. Coming up though was PSG, followed by the Manchester derby against the European champions, and the Chelsea game with both managers against their former clubs, lurking at the start of October. And we closed the transfer window with no other transfer activities. Our next opponents, Burnley, had the one and only Paul Pogba, which I didn't expect. He also got himself a straight red card in the 3-0 win we got over them. We take to the Champions League against PSG, and what a performance for the citizens, because we did not just only stop scoring goals. Starting with Osman's goal in the 3rd minute, Mbappe did make it 2-1, but very soon after, Erling Haaland got his first of 2 goals, and we were back in control to eventually put a 6-1 up before Mbappe scored his second, and even then, we went on and scored our 7th. And it's on to the Manchester derby, where we were humbled by a very good Manchester United team who put themselves 2-0 up before Bernardo Silva pulled one back for us. But United were the better side on the day, and Patrick Schick scored their 3rd, and we lose for the first time. We bounced back well, picking up 3 wins, but the Chelsea match loomed ever closer. We do go into that match off the back of another loss though to Tottenham. With Vlahovic, Foden, Fresneda and Laporte out for this Chelsea match, we definitely weren't considered favourites. And Pep Guardiola decided not to bring any new players into this Chelsea side. The scoreline compared to the statistics were very different, but Kevin De Bruyne was good when you looked at either. And although the score stayed 1-0, Cucurella did get himself a straight red card when he snapped the goal scorer from behind. But this statistic suggests we dominated, having 23 shots and 13 on target. Back in Europe, and Juventus caused us some trouble scoring early on, and again, despite us creating 20 shots, we only managed to score 1 ourselves. So an up and down October, we sit in 3rd place, but with a game in hand, which could take us to the top on goal difference, and I can already see this being a very close title race. And Erling Haaland and his 5 goals against Norwich put us top of the league. And then we dropped off top spot right after when we drew to Brentford. We travelled to France to face Marseille in the Champions League, and after we took the lead, we struggled. Amin Harit smashed in a beautiful free kick. Haaland then put us back in front, but we couldn't stop the onslaught, and Marseille equalised and went on and scored a winner in the 88th minute. So I decided to change the tactic after those 2 bad results for the upcoming game against Watford, and I do think we need more depth in the midfield as well when we get to January. Did it work? Well, we won 5-0. We had 36 shots, 19 on target, and Watford just had 1 shot. But let's not jump to any conclusions. We did, however, go straight into a Champions League match with the finalists Leipzig, and we defeated them quite easily 2-0 in Germany with another 2 goals from Erling Haaland. And then we got a 2-0 win against Leicester straight after. From Germany to Spain, another win in the Champions League against Villarreal. A clash of the 2 best strikers in the league next, as Evan Ferguson has been carrying Wolves into a top 6 spot so far this season, but Erling Haaland is a different beast. And in this game at the Etihad, he scored 4 goals. Now Evan Ferguson did score Wolves' only goal, but this was the big Norwegian's day again, I guess. And 2 more league wins lead into a match against Arsenal, who sit in 2nd place. And that's not the result we wanted at all. Or this one against Newcastle. And now Arsenal lead the Premier League by a point and have 2 games in hand. With our next 2 games being the Manchester derby and my return to Stamford Bridge. And it was a Manchester derby for the neutrals, as it was a fantastic back and forth, with De Bruyne scoring the opener to Rashford equalising in the 20th minute. Erling Haaland pushed forward with the ball and got a second, but Anthony's strike gave us a Desmond Tutu going into half-time. And second half was very quiet until the 95th minute, when once again Anthony's worldie flew into our net. Gutted. Arsenal are now 4 points clear with 2 games in hand, but Erling Haaland has 32 goals in just 21 games. My return to Stamford Bridge was a lot more positive though, as Ruben Diaz picked up the first goal of the game and Victor Osimhen got a second. Badiashile did pull one back, but it was a nice 3 points to win. No rest for the wicked. We played Liverpool next and managed to pull off another win and 3 points. The FA Cup is very important to us this season and probably my #1 target, and the 3rd round win against Southampton was a good one. Another bad result in the league against Spurs follows, but 2 huge Champions League wins help us qualify in the top 8 against Valencia and Salzburg. And despite the Spurs result, it was a great month on the pitch. But what about off of it? Well, I mentioned needing depth in the midfield and declaring interest. Caicedo requested a transfer and his asking price is just 66 million. So not only did we wrap up that deal on deadline day, but we also got a second centre midfielder in James Ward-Prowse. Some other bad news is Joshua Kimmich broke his ankle, hence the reason for needing 2 new players. We took a trip to Ewood Park for the 4th round of the FA Cup, and it was a good day once again for Manchester City, and a great day for Erling Haaland, who scored yet another hat-trick. And it's almost becoming not really impressive now when he scores 3, which is rather scary really, but we progressed to the 5th round with a 4-1 win. And in that 5th round, we defeated Cardiff, and again, Haaland scored 3 goals. The only result that wasn't great in February was a 5-4 loss at home to Everton. That included a big win against Arsenal. But we have Porto up next in the Champions League, the League Cup final, and the quarters of the FA Cup to come. So let's shift our focus to the Champions League for now, because we should really beat Porto fairly comfortably in the round of 16, and I would say that's what's going to be the case after this first leg performance. We put ourselves 3 goals up before Porto themselves got a consolation. The second leg was even easier, 4-1 win, and we go into the quarterfinals. Not that it's important to Glory Hunter, but we face United once again in the League Cup final, and it was another loss to Manchester United in the derby, this time 3-2 at Wembley, so the bragging rights go to them this year for sure. Leeds next in the FA Cup quarterfinals, and PSG in the Champions League. Don't go anywhere. To the Etihad then to face Leeds in the FA Cup, and Dusan Vlahovic, who hasn't scored as many as I expected this season, got himself the first. Of course, Erling Haaland got a couple of goals, and we breezed into the semi-final, dispatching Leeds 5-0. Of course, we play again against our bogey team this year, Manchester United, who sit in the league in 8th place, while we somehow close the gap on Arsenal in the Premier League to just 2 points. Into the business end of the Champions League, down and Erling Haaland puts us 1-0 up, but Mbappe is set free over the top, and he is uncatchable and makes it 1 apiece. To the biggest blunder of the season from Donnarumma gifting a second for Vlahovic, it then caught me off guard seeing Evan Ferguson, who had signed, but he was involved and set up Mbappe to score a second. With the second leg being the game before the semi-final against Manchester United. But the second leg included 1 goal in Paris in the 92nd minute, and it was Kevin De Bruyne who scored that winner. After battering us all season, you better believe that I was up for this semi-final in the FA Cup against Manchester United, and we started strong. And we continued that all the way through, with Vlahovic scoring a second and Erling Haaland getting a third, smashing us into the FA Cup final, where we will face either Norwich or Tottenham. While our semi-final in the Champions League puts us against AC Milan, with a chance to play Manchester United again if we both make it through. However, that didn't look too promising when we took an L in Milan when Rafael Leao's cross found Calabria, and we lose the first leg 1-0. We finally found ourselves in the tie in the second leg when Moises Caicedo levelled the aggregate scoring. Rafael Leao put AC Milan back in front, and then an unlikely hero stepped up. Someone we haven't mentioned much, Phil Foden. He scored 3 goals, and despite a little comeback from AC Milan, we hold on, winning the tie 4-3 on aggregate, and we have another Champions League final. This result here against Villa is an interesting one and a hugely impactful one as well, because that was the difference in us finishing in first place in the league and Arsenal winning the Premier League, with Chelsea, by the way, down in 7th place from winning it with us last season. Oh, and Erling Haaland, he has 46 goals. That is mental. Pep Guardiola was actually sacked at Chelsea as well. How embarrassing. It's time to stop laughing though and focus, because it's FA Cup final time. It was 0-0 until the second half, but what an opening goal from Victor Osimhen from an extremely tight angle. And of course, Erling Haaland, who missed a lot of games recently, picked up a second goal, and Manchester City are your FA Cup winners. I left Chelsea for this exact reason, and we did it. Another trophy to add to the Glory Hunter cabinet, with the Champions League final to play next, which of course is yet another Manchester derby, and we really need revenge for this one. We were fortunate to have our full squad available, which made it tougher to pick than I thought. Erik ten Hag lined up United with a classic 4-2-3-1 with Heung-min Son up top and Rashford from the left. They've made some strange signings in recent years, like the cat kicker Kurt Zouma, but it's brought them success. The graphic for our lineup didn't know where to put Phil Foden, which did crack me up, but it's time for our second crack at the Champions League trophy. Probably the easier one to get out of the 2 European competitions, but each time so far it's been an English bogey team in our way. Cross those fingers for me. It took just 8 minutes for the first highlight, and with us in control of the ball, I got rather excited until we just give the ball away, and United countered with one long ball from Anthony to Rashford from his own half, who didn't miss. Great. It's only the 16th minute and Manchester United are at us again down the left, and the ball is sliced through our defence to Anthony, whose shot still finds the bottom corner despite Ederson getting fingers to it. 2-0 United. And I straight up told the defence at half-time that that was purely unacceptable. Our best chances seem to be coming down our left-hand side, but we just can't get a good shot away. United started to sit back and let us play though, and we got closer to scoring when Osimhen's strike smashed off the crossbar. Again, it was Lucas Nets down the left-hand side who was making things happen, and his cross dropped eventually to Erling Haaland, who could only find the side netting. It was time to make some changes. I pulled Fraser off for Rodri and I swapped Kimmich to right back, De Bruyne on for Caicedo and Vlahovic on for Osman, and I allowed Haaland to stay central. Bellingham got injured right after though, and I had to think between Silva, Ward-Prowse or Grealish, and I went with the set-piece maestro, James Ward-Prowse. United had another spell and seemed to be able to play right through us with Bruno Fernandes, who smashed the crossbar and somehow was still in this game. And it was a Fernandes free kick saved by Ederson, but the rebound could have also been an easy tap-in. Vlahovic gets it clear and Erling Haaland is barreling down the wing, but brought down by Bruno Fernandes, who has already been booked. And you know what that means? Bruno Fernandes is sent off, and that could be a game changer. I brought on Bernardo Silva in a false 9 position. I pushed a couple of players up and it's time to go for it. Straight away it played into an effect, and down the right hand side the ball was played back to Araujo, who brought the ball forward with a great cross, and Vlahovic hits the bar again. We keep the pressure on though. Ward-Prowse picks up the ball, finds Erling Haaland eventually through Rodrigo, who plays in De Bruyne, and goal! It's 2-1. Grab the ball, there's still 5 minutes left. But it's the 94th of 94 minutes, and we have one more chance. Lukanet's down the left. He's found Erling Haaland. He tries to chip the goalkeeper, and it doesn't work with the last kick of the game. And the most prolific striker in the world misses a chance to level things up, and there you have it. Manchester United win in the Champions League final for the 2nd season in a row, and we have lost 2 Champions League finals in 3 seasons. Absolutely heartbreaking. But what do we do next? Because technically England is complete, but this is probably the best place to get Champions League done. Because the only other options right now are Villarreal, Nice, or back to Chelsea. Or we could resign as being the Manchester City boss, hoping that a high-profile manager leaves their role, starting a manager merry-go-round where in Spain or Germany, and we can apply for that role. Last season, we took the job at Manchester City while at Chelsea, and we secured the FA Cup, complete in England in Glory Hunter. But a second loss in the Champions League final, this time against our derby rivals Manchester United, that stings big time. None of the jobs available really interested me either, and the Inter Milan manager took the vacant Chelsea job, which allowed Chelsea's former manager, who's just been sacked, Pep Guardiola, to take the Inter job. So I decided to start the season at Manchester City. But whether we make it to the end of the season or not, I've decided this will be my last in England, and I will mainly focus just on the Champions League matches and any job prospects this season, seeing as we've secured the Premier League already on multiple occasions. Transfer wise, I didn't really feel like we needed much, but Gvardiol had a rather good release clause at Leipzig, and we got that done deal really quick and signed the Croatian defender. I was tempted to raise funds to bring in Valverde at Chelsea, who requested a transfer too, but I didn't, and I decided to create a new tactic from this to this. And after last season's losses, I needed to add a little bit more defensive stability, and with the 3 at the back, bringing in Gvardiol, I think that will help that, and when I can rotate the 3 strikers that we've got, I think it'll be a good change. Although leading up to the Champions League games, I didn't know whether it was going to be good or not, with big wins but 2 losses to Man United and Arsenal. But in our first Champions League fixture, we faced off against Barcelona at the Etihad, and an attack down the left created the first goal from Osman. It stayed 1-0 till fairly late in the second half, when eventually we secured the win when Caicedo picked up a second. Next it was Pep's Inter Milan, and despite Haaland picking up a knock, he still managed to score the only 2 goals of the game. However, we had used all our subs, and at this point, after a counter-attack to pick up the 3rd, he pulled up with a bad injury and had to come off. Luckily, it was only an injury for the next 2 weeks, and he shouldn't miss too many important matches. West Ham were the early frontrunners in the Premier League though, and they were led by Thomas Tuchel surprisingly. It seemed like we also already played our 2 difficult fixtures in the Champions League phase, with some easier fixtures to follow. I mean, we won 8-0 away to Molde, and Haaland scored 5 goals against his boyhood club. And October not only included that 8-0, but a 9-0 win against Leeds and a 7-0 against Bournemouth. We took a trip to France next to face Lyon, and it was Phil Foden who opened the scoring on the half-hour mark. However, Ederson produced another goalkeeping howler early into the second half and Lyon levelled. But the player of the match today was none other than the Serbian giant Dusan Vlahovic, who scored the second goal and was set up wonderfully by Haaland for the third and final of the game. It wasn't all plain sailing in the league phase though, because the match after against Leipzig did not go to plan, despite Haaland giving us the early advantage. It was Nicholas Jackson who levelled things up for the German side, but it was former Arsenal man Emile Smith-Rowe who bagged the winner after 53 minutes. In the Premier League, we currently trail Chelsea by 3 points. In the league phase of the Champions League is only Leipzig, who just beat us, that is ahead with 5 wins from 5. We got the 3 points in the only European game in December when we went to San Sebastian to face Sociedad when Bernardo Silva scored the only goal. I know I didn't want to focus too much on the Premier League, but after these 3 losses in December, we beat Liverpool 9-0 out of nowhere. Very strange month for sure. For the 3rd season in a row, Erling Haaland has won the Ballon d'Or, which is no surprise really, considering he scored 84 goals in 59 games. He got a couple more in the next Champions League fixture in a comfortable 6-0 win against Nordsjælland, as well as picking up a hat-trick in the final league phase match against Marseille, who kind of crumbled to us after making it 2-1 in the fixture, and eventually it was another comfortable 5-1 win for us, and surely automatic qualification to the round of 16. We actually topped the Champions League phase with a better goal difference than PSG and Leipzig, 3rd in the Premier League so far though, and a cup final in the EFL Cup against West Ham too. Which, in case you were wondering, we won 3-0, and I'm sure the set piece police will be all over this in the comment section at the first 2 goals. And we turned things around in February too in the league, taking top spot on goal difference, which quite frankly is ludicrous at plus 74 after just 29 games, and it's Bayern Munich in the round of 16 up next. And they absolutely battered us in Munich, with Benjamin Sesko scoring a very good hat-trick, with his 3rd coming just after half-time. The guy is an animal. We did pick up a consolation goal too when Bellingham's strike from range went in, but we head into the second leg 3-1 down. But it was game on in the second leg when Victor Osimhen opened the scoring from Haaland's cross just 9 minutes in, and the big Norwegian levelled the aggregate score on the 36th minute, and we dominated the game. He also had a chance to put us ahead from the spot, but missed it, and it goes to extra time. And on an attack by Bayern Munich, we snatched the ball and countered, playing it to Vlahovic, whose cutback found Foden, and it's 4-3. And with Bayern pushing for a second half equaliser, we end our hopes of Champions League glory this season when Vlahovic puts it across for Osimhen again. Relief. The draw was rather unkind to us, however, and we next faced PSG. The first leg was held in Paris too, and from Ferguson's nod down to Havertz's through ball, Mbappe scored and the worries kicked in. That was until we replied just 2 minutes later through Erling Haaland. But we lost the ball on the halfway line, and suddenly Mbappe was in and scored a second. And Mbappe then slipped through Ruben Neves, whose run from midfield ended with a PSG 3rd goal. And after Mbappe got himself 2 goals, he got 2 assists, and he slotted through Evan Ferguson, and it's 4-1 in the first leg. We have turned the Etihad into a fortress this season, and we needed to do that again, and it took until the second half before we finally put the pressure on. Erling Haaland made the aggregate score 4-2, but Foden put us just a goal behind. And after just announcing his plans to retire at the end of the season, Kevin De Bruyne levels the score, and again it's extra time, which we powered through with momentum, and Dusan Vlahovic snatched the lead, and Phil Foden, just like the last round, puckered up a crushing final goal, and somehow we go into the semi-finals. And we get the difficult tie once again, facing Real Madrid. We really are our own worst enemy though, because we constantly go behind in the knockout stages, and today is no different. After Camavinga's goal, we failed to clear the ball away, and Matt O'Reilly's shot deflects in and makes it 2-0 at the Bernabeu. But as you can see, straight from the kickoff, we go route 1 in the 87th minute, and Bernardo Silva gives us momentum going into the second leg. I know we've been good at the Etihad, but this is something else. We are a different beast. I know the first 2 goals were a little scrappy as well, but once we were ahead, we were still lethal, and we continued to put the boots in on Real Madrid, who were not having a good day at all. And by half-time, we are 5-0 up with the game all over, but the final score comes in at 7-0, and it's another Champions League final for us. And this time it's the Italian side Milan we face. There have been no jobs that have really cropped up that I fancied, and we've got the lead tied up with a game to go, so we're actually on for a treble. The player stats for the league is hilarious too, as we dominated that. Our lineup for the Champions League though, which by the way is being played at Old Trafford hilariously, includes a strong side with a retiring Kevin De Bruyne on the bench. So what were we facing in the final? A classic 4-2-3-1 from AC Milan with their danger man Rafael Leao out on the wing. Di Catalari has developed incredibly well, but McAllister up front is interesting. But this is the Milan side that has just won the Serie A, so we shouldn't underestimate them, but we need our second leg performances and definitely not our first leg ones. At 70 minutes though, it was still 0-0 and I had to make some changes, so Kevin De Bruyne has got his kit off and he's coming on for his last ever game of football. I thought there would be time for one last chance on the 90th minute as we creep into the second minute of injury time, but still at 0-0, once again we go to extra time. And we create a huge chance down the right hand side. Vlahovic plays the ball to Haaland, who has to score there. How has he missed? Second half of extra time and it's all Manchester City, but all of a sudden the ball is played long and we struggle to deal with it, and McAllister is through and Ederson saves the defence from an awful mistake there, and it's still 0-0. Free kick could be our last chance, but no, it's only into the side netting. From that goal kick though, Milan get the ball forward and the ball falls to Kovacic, who finds Skov Olsen. Unfortunately, it's a bad miss and this one's going to penalties. Of course it's Erling Haaland who steps up first, and no mistake, we take the lead in the shootout. McAllister steps up for Milan though and also finds the net. It's 1-1. Kevin De Bruyne on his final game of football, his final touch doesn't miss, but Rafael Leao is the man at Milan and he also smashes it in for 2-2. Vlahovic is next to fire home for us and Elmas makes no mistake for Milan. 3-3, who's going to miss first? Well, James Ward-Prowse came on in extra time and he loves a penalty and he finds the bottom corner. And Kovacic steps up and puts it just out of reach for Ederson. It's 4-4. Ronald Araujo is surprisingly the fifth taker, but it's a very composed defender and he scores in the bottom corner. Ravella from midfield had a good game and his penalty is smashed down the middle. Sudden death time. New signing Vardio joined us in the summer, big left foot and he scores, and it's all on Skov Olsen, who steps up and it's saved by Ederson. And finally we have won the Champions League at the third time of asking. Relief as we finally get this done for Glory Hunter. There were no obvious jobs to go for during the season, so I stayed put and it was ultimately the right decision as we lift the Champions League trophy. But make no mistake, we will be resigning after this win and I will be hunting for our next job. And my prediction might be correct, even though this was our third final. I think the Europa League will be much more difficult to win. Manchester City made that 3 Champions Leagues in a row from a Manchester side and 6 in a row from an English team. But let's get that Champions League trophy added to our Glory Hunter cabinet. And it's time to leave our post at Manchester City and begin the job hunt. Quite interesting to see what our manager profile is known for, leading teams to title wins. The first job that cropped up though throughout the summer was Emery leaving the Sociedad job to become the Spain manager. We also got offered a lot of those roles as well, including the England job. But for some reason, on the day that Emery left, I could only declare interest and I couldn't apply for the role at Sociedad. And Luis Enrique took the vacancy from the Porto job. They have a great team and just finished in 4th place. So I guess we'll have to go into the season without a job, and I guess we just have to wait for the right one to crop up. And it wasn't until November when they started to appear with the likes of Sevilla, Celta Vigo and Bayer Leverkusen who caught my eye. Celta sit in 17th place and Sevilla in 14th currently in La Liga. However, Leverkusen is a weird one. They are dead last in the Bundesliga but have an amazing team. Rieder is in centre mid and is superb. They have Hloschek and Rykov up top and Florian Wirtz and Almeida in midfield, who is also injured. Whereas the Sevilla team is not great at all. They have Scott McTominay for Christ's sake. The same as Celta Vigo, not McTominay, but their team is really bad. So what would you do? Would you apply for Leverkusen? They don't have any European football and a great team to build around. Or do we wait a little longer for another manager at a bigger club, possibly in Europa League football, to leave? We did it! We finally won the Champions League on our third final, crossing off another trophy for our Glory Hunter cabinet. But we ended the season resigning from Manchester City, and we headed into season number 7 of Glory Hunter without a job. But it wasn't until November when some interesting opportunities came about. And although Bayer Leverkusen were bottom of the Bundesliga, I felt like they easily had the best team out of the jobs available with the likes of Florian Wirtz and Fabian Rieder. So I applied for the job and hoped to head to the Bundesliga. As I expected, I got an interview quite soon after, but what threw me off guard was questioning me working in this country. May I remind you lads, I won the Champions League about 6 months ago. Then the obvious why I want to do a step down question. But then they told me the huge transfer budget I had, which when I looked at their players sold this season did make sense as to why there was such a big budget and why they were sat bottom of the league. That's all of their defenders. After the interview, I was the leading candidate for the job. And just like that, they offered me the job. I accepted the contract and I became the new manager of Bayer Leverkusen. Their team didn't look as good as I thought when they showed me the team report. It doesn't look like they have a proper goal scorer or a good defender in their side, but it's still a good base to start off with. And I took a look at the staff and I winced painfully. This is awful. Luckily, they have a technical director and he's very good, and a former player too. I also found a problem. The squad is massive and full of players who definitely aren't good enough for this league. Now, I just highlighted the bottom half all in one go and I set the transfer list just to save time, and it was transfer listing 19 players. Now, I take them over after they've just beaten Mainz 3-0 under their caretaker manager and have Stuttgart and Hamburg up next. There was a couple of injuries, but I still felt like this was a good team and this 3-4-1-2 shape that I had set up. But we didn't exactly get off to a great start with 2 0-0 draws. So I did make a couple of more changes to the instructions and I changed a player role or two. The good thing was that we were against bottom of the league, Werder Bremen, but the bad thing is that they destroyed us 2-0. The set piece police will love it that my first goal came from a free kick, but finally Rijkaard scored a goal from open play and we picked up my first win at the club against Cologne, followed by another loss, and January included 3 of the top 4 to play. We genuinely could be in a relegation battle during Glory Hunter right now. I sold midfielder Palacios because he kicked off about the results lately, then got himself sent off, which made me fuming. And I cried into a pillow as I watched Erling Haaland lift another Ballon d'Or on the telly. I miss you. So I got to work and I signed my first player, who I'll be honest, when the scouts recommended him, I thought was a new gen. But no, Onyek Bule from Basel cost just short of £10 million. Similar story, to be honest, to the second signing, Junior Krupi, who we paid a little more from Lorient to help score some goals as he already has 10 this season. And yeah, I'll be honest again, I was finding it hard to attract players to a relegation fight inside, and this was one of the best defenders I could get. And that's only really because he was in the Serbian league and had a release clause. I already had planned a transfer for the summer too, bringing in Bijlo in goal on an end of contract deal. He's a fantastic goalkeeper. Results had gotten better and we were through to the next round of the DFB Pokal after beating Bochum. But after scoring in that game, Krupi got injured and will miss the next 3 weeks, including the Bayern Munich game which came up next. They battered us 3-0 and we had another injury to a new player. This one was a lot worse and he was out for 2 to 3 months. I seen a very good player in Eric Garcia pop up on the transfer list and I instantly needed to sign him. I was shocked he wanted to join us and we got the job done. What an acquisition that is. Suddenly we had confidence and we took on current leaders Wolfsburg and beat them 1-0. On deadline day we signed 2 players. First off, Omar Sanchez, who was transfer listed at Manchester United after only making 3 appearances signing in the summer, a young hungry striker from Uruguay. And next, a more familiar name, Max Aarons from Manchester City, who was again on the transfer list, who improves our right back position. We had around £46 million left in the transfer budget, but I didn't want to spend it all as I kind of fear that that's not going to increase in the summer, which by the way I was right to assume. Anyway, February brought the cup draw and of course we get Bayern Munich, who knocked us out of the competition fairly comfortably if I'm honest. Which, speaking of the DFB Pokal, is my favourite looking trophy. In February we added 5 points and in the league we only lost to Leipzig, which was a good sign. And we pulled ourselves out of the relegation for now. Following this, we played Dortmund and pulled off one of the best results during my short time here at the club so far after falling behind. Goals from Rijkaard against his former club and a fantastic pass found Nieheim to bag a winner. We still can't establish a main striker to score our goals because a few games later, without any, I gave Krupi a shot up front front after his injury, and he scored 2 goals in another win against Mainz. It's April and our top scorer has just 8 goals this season. I'm used to this man bagging 3/4 of that in one game. We are still struggling around relegation with just 5 games left. And our fixtures all include teams around us or Cologne who is fighting for Europe. And they only managed to find a winner against us in the 94th minute. Against Hamburg though, Fabian Rieder missed a penalty and the follow-up rebound as well. Not great. But then eventually we broke them down in the second half and Onyeg Boulay was played through and he slotted in the winner. Against Werder Bremen we relied on a solid defence again, but not only did they keep a clean sheet, but Max Aarons got the only goal of the game. Those 2 wins secured our safety to stay in the Bundesliga next season and I am relieved. And we celebrated that by absolutely destroying Schalke on the final day 6-2, which included 3 goals from Omar Sanchez. The young Uruguayan was fantastic, maybe proving to me that he is the guy that we can rely on next season to push this relegation battle inside closer to the European spots and hopefully maybe even snag a Europa League spot. Or I apply for Leipzig, who just sacked their manager, who could actually finish in the European spots if Bayern Munich beat Frankfurt in the DFB Pokal final. But instead, Frankfurt caused a huge upset and beat them 4-1, and they took a Europa League spot for themselves. So I began rebuilding this team and I noticed Kieran Tierney was transfer listed by request, so I matched the valuation of 24 million and I put an offer in. But he decided to join West Ham for less money instead, the absolute snake. But on the 1st of July, we welcomed 3 new signings. Of course, the goalkeeper was one, but after unsuccessfully going for Kieran Tierney, I went for Tyrell Malacia, and I brought in the Dutch defender for just 15 million. And coming off the back of 1 season in Saudi Arabia, I also signed Mariba from Al Nassr for £20 million, a world-class potential midfielder who can do many different roles. And before you know it, our first Bundesliga game of the season came around, and we started the campaign against Dortmund, and our lineup with a brand new system was missing Florian Wirtz from the starting 11 due to an injury. I also, by the way, sold Rijkaard to Cologne very recently for £20 million, but I had a replacement on its way already lined up. But before that, the first game of the season is here, and it seems like the first impressions are that we may avoid the relegation scrap this season, because Omar Sanchez put us 2 goals up and Krupi netted a 3rd. And a reminder, this is an away game. Dortmund pulled 1 back, but Sanchez got his hat-trick and it's 4-1 win. So that replacement striker, it's Nelson Viper, a fantastic all-round striker who is very good at almost everything. He's 6'4" as well, so he's got a bit of a presence up front, and we spent £30 million on the German. So it's been a good start to this season. I think the tactic will be better with the players that we've brought in, and I'm happy with the changes I've made since taking over the club in the relegation zone. I'll see you next week for the next episode. We have begun our journey in the Bundesliga with Leverkusen, but when we took them over, they were in a relegation fight. I literally went from winning the Champions League with a star-studded squad to bottom of the Bundesliga. But that's the move we needed to progress our Glory Hunter story. And after a very good transfer window in January, we managed to turn things around on the pitch. And we secured our safety for the next season in the Bundesliga and avoided relegation. And we continued to recruit through the summer, beginning our first full season in Germany with a win over Dortmund, as well as selling our main striker, replacing him with Nelson Viper from rivals Leipzig. We followed the early win against Dortmund with a match at home against Hanover, and took a comfortable 2-goal lead going into halftime with goals from Florian Wirtz and Krupi. Our opponents pulled one back right after halftime through Clemens Hoffmans, but it was the Uruguayan youngster Omar Sanchez who snagged the 3rd and put the game to bed. But we put ourselves in deep trouble right away when we visited Gladbach, as they scored within 9 minutes and got a 2nd after the 25th minute. 2-0 down, we are in trouble, but Omar Sanchez, the kid that started the comeback for Leverkusen when he beat the keeper to the ball. But it wasn't until late in the second half, with just 5 minutes remaining. Onyeg Boulay levels the score to make it 2-2, and just before we enter injury time, the same man put us 3-2 up, and we remained on our winning streak. The transfer window closed, and with us spending £68 million, we sold £40 million, but I think the squad is looking in much greater shape now. And our fantastic start to the season, we have the champions Bayern Munich coming up after the Frankfurt game. The Frankfurt game in which we completely dominated them 6-1 with Krupi scoring 4 goals. But the champions were always going to be a different beast, and they scored within the first minute of the match, We did put up a good fight though, especially considering the game was in Munich. In fact, we also went to 2-2 and we scored the 5th goal to take the lead right on the stroke of half time. But Zakarian, the Russian, scored another in the second half and an own goal put Bayern back in front, and unfortunately Vidovic scored the last goal of the game and we were humbled 5-3. We followed that with a fantastic win and a great bounce back against Werder Bremen. Krupi again scoring 2. I still haven't started Viper because of the performances of him and even Omar Sanchez, who got a goal as well in the 3-0 win. Both guys were top scorers of the league and Krupi with the highest average rating. And we were currently still sitting in top position despite losing to Bayern Munich simply because of their loss to Dortmund. Unfortunately, getting to the top is always easy. Staying there is the hardest part. And the following match with a draw against Stuttgart was when we dropped down into second place. Florian Wirtz scored 2 goals in a home win against Hertha Berlin, so I thought we were still going to put up a bit of a fight, possibly for the league title. But the 3-2 loss to Cologne that came after kind of hampered my belief that we would put up a serious fight. Bayern created a 5-point gap just after 9 games and Sesko caught up with Krupi as the top scorer of the league. So when the DFB Pokal second round match came round, I was kind of relieved for the break in the league matches so we could regather ourselves, and our opponents Heidenheim held on until the floodgates opened on the 80th minute, where we scored 3 goals to make it on paper look like an easy contest. Nelson Viper finally scored for the club though, and yeah, there were 2 tap-ins, but it was the 2 tap-ins that we needed in a 2-1 win against Hoffenheim. Krupi was still scoring goals all around him though, with 5 in the other 3 games around that win, with only 1 loss against Leipzig. But throughout December, Nelson continued to score goals, including the opener against Mainz in a 3-1 win with a cracking header, and the first goal in the 2-1 win against Dusseldorf. And the big German scored 3 huge headed goals against Union Berlin, all in the first half and all in a game in which we dominated and won 8-0. We were in fact 7-0 up by half time. What a match. But it wasn't like Krupi hadn't been scoring himself. He got 10 goals in December alone, which all in all turned out to be a very good month for us. But it's Dortmund and Leipzig in the cup up next. You could also jot down another Ballon d'Or win for Erling Haaland this season. Maybe Krupi will win it next year. The head of Nelson gave us the lead against Borussia Dortmund, but they were gunning for us after the early result against them in the opening day, and after they equalised, they had the audacity of scoring from a near post corner in the 95th minute. And I wonder if the set piece police will be down in the comment section about that one. Anyway, let's pick ourselves up again in the DFB Pokal against Leipzig. The Orange Ball was out in Leverkusen for the rain, it seemed, in early January as we welcomed Leipzig with a junior Krupi goal. Leipzig gave us a loss not so long ago, and their team is full of big names, and Szoboszlai bends one in the far corner to equalise. Fabian Rieder then netted a penalty on the stroke of half time, with the game closing out at 2-1. Max Aarons put us 3-1 ahead. Leipzig did get a second goal in injury time, but we held on to progress in the competition. I really thought Omar Sanchez would be our standout striker this season, but it seems like he is the 3rd favourite now, because Nelson Viper and Junior Krupi have started to form a wonderful partnership, scoring more goals. Although in the following win against Gladbach, I did play Sanchez up front with Nelson Viper, and they both scored 2. Maybe I just have 3 really good goal scorers now. One thing we are missing though is a decent centre-back, and I found a phenomenal German new-gen at Dortmund, and I put a bid in for 38 million. The funds for the deal came when I sold a couple of fringe players throughout January, including Thiago Almada to Schalke for 13.5 million. And the centre-back Yanni Wagner became a Leverkusen player. Although the big deals around the world, like the leaders of La Liga Real Madrid, they sold Endrick to Manchester United for over £100 million, who also bought Raspadori. Krupi as well and truly took charge of the Golden Boot race, but we are currently in 3rd behind Dortmund, with Frankfurt away and Bayern Munich at home next. Krupi wasn't available for the Frankfurt game though, with fitness problems, so with the strike force of Sanchez and Nelson Viper, we still give Frankfurt a very hard game, and Viper picked up the man of the match performance with an assist and a goal. We risked Krupi in the next match, still with some fitness worries, but it was Bayern, and it actually paid off as he played a big part in the only goal of the game. We did drop points however in the league against Werder Bremen, but a Wirtz hat-trick helped us beat Stuttgart 5-0. In the DFB Pokal quarter-final we faced St. Pauli, and Nelson Viper scored a banger of a volley. And with the strike force of dreams that was back in action, Junior Krupi got the second of this 2-0 win. We then pulled Hertha Berlin in the semi-final, which will be played a little later, but funny enough, that's the team we have next in the league. And they bloody cheated and scored a near post header in the first half. Quite embarrassing too, because they also scored a second with a player that we loaned to them in January. But that brought on the rage of our players as well, and Junior Krupi smashed in to make it 2-1. And his mate Nelson Viper wanted to get involved, and then he equalised. Now, Stefan Bajcetic is a centre-back / CDM, but you never would have guessed that with the way he smashed in this winner at the near post. We rescued a point against Cologne in the following game in the 91st minute. We had another former player score against us against Schalke, as Thiago Almeida probably really enjoyed that one. But what's more enjoyable for me is that the fact that Krupi's on fire and your defence is terrified. Oh, and Nelson is also still bagging in goals too. He got the winner. And again, even on the days where maybe these two aren't scoring, we have Omar Sanchez as backup who still can. With 6 games left, we are 8 points behind Bayern, but we have produced a gap in second to Dortmund. And Krupi has 30 league goals now. He did miss the game against Leipzig in the league, but Nelson put on another man of the match performance, scoring 2 goals and putting us 2-0 up. Leipzig got a goal back for them to give them hope, but Ilyas Maripa secured the win in the 93rd minute. We travelled to Mainz and they were reduced to 10 men within 20 minutes. Ideal. You'd think we'd take advantage of that, which we did through Junior Krupi, but then Mainz got a late equaliser and kind of embarrassed us with a 1-1 draw. But it's semi-final time and it's Hertha Berlin. Former player in Julian Brandt then set up the on-loan player to score against us again and make it 1-0. We pushed big time for an equaliser, but fair play to Hertha Berlin. They were fantastic on the day, they scored a second goal, and they knocked us out of the DFB Pokal, which is not great for Glory Hunter. The 3-0 win against Dusseldorf was exactly what we needed to follow that loss, which secured Champions League football next season. Kind of a problem considering we need the Europa League, but it's still an achievement. We finished the season with 2 more wins against Union Berlin and Wolfsburg. And you would be surprised to see how close we actually finished to Bayern Munich, who did drop points after winning the league, but there we are, 2 points behind them. And there is Krupi with 33 goals in 34 games, and we also have the top 3 assisters of the league as well. The board hasn't really given us much of a budget next season, but there's still room to improve. And that's because our finances are £71 million in debt, which is kind of worrying. Arsenal won the league in England, Milan in Italy, but with Roma still there in second place, and Real Madrid have dominated Spain this season, so I was hoping maybe we would see Barcelona job possibly come up. But no, the only jobs with vacancies were Chelsea, our former club, Leipzig and Frankfurt, and I remembered Leipzig finished in 6th place. It caught my eye, but because Hertha Berlin made the final, they dropped out of the Europa League qualification and put Leipzig into the EC2 instead. So for right now, I guess we will stay put at Leverkusen, keep going for the German League and the Cup into season number 9, and focus on the Europa League later on. Did we overachieve last season? Probably. We didn't add any trophies to our Glory Hunter cabinet though. But with a lack of any job prospects going around, we are going to stay put at Leverkusen for now. Hopefully at some point we can stop Bayern Munich from winning 20 league titles in a row. But with finances like this, it certainly isn't going to help. In other news, PSG won the Champions League, capping off their treble. Monaco thought by trying to sign Nelson Viper, it might help them put up more of a fight. But I have no intention of selling the big German striker. I was, however, going to offer out 10 fringe players I have no plans for. And my scouts found me a very good left back / CDM. And I pursued that signing for Rayo Vallecano, eventually picking him up for 27.5 million. Reports were telling me about the fantastic progression Obradovic was having, and I agree, he is looking fantastic. But with our tactic the way it is, having 3 centre-backs, I still really feel like we could do with 1 extra quality centre-back for squad rotation. I tried to pursue this defender from Frankfurt, but the deal fell through. And then I was made aware of one of my favourite players having interest in signing for us. From the European champions as well, I instantly put a bid in. And oh boy was I excited to confirm the signing of Lisandro Martinez. Going into the first weekend of fixtures for the new season, we had spent £56 million on 2 defenders, but sold a massive £48 million as well. And I was still rejecting more bids for Nelson Viper. Our lineup for the DFB Pokal first round was a strong one too, including Liche in that wide centre-back role. And as expected, we did win rather comfortably, but it was the performance I was paying attention to, and we did really well, having another 27 shots throughout the match. We started the league campaign with Nelson Viper scoring a penalty against Cologne, and it was only the 12th minute when Florian Wirtz found him again to slot cutting off the post. Wirtz managed to get 2 assists and Viper with the hat-trick before Cologne got their only goal just before half-time. Big Nelson started the season on fire, scoring in the next game too against Union Berlin and actually using his big head to get a brace. But just when we started getting comfy, the complacency kicked in and Union scored in the 86th minute, and really annoyingly, they equalised in the 92nd. We then defeated Hanover and look ahead to our first Champions League fixture, which ideally we do need to do well in because of how bad our finances are. On deadline day, Bayern tried to rattle Eric Garcia's morale by putting in multiple bids, but he was happy to stay put. Lisandro Martinez scored his first goal in a 1-0 win against Hamburg to kick off September. We once again dropped 2 points because of a really late goal against Gladbach at home, however. But we ended the month with a good away win in which Krupi got the final goal in a very convincing 5-2 win. We also secured 3 points in the Champions League against Dinamo, but I'm intrigued about next month's fixtures as we welcome Inter Milan to the Bay Arena. Those 2 draws have really meant we've fallen behind Bayern Munich already this season, who have won all 6 of their matches so far. They actually sold nearly 3 times as much as money as what they brought in transfers. But the team is absolutely disgusting to look at with Declan Rice as their captain. We left it very late though against Inter Milan, and it definitely looked like when that first ball was played through to Krupi, it was offside, but we will definitely take it. We got 2 goals in the last 2 minutes of the match and gave the fans a lot to be pleased about. Our 3 forward-thinking players began to really enjoy themselves though, as both Viper and Krupi scored 1 each, both assisted by Wirtz, who had already scored 2 himself in this win against Bielefeld. Krupi then got himself a hat-trick in the next fixture too. And against Schalke, it was a very similar story, with all 3 players scoring goals in which the other 2 guys was getting involved in the build-up. This is becoming very beautiful to witness. And the sexy football was backed up by 6 wins throughout October, including the 2nd round win in the DFB Pokal. Trouble is, Bayern Munich still haven't dropped any points yet, and we play Leipzig next. And Max Ahrens, who's played a big part in our success lately, twisted his ankle in that Schalke match and will be out for a while. No sweat though, we only needed to stick 1 past Leipzig to get the 3 points. Doing the same against Hertha too, as Florian Wirtz bombs through and slots it home. Although, good job we did keep a clean sheet, because Nelson Viper also missed a penalty.
Bloody missed it!
Another hat-trick for Krupi in the league, and we cannot stop scoring goals right now. Well, other than the match against Benfica. Bayern went 12 wins from 12, and we play them after our next game against Mainz while we are still unbeaten ourselves. Oh, I just had to go jinx it, didn't I? We brushed ourselves off though and took to the field with confidence against Bayern Munich, and we even got ourselves ahead when Rafael Luiz made a great forward run. But it was the man with the armband who got the equaliser for the champions, putting it right in the bread bin. And then one of the smallest guys on the pitch headed home the Bayern winner, which destroyed all of our momentum, and we drew and lost our last 2 fixtures. And then we somehow went to Dortmund and we won 1-0. The damage was done in the league though, and we found ourselves trailing in second by 13 points at the turn of the new year. A new year that Bayern Munich also celebrated their striker Sesko winning the Ballon d'Or and stopping Haaland from getting 6 in a row. Our debts wasn't getting any better, by the way, despite our good performances in the Champions League. What did catch my eye though was Bilbao was currently sitting top of La Liga with Real Madrid in 3rd. Our run of form after the winter break didn't get much better though, after Krupi put us 2-1 up against Cologne. Our former player Rykov scored an equaliser and we conceded a winner in the 90th minute. In the 3rd round of the DFB Pokal though, we travelled to Stuttgart and Krupi put us 1-0 up. They did, however, squeeze in an equaliser from the spot, but we still progressed through to the next round when Max Ahrens' cross turned into the most hilarious own goal scored all season. Union Berlin are bottom of the league and we trounced them 6-0. Hanover are 2nd from bottom and we beat them too. But in the Champions League we lost 1-0 at the San Siro to AC Milan. And despite taking the lead when Liverpool came to Leverkusen, they proved to be too strong for us and scored an equaliser from Gakpo and then scored a winner with one of the best new gens on the game. Behind the curtains, I nearly signed this lad at City instead of Vlahovic, by the way, when he was at West Ham. Even though we lost 3 times, we still qualified automatically in the Champions League phase. But Cologne have overtaken us in 2nd place and Bayern Munich still not have lost a game yet. Viper and Krupi continue to do what they do best in the Bundesliga and they scored loads of goals, helping us defeat Hamburg and Gladbach. But I began to get a bit worried when the goals started to dry up and it cost us points with important matches and Newcastle in the Champions League to come up. However, when the DFB Pokal quarter-final came around, I shouldn't have been worried too much because we played Cologne, who obviously are having a great season themselves, in 2nd place, but we completely took control of the match and really put ourselves in a great position at 3-0 before they did finally score, but even then, Krupi got a 2nd and put the tie to bed, which put us in the the semi-final against Eintracht Frankfurt, with the other tie to be Bayern Munich versus Heidenheim from the second division. March began with a big win and 4 goals for Lord Nelson, but then things started to go downhill. We were stuffed in the Champions League away leg to Newcastle 5-2, and were subsequently knocked out of the competition when we could only conjure up a draw in the second leg at home. And it got worse in the League 2, and we just stopped scoring and lost 3 games on the bounce throughout March. It wasn't like we were missing many players from injury either, just Max Aarons who broke his toe. We were just playing crap. Bayern Munich won the Bundesliga already and still haven't lost a match, and despite us losing 3 games in a row, we still have the same points as second place Schalke. We put ourselves 3-2 up against Wolfsburg in the following match on the 88th minute, and yet we still conceded in the 92nd and dropped another 2 points. And we went into our semi-final off a run of 2 more losses to Mainz and the champions Bayern Munich. But when we took to the field in Frankfurt for the semi-final, we found our form again and began scoring goals due to the mistakes the Frankfurt defence were making. But our confidence returned and we were able to score 2 more goals and put ourselves into the final of the DFB Pokal against Bayern. Hold on, what? Bayern Munich, at home, who still haven't lost in Germany all season, lost in this semi-final with their strongest team to a second division side, 3-1. So in fact, we will play in the DFB Pokal final against Heidenheim instead. We played Frankfurt in the league right after our semi-final and we beat them 2-0, so we got our groove back. Nope, spoke too soon. However, there is a positive, and I swear this is not on purpose, but the league is so tight under Bayern, we've actually dropped into the Europa League spot. However, we do have Dortmund in our last game, and we could drop even further into EC2. But on the final day of the season, with Max Aarons back to full fitness, influencing the game, Krupi, Nelson, and Omar Sanchez all managed to get on the score sheet, and we took the 3 points with a great 4-1 win against Dortmund. And we currently finish in the Europa League spots. But our focus now shifts to the DFB Pokal final as another trophy we can add to our Glory Hunter cabinet. And we go with what I think is our strongest 11, which we were very lucky to play. Heidenheim line up with a 4-2-3-1 with our former player who was released last season, Iker Bravo, up front, who actually scored the 3rd goal against Bayern in the semi-final. The deadlock was broken after just 20 minutes when we broke down the left-hand side, cut it back to Florian Wirtz, who was perfectly placing it into the corner. I felt sorry for the Heidenheim keeper because the second goal came from the rebound of an almighty shot that he saved, tapped in by Lord Nelson. However, with 5 minutes to go, they did try a valiant comeback, and Iker Bravo did actually score against us, a cheeky sausage. But we were still too strong, and the ball was played back for substitute Mariba to tap in a 3rd. And we are your DFB Pokal winners, my favourite trophy, and yes, you might say it was a very lucky win given the fact that we played this opposition, but you can only beat what's in front of you, and they knocked out the unbeaten champions Bayern Munich, let's not forget, to reach the final. And that's another one to cross off for the challenge. And that trophy actually puts us at the halfway point of achieving Glory Hunter as we go into season number 10 of the 20 seasons. But what is next? Will we stay here in Leverkusen? Probably yes, because once again the only job available is Chelsea. They finished in 8th place with Newcastle winning the Premier League for the first time, and Roma, our first club of this challenge, win the Serie A again. I'm mega proud. We've added another trophy to our cabinet with the cup final win against Heidenheim, helping us lift the DFB Pokal with Leverkusen. In the Bundesliga, however, we finished in the Europa League spots, which, to be fair, is one of the 6 trophies we are still pursuing. Our team is decent, but our finances are a joke, and they've only given me £12 million to improve this team.
You are joking, aren't you? No.
I have no idea who is going to be able to stop Bayern's dominance. The Champions League was won by Manchester United, who beat Real Madrid in the final. Speaking of the Champions League, multiple players now want to leave because we don't have it this year. Where's your ambition, lads? We are playing Thursday nights this season for the one and only Europa League. Although Chelsea, who of course need a manager, wanted us back, bless them. Krupi has a fairly low release clause, but no interest in signing a new deal, so that's perfect. I spent all my money though on one player, simply couldn't resist picking up Pablo Torre for less than £12 million, because 1, he is a great player, and 2, Florian Wirtz is adamant he wants to leave. I obviously don't want him to, but we agreed that £85 million would be the number I would accept the bid for. Our first game of the season is the Super Cup against champions Bayern Munich, and our squad is very small and we already are missing Krupi with a 3-week injury. victory. I don't believe it though, we actually took the lead. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is our season that we overcome Bayern Munich and win the Bundesliga. Or maybe, whilst I'm still dreaming about this, they've already equalised and then took the lead and we're about to score third goal. Never mind. We need some extra reinforcements, so I signed this Brazilian centre midfielder from Newcastle on loan. We head to Hoffenheim in our first game of the Bundesliga this season, and it was exactly the performance we were hoping for. Wirtz got an early goal within 10 minutes, and Viper continued troubling defenders with his pace and power, and bagged a couple of goals from great strikes, and then secured a hat-trick from a corner. We replicated the same result in the following match at home to Freiburg with 3 fairly late-ish goals against 10 men. And then we lost 2-1 to Hertha Berlin. Our fixtures for Europa League are in, and I'm excited, with the most difficult game being a home tie against Tottenham. And our first match in the competition was a very entertaining back-and-forth win against Copenhagen in Denmark, in which we came out on top 4-3 at the final whistle. We did drop 2 more points in the league, but got 6 more points at the end of September, and it was straight into another stellar performance in the Europa League, not just as a team, but individually for our big German Lord Nelson. He managed to get himself on the score sheet another 3 times in a 5-2 victory against the Finnish champions HJK. And we breeze into another 3 points in the next match too, where Pablo Torre got his first goal of the season, as well as taking the original corner and finding himself in a great shooting position. Returning to the Bundesliga, and Krupi is back in full force after his injury, picking up 2 goals against Schalke in this 2-0 win. The rest of the month was less impressive though, with a draw and a loss in the league, but we did beat Frankfurt in the second round of the cup. But don't go leaving me now, we've got Spurs and Leipzig in a double-header. But just before that, we head to Stuttgart, and Krupi scored 2 more goals. The Europa League then on against Spurs at 0-0, Tyrell Malacia managed to pick up a second yellow card, reducing us down to 10 men. But this game only had 1 goal in it, and that was scored by Leverkusen midfielder Rieder. On to the Bundesliga match against Leipzig, and Viper gives us a lead on the 45th minute. But Leipzig got a penalty and levelled the score at 1-1. But with just 2 minutes to go, the former Leipzig player Nelson Viper banged in a second and secured a win and 3 points. A trip to Belgrade in the Europa League against Red Star, the former European champions of course, but Junior Krupi was still on his hot streak of goals, and he bagged himself another hat-trick in this intense atmosphere that the Serbians are well known for. Unfortunately, that was followed by a bit of a tonking at the Allianz Arena. What's more annoying is we actually went 2-0 up in this game against the champions before they turned it all around, with the final score landing at 6-3. 8 points behind them in the league. It would take something special to pull that off, unfortunately, but we do sit top of the Europa League after 5 wins from 5, so our eyes are firmly set on this competition. Back with a win against Gladbach though, with Big Nelson picking up the only goal of the game, a game in which we also had a straight red card when Obradovic scissor kicked a player from behind. I thought you got the ball too, fella. We ended the month going into the winter break first off against Dortmund, and Nelson scored the opening goal at the Signal Iduna Park after just 8 minutes. But Dortmund managed to get an equaliser before half time, and as we were pushing for a winner, Dortmund countered us and set free Makoko, who scored the final goal of the game. We were having a really bad time, getting slapped by Frankfurt 4-3 at home as well. A rough patch with only 2 wins from 5 in the league, but we did get another Europa League win against Slovenian side Olympia. It's January though, and Mbappe is celebrating his 2nd Ballon d'Or, and my email box is full of clubs putting in bids for my players. I rejected all of them but the Obradovic bid, which I actually negotiated with PSG for a total of £76 million. It's money that we simply could do with right now. I also accepted a bid for Onyekbule from Dortmund, but he rejected their contract despite asking to leave on so many occasions. Upon returning from the winter break though, we thankfully didn't continue playing like our bellies was full of mince pies and chocolate, and instead, like we give ourselves a kick up the backside after 2 defeats to Dortmund and Frankfurt. Viper got 2 goals, there was a standout performance from Pablo Torre too, and it was a good 4-0 win. Now I could live with the fact that Augsburg knocked us out of the cup in the following match, but the 4-3 loss to Freiburg in the closing stages of the next one stung a bit more. Thankfully though, we had Europa League matches at the end of the month to cheer me up, as it's a competition we've looked the strongest in this season, and on these 2 occasions it was no different, with another 2 emphatic wins against Genk and Malmo. Junior Krupi even managed to get back into goal scoring ways against Hertha Berlin in between our 2 European matches with a lovely brace and a 2-0 win. Still, our league position is good but not great. We are way off Bayern Munich at this point, however the Europa League performance is 10 out of 10 with 8 wins from 8. After the sale of Obradovic as well, I brought in a replacement who caught my eye pre-season in Luis Rodriguez at Monaco. Obviously we had no money back then, but an exceptional defender from Portugal. I got the deal done in January and paid half the price of Obradovic's transfer. February was a beautiful month for us. 5 wins, all in the league against some tricky sides with everyone playing their part. The draw for the Europa League also took place and we were given Spurs, who, remember, we had already beaten earlier this season, which happens very soon. It was also at this point my mind started to think about other jobs of us not getting any closer to Bayern Munich in the league, and some interesting jobs popping up at Lyon and Atletico Madrid. I could even apply for one and ask to take over at the end of the season, or would that just be a bad idea? Atletico were also still in the Europa League too, so that one really did make me curious. But upon studying their squad, they have a lot of players in their mid to late 30s, and they have first-team players including Ricci and João Felix, who are out injured for multiple weeks. So I stayed put and we went into the Spurs first leg match with our 9th win in a row against Hamburg, so we were very confident. And we showed that in London when Florian Wirtz gave us the lead just before half-time. And defensively we were spectacular, up until the 95th minute. That's when we left Udogie free at the back post to equalise. Our league form continued to be strong on the weekend and we battered Stuttgart 5-1. We had terrible luck though, with both our goalkeepers getting injured for the second Spurs game, so we played this 15-year-old. The guy didn't do too bad considering we allowed Tottenham to have 13 shots on our goal, but they did score on the half-hour mark, which Bijolo probably would have saved. What didn't help matters when we were a goal down was Alberto Luengo snapping a Spurs player and getting a straight red card, making this task almost impossible. And we bowed out of the competition when Liel Abada scored a second at the second attempt. We got a draw with Leipzig after again without a first-team goalkeeper, but our league campaign is already set up, I believe. We aren't simply going to catch Bayern Munich and we're 9 points ahead of 5th, but I have a dilemma. Sure enough, we ended the season really strong, not losing a single game and even drawing with both Bayern and Dortmund. The only 2 teams that managed to finish above us in the league, but here's my dilemma. Leipzig just finished in 6th place in Europa League. They also have a very good team and are underperforming. They have huge budgets. They are massively rich. We certainly are not. And they just sacked their manager. And for some reason, I'm the leading candidate for the role. I ended last season with a dilemma. We are miles off the pace of Bayern Munich in the league, and the finances at Leverkusen are too bad for us to improve this drastically. But the Leipzig job has become available, and I'm the leading candidate for the role for some reason. And they have a lot of money to spend on their team, which quite honestly already has some fantastic players and who hold a lot of value if I was to sell to bring in replacement. But the likes of Salazar up front and the South African centre-back are players I've admired for a while. And there are world-class players on the transfer list for good price that I would love to sign who I can't afford to at Leverkusen. So I think it's pretty much an easy decision to try and make the jump to Leipzig, so I apply for the job. And I wasn't waiting too long before they offered me an interview. And reports are in the media that I absolutely nailed that interview. And they were right to think that because Leipzig offered me the job and I accepted and I became the new manager. And the finances were a joy to behold. My first signing though was Cesc Fabregas as my assistant manager. Upon going through the squad, I noticed Jackson was in his last year of his contract, he was wanted by a few clubs and he was refusing to sign a new deal, so I offered him out to be transferred, knowing full well who I'd want to replace him. Hello Francisco. Offers came in from across Europe for Jackson and I accepted a bid from Barcelona. And just as he departed for the Catalan club, we welcomed in Francisco for £58 million. There was a lot of interest in my other striker, Salazar too, but I have no intention of selling. Even some daft rumours about him moving to Gladbach. Pochettino takes on the financial chaos of Leverkusen though after my departure. And I signed one of the best right backs in the world from Leeds for £45 million. Forgetting that I already had bids for this Scottish right back from Rangers for 25. I did end up selling £73 million worth of players that I felt I didn't really need or could get better anyway. And so I picked up a versatile defensive midfielder from Cadiz who can fill many different roles on the pitch with ease for £50 million. I still knew I needed one more player, but this was a tactic I began playing around with, kind of a 4-4-2 with an attacking midfielder and inverted wingbacks. And in the first match against Wolfsburg, I fielded what I thought would be close to my starting 11. But But Wolfsburg's Vitor Roque scored 2 goals, and they beat us 3-1. Not a good start. In the match against Gladbach though, we found ourselves behind at home from the penalty spot. But the left back Gutierrez pulled us back level 5 minutes later, and just before half time Francisco showed his class, beating the keeper to the ball and put us 2-1 up. And then our new strike force of Salazar and Francisco combined to make it 3-1. The quick turnaround was too much for Gladbach, who could only get a second from the spot. Francisco was the man of the moment, getting a hat-trick in the following match at Bochum. And my final signing of the window was Vischer, a Dutch left back I picked up from Ajax for 25 million. A total of £200 million spent is enough, I believe, to put up a strong fight in the Europa League this season. After all, I haven't mentioned yet, but that's our main target this season, with Leipzig finishing in 6th place. I was starting to have my doubts about the tactic after the 1-1 draw to Freiburg, who also missed 2 penalties. So before the final game in Europa League, I switched it up to this almost 4-4-2 tactic with a more attacking left winger. And not to say that I'm a genius or anything, although that may be true, but we did score in the first minute of the match. The football we played was so much better than previous, and we created 32 shots on goal, with Francisco scoring our second and our third. The Dutch side from Rotterdam did pull one back in the second half, and Salazar scored another goal and we win 4-1. We unfortunately though dropped points to Hoffenheim, where Francisco was taken off. He was so bad. But he was back in form soon after against Cologne, scoring a hat-trick in a 4-1 win. His mate Salazar got the other goal, and I'm hoping it was just a bad day at the office for Francisco before, as this was what we are going to see throughout the year. He got another one in the following match against Austria Vienna in the Europa League. Bit of a ropey start for us though in this league campaign, and Dortmund is putting up a good fight against the dominance of Bayern Munich. The month of October was the month of Salazar. The guy was unplayable, especially against Frankfurt in a game where he scored all 4 goals in the away win. A month where only 2 points was dropped, and we scored 13 goals in the Europa League as well. Overall, it was a great month. The 2 points dropped against Bremen was disappointing at home, but the other results we will definitely take, and the games to come are very winnable too. It's December we should be worried about though, with the games against my former Leverkusen side, Dortmund, and then Bayern Munich all in a row. Francisco started the month on fire in the Europa League, once again getting on the score sheet 3 times, and that's what stands out to me, is how different his goals are that he is scoring. It was a good day all around though, as Salazar also got on the score sheet too in the first half, even allowing our backup striker to come on in the second half and score 2 goals as well. A horrendous tackle from our Scottish right back Jamie Morrison hindered our chances against Ajax, but we still managed to take the lead, and we weathered the storm until the second half when Van Duyven played Joe Willock through to equalise. In the league though, we just kept winning games and scoring goals, including a 7-0 against Hannover 96. And hello there, we currently sit in second with a game in hand and only a point behind Dortmund, after Bayern dropped down to 4th. This is after they lost 1-0 to Gladbach, who overtake them in 3rd. With Leverkusen up next, I was shocked to see Pochettino had already been sacked.
Sorry, what?
And they've only gone and hired Roberto Martinez, as they currently sit in 11th place. And I'm not surprised after seeing the players they sold included Omar Sanchez to Bayern Munich. I'll give Roberto Martinez his due though, his Leverkusen side was a lot tougher to crack than most teams lately, but we still stole a 1-0 win. Dortmund on the other hand was very different, and we ripped through them and scored within 15 minutes. However, it didn't play out how we wanted it to. In the second half, Moukoko equalised after the keeper saved the original shot, and then the set-piece police will be fuming to see that Dortmund scored the winner from a corner. So we seeked our redemption at the Allianz Arena in the 3rd match of our triple threat of difficult matches, and this one we certainly outperformed the rest and was the best to play in. Zakarian did make it 1-1 for the champions, but we got the last laugh when Samuel Lino scored the winner. We backed up that run in the league with a win against Genk in Europa League and a big victory against Hertha Berlin as well. And despite that loss to Dortmund, we overtake them in the league to go top of the Bundesliga while sitting in 3rd place in Europa League. It's January though, and Benjamin Sesko wins his 2nd Ballon d'Or. But even though it's a brand new year, we are still starting how we ended it, with many goals from our duo of Francisco and Leandro Salazar. Francisco picked up yet another hat-trick, making his £58 million price tag look like an absolute steal, while Salazar got 2 more goals and a 5-0 win against Wolfsburg. But then in my eyes, disaster struck as Man City matched the release clause of our best defender. He was absolutely vital to us this season, and as I panicked to find an unexpected replacement, the cracks started to form. First off, with with Dortmund eliminating us from the DFB Pokal in the 3rd round. Then against Gladbach, we conceded early from a player we sold to them in the summer. We had to rely on a goalkeeping howler to equalise, but the draw is all we got. Also squandering a 2-0 lead against Freiburg. We did secure the signature of Xavi Simons for the end of contract deal though. He stayed at PSV for a long time, but I think this is an excellent free signing for us to get in the next season. I finally brought in a replacement for our centre-back in Leon Klaus. The Austrian isn't quite as good as the South African defender that we lost to Man City, and he did cost £75 million from Everton, but for now it's a sensible transfer. We enjoyed more success in the Europa League with another win against Antwerp, with Francisco scoring 2 out of the 6 goals we scored on the night. Also linking up wonderfully with Salazar in the final league phase match of the Europa League against Trabzonspor for a 3-1 win. Still rocking the top spot by 3 points though at the end of the January transfer window. And it's going to take some doing when we have Francisco in the form that he's in during February to knock us off the top spot as he keeps scoring more goals. Not to mention how we are dominating games as well. 4 league wins during February, only conceding 1 goal and a 5-1 win, but it's Real Betis in the Europa League that's our main focus turns towards now. Although I don't want to gloss over the fact we opened up a 5-point gap in the league with just 9 games to go, and that's why I spent the money on that centre-back. But you will not believe how we took the lead against Real Betis. Yep, that's the worst home goal you'll ever see. We were awful to be fair though, and Real Betis fought back against us and equalised in the first leg in the 93rd minute. In between that and the second leg, we got a 2-0 win against Werder Bremen, where the set piece police will be having fits in the comment section about these 2 goals from Klaus. It did take us until the second half before we actually opened the score in the second leg, but once we did, the floodgates opened up and we ended up continuously putting them under pressure and finding the net on multiple occasions, eventually sending our fans home happy with a 4-0 win, and we're into the quarterfinal, where to be fair, we did get the easiest draw against Copenhagen. We are on a roll though as we return from European competitions with a 6-0 win at home to Eintracht Frankfurt, and continued that momentum into the Hamburg game with another 2-0 win, and I'm starting to believe we are actually going to win the Bundesliga here, because Bayern Munich are tanking this season compared to previous years, and we are 6 points clear of Dortmund in second. Our end of season run is once again Munich, then Leverkusen, then Dortmund, all in a row. Europa League quarterfinals though, and we start the home leg where we score within the first minute of the match through Salazar. Copenhagen did equalise soon after though, but Salazar has been living in his strike partner's shadow this season, but he's still been quality. Francisco though did score 2 goals as well, and Fagioli also is another name who put in an excellent performance in this first leg 5-1 win. Second leg was an entertaining draw, and we progress into the semi-finals 8-4 on aggregate. In the league though, before that we had beaten Mainz 2-1 thanks to a Francisco winner, and he also scored 2 goals in a 5-0 win against Hanover before we faced the champions Bayern to win the Bundesliga trophy ourselves. We only need a draw, unfortunately we are the home side, but that doesn't stop Bayern trying to cause an upset and snagging the opening goal. Luckily, before half-time, our Argentine striker Salazar stepped up and got an equaliser, and after our high press in the second half was too good for them, we caught them napping and Salazar put us ahead. Again, we just need a draw to win the title, and in the 92nd minute, Jamal Musiala scored, but that is it. And Leipzig are your champions of the Bundesliga. And we add another trophy to our Glory Hunter cabinet. Will the Europa League trophy be next? Germany is now complete. What do we do after this? We've only gone and won the Bundesliga in our first season at Leipzig. Francisco has 33 league goals with 2 games remaining. A big part of it was how bad Bayern Munich have been doing though. Even still, we fully deserve it after this season, and it's another trophy added to our Glory Hunter cabinet. With this being season number 11 of 20, we could also win the Europa League, giving us just Spain and France to conquer in the remaining 8 seasons. Speaking of the Europa League, we have just overcome Copenhagen in the quarterfinals. And in the semi-finals, we met our old team Roma, and it was our star man back then, Tammy Abraham, who scored against us. I forgive him though. We went without scoring until the 87th minute, where Leandro Salazar popped in the equaliser to make it 1-1 into the second leg. Tammy is still decent though, age 35, although I don't see how getting older means you just lose all your strength. It just doesn't seem realistic to me. Second leg in Rome, I imagine. I had a standing ovation from the fans as I came out, and Leandro Salazar bags another in the tie to put us 2-1 up on aggregate. target, until Roma start an attack just 8 minutes later and score through Carlos. But unfortunately, from my former side, this is our year, and we are going into the final, and our Italian midfielder Fagioli knocks out my former Italian club, and we're into the final of the Europa League against another former club, Chelsea. Here it is then, the final of the Europa League, and our lineup is a strong one with Salazar and Francisco up front, a couple of slight injuries including the goalkeeper. The Chelsea lineup looks quite unrecognisable to the team we left for Manchester City, with only 4 players still there now, lining up in a 4-2-3-1, but as the teams make their way to the pitch, the nerves are kicking in. We took a huge gamble changing clubs last year for this competition, and now we're in the final. And with winning the title already, we know this is our last chance with this team to win this competition. What a game we have here too, as we snatched the lead just 12 minutes in when our right back hit a shot from the edge of the area. But Chelsea weren't phased, and new manager Brendan Rodgers has steadied the ship, it seems, and they come back with a goal not long after from Aslani. To say this was a back and forth game would be an understatement, as we countered an attack and set Francisco free on his lethal left foot, 2-1. But again, it wasn't long before Chelsea come back at us, and it was their other centre midfielder, this time Rodri, who brought it back to 2-2. There was still time for us to score another before half-time, which we did through Francisco's second, albeit a tap-in. But the half-time team talk from Brendan Rodgers caused Chelsea to dominate proceedings at the start of the second half, and Valverde brought it to 3-3. Ato Smith's 73rd minute goal put Chelsea ahead for the first time in the game, and I began to worry big time, taking the lead 3 times already until Gutierrez pulled off the most outrageous cross to find Francisco, and it's 4-4. But with 5 minutes left, our new centre-back Leon Klaus scored the winner. And we are the Europa League champions, and I just know once again the set piece police will be raging in the comments, but we have done it 5-4 in just 90 minutes. Such an entertaining game, and with the lift of the trophy, it was a sigh of relief. The second trophy gained from our very short time at RB Leipzig, and it's similar situation to Man City now. I'm not really sure what we do. What's our next step? It's barely been a year at Leipzig, so I can't really resign just yet. Looking at the insecure jobs, it's only really Marco Rose at Atletico, who has been shocking for years now. They finished in 7th place, which is roughly where they have been the last 5 years. And their team is incredibly poor, as well as their finances too, and I don't fancy that again. But then, hello, Real Sociedad and Marseille jobs have popped up, with both teams finishing in 8th place in their respective leagues, and their teams aren't that bad. Sociedad with the likes of 36-year-old Oyarzabal, Sucic and Arda Güler, but a lot of players are in their mid-30s. Financially, they're okay too. £20 million budget is going to help us mount a title challenge though. Marseille's finances are a lot worse, however. But call me crazy, they have a better team in my opinion. Desiree Doué is phenomenal. They have Bella Kotchap in defence alongside an aging Aya, but I really like their striker too. He's no Francisco, don't get me wrong, but he'll be great in this league. I decided to see what happens if I resign from my job. Again, it's a big risk. I was hoping it would trigger a manager merry-go-round, but no, they hired Benfica manager Abel Ferreira instead, who isn't part of Glory Hunter. But a month later, it finally happened. The PSG job became available as Petkovic retires. And this job does not come around very often at all, so I could smash through the French league and cup situation within a season or two, leaving me with a very good amount of time to attack the Spanish side of Glory Hunter. Xabi Alonso took the Marseille job, so that option was then gone, and the Espanyol manager took the Sociedad job. But I really didn't fancy that job, thank you very much. The fans consider me the leading candidate for the role too. Liverpool offered me an interview, but my eyes are solely set on one role right now. It took ages, but a huge sigh of relief as PSG finally offered me an interview. And I was shocked that the budget was only £10 million. But we nailed the interview and they offered me the job, and we got it. Arguably the best job possible to get for a Glory Hunter challenge. The team had some recognisable names, of course, like Mbappe and Evan Ferguson, who we knew moved here, but also some familiar faces for me too, like Luengo and Obradovic from our time at Leverkusen. Mbappe at 34 is still really good, and so he should be with 725k a week in wages. The tormentor of our time in the Champions League with Chelsea, Evan Ferguson, is still here in his prime. And they still also have Kai Havertz, who I sold here too. But they have backup strikers in Rasmus Højlund and Matthijs Tel. They have Manuel Ugarte as their main midfielder, but the lack of depth in this position. Defense is still solid though, Gvardiol, Inacio and Obradovic. With Montanaro as a backup who also is on the transfer list right now. I found out why there's no budget too. Luengo was a very recent transfer for £86 million from my former club. It's not a bad move though, probably one that I would have looked into very similar. I moved the wage budget to transfer and it was enough to sign a backup fullback as well, as we only have one left back, so Turnsicky, a Croatian right back from Everton, aged 23. We then sold the Italian centre back who was transfer listed to Newcastle for £36 million, £10 million profit from what they signed in the season before. And I wanted to use that money to bring in this Italian centre midfielder that I've been following for a few seasons who moved to Tottenham, Marco Evangelista. He is superb as an attacking threat from that centre mid, and Tottenham have barely been using him and only played him 17 games last season with only 9 starts. He agreed on a squad player contract for only 87 grand a week. Pretty much a steal. I know what you're thinking though, why aren't you going after Francisco? I'm sure we will reunite again soon. Just like that, our first match is here in the Trophée des Champions against Monaco. And we set out in this attacking diamond formation, but had both Singo and Gvardiol missing from the starting 11 on our defence with injury and suspension. Monaco's team is decent though, they've got some great players and a couple I've been following too. It wasn't exactly a dominant performance, but we still picked up the 1-0 win from Kai Havertz. Our first league game came against Nice and it was a lot more one-sided, with us taking a very early 2-goal lead after Mbappe slotted in his first of the season. Matthijs Tel got on the score sheet in the first half too, and after half-time he was joined by Evan Ferguson who made it 4-0, and there was still time for one more when Kai Havertz picked up the fifth. In just my second competitive game in charge, we had Mbappe score our first hat-trick at the club. At this point, the legendary striker was still lethal against Reims away from home, giving us that top spot thanks to goal difference in this really early stage of the season. I had bids come in for Zabarnyi from Barcelona, but it was just no need to sell. Against Nantes in the following match, I decided to give Rasmus Højlund a start, replacing Ferguson alongside Mbappe up front. He won a penalty for us just minutes into the match, which Mbappe stepped up to take and missed. Rasmus Højlund continued to do hard work for the team though, and he stole the ball and laid it on the plate for Mbappe, who couldn't miss that one. But Nantes equalised on the hour mark from a set piece, and it took until the 92nd minute for a corner to be swung in and Nacio to snatch 3 points. We definitely got away with that one. The man of the match of the final game before the transfer window closed was Matthijs Tel, who got 2 assists and 2 goals in a 4-1 away win to Rennes. So far it's so good, 4 wins from 4 with a big plus 13 goal difference in the French league with our new team. I still can't believe we managed to land this job, it doesn't come up very often at all. But we have 4 trophies in our Glory Hunter cabinet still to win with 8 seasons remaining, and we are at the perfect club to get 2 of them. And we kinda need something big to happen in this league as money sucks in Spain. But I'm excited to continue this journey and hopefully complete this challenge with you. We spent just 1 season at Leipzig in Germany after moving across from Leverkusen, and we were rather successful in our time there, lifting 2 trophies, winning both the Bundesliga trophy and the Europa League, leaving us with just 4 trophies left with 7 seasons remaining. Quick maths. So we took a gamble and resigned from our position after such a short period. But it paid off soon after when the PSG job became available. And after nailing the interview, we got the job and became the new manager of the French champions. Still with some of the best players in the world, including Mbappe. And we still brought in some new talent to complement them. Playing really well in our first few games of the season, scoring lots of goals and winning 4 from 4. With the window now shut till January, we focus on our fixtures ahead, because we've got some big clashes in the Champions League to come, including that first one against Jurgen Klopp's Real Madrid. But we returned from the international break with a match in the French League to begin with against Auxerre, and it wasn't long before we found ourselves 2 goals ahead thanks to both strikers getting on the score sheet. But they did respond with a goal themselves from Yuri Alberto. But I wasn't worried at all, and Evan Ferguson scored a second and we won 3-1. Which, funny enough, is the same scoreline in the Real Madrid game. Only this one is a little different in the fact that the team that scored 3 goals and ultimately won the game wore white shirts and called themselves Real Madrid. But I really like bouncing back with a 4-0 win, but you know what's even better than that? Is when you win the next 3 games 4-0 each time. How satisfying. Although what does worry me is that Mbappe missed another 2 penalties in the last match too, after already missing 1 earlier this season, and we aren't even in October yet. We also redeemed ourselves in the Champions League though with a tantalising performance, scoring 5 goals against the old lady of Juventus. Although I will still have words with whoever it was that thought wearing a black away shirt for Juventus was a good idea when we wear navy blue, that is a terrible decision. They literally had a bright pink kit that they could have wore, probably Roberto Martinez's choice, who pops up once again. Anyway, it's 8 wins from 8 so far in the league, but Monaco are on our ass and they have been in fine form lately, and Hugo Duro has scored a lot of goals. And it's exactly who we face in October after Marseille as well as Lyon at the end of the month. Well, that isn't a good start. Against Monaco it was a tight game until we won a penalty and I made sure Mbappe didn't take it.
He's bloody missed!
Damn you, Ruben Neves. Thankfully though, the deadlock was finally broken on the 85th minute thanks to Evan Ferguson, who also put the icing on the cake in the 92nd minute by scoring again. I'll take that. He scored again in the Champions League in the following match against Basel, where we won 1-0 in Switzerland. He also scored in the next game against Metz, in a 2-1 loss? What? Against Lyon, we continued playing terribly and conceded in the 21st minute, but thankfully from our attack, the ball was scrambled across and it landed at Evan Ferguson's feet again to tap in an equaliser. And then Kai Havertz whipped in a free kick in the second half, and Tarasov scored one of the best goals of the season and we snatched a win. So in a month where Mbappe failed to score a single goal, we actually lose 2 matches and yet still stay top of the league, with Lorient being the team currently only 2 points behind, because Monaco have also seemed to hit a bit of a brick wall with consistency. Mbappe scored in the first match of November in a 4-0 win against Salzburg in the Champions League. And we travelled to Lorient next without Evan Ferguson, but Matisse Tel played up front in his place and he set up Mbappe's first, as well as getting on the score sheet himself for the second. He almost picked up a brace, but when the shot was blocked, it was then put in for an own goal, 3-0. Then we dropped 2 points at home to Toulouse. Miracles do happen though, as we finally score a penalty and we send AC Milan home, eating a 2-0 loss in the Champions League. Penalties against us are dispatched with ease. But press the alarm please for the next goal of the season contender, as Evangelista rockets in an overhead kick. And he was crucial in the winner against Lens 2, setting up Højlund, who put it away. Monaco are proving to be difficult to shake off at the top of the league, just 3 points behind us. And we are also doing quite well in the league phase of the Champions League, and the Coupe de France starts very soon in the 9th round. December was weird because we started off smashing Montpellier 5-1, before drawing 0-0 against Troyes. Our opponents in the Coupe de France are Laval in the 3rd tier. Should be a breeze, right? Nope. 0-0 after 90 minutes and we went to penalties. What? I know, right? And Matisse Tel missed the first penalty as well. Thankfully, our goalkeeper was an animal and he saved their last 3 penalties, and we scraped through to the next round. How have we played such a strong team and not beat them in 90 minutes? The following match is in the next round against Strasbourg too. But it's January, Ballon d'Or time, and look who came in 3rd, and then 2nd, and look who came in 1st. I missed you, Francisco, you beautiful man. I noticed a certain Tchouameni was just 6 months left on his contract, and I just had to approach it just in case we stay here for a 2nd season. And we secured the signature of the midfielder for the next year, whilst also losing Kai Havertz, who signed for Leipzig. As I said, the Coupe de France match was up next, and we started a lot better against a team in our division than 2 below us, and Ferguson hit a banger of a goal. Mbappe got a second from the penalty spot, if you can believe that, and then he was sent through on goal by an almighty over-the-top pass to make it 3. Strasbourg did get a consolation, but we go through to the next round. And we continued the good form going into the next 2 league matches. Although we did have to rely on a very late Evan Ferguson goal to get the 3 points away to Nantes. But then things got a little crazy in the Champions League, because we beat Dynamo Zagreb 9-0 with 37 shots on goal. And then we trounced Copenhagen 8-0. And Mbappe and Ferguson was really having a field day, scoring 7 goals between them. We calmed it down a bit against Rennes in the league though, only scoring just 2 goals, but the clean sheets kept coming, which I was really pleased with. In the next round of the cup, we had another 3rd division side, who by the way had some very sexy kits. We didn't need to go to penalties in this one though, although we did score score 2 of them in the 90 minutes, but Matisse Tel dispatched both of them away, and we comfortably put ourselves into the next round, winning 6-0. We drew Marseille in the quarterfinals, and we topped both the Champions League and the Domestic League so far. The cup match came early into the next month, and it was another dominant performance from our Parisian team, especially from our Irish striker Evan Ferguson. He scored 3 goals in a 4-1 victory and was a class above the rest today. Into the semi-finals we go. Huge couple of months of results as we keep our winning streak going, which dates all the way back to December, and haven't lost a match since the Mets game back in October. But Monaco and Bilbao up next will be tricky in March. We face Marseille again while Ferguson defies the laws of physics to open the scoring. He also sets up Mbappe's goal to make it 2-0 as well. Marseille did pull one back to make it 2-1 from a deflected goal, which did worry me. Also because we were at that point down to 10 men when Ruben Neves decided to try and end a guy's career on the halfway line, but we managed to hold on to our winning streak, which continued in the Champions League, but ended against Monaco. Although we were lucky that Marcus Felipe's worldie in the 93rd minute rescued us a point against them. And our form as of late opened up an 8-point gap to Monaco, who are still having a fantastic season, as are Mbappe and Ferguson with all the goals, and Mbappe even has 15 assists. He still loves missing penalties in crucial games though.
He is atrocious, isn't he?
He even almost missed an open goal in the same game to open the scoring in the Coupe de France semi-final. And he also had another ball dropped to his feet to make it 2-0 against Nice, who got so bored of Mbappe's luck they decided to score the 3rd goal for themselves, which is a shame really because they actually put up quite a good fight in the game, and not only did they score in the first half to make it 3-1, but they even got a second in the second half, but that own goal cost them a trip to the Coupe de France final, where we will face Monaco later on to add that trophy to our glory hunter cabinet. We do, however, have to face former side Leipzig in the quarter-finals of the Champions League, where I can reunite with my best friend Francisco. I'll probably take him up the Eiffel Tower or something. Before my bromantic date with Francisco, I had to deal with Leon, who had the audacity to take the lead after just 7 minutes. No sweat though, because literally from kickoff, we played the ball over the top and Matisse Tel equalised almost immediately. And it stayed 1 each until Manuel Ugarte hit a curler right into the top bin in the second half. Maybe I was distracted by the aura that is Francisco, but against Leipzig at home, we only managed to get a 1-1 draw in the first leg after Klaus scored an outrageous headed equaliser. Luckily, Inacio scored the only goal in the second leg. After winning the next 3 league matches, we just needed 1 more to secure the league title, and Matisse Tel put us ahead after just 2 minutes, but Montpellier wanted to spoil the party and they equalised immediately a minute later. Thankfully, Evangelista put us back ahead on the half-hour mark, and Matisse Tel scored an unbelievable free kick to make it 3-1, and our big Irish striker secured the 4-1 win, and we are French champions. Another trophy to add to the glory hunter cabinet with 1 left to go in France. But before then, it's Champions League semi-final time, and we find ourselves 1-0 down after the first leg at home to AC Milan, with the second leg coming right before the cup final. In that second leg, Mbappe levelled the tie on the hour mark at 1 each, and he has a chance to make it 2-1 from the penalty spot, which he missed again.
Oh, God!
Although in the penalty shootout he did score first, thankfully, and Rafael Leao actually missed. And from then on, Milan were chasing us in the shootout, and even though we have a couple of close ones, we win the shootout and go into the Champions League final, which I still want to do well in. And we face Bayern Munich in that final. But it's Coupe de France final time, and our lineup is one of our strongest. The Monaco team are set in a 4-4-2 formation with a very strong midfield of Diomande and Gravenberch. And although they fell away in the league this season, they are still one of the worst teams for us to play in this cup final. And after just 25 minutes and what looked to originally be offside, Evan Ferguson put us 1-0 up. Hold up though, because it wasn't going to be that easy, and a defensive howler allows Monaco to equalise from Hugo Duro. And panic stations, as on the 75th minute, Mudryk robs our defender and somehow slots it in to put Monaco into the lead. And on the 93rd minute, Gravenberch makes it 3-1 from an amazing free kick, and that's it. It's all over, and Monaco have deservedly won the Coupe de France and caused an upset. And of course, that means we will have to stay here another season in the French League, which isn't the end of the world, but our time is running out to complete this in 20 years. But with the Champions League final still to come as well, we need to win that Coupe de France next season. Monaco prevented us from completing France in one season at PSG. They defeated us in the Coupe de France final and lifted the trophy. To be fair though, they do have a fantastic team at this point, so I wasn't shocked too much. We did manage to add another trophy to our cabinet though, being a little too strong for Monaco to keep up with across the 34 game week season. And although we've already won the competition already, we do have another Champions League final to complete. With Bayern Munich the opposition in the final, and with us missing key players like Evangelista, who is injured. So we did have to settle with a slightly weaker midfield, playing Bamba at CDM and Tarasov alongside Ugarte. Of course, it's a Bayern team we are very familiar with thanks to our recent time in Germany with Leipzig. We know they are dangerous, and they obviously have stayed that strong for us to be facing them in the final of the Champions League. And their talisman for the last few seasons is a former Ballon d'Or winner, Benjamin Sesko, and he opened the scoring just 5 minutes into this cup final. It took us a while, but eventually we set Mbappe free down the left wing, and his immaculate cross found Evan Ferguson, who fired home an equaliser. But 5 minutes after half-time, Bayern Munich found themselves on the attack again, and a scramble in our box after a shot led to Zakarian putting Bayern 2-1 up. 5 minutes later though, Tarasov bursts down the middle and finds Ferguson, who picks out Mbappe, and his deflected shot brings the two sides level again. And the score stayed 2-2 until extra time when Inacio towered above to make it 3-2. And from there we kept pushing for more, and Ugarte beautifully slotted through Matisse Tel, and it's now 4-2. And right before the half-time of extra time, Højlund finds space behind the defender, and somehow we have scored 3 goals in 15 minutes to make it 5-2. And with that, we are the Champions League winners once again. This time, of course, with a different team, but nonetheless, this PSG side is fantastic. Maybe not our best team yet, but certainly close. Just a few pieces of the puzzle missing. And that win also gives us a personal achievement, putting us in the Manager Hall of Fame top 20 in 18th place, which I am rather proud of. So ideally, we need to improve this team and make us unbeatable in the Cup next year. At least I'm not missing out on big Spanish jobs this summer anyway, because Jurgen Klopp is still at Real Madrid and Xavi is still at Barcelona, who's won the league the last 4 seasons. We are losing Inacio and Havertz on free transfers though to Leipzig and Barcelona, funny enough. And of course we're bringing in Tchouaméni from Real Madrid and Arthur Theat again, all on free transfers. And the board have also given us £17 million in the bank, which I think I might spend on this player I found on the transfer list at Spurs. The Argentine midfielder Lucas Calvaresi, who is literally 5'4" with 3 jump and reach, but his mental attributes are phenomenal, and he is a brilliant player with great player traits and exactly what I'm looking for to a player to help out our midfield in all different ways. We brought him in for the stated price of £58 million as we approached the middle of July. But I'd also just sold Ibrahim Bamba to Manchester United for £28 million, which left the Calvaresi deal costing us just £30 million. But that left me with around £34 million in my budget. And there was another player on the transfer list that I thought would be perfect signing for our team, Jurrien Timber, an elite level defensive player who can play anywhere at the back and CDM, a perfect squad player for just £31 million. But before he signs, we had the Super Cup to deal with and a chance to get revenge on Monaco, and a look at our new tactic for this season. It's just a couple of positions moved around really, with traditional fullbacks and across the 3 central midfield line instead of a defensive midfielder. But what a strange game, because despite us going 1-0 up from Evan Ferguson just 2 minutes into the match and then doubling our lead from Mbappe on just 12 minutes, Monaco scored 3 goals in 6 minutes, and we had to score an 88th minute equaliser from Zabarnyi to take the game to penalties. And new signing Tchouaméni missed our 4th penalty, and Calvaresi missed the 5th, and Monaco win. Absolutely mental match. We got the Jurrien Timber deal done for the first league match though, and kept a clean sheet in a 5-0 win in which Evan Ferguson was phenomenal and scored a hat-trick, picking up where he left off from last season. Just a deadly finisher. No other transfers took place this window for us, but we did reject offers from Real Madrid and Manchester United from Matisse Tel. However, we did win the European Super Cup, again on penalties though, after Newcastle missed their 2nd, and this time we didn't miss any, with Ternasecki scoring the winning penalty after the match finished 2-2. We also however, got absolutely wrecked by Lyon 5-1 in the league, and I decided to change the tactic up slightly, making it more of a narrow 4-3-3 with a few player roles changed. We won the next couple of games with it, but against weaker opposition. And our Champions League fixtures will see us host two of our former clubs in the opening 2 games in Chelsea and Roma. Brendan Rodgers is still in charge for the Blues, who last season finished in 4th place in the Premier League. And Scaloni is the manager of Roma, who also, funny enough, finished in 4th in the Serie A. But before we welcomed Chelsea, we had a tough league fixture against Monaco, and Evangelista gave us an early advantage. Then from a throw-in, Gvardio's cross found Ugarte all alone in the 6-yard box. Monaco did score a consolation, but we got bragging rights back. The Chelsea game was a tale of 2 set pieces, with the visitors falling asleep in both times for Evan Ferguson to head home the opener and set up the second for Ternasicki. And we continue to win throughout September. That is until Rennes beat us 2-1. Roma next in the Champions League, and a similar story for the Chelsea game as we take an early lead from Obradovic this time. But Evan Ferguson was still scoring the second, and an absolutely outrageous assist from Singo set up Tell for the third and final goal, who had also missed a penalty earlier on in this match. But we lost back-to-back games in the league, this time against Metz after being 2-0 up, with the winner being scored in the 90th minute nonetheless. But still, with more wins after recovering our losses, we are just about top of the league by goal difference, only against Lyon. The Coupe de France is still only in the 6th round, and we enter in the 9th, which is scheduled for December. So let's round up quickly, starting with us dropping 2 more points against Nice, again after being 2-0 up. Following that with a 10-1 win against Nantes, with Højlund scoring 4. A loss to Newcastle in the Champions League, and falling to 2nd behind Lyon. Then we beat 3rd place Montpellier 9-0, before losing again in Europe, this time to Napoli 4-1. And our first game in the Coupe de France arrived, and it was an away trip to Le Mans, who have a beautiful stadium down in the 3rd tier, and a waterlogged pitch. The match was rescheduled almost a month later in January, where the match was postponed for a 2nd time. We only had to wait 3 more days this time, and only 9 minutes before Matisse Tell opened the scoring. Our high possession against the weaker side prevailed when they gave Tchouameni way too much space from range, and he made it 2-0. Matisse Tell then got his second from the penalty spot, and the home fans even had something to cheer about despite being 3-0 down when they scored on the 75th minute. But we kept it quiet still when Evan Ferguson got a 4th shortly after. We had to play the next round immediately after against Montpellier, and Rasmus Højlund scored an outrageous header from the edge of the area after just 5 minutes. Our opposition was very poor on the day, only mustering up 3 shots with none of them being on target, and Matisse Tell also scored a lovely header, which made Evan Ferguson feel left out, and he also wanted to score with his head, which made it 3-0. Quick break away from the Coupe de France to congratulate Mbappe on his Ballon d'Or win, aged 35, with Evan Ferguson coming in 2nd place too. We are also still in 2nd place in the league, by the way, and in 13th place in the league phase of the Champions League, so we need to win our last 2 games. Which we did, beating Dynamo Zagreb 5-0 with Evan Ferguson scoring a hat-trick of goals, before absolutely chinning Copenhagen 12-0, which helped us finish in the top 8, and we avoided the playoff. And it's off to play Dunkirk away in the next round of the Coupe de France, which is also one of my all-time favourite films made by Christopher Nolan. Anyway, the defence wasn't quite as good here as it was in World War II, and we scored within 3 minutes. Matisse Tell put away a 2nd from the penalty spot, and Tarasov picked up a 3rd just after 22 minutes on the clock. But once again, we gave the home side something to cheer about when they got a goal of their own just before half-time. And then once again, Ferguson shut them up by basically scoring from kickoff. And of course, we followed that with a loss in the league to Monaco. So hopefully we don't make a tit of ourselves in the next cup match against Brest.
Boobs.
We didn't pull off from the start blocks too quickly this time round, and the score stayed 0-0 until the 42nd minute goal from Ugarte. It was swiftly followed by an Evan Ferguson 2nd. And Matisse Tell in the 2nd half completed the scoreline 3-0 on the 70th minute in the quarter-final. And our opponents for the semi-final is Lyon, and the winner will face Monaco. And we want redemption after the final loss to them last season, remember. We followed the cup match with another game where we scored double figures. Before coming up against Lyon in the semi-final, we faced them in the league and doing a very comfortable job of scoring early in both halves, winning the game 2-0. They've in fact dropped a few points recently, and we stretched out a lead at 5 points. We played Napoli in the round of 60 in the Champions League and won both legs 2-0. But it's semi-final time against Lyon again in the Coupe de France, and we are without Gvardio due to suspension. Things started really well when Kylian Mbappe scored from the spot after just 7 minutes. 10 minutes later, and he's down the flank again and assists Evan Ferguson, and it's 2-0. And just after half-time, he's provided Matisse Tel with another assist. At 3-0 down, you think Lyon would roll over, but they didn't do that, and Giorgio Valia took it round Donnarumma and made it 3-1. Lyon went down the left-hand side and played across into Valia again, and my palms are sweating, because then they win a penalty, and Ryan Cherki steps up to equalise, but Donnarumma saves. And we hold on to the 3-2 lead, and we look to face Monaco in the final. Unfortunately though, Liverpool knocked us out of the quarter-final of the Champions League though. But we extended our lead in France to 7 points with a game in hand, and look at the player statistics. We have the top 3 in both goals scored and average ratings. But right before the cup final, we turned into a mess and dropped 4 points, which would have secured us the league title. Our cup final opponents, Monaco, are bang on in form right now recently too, and Hugo Navoa has been scoring lots of goals. Cup final time, and we have all of our players fit and available, which is great. What isn't great is this is also Mbappe's final season as he plans to retire, so let's make it a good send-off. The final, of course, being set at the Stade de France, opened with an Evan Ferguson goal after just 13 minutes. Then Mbappe almost scored a worldy free kick, which Gvardiol headed in off the rebound. Monaco weren't done yet though, and they scored a goal to make it 2-1 just after halftime to put the pressure on. But an absolutely quality cross from Luengo found Matisse Tel and restored our 2-goal lead. But there was still time for just one more goal in the 94th minute when Jurrien Timber put it in to make it 4 at the final whistle, and it blows, and PSG are your Coupe de France winners. And we get our revenge on Monaco after last season's disappointment, a fitting time to end his career for Mbappe as well, with just one win away from a domestic double, which we did emphatically against Nice 5-1. To become the champions of France once again. But most importantly, it was another trophy added to Glory Hunter with just 2 remaining to achieve and 6 seasons left. So it was time to resign from my post at PSG and hopefully find a job at a club with a chance for trophies. My time at PSG has been a blast, and quite successful too. We've won back-to-back league titles in France, and in the second season we lifted the Coupe de France, leaving us with just 2 trophies for our Glory Hunter cabinet left to obtain. So I did the honourable thing and I resigned from the job at PSG. And my assistant Gigi Wijnaldum follows me out the door as well, so now we've just got to hope that this starts a manager merry-go-round and leaves a job available in Spain for us, where Barcelona have just won their 5th league title in a row under Xavi. And a couple of weeks of waiting, PSG announced their new manager, Luis Enrique, who leaves his post at Villarreal, interestingly enough, to take this job, who had just finished in 3rd place, only behind the 2 giant Spanish clubs and 13 points above 4th. Now I'm fully aware of their key player because he has been one of the best players in the world, the right back Javier Alborz. Have you ever seen a better new gen fullback than him? The rest of the team though is a little underwhelming. Their best players are now way past their prime. There is a couple that could be good in the future, but nobody else that comes close to Alborz's quality. They also don't have the biggest budget in the world, so would be a bit scrappy with the finances. But I still applied anyway. I just don't see Barcelona sacking Xavi anytime soon, and I can't exactly wait around for Klopp to retire. Although he is 68 now, Real Madrid seem to be happy with him finishing 2nd all the time. Kinda like me and your mum. Villarreal wasted no time after applying to invite me to a job interview. And of course they offered me the job. I'm in the bloody Hall of Fame, remember? And just like that, I am the new manager of Villarreal. Straight away in their scout reports was 2 fantastic talents, these central midfielders from the Czech Republic. And similarly again from Serbia, a really cheap talent, and he was wanted by my old club PSG. It seems like Luis Enrique was copying some of the scout reports and took them with him, I suspect. But despite us both putting in bids, he chose to join us in Spain for just 6.75 million. And I even got Svoboda too. He cost a little bit more at around £8 million, but the centre midfield was a weakness in our team that they did both improve. I didn't realise till now, but they had also signed Gonzalo Ramos too while I was applying for the job for £8 million. He's far past his prime, don't get me wrong, but still good at age 34, just lacking that blistering pace he once had. He hasn't had the best of time ever since he left Real Madrid, where he was scoring 17 goals a season quite often, and even played for Barcelona as well. In mid-August, I sold Mario Dorgelis leased to Marseille for around £10 million as he was surplus to requirements after our 2 centre midfield acquisitions, and that helped me fund agony from young boys, which is a saying I really need to be careful of repeating.
Check his hard drive.
Our fixtures were in for the start of the season, and with Celta and Bilbao first, we also have the champions Barcelona quite early in the season. The first game of the season though, and we had a few players out with injuries, but when Eljournin found Ramos and to open the scoring early, I was confident we could plough through, especially in the second half when Ramos won the ball back and new signing Pesic found him again to rifle in a beautiful second. But Celtic got a penalty and scored because our goalkeeper is an idiot, and the Celta fans, then being at home, got behind and with a bit of luck pushed forward and just wanted it more, scoring a second and stealing 2 points from us. But after giving the lads a rollicking, they made up for it by battering Bilbao 4-0. And Ramos has 4 goals in 2 games. We got one more signing through the door before the window shut, bringing in Colombian midfielder Gonzalez from Wolfsburg as a rotation option for the multiple positions. Our Champions League fixtures were also in, and we have Tottenham away in the first match with Bayern Munich in there in the middle, at home, and at the end we have Liverpool and of course our former club PSG away. I've learnt that an away trip to Betis is always going to be difficult because of how good the atmosphere is alone, but Ramos wasn't fazed as he put us 1-0 up. However, once again we dropped 2 points because we were unable to defend our lead and conceded with the game ending 1-1, which was the same result as the following match against Atletico Madrid, albeit this time we were the side crawling back a point after going behind. We finally got a win in September though when we beat Spurs 1-0. The champions visited us next and they were superb and ripped us open just before half time with Ansu Fati scoring the opener. But almost straight from kickoff, we switched the ball out wide to the left when Santiago then found Ramos and we equalised immediately. And with 10 minutes to go, we then took the lead from a corner. And while Barcelona pushed for an equaliser, they simply gave Gonzalo Ramos way too much space and he scored a third and final goal in extra time against his former club. After a dodgy start to the month, we ended it really strong, beating Valencia after the Barcelona game. And that was when I finally settled on my tactic for this season after changing multiple things, with a 3 at the back and an attacking wing backs with a lone striker and 2 segundo volantes in the midfield, which never really seemed to let me down. Other than in the next match when we drew to Cadiz. And they even went down to 10 men after stopping our counter-attack in the final minutes of the match. Absolutely disgraceful. It was still shaping up to be a good month though, with just Getafe left to play as we picked out 2 more wins, but still only sat in 5th place after 9 games. I spoke too soon I guess, although it wasn't a loss. Real Sociedad was a job we almost applied for in the past, but in hindsight we definitely made the right decision going down the route we did and taking the job at bottom of the league Leverkusen. We landed in Spain now and making this Sociedad team look very amateur, beating them 3-0 without letting a shot on target. We then drew with Bayern Munich 0-0, and then we smashed 6 goals past Sevilla in an emphatic win with us putting 26 shots on goal. November came to an end with 2 more wins in the league and the Champions League, but Real Madrid was on the horizon. And they sit top of the league currently, 5 points ahead of us, but we do have the top scorer of the league and their former player for them to keep quiet, Gonzalo Ramos. And that's exactly what they did. Despite us having 8 shots on goal with an XG of 1.52 and Ramos having a few shots himself, better than their 1.37, we lost 2-0 to the league leaders. But we still trudged along, scoring more sexy goals and winning more games. And even scoring 94th minute winners away from home against Mallorca in a great 3-2 triumph. Real Madrid might have been 11 points ahead of us and we still sit in 3rd place with a game in hand, but that could take us into 2nd where we go into the new year and above Barcelona. We somehow top the Champions League phase as well, and I'm just great at this competition it seems. My boy Evan Ferguson rightfully won the Ballon d'Or with Matisse Tel finishing in 2nd place, which I was really proud of. And I also added this guy to my shortlist as possibly the next superstar striker I wanted to manage in this Glory Hunter journey. He's 6'5" as well. Bear with though, because the next 2 months are going to be crazy with the Super Cups, the Copa del Rey, the Champions League as well as our Liga matches, all against elite European teams. We lost the Super Cup semi-final on penalties after missing 2 out of the 5 against Real Madrid. And Bilbao also gave us our first league defeat in a while, defeating us 2-1 after we pulled it back to 1 each. We comfortably got through the next round of the Copa del Rey though, 6-0. But the game of the month was against Liverpool in a superb performance where we went 2-0 up. As you can see, it also looks like the stadium is getting renovated at the minute, but the atmosphere was still fantastic, I bet, as we put 4 goals past them to be the one guaranteed team to qualify to the round of 16. Only team to do it with 1 game remaining. And that final game being PSG, my former club, before a very tricky February round the corner as well. A move I was all too familiar with happened just 5 minutes in against PSG. Evan Ferguson rounded our goalkeeper to score, but it's something I brought with me to Villarreal, and Ramos is just as clinical. PSG got themselves back ahead on the 20th minute from a scramble in the box, but this is why Alborz is the best fullback in the world, because he can produce crosses just like this, picking out his man, and 2-2 was the final score. I got 0 deals done in the window after rejecting a few offers. But we've begun opening up a gap between us and Barcelona, who are struggling this season and are 18 points behind Madrid. However, just before the Copa del Rey, we also dropped points to a 93rd minute equaliser against Real Betis. Copa del Rey time, and we got an early goal against Alaves through Oscar Tomic. But Alaves exploited the match engine and scored from a corner, which took it to penalties, and then they got what they deserved, and justice prevailed as they missed 2 penalties in the shootout to our 1, and we go right into the next round in the next match, which was the complete opposite to the Alaves game. We dominated Atletico Madrid, beating them 5-0 and scoring some great goals, including 3 goals from corner set pieces, and I don't want to see any comments from the set piece police down below, you bunch of snitches. First leg of the semi-final though, we conceded to Betis and played absolutely awful, needing a much better performance in the second leg at home. In the meantime though, in the league we will continue to embarrass Atletico Madrid even more. But in the second leg of the Copa del Rey, it was a corner, would you believe it, that pulled the tie back to evens, with the game going to penalties once again, and we were confident after our recent shootout win until we missed our second from Gonzalez. But Real Betis missed their second penalty too, and both teams started to look more and more nervous as we both scored our third and then both scored our fourth penalties. And then the best fullback in the world stepped up, and he missed his.
He's bloody missed it!
Our penalty shootout away from the final of the Copa del Rey in our first season. I'm still rather proud. Would have been a difficult task though to beat Real Madrid, who was demolishing Barcelona in the other semi-final. Speaking of difficult tasks though, we have Man City in the Champions League round of 16. Another one of my former clubs. We take the loss at the Etihad, probably to a standing ovation again as former Champions League winner here. But in the second leg, we showed exactly why I'm the manager with the Hall of Fame background, because we completely outplayed this City team, which was some of the best players in the world. Not only leveling the tie, but putting us 2 goals up. City did get a late goal, but we still beat them 4-3 on aggregate. We also put in incredible performances in the league during March, and April will see us face leaders Real Madrid 3 times as we draw against them in the Champions League as well. They are a class above everyone else though, still only losing 1 and drawing 1 in the league all season. We are in second place and with a 10-point gap in front of Barcelona. We went into the game against Real Madrid in the first leg on top after beating Sociedad 4-1 in the league. And I've been giving Iago some starts as he's been scoring a lot of goals for me recently. The 21-year-old youth academy product has been suffering with a bit of an identity crisis, having not really the best attributes to play in his natural position as a striker. So I've slowly retrained him to play in the number 10 role instead as a shadow striker. Unfortunately, he couldn't do anything against Real Madrid though. They scored early in the second leg and our Champions League run came to an end despite us getting a consolation. And they battered us in the league 5-1 too. With the Barcelona game up next, we could restore our 10-point gap between us and all but guarantee a second place this season. However, what we didn't expect while playing cautiously was Pedri to hit a worldie into our top corner. And after that, we went chasing the game and it cost us dearly, conceding a second goal. Iago gave us hope, picking up another with half hour to go, but Pedri this time round found an assist for Barcelona's third, and we suffered back-to-back league losses. I then decided to start playing Agony from Young Boys. And what a decision that was, because he linked up amazingly with Iago and capped off what I think was his first start of the season with a hat-trick against Mallorca, and this is exactly what we needed. He then scored 2 goals in a win against Osasuna, and yes, I'm really glad you noticed. Both of the goals were set up by Iago as well. How exciting. He was even scoring nod-ins from corners to the absolute legend, and linking up with Iago in the final game against Granada, where he scored 4 goals in 46 minutes. He only cost me £4 million, remember, and he got 9 goals in the last 5 La Liga matches, securing a second place finish in the league and making me very excited for next season, where we've also signed one of the best goalkeepers available on a free transfer. After leaving PSG, it didn't take us too long before we got a new job in Spain with Villarreal, and I think we put in a good account for ourselves in our first season, finishing in second place, reaching the Copa del Rey semi-final. We also have one of the best players in the world. And I've just created a fantastic partnership with my youth graduate Iago and new striker Agony. They aren't exactly the best looking players in the world, but it's just been working well. We've also secured the signing of a fantastic French goalkeeper on a free transfer, but the board have only given us £32 million to spend, which isn't going to be enough to improve our defence, because the defender I'm targeting has a release clause for £51 million, so I'll have to sell to buy. In other news, Luis Enrique was sacked after just one season at PSG. They finished in second place behind that very good Monaco side. They ended up hiring the current Everton and former England manager Raphael Wiki instead. To start raising funds, I also sold 32-year-old defender Coppola to Inter Milan for £8.5 million, and the Albanian midfielder Gini to Lyon for £6 million, raising our budget to just £52 million, enough to sign the defender we wanted. So we put in the bid to match his minimum fee release clause to Batiste, and he was happy to join us. Definitely a step up in quality for us defensively, and younger than our current defenders too. Liverpool have just put in a bid for the striker I wanted last year. Hilariously though, he rejected the move, but then he eventually signed for Real Madrid on deadline day. I also found this insane attacking midfielder from Sweden, playing at El Shabab in Saudi Arabia, and I was shocked to discover I could afford him by moving available wage budget across to the transfer budget. Carl Malmqvist is a fantastic player. Technically he is a bit of a wizard, but he has also got fantastic vision and leadership. The start of our season sees us play a little bit more of the lower half of the table, so I'm hoping for a good start. And the Getafe game to kick things off had us flying out the blocks with our midfield really shining through. Perisic scored from the first from range, the second goal came from a fantastic work down the right wing, and our other centre midfielder Svoboda slotted home, and I was chuffed as punch for the third with Malmqvist scoring on his debut. He also set up Agony in the 1-0 win against Mallorca. It was the day that we lost Svoboda though for 3 months, so I needed to bring in some backup. So we signed 2 long deals, a Mexican player from Arsenal who can play in midfield and at both fullback positions, and a Spanish CDM from Barcelona as well who could also play at centre-back. Champions League fixtures are in, and we go away to the Italian champions Napoli in the first contest, ending with former club Leipzig and of course Francisco and Manchester United. Our first tricky match of the season came away to Real Sociedad when they took the lead in the 29th minute through Sebastian Farah, but a Malmqvist free kick from miles out brought an equaliser when Agony banged in the rebound. Just before half-time, Malmqvist was involved once again, and this time Perisic found the net to put us 2-1 up. Then Real Sociedad scored an own goal, so cheers for that, with substitute and 35-year-old Gonzalo Ramos scoring a 4. Nothing to show in the Champions League match though, 0-0 finish. Dull. Agony was back in the goals, picking up 2 in the following 3-0 win against Espanyol. Good to see that he's continued his form from the end of last season. And in the next game, from Malmqvist to Alborz to Agony in yet another 3-0 win against Batiste, in which Garitano scored against his old club. Our performances have been so good, we've been getting a lot of bids for our players. 6 wins in, and we are neck and neck with Real Madrid and Barcelona, all on 18 points, until it all went downhill, because we suffered back-to-back draws against Granada and Las Palmas, and Perisic even missed a penalty, the bloody spud, followed by losing to a 94th minute goal against Valencia at home and a 1-0 loss. So we went from non-stop scoring to not scoring in 3 league games, and we have some big games coming up in November you cannot miss. Thankfully, we did manage to win the last game of October against Real Sporting, and Agony was back in the goals too, picking up his first hat-trick of the season in the 4-0 win. But unfortunately, Real Madrid didn't drop any points in that time, and we now sit 7 points behind them just like that. Well, we bounced right back, stuffing Celta Vigo 8-0. In the Champions League, we beat Chelsea 1-0 thanks to a 91st minute Gonzalo Ramos goal, and jot down the 9th of November for performance of the season as we visited the Nou Camp. We snagged the first goal right on the cusp of half time, but the second half we continued to shut them out, scoring 2 more goals, defeating them 3-0. Also only keeping them to just 2 shots with 0 on target. And we kept up the great form, defeating Bilbao, and in the Champions League, Agony once again had a glorious day, scoring a hat-trick against Ajax, who in the next match also scored a 95th minute goal against Sevilla. which rescued a point for us after being 2-0 down and 3-1 down. We faced Marseille in the Champions League before our match against the champions Real Madrid, and we are confident with goals coming in from our 2 attacking midfielders in the 2-1 win. But unfortunately, Real are still way too strong for us. We had the chance to equalise at 1-0 down from the penalty spot too, but Gonzalo Ramos missed the chance to change the trajectory of the game. We did not let that affect our confidence though, smashing through the next 3 league games without conceding the goal, including a 4-0 away win to Atletico. The Ballon d'Or for 2036 was won by my old world-class striker Francisco, who's about to hit his prime seasons now, and we play him this month. We also go into January, still have no transfer budget remaining, so expect a quiet window. But we did start our Copa del Rey campaign against our wonderful team named Zamora CF. Shout out to Bobby Zamora, by the way. And we beat them quite comfortably, 5-0, with Iago winning man of the match after picking up the first 2 goals of the game, off the back of some fantastic work by Agony, also a combination I'm still loving seeing. We of course then faced our former side Leipzig in the Champions League, and I fell behind 1-0, but we popped up in the 89th minute with an equaliser from substitute Peter Gonzalez. Before getting tonked by Manchester United in our last league phase game though, with them scoring 2 goals from their phenomenal striker Danielson Silva, who doesn't sound French, but he is, and they picked him up from Nice a few seasons ago for over £120 million. That result left it really tight in the league phase, and we somehow still scraped into the top 8 qualifying to the round of 16. Maybe winning the league is out of our reach already though, despite it only being January and us being in second place, because Real Madrid have played 21 and won 21. Klopp is absolutely cooking at age 69. So let's focus on the Copa del Rey, because our 4th round tie is away to Eibar, and Iago has given us the lead in the 9th minute. A fast attack starting with Fonseca at the back brings on Iago's second goal, and in the second half, and then again starting with Fonseca, just 2 passes and Marçal is through and scores a 3rd. Straight into the quarter-final away to Celta Vigo, and the combination of Malmquist and Adrian Mar sees us go 2-0 up in just 12 minutes, both from corners. However, what is going on with our goalkeeper here, just allowing Celta Vigo to just give the ball to them and score? Luckily, Mar got his hat-trick though, again from a corner, and still we're in the first half. Celta did then score a wonderful free kick, but we put ourselves through to the semi-final with a beautiful team goal scored by our left-back. The 3rd Copa del Rey match in a row now, and it's the first leg of the semi-final away to Granada, but with goals from Javier Alborz and Agony in just 25 minutes, we got into our groove, and in the second half, Agony scored his 2nd, and we head into that second leg 3-0 up. We had an easy task progressing through to the final, further than what we got last year with a 4-1 win in the second leg at home, despite Granada scoring after just 6 minutes. Once again in the Champions League though, we've been drawn against Manchester City. No surprise either that the team that we'll be facing in the Copa del Rey final is either Real Madrid or Barcelona. Right, on to Manchester City in the Champions League, and we've had a very entertaining contest against our former club. After Moises Caicedo leveled the score, Svoboda within 4 minutes fired us back ahead on Manchester City at the Etihad. But of course, never count them out. They equalised in this first leg in the 89th minute. Again from a player who looks absolutely incredible. But that same player missed a penalty in the second leg. The penalty that cost Manchester City from progressing to the next round in the penalty shootout after extra time. Putting us against, of course, Real Madrid in the next round, just before the cup final. Probably against Real Madrid. What an intense month that's going to be. We got a huge win during March in between the Manchester City games, however, beating Las Palmas 8-0. And Real finally dropped some points in the league, drawing and losing their first matches of the season. They're still 18 points clear, however. When we faced them in the first leg of the Champions League, though, they were showing us exactly why they have been that good. We actually managed to snag an equaliser, though, and I was naively confident, because after that, they battered us. Their high press was intense. They were so difficult to break down, and they were lethal on the counter-attack. Extremely clinical, and they put us away with a 4-1 loss. We somehow won the second leg, but our Champions League run this season was over. And of course, they also beat Barcelona and met us in the final of the Copa del Rey. But there was only 1 goal in this cup final, scored by the team in yellow. The underdogs of the Copa del Rey final, after being completely swept in all other competitions by Real Madrid, we held on strong, keeping a clean sheet against the strongest attack I think I've ever seen, including that striker we wanted to sign, and Villarreal are your 2037 Copa del Rey winners. With that being our 11th different trophy that we have won in Glory Hunters so far, with just one remaining, which definitely won't be winning this season. However, we go down as a Villarreal legend already because that Copa del Rey win is their first in the competition and only their second major trophy the club has ever won, alongside that Europa League win in 2021. We ended the season once again losing in the lead to Real Madrid, but with a very strong 4-game win streak at the end without conceding another goal. 23 points behind Real Madrid, who still won 36 out of 38 games, which is absolutely insane. Agony, though, is your top scorer of the league, an incredible triumph. Across the season, he got 43 goals in 58 games, but Carl Malmquist was easily the MVP for me, with 23 goals and 26 assists. The 24-year-old Swede was exceptional for us this season and was the catalyst for all of our success, I'm sure. The board, however, only given us £24 million, so we don't have much to build around with him to catch Real Madrid. And Klopp still isn't going anywhere, with him being very satisfied with life at the minute. We did it, folks. We won the Copa del Rey for Villarreal. It took just one goal to beat the champions Real Madrid in the final, giving the club only their second ever major trophy. In the league, though, it was only a second place finish and 23 points behind Real Madrid, who only lost and drew one game all season. And their manager Jurgen Klopp isn't going anywhere for now, so we've got to build on this team to try and even compete with them. Bit hard to do that, though, when there's only £23 million in the transfer budget.
Sorry, what?
Agony, our top scorer, won a few awards this season, but he isn't exactly that good, is he? Especially because my scouts found this young Argentine striker from Boca Juniors who could be a lot better and might not cost too much. You ain't gonna like this, but I'm offering out Iago to see if anybody wants to buy him. I feel like selling him allows me to bring in more players at a cheaper cost, so I'm trying to get as much as possible for him. I'm also going to offer out Svoboda as well for the same reasons. Pesic has developed much quicker, so I need to think about strengthening his support in midfield. Offers came in for Svoboda and I managed to negotiate a really good deal. This could give us a rather large wallet to bring in a few more talents. And although Svoboda rejected a move, Iago is in fact leaving. One of two midfielders I'm interested in bringing in for midfield is this Valencia midfielder Antonio Perez. Not much defensively, but a very good creative midfielder. The other is probably my preferable choice though in De La Fuente at Newcastle. More of a holding midfielder, so I put a bid in. But he wasn't even prepared to talk to us after we got a deal accepted for 35 million. So the task of closing down Real Madrid, who also won the Champions League by the way, isn't going down too well. We just need that one last trophy, the Spanish League title, to complete Glory Hunter. So I ended up going for the Valencia midfielder Antonio Perez instead, and we got the deal done. As well as the striker Manuel Caballo from Boca. I genuinely think he could challenge Agony this season at just 11.5 million. Next through the door was a Croatian striker who I believe will be better as a number 10 in Ivor Straki. Again, only costing around £12 million from Zagreb after scoring 12 goals last season. Although that did leave us in a predicament in our maximum squad salary being too high to register all of the players. It seemed like we didn't have enough players though when the first fixture came around, and we had 3 injuries and 2 suspensions to the first team players, and we were forced to fill the subs bench with youngsters. That didn't stop us from playing some beautiful football against Celta Vigo in the opening day, and Agony was showing off why he is still our number 1 guy up front for now. He even got the second to close the game out, and at this point both clubs were down to 10 men with a red card each, which only opened more space on the pitch for us to exploit and score a third. We then rejected a bid from Spurs for our defender we signed last year in Garitano. He also put in a man of the match performance in the next match away to Osasuna, but was unable to prevent them from scoring an equaliser. And the set piece police will be back in the comment section as he scores 2 against Sevilla in the last game of the summer. But chill out, you bunch of Karens. We won 6-0 and already scored 3 goals before Garitano's first. We are of course already trailing Real Madrid, however. But the Champions League fixtures are in, and it feels like we play Manchester City and Chelsea every single season at this point. Despite signing the Argentine striker, I stuck by Agony as a starter because he just kept scoring goals. Although that goal against Atletico Madrid came in a 3-2 defeat, where we also went down to 9 men with 2 red cards. Didn't matter what the competition was though, Agony just kept scoring. And even when he didn't, and played bad, we still won so comfortably. And then he'd come back the next game and score some more goals, and he just seemed to always be in the right place at the right time, and he banged in a hat-trick in just 15 minutes, whilst also picking up a 4th in second half. He needed a rest though in the Champions League game, and we lost to Chelsea. So although we aren't quite cutting it at the start of the season, it definitely isn't down to our main striker from last season. I can't pinpoint what it is though. Unfortunately, we took another defeat in the Champions League to Manchester City, our other former club, but again, we won that competition twice already. And our main focus is on the league and our pursuit of Real Madrid, and we continue to keep winning games. And then I spoke too soon and completely jinxed us. And with Real Madrid and Barcelona as our first 2 games in November, we end October with 2 defeats in the league. Also, now 4 points behind Real Madrid, who have a game in hand on us as well. But it only took 7 minutes for Real to break us down and open the scoring through Skibicki. Real stayed ahead until we broke down the right wing, and the ball fell to Malmquist, who was fast enough to react and slot in an equaliser. But it wasn't our day at the Bernabeu, and the champions took the 3 points in the second half. But I don't think even Jurgen Klopp could predict the result of the next match against Barcelona. And to give you an idea, so maybe you'd like to have a guess before I show you, Agony scored 2 goals in the first half alone, and that was just half the goals he scored on this day. Because we battered Barcelona 7-0, which helped us transform our little mini bad spell and turn things around, beating Napoli and Bilbao as well. We are now 10 points off the champions though, which is annoying. But the run kept going and we kept winning through and into December, whilst also giving starts to Caballo more as he began to become more unhappy about his playtime, but he was also scoring goals. As was the Croatian striker who got the only goal against Valencia, as well as the opening goal against Arsenal in the Champions League, which was beautifully assisted by Alborz, who won man of the match in a 4-0 win against the North London team. Agony picked up a small injury and Caballo then stepped up again and scored 2 goals in a 4-0 win against Granada around Christmas. And a win against Sociedad makes it 8 wins on the bounce. But it is back-to-back Ballon d'Ors for our friend Francisco, who at 28 is now worth over £250 million, 200 million more than I paid for him 8 seasons ago. More bids keep coming in for Svoboda, but he keeps refusing the contracts and deciding to stay. And we don't exactly have the money to improve the team this January without selling any players. Our winning run came to an end though in the league after a 2-0 defeat away to Celta Vigo, and we somehow got smacked up 7-2 by Galatasaray in the Champions League. But we won our last league phase game 3-0 against Slavia Prague, with Caballo scoring the first, only putting us in 11th place and meaning we have to play in the playoffs to progress. Real Madrid also shown weakness in January and they drew a few games, meaning even though we lost to Celta, we closed the gap on the champions down to just 4 points. Back-to-back Copa del Rey wins puts us in another semi-final. And with Real Madrid out of the competition, we are favourites to win it once again. We crashed out of the Champions League though after losing 3-0 to Everton in the first leg alone, and only being able to grab a draw at home, but hey, at least we keep winning in the league. And Agony was back scoring some fantastic goals as well. Madrid just weren't dropping any points though, and with a game in hand, we are 8 points behind going into March, which is a month where Bilbao almost knocked us out the Copa del Rey in the semi-finals if it wasn't for an excellent comeback starting with a very bizarre own goal, and followed by 2 goals from Garitano off the back of Malmquist's exceptional corners. And as we put ourselves into the Copa del Rey final, Barcelona had to overcome a 2-goal deficit if they wanted to meet us there. Svoboda cost us a goal within 5 minutes at home to Las Palmas, but let's just say he really owes Caballo a beer or 2 after the match, because that guy was insane and saved Svoboda's blushes, scoring 5 goals, 4 of which were still in the first half, and prevented us from dropping any silly points. We ended up defeating Las Palmas comfortably 5-1. And with more wins, a game against Betis was very much must win to keep our title hopes intact, as we once again faced Barcelona and Real Madrid in back-to-back games. After conceding an equaliser in the 92nd minute, Agony was our hero once again, scoring a winner in the 94th. Still 8 points behind, but with 2 games in hand and Real Madrid up soon, we could still overtake them with 3 wins. Barcelona also came back and won 3-0 against Sociedad to face us in this month's cup final. But what was a good sign was when we faced them in the lead beforehand and Ramos gave us the lead going into half-time. The second half was much more lively and we scored right after the break, only for Barcelona to score from the penalty spot. Caballo was set free just 5 minutes later though and restored our 2-goal lead, before Barcelona scored their second from De La Fuente, the player who rejected us from Newcastle. But we got the last laugh when Ramos scored a very late fourth in this epic 4-2 win, giving us great confidence going into the Real Madrid game, and Caballo even gave us the advantage. But this is a much tighter game. Real scored an equaliser and we only got a point. It only took 1 goal to beat Atletico Madrid in the next game through Antonio Perez. And the gap remains 5 points with a game in hand to try to put the pressure on the league title with just 5 games to go. It's not as important as last season, but we once again lifted the Copa del Rey with a fantastic win against Barcelona, scoring 2 rather late goals to be fair, without letting them even find our net at all. And we kept winning with 2 more League 3 points with 4 games to go. Real Madrid still kept winning as well though, and the gap is once again 5 points. That was until we defeated Tenerife 4-0, while Real Madrid lost to Real Betis. And all of a sudden, a win in our game in hand puts us top of the league, which is exactly what we did, beating Getafe 4-0, and Gonzalo Ramos was rolling back the years, scoring a hat-trick with Monquist picking up the first goal after just 10 minutes on the clock. Could we keep this up and win the league? No, because we lost 3-1 to Espanyol. And of course, Real Madrid won another game, putting us 2 points behind with the final fixture to be played, and Real at home to Cadiz while we travel away to Granada. We did all we could, and ironically Svoboda scored the only goal of our final fixture. But Jurgen Klopp and his Real Madrid side got the job done, winning 2-1 and secured another league title. And that's just truly heartbreaking, getting that close to completing it all. It was in our hands, but of course we flunked it, and Real Madrid won the title once again. It was the first time in 4 years that they also didn't win the Champions League, but Jurgen Klopp isn't going anywhere anytime soon. He's standing in the way of us completing Glory Hunter, and we have just £32 million in the budget to work some magic to achieve this. Once again, there is interest in Agony, so I'm offering him out to see if we get any bids I can't simply turn down. Because Caballo improved massively and ended up scoring 29 goals last season in the end. But the only bids in for Agony was a measly £13 million, so he's sticking around for now. We will, however, be saying goodbye to Gonzalo Ramos, who announced his retirement aged 36. And our squad is already looking kinda small with him included in this list. I also think I'm going to try and branch away from the tactic we've been running the last couple of seasons and go for a 4 at the back with 2 strikers. And my first target is a new left back, and I have 2 options, with one being Prisca from Portugal. Or we go for an even cheaper option and Leandro of Brazil, who is a bit of a physical monster. So I decided to put a bid in, and I got an offer accepted for less than £9 million by Flamengo. And that was a really quick deal to get done, and the player was signed. So straight on to my next target, and again staying in South America for financial reasons really, we got an offer accepted for an attacking midfielder from River Plate called Lopez. And again, we got lucky and no big clubs came in to steal him from us, and we got a really quick deal done. Very happy with the player, especially for the price. Quality option this season. I finally managed to sell Svoboda too, as he left for Stuttgart for £16.25 million. Not bad considering we only paid £8 million for him. There was also some huge bids for Pesic coming in for £17 million, but he's just far too important for me to let him go, and I had to reject it. But I did sell centre-back João Fonseca to Monaco for £17 million, which isn't actually that bad for a backup centre-back and for 31 years old. And that allowed us to spend £28 million more on 3 new players, 2 coming from Copenhagen. Kenta Axvret will be a good squad player who can play across the back 3 and is only 21 years old with some great mental attributes. The other from Sweden is Mats Nyman, a central midfielder more suited to defensive midfield, who has fantastic physical attributes to be an engine in the centre of the pitch. The final player was transfer listed by Arsenal, and I seen was a very useful midfielder to get, seeing as he's only 20 years old and plays in both the attacking and defensive formations. Which led to us swiftly onto the tactic and the lineup for the first match of the season. We are rocking a 4-2-2 narrow system using 2 attacking midfielders in the centre instead of the usual wide position, and Malmquist is currently recovering, so drops out for now. And the first game of the season went very well. We scored some insane goals too, which you are seeing right now. Agony scored a great goal either side of halftime, and his runs, which were found both times by the exceptional assist, were obviously joyous too. New signing Juan Lopez with a direct free kick on his debut as well. The only blemish on this 7-0 win was the injury to Alborz, which put him out for the next 4 to 5 weeks. The following match started with Pesic having a penalty saved after just 2 minutes. Won 5-0 though, so it's all good. And I forgot all about it in the third game when Pesic got an unbelievable assist for Caballo in a 2-1 win against Celta. No surprise, we've got Chelsea again in the Champions League. Speaking of that competition, Caballo really stepped up the goals against Spurs, putting 4 past them and completely dominating their defence in the air. The Argentine striker is an absolute animal, and the North London side just did not know how to handle him. And of course, after 4 league games and 4 league wins, we already head to the Bernabeu to face the champions. With Alborz still out injured, we have almost a perfect starting 11, with Agony actually on the bench, with the Croatian striker in favour to partner Caballo and Nyman favoured over Perez for defensive duties. And that decision paid off because he found the Argentine striker to open the scoring with an insane goal. But Real Madrid pushed and eventually brought the game to a 1-1 draw in the 83rd minute. We followed it though with another away win against Sevilla, with Agony scoring 2 goals. And then we lost to Monaco in the Champions League from a corner in the 86th minute. But 3 of us are on the top of La Liga, all on the same points with ourselves, and Madrid being joined by Cadiz of all clubs. We then decided to just not concede any goals for the month and become a defensive monster. That's not to say we weren't scoring any either, and as a matter of fact, far from it. In October, we scored 26 goals in just 6 games, including 5 league matches, where we didn't even concede 1 goal. We didn't play anyone special, but that's still an impressive month to say the least, and bang in form to face a very tough November, including Barcelona. But good news, call your grannies, because Villarreal are currently top of La Liga by 4 points. We finally conceded a goal in the league when we gifted Atletico a breakthrough. We still beat them 2-1 however, so who really cares? Definitely not Barcelona player Emmanuel Clotti, who brainlessly got himself a straight red card in the first half against us. Even funnier because Malmquist scored the free kick from that very same tackle. And it was only a 1-0 win at the Camp Nou, where Barcelona only had 1 shot on target. Wasn't such a good result in the Champions League, as Chelsea beat us 3-2 though. And after Leandro, our new left back, scored an absolute worldie of a goal to level the score against Bilbao, they gave us our first league defeat of the season, scoring in the 8th and the 94th minute with a free kick. Sad times. Still top of the league though, so let's keep our titties in our tops for now, shall we? Okay, maybe I spoke too soon once again. Even after that horrendous home defeat though, we managed to pull off back-to-back 4-0s. And yet, we are still only good enough for, wait, 3rd place. Good thing is, it is now January and the board have backed us and given us more of a transfer budget. The bad news is, we lost our first match of the year to Valencia this time, who scored just 2 of their 3 shots on target. But I spent the money on bringing in a world-class midfielder called Federico from Newcastle for £47 million. He couldn't stop us from losing once again though.
Oh, God!
Luckily for us, Real Madrid had just lost to Bilbao, so it was none other than Real Betis who are currently sitting at the top, 7 points clear of us. We ended the month with 2 wins against Getafe and Celta Vigo, and February sees our next match against the champions in between the Champions League playoff ties. But we would actually face them far earlier than expected after winning our 4th round match in the Copa del Rey against Real Zaragoza, because we get them in the quarter-final, a game played at home where we'd give ourselves a very strong 2-goal lead on the 67th minute. But of course, this seems to be the season of self-destruction, and we concede thanks to a lousy clearance. And an even bigger boot to the testicles, we concede an equaliser in the 94th minute. All good though, because in extra time we turned up like 1970s Brazil and played incredible football and scored to knock them out 3-2. But it seemed we were making a habit of throwing away 2-goal leads and conceding extremely late on, only to cruise through to the round of 16 after winning the second leg 3-0 without even leaving the second gear. Some of these goals looked absolutely incredibly easy to score though. However, the most important game of the month was that Real Madrid league fixture in which we took the lead after just 20 minutes in, and we made it 2-0 from the penalty spot. And our run of being crap while 2-0 up continues and Real Madrid score. There was a 4th goal, but you'll never believe it until you see it. It went to Villarreal and we send Real Madrid home with a 3-1 defeat. That seemed to really get our groove back because we stuffed Sevilla and Lugo both 6-0 in the next 2 league games, with Caballo scoring 7 goals, as well as another 4 in the semi-final of the Copa del Rey first leg. We are still in third though. Look closely because we have 2 games in hand, however, and only 3 points off top. It's in our hands again. We've just got to keep winning games. Keep winning games just like that. Back-to-back away wins. We love to see it. In fact, an insane month. 4 league wins. Huge Champions League round of 16 triumph over our former club. And we move into April with, of course, Manchester City in the quarterfinals of the Champions League, because we seem to play them every season. But doing it from top spot in the league on the same points as Real, but with a game in hand. Also Caballo on 28 league goals, tearing up the Golden Boot race. A second leg 0-0 draw after the first 5-1 win puts us in the Copa del Rey final for the 3rd season in a row. And from being 3-1 up against City in the Champions League, Patrick Gerrard scored 2 goals in injury time to level things up in the first leg. But straight from the kickoff, Caballo scored a 4th, and we won 4-3. And beat them in the second leg too. We well and truly embarrassed Barcelona in the league during April, completely dominating the game and continuing our good run with a 3-0 win. Guys, we are on the run of a lifetime. Betis up next to close out April. But we still cannot quite shake off Real Madrid though. In other news, and back to the Champions League, we drew AC Milan in the semi-final, with the first leg being played in Spain. And don't mind me, we are just sitting back, relaxing with a beverage and watching us score a lot of goals in the same game. All against AC Milan in the Champions League semi-final first leg. Yeah, we won 7-0, and I've already booked our flights for the final. But let's focus on the Real Betis match first, because the league title is up for grabs, and oh my god, what is happening and how are we 2-0 down? That is not what we need right now. Please tell me we aren't going to throw this away. That was probably revenge for us defeating them in the Copa del Rey final 1-0. Which, yeah, I completely forgot to mention after the Milan game shocked me too much. Like poetry though, Real Madrid are also the team attempting to stop us from winning the Champions League. Our game in hand was against Valencia, and it was a perfect opportunity to get our revenge after they defeated us earlier on in the season. And that's exactly what we did, stuffing them 5-0. So with those 3 wins in the league, we have just 2 league matches left, and we are currently sat top of the league on just goal difference alone. Unbelievably, in the penultimate match, Elche not only took the lead, but go into half-time 2-0 up. Surely we cannot throw this away against 10 men as well. But within 9 minutes of the second half kicking off, we score from Pesic, Strachey gets an equaliser, and then immediately scores a 3rd, and then a 4th, and we comfortably win the match. While also having 50 shots on their goal, with 21 on target. But Real Madrid also won 5-0. We just need to win our final game against Cadiz, while Real Madrid, they have Barcelona away. But from the moment our goalkeeper sent the ball long, it was never in doubt. Caballo brought the ball down from the heavens beautifully, pushed it away from the defender and smashed it past the goalkeeper for our first of the day. And from that, we continued to enjoy ourselves, knowing what was about to happen, scoring 2 more goals and confirming ourselves La Liga champions, and of course, winning the final trophy of the Glory Hunter series. But of course, we have the Champions League final to win too. And after the game stayed 0-0 for 94 minutes, Agony popped up with a winner. And we had our 3rd Champions League with 3 different clubs. And speaking of 3s, we also won the treble this season. So with 25 major trophies won in 18 seasons, including 3 Champions Leagues, 7 different clubs, Roma, Chelsea, Manchester City, Leverkusen, Leipzig, PSG, and of course finally Villarreal, we have won all 5 top divisions in Europe, the 5 biggest cup competitions in Europe, and of course the Europa League and the Champions League. After managing many quality players from the beginning at Tammy Abraham to Erling Haaland to Kylian Mbappe, Francisco of course, alongside many others, it has been a fantastic journey that I really hope you have enjoyed as much as I have, and I'll see you on the next one. I have become the manager of Newcastle United, but I'm not in charge of any transfers at this club.
Sorry,
What?
This guy is. He is the Newcastle Director of Football. And I have set all the transfer responsibility to Dan Ashworth, the ins, the outs, and the contracts.
You're having a laugh!
And I'm giving him, and I guess myself, just 5 seasons to see if I can win the Premier League and Champions League with Newcastle United.
I'm not feeling the pressure, no. You cannot put pressure on me. No chance.
It's not even July, and he's already making offers for Thomas Souček at West Ham. Centre midfield is definitely a position we are weak in, and Souček, I think, is brilliant. I really like this Director of Football already.
That's my guy! That's my guy!
But West Ham are wanting 46 million, and our budget is only 56. Well, welcome to the new Director of Football series. If you are new to the channel, we do lots of challenges just like this one. And my dear old dad sent me a challenge to reach 100,000 subscribers by the end of the year. So please consider subscribing, I'd really appreciate it. My scouts highly recommend Bastoni as a top target. No good telling me that though, lads. A huge £46 million plus Ryan Fraser bid has been accepted though, and Dan Ashworth is offering 80,000 grand a week contract to Thomas Souček. One thing I am in charge of is the tactic, and I've built a 4-4-2 shape that I think Souček will be perfect for in that centre midfield role alongside Bruno Guimaraes.
Cheers, Jeff.
Dunno. I think that's a bit dodgy, mate.
More potential transfers with kid Facundo Farias from Argentina. A decent little squad player with good potential, but not exactly a position we are running right now in that number 10 role. And the reason I went with a 4-4-2 is because there's also Dan Ashworth's preferred formation, so I thought it would match up with his transfers. But anyway, our first sign-in, Thomas Souček, is signed, and long-term viewers of the channel will remember how much I love this guy in Football Manager because of his player traits, meaning I can get him to score so many goals. So I'm going to attempt it again with a slight change to the tactic and making his role as centre midfield on attack just to try it out and see how it does. Farias also joins the club for just £3 million up front. We've still got £27 million in the budget somehow. Financial fair play. Dan also accepted a loan offer for Sean Longstaff from Brighton, but Sean rejected the offer.
Damn it, Carl!
Isaac is getting prepared for the season, scoring 5 goals in a final pre-season friendly, with our first game of the season being against Bournemouth. Hilariously, Isaac did not score on this day, but he did get involved in the goals when he assisted the second, which was excellently executed by Matt Target from left back. Souček, the brand new signing, also assisted on his debut for Chris Wood, and we finished the game 4-0 winners when Bruno Guimaraes got in the final tap-in. A position I didn't expect us to go for is the goalkeeper slot. We've made an offer for Jan Sommer, and I'm curious as I think Nick Pope is better, but when comparing, Jan does have better goalkeeping attributes. I just don't think he's so much better that we really justify a £16 million move at the age of 33. I actually think Dan's drunk. Jan Sommer is a Newcastle player, so Dan offers £30 million for Emiliano Martinez, and we only have £14 million left.
I declare bankruptcy!
I think whatever Dan was drinking ended up in the water bowls at half-time, because against Everton we looked comfortable when St. Maximin scored before half-time. But we were lacklustre to say the least in the second half, and it cost us 2 points. We then played Leeds at home in the league and we won 4-2. Then we lost to them in the following game in the Cup. But a Souček winner against Brentford and a controlling performance against Fulham seen out the rest of the games in the transfer window. Man City have a plus 16 goal difference after just 5 games, but don't let that hide us in third place with plus 11. The drama of the transfer window didn't stop there as Sean Longstaff finally left on loan to Brighton. And we paid £4 million for 6'4" centre-back Willy Cambuala, who we'll now call Big Willy. Ha! Giggity. Big Willy jumps into the youth team for now, so it's just Souček and Jan Sommer. Dan Ashworth decided to bring in for the first team, of course, Farias as a squad player. No transfers out. Although Brighton's contract states that they will permanently be signing Sean Longstaff for £4.7 million at the end of the season. September, we are either amazing or we are dreadful. It started off really well when St. Maximin Rabona cross was pushed out into the path of Isaac to score. But then the game flipped on its head when in the 92nd minute, Ben Johnson equalised off of a rebound. In the 95th, we gave all the points away when Antonio scored. Then we went and smashed Man United 7-0 in the Premier League. In October, not even a Jamie Vardy hat-trick could take 3 points away from us. And when Chelsea visited St James's Park, they had the audacity to take the lead through Sterling. Luckily, we kept ourselves in the game and got an equaliser through Almiron, who then got himself sent off in the next match in a loss to Spurs. An example of Souček's movement from the centre midfield spot in the 3-1 win against Brighton here. And with the World Cup approaching, we have been staying strong going into the break. Second place in the league, only 4 points behind Man City and 4 points ahead of Man United, who again, we beat 7-0. We took on Aston Villa in one of the 2 games in November, and it was the day for Callum Wilson. He scored 3 goals in a 4-0 win and was absolutely quality, so clinical, and showing why Football Manager players over the years absolutely love Mr. Wilson. Chris Wood picked up the 4th in a fantastic win. Our last game before the break was a tight 2-2 draw against Arsenal. The World Cup final was won by France with Mbappe's second and extra time winner against the Dutch. And our first game back was Manchester City. And of course they were on fire before the World Cup, with Erling Haaland enjoying his rest and decided to score not 1 but 2 goals against us. But don't panic, because 3 of our players also scored 2 goals and we absolutely smashed them 6-2. They were definitely missing Frankie and McCourty. If you know, you know. Please check out my best ever video. Southampton are bottom of the league, by the way, with 7 points. And why am I mentioning this? Because we followed our win against top of the league Man City with a draw against Southampton. January arrives and Dan is back at it, offering out bids for Angel Correa, which was rejected. Looks like the owners are giving him some more spending money. Although putting a £35 million bid in for Douglas Santos is not what I expected. January also brought a loss to Liverpool in the league twice. Another fullback sign as we pick up Timothy Castagna on loan with a permanent buy for £19 million. Good signing, to be fair. And Adrian Rabiot, who, subject to a work permit, which he should get, joins on a free transfer when his contract runs out at the end of June. In February, we managed to beat bottom of the league Southampton 3-1. We also faced Spurs in what started off as a very tight affair when, after Isak bagged the opener, Heung-min Son managed to hide his shot from the goalkeeper to equalise. But Isak nodded a back post cross down to Bruno Guimaraes, who put us back into the lead, and just after half-time, he then went and scored a third himself, and Callum Wilson put the game to bed, making it 4-1. Unfortunately, we couldn't replicate our huge victory against United at Old Trafford. 2 more wins against Southampton and Everton, though, with a 5th round tie against Forest next. We are still holding our own in the Premier League, though, and 2nd spot, but from 2nd to 5th, it's very tight, and who will miss out? FA Cup time, and an unbelievable pass by Souček found Callum Wilson for the first goal. Forest looked like they wasted their attack, but they managed to keep piling on the pressure and equalise from it eventually. But Souček was the man today. Not only did he get the first assist, but he scored the winner as well. In the quarterfinal, we faced Brighton, with Wilson picking up 1 more goal, and yet again, Thomas Souček scoring 2. He now has 15 goals in 22 appearances in the league and 20 goals across all competitions. In the league, we couldn't beat Brighton and only picked up 4 points from 6, with Arsenal and City up next. But we are still in 2nd with a game in hand, so shall we really push for this Champions League this season?
Go on, man.
Well prepared to be shocked, because we just smashed 3rd place Arsenal 6-0. And I don't know what is happening to us in these big games, because it doesn't even stop there. We then went to the Etihad to Manchester City, who are absolute steamrolling teams this year, against Erling Haaland, who has nearly 40 goals in about 28 games. And we went there and we won the game 7-0. And they played their first 11, and it wasn't even that Jan Sommer was having the best game of his life. They had 1 shot on target. They just didn't show up. We were simply amazing. I don't know what to tell you. Because we followed that with a loss to Villa.
I can't believe it!
West Ham also knocked us out of the FA Cup in extra time of the semi-final.
No, God!
And with a couple of wins to Forest and Palace but a loss to Chelsea, we have a fairly easy run towards the end of the season, pushing for that top 4 spot. And in May, we went on a tear, beating Bournemouth 3-0. Defeated Brentford at home 1-0 with a beautiful team goal. Another 1-0 win against Leeds, where Bruno was also sent off. And then we even embarrassed the FA Cup finalist West Ham 5-0 in our final home game this season. And we lose our last game against Fulham at Craven Cottage. But yes, we completely outperformed all expectations with this team, finishing only 4 points behind champions Manchester City, and somehow have a better goal difference without having a top scorer in the top 3 or our goalkeeper in the clean sheets of the player stats, with Haaland there just casually sitting on 47 goals in 38 games. Isak scored 30 goals this season with 11 assists in 41 matches, a goal contribution per game. Absolutely fantastic, and Thomas Souček even finished in second place on goals, even ahead of Callum Wilson from centre midfield. But make sure you tune into the next episode, because Dan, our director of football, has £142 million to spend, so you don't want to miss out who he brings in next. The first season threw up a few surprises, to say the least, in a series where the director of football is to make all of the transfers ins and outs. It was the performance on the pitch that put us finishing in second place in the Premier League.
Let's go, that's class!
And new signing Thomas Souček scoring 25 goals from centre midfield. Welcome to the Director of Football Challenge. We have 5 seasons to win a Premier League and a Champions League with Newcastle United. And the board have given our Director of Football £140 million to spend. We also know we're expecting the arrival of Adrien Rabiot from Juventus as a free transfer. And our Director of Football wasted no time putting in a huge offer for Nice centre-back Todibo. He is fantastic, his physical skills are amazing, he's lightning quick and strong. His technical attributes are impressive too, even down to the dribbling and first touch. At the same time, Wolves are after our Big Willie. Don't worry though, our Director of Football has rejected it. A month later, and Todibo is our player, but he remains the only transfer made so far. We have £90 million left to do stuff with, but Dan Ashworth is kind of twiddling his thumbs and he's not even putting in bids. Come on, man! And Todibo remained our only signing going into the first match against Arsenal. And it was a cracking game too, with all the goals happening in the second half, starting with Almiron's finish. Arsenal's new signing Benassa equalised in the 69th minute, but when Rabiot came off the bench, I thought he was going all the way before he was dispossessed, and Souček thought he'd scored the winner. But unfortunately, Fabio Vieira smashed a penalty down the middle in the 93rd minute to end the game 2-2. We faced Leicester straight after in the league, and it was a lot more comfortable. Souček's header put us ahead in 15 minutes, and it was Isak who scored the second right on half-time. Callum Wilson appeared from nowhere at the back post to secure the win. A good 3 points. Unfortunately, that was followed up with a loss against Chelsea and a draw to Wolves, conceding in the 88th minute. Deadline day came, and the only thing that occurred was Big Willie couldn't move because of a work permit. He wasn't being used enough. I know the feeling, mate. Considering the money we had to spend, it meant for a very bland summer window. The Champions League draw, and we were in pot 4 and drawn into Group D alongside Bayern, Ajax and Zagreb. Looking at it, Group C would have been probably the only more difficult option, possibly with a Group E in consideration with PSG and Lazio. Before that though, in the league, we take on West Ham at the London Stadium, and Wilson found Isak on the 13th minute. West Ham managed to drag themselves back into the game for exploiting our right hand side where Ben Rama scored, but that same right hand side was used to slip Isak down the flank, and his wonderful cross was met by Wilson's header. Great goal. And the second half only had one goal, and that was when Rabiot found the run of Bruno, who, playing from the left, slotted it in to make it 3-1. We followed that with a win against Brentford and a loss to Brighton. But our only game in the Champions League in September was against Bayern Munich, and what a game it was. Castagna put us in the lead before Mane was given too much space and levelled things up for the Munich side. However, in the second half, it was the home side who started better, and Isak put us back into the lead, followed by his mate up front, Callum Wilson, who put us 3-1 ahead against the German Giants. Late into the game though, Thomas Muller ran through and dinked in a second, but it was too late, and we take 3 points in a 3-2 win. Get in! Things got even better in October when we first beat Zagreb away 4-0, and then put on a masterclass against Ajax. We hounded them all game, and although Isak scored a hat-trick, my man of the match goes to Kieran Trippier, who got 1 assist and 2 goals from direct free kicks in a 6-0 win. He scored another direct free kick in the following match against Manchester United in the league as well, which, by the way, was another shocking result as we beat them 4-0.
I like it.
It was all wins in October as well, as that seen us sneak into the top 4 with a game in hand, but some way off Liverpool at top spot and top of our Champions League group, with Bayern losing to Ajax as well. Our trip to Amsterdam wasn't as enjoyable, however, and we could only break Zagreb down at home through a corner. That being said, in the league we pulled off 2 4-0 wins against Fulham and Swansea, as well as dropping 2 points against Liverpool in the 92nd minute when Fabian Schär went wandering at 1-0 up and gifted a pass to Harvey Elliott, who did well to equalise. Yeah, it's not your best work, Fabian. Idiot. We played 9 games in December. In the league, we only lost once to Manchester City, although it was a battering. We also did not put up the best of fights against Bayern Munich, although Serge Gnabry did turn into Ronaldinho, which we couldn't really do much about. First he curled in the opener. We went 2-0 down after 10 minutes, but I still had hope when Souček pulled one back with a quarter of an hour gone, and we continued to push at 2-1 down until the 78th minute, when Serge Gnabry chipped the goalkeeper with an outrageous finish, and it doesn't stop there because he also played an inch-perfect pass for the 4th as well. But December also included a fantastic win in the quarter-final of the EFL Cup against Man United, with goals from Joelinton and Callum Wilson. Anthony did get on the score sheet as well, but we had enough to get through the semi-final in what could be our best hope for a trophy this season. Draws to Leeds and Crystal Palace in this incredibly stacked month could have been a lot worse. Amazingly, we finished 2nd place in our Champions League group behind Ajax, knocking out Bayern Munich. And we faced Barcelona across 2 legs in the round of 16, who Newcastle famously did beat 3-2 in 1997. January came around and the first Ballon d'Or win for Erling Haaland. And our director of football started making transfers again, signing Manuel Ugarte from Sporting for £29 million. Unfortunately, he arrived 2 days late from saving us getting destroyed 4-0 by Man United. He started, however, in the semi-final of the EFL Cup against Liverpool, where his pass to Souček allowed him to assist Isak for the opener. Trippier whipped in a free kick and Dan Burn then put us 2-0 ahead. And surprisingly, we beat top of the Premier League 3-0 in the first leg when Isak scored his second first half goal, which allowed us to book our place at Wembley when the second leg finished 3-2 to Liverpool, knocking them out 5-3 on aggregate. And our director of football celebrated this win with a new signing, 23-year-old Rodri from Betis, a very talented Spanish attacking midfielder who we picked up for £44 million. He's been having a great season so far with 7 goals and 4 assists, and I'm hoping he can do the same here in England. Boy, do we need him too, because things have gone very sour, losing to both Everton and Wolves. More signings came through the door with another left back in Gutierrez for £12 million. Another young Spaniard who is fantastic to be fair and slots straight into the starting lineup. Just before deadline day, our director of football is trying to obtain a young Serbian centre-back. He agrees to sign just before the match we have on deadline day against Leicester, a must-win for just £7.25 million. I wouldn't consider him elite level, but he is probably better than the centre-backs we still have. Beggars can't be choosers, I guess. So we switched things around for the Leicester game, and I attempt to try a new shape using Rodri as a shallow striker and packing out that midfield to stop us from conceding too many goals.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Although we played some liquid football like this first goal of the game by Isak, it didn't seem to click right, and we conceded 2 goals in the second half and had to rescue a point late through a penalty by Wilson. Nobody played very well at all. And we dropped out the top 4 and really 4 behind, 7 points adrift and a game extra played. Some good signings though through the January transfer window, and a huge new sponsorship deal too. Man City gave us another loss going into February, but after 6 winless matches, our next opponents was once again Man United, this time in the FA Cup, and we finally pick up another win. It came when Bruno Guimaraes scored 2 goals in 23 minutes, followed by Rashford picking up a goal to hopefully pull the Manchester side back into the match, but we squashed that with Rabiot scoring just 5 minutes later, knocking them out of the FA Cup. And it gave us a spark, just what we needed, as we go to the Emirates and pick up a 1-0 win, and that followed with another win against Brighton. But then we ran into Barcelona, who were also in form and scored 2 goals in 2 minutes through Ansu Fati and Dembele. But we got a lifeline, I guess, when Bruno Guimaraes was played through and his cross was turned goalwards by Frankie de Jong. And somehow we make the second leg to come even more interesting when Castagna equalised with 10 minutes to go. But it's Carabao Cup final time versus Leeds. Can we win our first trophy?
Here we go.
And in the game that had just 1 goal, it was new signing Rodri who found the back of the net, helping the Toon Army lift their first trophy in this new Saudi era. But let's be fair, it's only the League Cup.
How dare you?
We actually faced Leeds 2 games later as well, and Callum Wilson scored his 4th and the winner in the 96th minute of the match. Incredible. Unfortunately, our run in the Champions League came to an end though with a 1-0 loss to Barcelona in the second leg. And it was 2 eliminations from 2 games when West Ham scored 2 goals in the 88th and 91st minute to knock us out of the FA Cup in the quarter-final stage. So with 7 games left, it's just the league we need to focus on, and that 5-point gap gap away from Arsenal in the top 4. And that quest started off great with a 5-0 win against Fulham. Then against Watford, wing play in our 4-4-2 decimated them, and when the Spanish combination of Gutierrez and Rodri scored the first goal, and then from the right hand side, Rodri's run for the cutback to Isaac. It was 3 wins from 3 against Swansea. Surely the top 4 is going to be ours, right? Well, a loss against Liverpool won't help.
Damn it, Carl!
And with 3 games left, we still trail 5 points behind, and we've even played a game more. It does not look good. We did win our last 3 games of the Premier League, but a 6th place finish is as high as we could get. So I have one question to ask you all. Do we scrap the 4-4-2 tactic formation? And if so, what do you think we should go for? Because we have so many centre midfielders, and we have 231 million that could be spent in the summer. But remember, it's not down to us who we sign. And a little spoiler for the next episode, we signed another centre midfielder. In the second season, we won the Carabao Cup.
Get in!
But we finished down in 6th place.
You're joking.
A lot of players are leaving on free transfers. But the director of football has £231 million to spend, which of course I have no say on, thanks to him being in control of all transfers and contracts. And he did not mess around bringing in Gonzalo Ignacio, a fantastic young centre-back, for a bargain price of just £30 million from Sporting. But it doesn't stop there. A £6 million bid for Asp Jensen. He's a Danish midfielder only aged 18. Definitely one for the future from Bayern Munich. And then another £68 million for centre midfielder Erkan Kirku of Feyenoord. I mean, he's great and all, but my word, that's expensive for a position we aren't really struggling with. But that's the kind of thing I always find with this series, the Director of Football Challenge. The Director of Football will always stock up in one position. But it didn't take long before we broke the transfer record at the club, bringing in the midfielder for 68 million. We also say our goodbyes to our beloved Big Willie. Some people never have their own Big Willie, so we should just be grateful. He left a hole in our hearts that hopefully this £57 million transfer could fill. Santiago Jimenez, who moved to Leicester last season, is a quality goalscorer and is also wanted by Man United. After his £30 million move on deadline day last year, he scored 15 goals in 25 games in the Premier League. But our first game of the season is here already. I'll talk about the tactic in a bit because I left it on whether we should change, and I tried loads of different tactics, so we'll get to that. For now, we're rocking a formation we used in Season 2 January, and we took the lead through Souček, but Man United caught us on the counter in the 84th minute and then ripped us open for Rashford to score. However, in the 93rd minute, Souček scored another header from a corner. Apparently, they patched that corner routine. We couldn't score at all against Middlesbrough and lost 2-0. We got the Santiago Jimenez deal completed just in time for the next match, though, against Arsenal, where we tried a new narrow diamond formation, and it did not start well, although our defending was abysmal in this match, and Arsenal took the lead. They made it 2 from the penalty spot, but something positive as Jimenez was played through, he squared it across to Isaac, who scored. But once again, our terrible defending let us down, and Arsenal won the game 3-1. So, what did my director of football do? He signed another striker.
Sorry. What?
Now, don't get me wrong, £33 million for Gonzalo Ramos is a bargain, by the way. This guy is awesome, but we now have 4 really good strikers to choose from. Wolves are livid that we keep signing these Portuguese players as well. We also sold Douglas Santos, who has become redundant since Gutierrez was brought in January. He went for £14.25 million, taking our outs total to £31.5 million. But it's on the ins, it's a little higher, £165 million in 2 months. Who do we think we are? Chelsea? Am I right? No? Okay. Anyway, we are rocking the narrow diamond tactic for a little while longer, mainly because it fits the 52 centre midfielders we now have. Cheers, Dan. Idiot. We play Man City next and lost 4-3 in a very entertaining game. Europa League fixtures are in and I fancy our chances of a top 8 qualification. And in our first game of the competition, Gonzalo Ramos scored almost from kickoff in a 5-0 win. Ramos then set up the other new striker we brought in this season, Jimenez, against Crystal Palace in a 2-0 win back in the Premier League. Wilfried Zaha received a straight red card too in this match, and Rodri got the second goal in injury time second half. The other results in this month include wins against Villa and Mansfield, but a loss to Wolves, which means we've started the season very mediocre, winning and losing 4 games from 8. So I changed the tactic and I went 3 at the back. Fast forward a couple of months and Ramos is banging in hat-tricks against Leeds. We also scored 4 past Southampton and another 4 goals away to Everton.
I like it.
But we also lost to Chelsea and Liverpool at home.
I'm not feeling the pressure now. You cannot put pressure on me. No chance.
But with 9 games in total in December, it didn't stop us from getting 6 wins and 1 draw in the Premier League. And that then shoots us back up the league, joint on points with City in 4th place. Speaking of Man City, they knocked us out of the Carabao Cup at the quarter-final stage. And it was a perfect performance in the Europa League so far. 6 wins from 6 and no goals conceded, including a fantastic 3-0 win against the kings of this competition, Sevilla. The first 2 goals coming from Santiago Jimenez, but both assisted by his Swedish strike partner Isak, whose fantastic pressing on the Sevilla defence led to him getting his own goal and man of the match. And the wins and clean sheets continued with a 6-0 against Qarabağ and a 96th minute 1-0 winner away to Roma. No surprises that we finished top of the league phase of Europa League with a 34+ goal difference. The new year in the Premier League started by dropping 2 points when Arsenal scored from a corner in the 91st minute. It was also a late goal from the spot against Chelsea that unfortunately knocked us out of the 3rd round of the FA Cup, taking the 3-2 defeat. Window is open again though, and the director of football is making some offers. Dan Ulic is a great Austrian defender who mainly sits at centre-back but can cover many different positions. Again, you can't argue with a £20 million price tag. And he's in the door, ready for some game time. We also accepted a loan to buy bid for St. Maximum, but he's refusing to leave.
Cheers, Jeff.
With the transfer window now closed, a trip to Spurs proved difficult for us and we take another loss. But in a short month with only 3 games, we had back-to-back 3-2 wins. And a round of 16 draw for the Europa League pits us against Braga of Portugal. We continued our incredible performance in the competition, winning the first leg away from home 3-0 with goals from Isak, Jimenez and Todibo from a corner. And that gave us a relaxed home leg in which we still put them to the sword in a 4-0 win. It might have played a part in our league form though, as during March we went from winning 7-0 before the Europa League tie to drawing both after, with Chelsea and Liverpool next. We know it's going to be very tough. But we still sit in 3rd place thankfully, and it's French side Nice in the quarter-finals of the Europa League. Again, the first leg was away from home, but we still struck first when Isak scored in the 2nd minute. However, our run of not conceding a goal finally came to an end when Diop put the ball away. Thankfully, it didn't affect the result too much because we scored right before half-time, and Isak got his 2nd soon after that, and then put away his 3rd, our 4th, in a 4-1 first leg win. The 2nd leg, we threw the clean sheet right out the window. Again, it didn't really affect the result. We were already 3 goals up, and before they even scored, we bagged another 2 from Isak and Jimenez, but I was very disappointed we conceded 3 goals at home after being so solid in the competition for so long. We win on the night 5-3, 9-4 on aggregate. It was not all sunshine and rainbows in the Premier League, however.
My eyes are bleached.
But a semi-final against Belgian side Antwerp, a tie that you'd like to think we shouldn't really struggle to win. Gonzalo Inacio was brought in for his defensive prowess. Why am I mentioning this, you ask? Well, because in the first leg against Antwerp, he scored 3 goals. And he picked up an incredible assist for the only goal that wasn't scored by a defender in this game for Gonzalo Ramos. Newcastle won 6-0 in this home leg with 5 goals being scored by defenders. Inacio with 3, ending with a calm penalty, Castagna with a beautiful goal to be fair, and Todibo with the other. I guess we are going to the final then. Ah yes, can definitely confirm that is happening. And we will be facing Italian side Atalanta in the final as they defeated Aston Villa 2-1 across both legs. Back to the league, and probably the most exciting match we have had all year happened at Ellen Road, where we scored within 3 minutes. Robin Koch then equalised for Leeds just 20 minutes gone, but you know the old saying that you're most vulnerable right after you scored, and we put ourselves back in front just a minute later. A tight game all the way through until the end, as Leeds then found a way to equalise for the 2nd time through Jack Harrison right before injury time in the 2nd half. But instead of being gutted for dropping 2 points, we went and scored a 92nd minute winner from Kirku, and then decided to get a 4th in the 96th minute as well. Hilariously, the team that didn't make the Europa League final, Villa, then put 3 goals past us in the first half, destroying us and making our solid as cement defence look like we were crumbling. And not really the time of the season reason to be doing that when you're pushing for top 4 and have a cup final coming up.
All the bloody resistance of a poppadom catching a bowling ball.
Another 4 goals conceded in the first half against West Ham. What has happened to us?
I just want it to stop.
We then played a kind of rotated Manchester City side in the last game of the season and opened the scoring from a goal of the season contender by Thomas Souček. Trippier then smashed in a free kick and all of a sudden we were back to playing incredible football and our confidence was back. They did score 2 goals on the night, but by halftime we kind of put the game to bed with some fantastic goals and playing like a team full of confidence heading into a cup final. Europa League final time now, and not the best of starts for Newcastle when Atalanta's attack down our right hand side resulted in a cross deflecting up in the path of Malinowski to fire home. Thankfully the Newcastle fans weren't made to worry too long before the equaliser came through shadow striker Kirku. He was having a whale of a time in the final as he also picked up the second goal for Newcastle, putting us 2-1 ahead. But on the stroke of half time we got caught again and it was the same player who gave them the initial lead who then equalised. 2-2, game on. In the second half though, would you believe it, Kirku was there again to make it 3-2. He then took a penalty and scored his 4th of the game, 4-2 in the 96th minute. And just to guarantee the honour of us winning the Europa League, Santiago Jimenez scored a 5th to make it 5-2 on the night. And Newcastle are your Europa League champions. Good job we won it too, really, because we finished in 5th place in the league, so it kept my job. In Season 4, our Director of Football has another £200 million to spend. But I must admit, I am tempted to fire Dan Ashworth and bring in a different Director of Football. What are your thoughts? Shall I bid him off and try somebody new for the last 2 seasons? Let me know down in the comment section and find out in the next episode. We've just won the Europa League, but we are some way off the league title, finishing in 5th place. And after spending hundreds of millions, I decided to sack Director of Football Dan Ashworth. And once Dan Ashworth had gone, we approached a new Director of Football, Italian Cristiano Guintoli, the former Director of Football from Napoli, who was responsible for bringing in this guy and this guy. But before he came in, our assistant manager made a move for Antonio Costa from Benfica. Obviously a quality player, so I don't mind too much, but geez, calm down. We've also released some first-team players such as Callum Wilson and Joe Linton.
Sorry. What?
Again, I have no say in whose contract is renewed or not. Antonio Silva took his time but rejected us, joining Liverpool instead.
How dare you?
But Cristiano didn't reject us, and his first bit of business was selling Alan St-Maximin to Leicester for £21.5 million, a player we simply didn't use because the formation we played. I am, however, a little worried, because he's accepted a bid for Alexander Isak, and with that, the start of the season fast approaching, our main striker is gone. I say main striker, he hasn't exactly been scoring that many goals for us recently.
We cannot replace him. We cannot.
And with that money, he's put a bid in for an Italian centre-back, Vitti. He's recently moved to Nice but has developed really nicely into a cracking young centre-back. But before we complete that, we already have to face Liverpool in the UEFA Super Cup. And in what was a crazy game of football, Liverpool won the match 4-3 with an Enzo Fernandez 92nd minute winner. Because of work permits, we still had no players at our first league match against Wolves, where Gonzalo Ramos used his pace to beat the keeper to the ball and win the game for us with the only goal. Vitti signed in time for the Man City game, but it was his centre-back partner who scored the opener. But unfortunately, Man City abused and exploited near-post corners and they equalised. It's unlike them to cheat though, right? But with bad results against Arsenal and Leeds, I'm thinking a tactic change. Another new signing coming into Tyneside as we welcome German goalkeeper Dennis Seaman. At 19, he's probably the best young goalkeeper on the game and already better than Jan Sommer. And during the transfer deadline day, another bid was made for attacking midfielder Sudakov. £63 million is a hefty fee for a player who doesn't exactly improve our first team, but he will still become useful nonetheless. And that's because we have switched to a 4-3-1-2 using 3 defensive midfielders, and 2 of them are one of my favourite roles this year, the Segundo Volante on attack. Our Champions League fixtures have seen us play both Spanish giants in the first 2 matches coming up in September. Speaking of which, September started really great when Sudakov scored 14 minutes into his debut. West Ham, however, also used the near post corner exploits of ruddy scoundrels, but they couldn't stop the unbelievable strike of Rodri or Newcastle taking all 3 points for that matter. And with 2 more league wins and a win against Burnley in the Cup, things were looking good domestically. But in Europe, however, things were very different when we travelled to Madrid and Tchouaméni smashed in a rocket. We couldn't find our way back into the game and Osimhen made it 2 in injury time. Similar story when Barcelona visited us, as Lewandowski opened the scoring just 6 minutes in. Just before halftime, 2 crucial moments changed the game as Ansu Fati got a lucky deflected goal, and then even though he's already on a yellow, Manuel Ugarte did a 2-foot lunge and received a straight red card, the silly goose. Santiago Jimenez did his best to salvage something for us when he scored a wonderful chip, but we couldn't muster another. It affected our league form as Everton battered us 4-0, and Jimenez rescued a point against Spurs in the last minute after missing the original penalty. We did pick up the win against Leicester though through 5 different goal scorers, but we got beat in the Carabao Cup 3-0 by Brentford. Luckily we did defeat Hertha 1-0 in our next Champions League match, again through Jimenez. The 24-year-old Mexican has really been clutch for us recently. He also scored the opener in the league match against Huddersfield when Ramos found him. Quite an impressive performance in this one, with once again scoring 5 goals through 5 different goal scorers. Unfortunately we also conceded a goal, but I will definitely take a solid 5-1 win after some dodgy performances as of late. And with more back-to-back wins against Southampton and Watford, we visited Anfield where Rodri scored the opening goal after 19 minutes. Unfortunately, we are our own worst enemy, and with terrible defending, Darwin Núñez seized the opportunity to score an equaliser. But they almost took all 3 points, but Dennis Seaman made an incredible penalty save from Salah. November in the Champions League was awful, and we couldn't even score a goal in both games against 10 men. Our only loss in December came at the hands of Chelsea. 1 loss, 7 wins. Against Man United, I thought we were in for a tough day when Rashford opened us up for Sancho's tap-in just 3 minutes into the game. But summer signing Sudakov had a blinder of a day as he originally equalised just 10 minutes later. But then after another attack, he found himself giving us a lead just after the hour mark. And it was the Spaniard Rodri who scored the 3rd goal of the day for us in a great win at St James's Park. Speaking of Rodri, he also won Man of the Match in our December Champions League match against Villarreal. He showed up big time in a 5-1 win with 2 goals and a fantastic performance. Overall, December was incredible for us, with wins against a lot of the sides we tend to drop silly points to. And that propels us into 2nd place, albeit playing a game more than the teams either side of us. In the Champions League though, we've got a job on our hands to stay in the competition. Erling Haaland just won his 3rd Ballon d'Or, and we are also going into the January window losing our 2 backup goalkeepers and Matt Target. But the director of football has his replacement in Van der Vaart. £20 million for a player who's arguably just as good if not better than Dennis Seaman. He wasn't the biggest signing of January though, because we signed Florian Wirtz. Now I don't know why we picked up another player in the number 10 spot, but he is still an elite player and only 22 years old, costing £64 million from Leverkusen. And he made an immediate impact in the FA Cup, scoring 2 goals in a 9-1 win against Crawley. Sudakov was the best player on the pitch, however, scoring 4 goals and getting 2 assists. Our squad rotation is now amazing, and it allows us to play fresh players after midweek games to secure the big league wins, like this 2-0 result at home to Spurs.
Oh, you're joking.
In the Champions League, our last 2 games including a 7-0 win against Sparta Prague and unfortunately a tie against Zagreb, playing in the snow where Jimenez gave us the early lead. They did, however, capitalise from the spot, and we were up against it when Bruno Guimaraes chopped down their midfielder, picking up another straight red card. Those 4 points being we had to use the elimination playoff to get through to the round of 16, and we faced Monaco. We had 2 games against Manchester City in February, and in the league match we took a 2-0 loss. But on an incredible 5th round FA Cup tie, we take the lead when Florian Wirtz slipped through Ugarte. However, Bellingham also has a cracking pass on him, and he found Erling Haaland to equalise. In the second half, we actually played like Guardiola's Man City side would play like, as we passed our way through and Sudakov put us back into the lead. But it didn't last long because David Castell made it 2-2. In the 93rd minute though, Ramos chased a long ball over the top and slipped it into the net to put us through to the quarterfinals. Our first leg against Monaco at home ended 0-0. Dull. In the second leg, however, we played really well and made it 1-0 through Jimenez. It was 2-0 not so long after when Bruno Guimaraes met a cutback near the penalty spot, and it was 3-0 and game over by half-time when Dan Ulic scored from an outswinging corner. And we faced the holders Liverpool in the next round.
I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
The result against Man City and this draw to Brighton has seen us lose legs in the league, dropping down into 3rd place behind both North London clubs. March was not Not a good month for Newcastle United as we first lost at Old Trafford from a direct kick by Eriksen and a penalty kick by Bruno Fernandes, only getting a consolation through Sudakov. And then after a 0-0 draw to Liverpool where we had 20 shots on goal, we lose 6-0 in the second leg from their 20 shots. And even with another win in the league, we are still some way off Arsenal. All smiles in the FA Cup though as we knocked out Leicester at the King Power Stadium 2-1 in the quarterfinals with goals from Trippier and Gonzalo Ramos. And we meet Man United once again in the semi-finals. This is not an April Fool's, we just beat Chelsea on April 1st 3-0. Santiago, Jimenez and Ramos got the goals and assisted each other with Ramos getting 2 goals, one either side of half-time. Fantastic link-up play from both strikers. Wins kept coming too because we also played Liverpool at home and once again won 3-0. It seems our rough spell is now over and we keep another clean sheet and score some more beautiful goals. We played 6 league games in April and only conceded 2 goals and dropped only 2 points against Watford. Unfortunately for us, Arsenal and Tottenham seem to have also had good results this month. So our focus turns to the FA Cup at Wembley, and after a boring first half, we broke the deadlock through a naughty chip by Jimenez. Florian Wirtz then found him with 10 minutes left with an unreal ball over the top, which was volleyed home. We got caught napping at the back and gave Man United a glimmer of hope. But that was then crushed when Sudakov scored from kickoff after Willock's shot deflected high into the air. And Willock was a pest from the bench, stealing the ball off Casemiro and finding Jimenez for his hat-trick, which sent us through to face the country's best team right now, Arsenal, in the final. And we actually faced them 3 days before in the Premier League as well, where they could actually lift the championship. We somehow salvage a draw against Fulham despite playing with 9 men for 45 minutes. And with Arsenal just needing to win to lift the title, they took the lead through Ødegaard. But I didn't want them lifting the trophy at our stadium, and luckily Atakürkçü scored an equaliser. Kuol, the youngster, came on and his cross looped up, and another sub, Sven Botman, met it with an incredible header. And we made it 3 soon after when Rabiot scored. But the best part about this was all of our goals came after the 88th minute. FA Cup final time. A trophy Newcastle haven't won since 1955. And it did not start great when a hopeful through ball was poorly defended and Gabby Jesus put Arsenal into the lead. However, from a corner 2 minutes later, we levelled the score 1-1. Second half, and Brooke Norton Coffey pulled the ball back into our box and Fabio Vieira put Arsenal back into the lead. Don't ask me why, but for some reason when a long ball was played forward, Sven Botman was there again to score against Arsenal. And in the 88th minute, another near post corner was scored by Gonzalo Inacio. Suck it, comment section. I don't really mean that. I mean, I love you guys, really, but good God, some people get really annoyed when you use something that's integrated into the game and not classed as cheating. Anyway, Newcastle United are FA Cup winners. Imagine if Spurs also snatched the league title from Arsenal on the final day of the season. Unfortunately, it didn't happen because they drew to Everton and Arsenal clinched their first title in 22 years, with us finishing in 3rd place with 85 points, which would have actually won the league by 4 points just 2 seasons ago. Another £258 million was spent this season, albeit with £67 million sold. And there's another £200 million in the budget for the final season of the series. It's our final season here at Newcastle United, and after winning the Carabao Cup, the Europa League and the FA Cup, our eyes are set on the 2 remaining pieces of our Infinity Gauntlet. And after a 3rd place finish with 85 points, we are heading in the right direction. The same can't be said in the Champions League though. Our director of football wasted no time trying to sign Owen Wijndal for £63 million, but he rejected the contract. However, he moved straight on to a Brazilian new gen from Corsair. Although he does seem decent for £11 million release clause, he probably won't see much gameplay this season. But hey, Patreon members, if you want to take this on after, I will be posting this right as this episode drops on the Patreon so you can enjoy. He is also determined to get a centre-back as he puts in a bid for Kamara. But he rejects us too.
What?
So he decides to go for Morata from Benfica instead. He's a great defender, I'm just not really sure he's the best on the market, but still, a good pickup. Then he went in huge for Raspadori for £72 million alongside Man City. If he does choose us, I will probably switch to a 3-striker formation simply because we have so many options now. But of course, he chose Man City.
Ooh, how convenient.
So we go into the Community Shield with just Morata debuting, but no defender could stop Saka curling this into the top corner. Souček put one in from the penalty spot, but unfortunately we lost the game when Saliba scored a header at the back post. Our fixtures are tricky at the start of the season too, with both Chelsea and Man United to play in the opening 3 games. We fell behind against Chelsea when Lukaku scored a penalty, but thankfully from a corner, Sudakov turned in the flick on and we drew 1-1. And we followed it with a win and a fantastic game for the neutrals against Fulham. We got a fast start at Old Trafford and Jimenez scored within 2 minutes from Rabiot's through ball. And when the corner was headed back into our possession, we found Souček in space on the edge of the area, 2-0. Sancho did pull one back in the second half, but we left Manchester with all 3 points, gaining 6 more against Brentford and Crystal Palace. And after a very quiet start to the transfer window, on deadline day we secured the signing of Wilfred Ndidi for £50 million. Obviously best suited as a destroyer type of player, I feel like this was the Kamara alternative. Someone who can play in centre-back or centre-mid rather comfortably. Our Champions League fixtures start a lot easier than they end up with a trip to the Bernabeu. But the European campaign didn't start great when we lost 1-0 to Red Bull Salzburg. Thankfully, it was a much better result for us against Fenerbahce. We will just be without Ndidi for the next match as he picked up a straight red card. In the league, however, it was 6 points from 9 with this 1-0 win against Norwich. And another 1-0 win against Leeds. Unfortunately, in October, it was another 2 draws in the league against Spurs and Everton. The latter suffering from a 94th minute equaliser by the Toffees from a direct free kick.
Piss off, everything's going wrong.
And it doesn't get any better as Man City eliminate us from the Carabao Cup. Did I say it got even worse? Because we were on the receiving end of an absolute tonking by Portuguese giants Porto, who blew us away 3-0 in our 3rd Champions League game, with PSG up next. Before that though, Sudakov rescued a point against Manchester City in the league. And even though we had drawn 5 games from 12, we were still sat in 2nd place, just 2 points behind Liverpool. In the Champions League, we lost to PSG at home, and then we drew away to Marseille 0-0. Putting us in great danger of being eliminated during the league phase with 3 games to go. Thankfully, things picked up in the league against champions Arsenal and we defeated them 2-0, with both being scored by Mexican striker Santiago Jimenez. And we followed that with a 1-0 win against West Ham, before losing for the first time in the Premier League against Leicester. We played a lot of winnable games in December, including this easy 5-0 win in the Champions League. Our only difficult game of the month came at Anfield in the league and we fell behind to Curtis Jones's opener. Thankfully, we put ourselves back into the game with an excellent goal by Jimenez. But Darwin Núñez timed his run perfectly, and when he received the ball, our goalkeeper just couldn't keep the shot from trickling over the line. A 0-0 draw was the only other points dropped this festive period though, as we did win another 4 games, still keeping us in the top 3 and just 3 points off Liverpool. And it's 4 in a row, by the way, for Erling Haaland in the Ballon d'Or. The new year though began with a tricky visit to Villa Park as Viti put us ahead early. It was the young English wonder kid Tezgil whose outrageous shot found the bottom corner. But we didn't let that ruin our attitude and we pushed back, and Ndidi eventually put us ahead again, followed by an attacking midfielder Florian Wirtz's goal. In the second half, it was Tezgil who scored a second for the Villa, but we won the game 4-2. But this 1-1 against Wolves was the start of where it all went wrong. We drew Liverpool in the 3rd round of the FA Cup and was eliminated immediately. And the same fate loomed over us in the Champions League after losing to Inter Milan. We needed a win at the Bernabeu to stay in the competition, but Valverde made that task even harder. And then while defending a corner, we gave way too much space to Vinicius Jr. Gonzalo Ramos gave us hope when his outrageous strike nestled in the bottom corner. And Jimenez had an 84th minute penalty to equalise.
He's bloody missed it! What a prat! What a...
We finished in 26th and eliminated from the Champions League. And we did suffer defeat against Chelsea, but we got a good win versus Spurs back in the Premier League. Against Man City, I thought the worst when Haaland somehow managed to score this. But we fought right back and scored within 2 minutes through Sudakov. And we flipped the game a whole 180 degrees when our Turkish playmaker scored the winner. And Liverpool, who seem to have also had some dodgy games recently, find themselves just ahead in the league on goal difference. The director of football left it late in the month before he made his moves, including this accepted bid for Zakarian, who then rejected the offered contract. We also made a move for Arsenal striker Gabi Jesus, but he chose Real Madrid over us.
How
dare you?
His next target was French centre-back Evan Ndika, and a £44 million bid was accepted from Frankfurt, with this deal actually being completed. He's great, but I do have one question. Do we really need him with Viti, Todibo, Irakovic, Inacio, Danulic, Morato, and Sven Botman? No, we don't. That's 7 centre-backs. Well, it's a good job we also signed Josko Gvardiol then.
Can't believe it!
To be fair, he's probably our best centre-back now, but still, buying an actual right-back will be good as we don't have any. He brought in a new-gen left-winger instead. Idiot! Anyway, with us out of all other competitions, I guess we could just focus on the Premier League, and February brings a clash against top of the league, Liverpool. Against West Ham in the game before that, we left it rather late before finally taking the lead. And then it seemed easy when Souček scored a second from the spot and Sudakov made it 3. Against Liverpool, we seemed so comfortable. Gvardiol robbed Salah of the ball and found Ramos with a very accurate cross. And in the second half, down the left again, the ball was played over for Ramos to nod into the path of Ndidi. Easy 2-0 win, followed by the same result against QPR. And just like that, we take a 3-point advantage with just 9 games left. Liverpool still have Champions League football as well and the EFL Cup final to play. In March, we only had 2 games, starting with this 1-0 win against Leicester. But despite our easy schedule, we still dropped 3 points when Wolves scored in the 91st minute. Liverpool could only bag 4 points themselves, gaining 1 point on us going into April with Arsenal still sniffing around. We then beat Everton 1-0 through Florian Wirtz. Then Gvardiol smashed in a rocket against Arsenal for another 1-0 win. Hail to a 1-1 draw at the Amex, however. But Liverpool dropped more points against Brentford. And against Man United, we took just 17 minutes to set Gonzalo Ramos free to score. Eriksen's free kick, however, found Salas in so much space. But in the 85th minute, we scored the scrappiest winner ever, once again through Gonzalo Ramos. An awful goal, but hey, they all count. And with a game extra played, we are now 6 points clear at the top of the Premier League. Luck seems to be on our side too, as the man who never misses from the penalty spot had his penalty saved by Dennis Seaman. And in the 89th minute, we broke down the left and stole all 3 points against Brentford. But Liverpool were too busy rescuing their own 3 points in the Merseyside derby, as they scored 2 goals in injury time to break Evertonian hearts and take the decider onto another week. Unfortunately for Liverpool, we had a rather comfortable game at Carroll Road and found ourselves 2 goals up by half-time through Souček's first and Sudakov with the second. Matija Viti then made it 3 right after half-time, and we popped up with a 4th on the hour mark once again through Sudakov. Liverpool also won 2 games though, meaning the league title goes down to the final game of the season, but with a Champions League final ahead for them as well. But they scored super early when the ball looped up for Salah in the 7th minute at Anfield. However, Norwich from a free kick turned in the rebound for an equaliser just 21 minutes gone. Liverpool need us to lose though, and after 28 minutes we finally have a goal at St James's Park and Ndidi shots to flex off Sudakov for the opener. It stayed that way until half-time, but straight from the off, Sudakov's ball found Ramos, who made no mistake doubling our lead and putting one hand on the trophy. And just 2 minutes later, Gonzalo Ramos does it again, scoring his 2nd of the game and Newcastle's 3rd. Capped off with a 4th and crowning Newcastle United champions of the Premier League. Wilfred Ndidi scores. Hilariously, former Liverpool striker Danny Ings actually scored a 2nd for Norwich and cost Liverpool any final day points. But for the first time in exactly 100 years, Newcastle United are champions of England. And how much did it cost my director of football across 5 seasons? A total of £929 million. Hope you really enjoyed this series as much as I did. Let me know down in the comments what you want to see next. And of course, subscribe because we'll be bringing more challenges just like this in the future. And of course, my dad set that impossible target of 100,000 subscribers by the end of the year. Please help me get there. My aim is to take Brighton to glory, doing it the Brighton way. I've been a huge fan of how they manage to sign fantastic players, sell them for profit, and already have a better replacement signed for a fraction of the price, all while still being competitive in the richest league in the world. So I made myself manager of the Seagulls, and look at my moustache, with the expectations of finishing mid-table and finishing higher than Crystal Palace. That should be easy.
Looking forward to it.
Thankfully, it is still Patrick Vieira in charge, though. No Roy Hodgson. Brighton have a transfer budget, by the way, of £70 million, which I definitely forgot about when I wanted to do this save.
I don't believe you.
Before we spend that, I need to introduce myself to my current team, who are buzzing at finishing mid-table and are running the FA Cup. Easily pleased this lot. Speaking of which, let's see some of our key players. Moises Caicedo is a fantastic young midfielder who can hold the CDM slot with no problem. Of course, World Cup winner McAllister is a man we need to build the team around, as is 17-year-old Evan Ferguson, who needs game time from the off. And Matoma is a player who can win you a game when all looks lost. Those 4 players plus Robert Sanchez in goal, I'm looking to play a shape and style almost like this 4-3-3 with wide defensive wingers and inverted wingbacks, using Matoma more centrally in a Trecatista role. Dunk is our best centre-back, but we really need some big improvements going forward. So just like Brighton would do, we smartly signed Michael Edwards as Director of Football, formerly Liverpool's Director of Football, who was responsible for bringing in players like Virgil van Dijk and Mohamed Salah, as well as selling Coutinho for huge profits. So I asked him straight away, Michael, give me 3 player options we could sign at centre-back, and he came back with Tyrone Mings. So instead, I negotiated a deal with Zagreb for Josip Shatalo. The 22-year-old Croatian centre-back already looks fantastic and would be a great addition to our backline with his ball-carrying skills and composure. However, with the nature of the defensive wingers, it's better to put centre defensive midfielders there, so I asked Michael to help me once again, but the youngest option he presented was Tapia from Peru. But for me, Thuram from Nice is a better option and much younger. Michael's been pretty useless so far. I'm signing my own recommendations instead. Thuram is in the door for £21 million. And following him was Alex Scott from Bristol City, a midfielder who has been chased by my rival, so I got the deal done early. The deal for Thuram actually set a transfer record for Brighton, and it made me think. That's the last time I'm going to break the transfer record this series. £20 million is what I'm going to limit myself for signing a player from now on. Although Shatalo may also reach £21.5 million with add-ons, but from now on, I will not exceed £20 million. Injury hit as starting left-back Estupinian tore muscles and is out for a few months. So I gave my mate Michael a knock-knock to see if he knows any cheap options at left-back. But no, they're all either above the age target or above £20 million like Parisi. But after a 10-second search, I found 2 cheap options. The first, unfortunately, wouldn't get a work permit from Peru, but the second from Sociedad would, and he's cheap as chips, and I managed to get a deal accepted for less than £5 million. Our star man is now injured though in another friendly match, right before our first match of the league campaign against Liverpool, and it's a Monday night game under the lights at Anfield. And it also wasn't the dream start I anticipated. I mean, Luis Diaz scored within 13 minutes, and then Trent Alexander-Arnold made it 2 from a direct free kick. We did score 1 goal, and it was a rather impressive one at that, but we did lose 7-1.
Sorry, what?
On the same points as Man City though, and I swear I seen Michael cheer when Liverpool scored the little snake. And if you think Michael is a little rat and you haven't subscribed yet, then please hit that red subscribe button, because these will be out once or twice a week and you don't want to miss out.
You really like the dark, don't you, Michael?
We got our first win in the following match with Evan Ferguson scoring the opener, and he continued to score more goals. Not just any goals either, absolute worldies. And by the end of the month against Arsenal, the lads were understanding their roles in this tactic more, and we looked the better team up until Bukayo Saka smashed in an equaliser. But Evan Ferguson is one of the best up-and-coming strikers in European football right now, and he bangs in his 4th and the winner in the 88th minute. And we're in the dizzy heights of 4th place.
Get in!
Window closed, I think we did rather well off the pitch too. A draw to Leeds came next, but back-to-back braces for Ferguson and 3-0 wins for Brighton. A tough match against Spurs, and Pedro Porro bangs in a free kick. We mustered up an equaliser though, but it stayed 1-1. And another tough loss to City and Haaland next too. Then it was all down to Evan Ferguson, because he just continually kept scoring goals, and they were all decent goals too. Not something you'd expect from a 17-year-old with not a lot of experience. It's like when Rooney burst onto the scene and people were checking his passport, as he seemed way older than he was. During this period, we even beat our rivals Palace at home thanks to Alex Scott's 90th minute winner. And then we welcomed Eric Ten Hag's Manchester United. And we went out there and played our absolute butts off. Ferguson scored the opener and followed up with a cracking second. Veltman rose highest from a corner, and in the second half, Thuram dinked De Gea, and we rounded off a 4-0 win.
No, this is outrageous!
Bopping us up into the top 4. We had 3 games before the World Cup break, and Everton became the next victims of our fantastic run when we beat them 2-0. And then Ferguson put 4 past Spurs in the EFL Cup, and then 3 past Villa in the league. And yet, just like that, we are trailing Man City in the league. Ferguson is trailing Haaland in the Golden Boot race with 18 goals in just 16 games. A reminder that he's only just turned 18. It may have only been in the Cup, but we've come a long way after losing to Liverpool 7-1 when we beat them 1-0 at Anfield. But after a couple more league wins, we are keeping our position in second place through the new year. After a great result against Brighton's former manager Graham Potter and his Chelsea side at Stamford Bridge. It was 2 successful cup ties, including a quarter-final against Middlesbrough, and on to a fantastic league win against West Ham, starting with a banger from Caicedo. Another 2 goals followed, and both of them weren't bad either, and all 3 goals came within the first 13 minutes of the match. And this is the start of a bad patch. We somehow lose 6-1 to Norwich in the first leg of the semi-final of the Carabao Cup, followed by an FA Cup draw to Middlesbrough, who we stuffed 3 weeks ago 3-0. Mitoma scored 2 fantastic goals from his Trecatista role in a 4-0 win in the second leg against Norwich, but we still find ourselves eliminated 6-5. And we welcome top of the league Man City next, and Erling Haaland says hello 8 minutes in. But we are fighting for top 4 this year, and we give as good as we got, and before you know it, after McAllister's first, Mitoma is putting in a second to take the lead. And man of the match, Thuram banged in a third, and suddenly eyes were opening wide. Phil Foden did score a second for City, but we leave the Amex as 3-2 winners. And great results followed in February with wins in the FA Cup replay and against both Tottenham away and Chelsea at home. And yes, that is Brighton sat in second place at the beginning of March. We then took Manchester United penalties, where we scored our 5th penalty and Civic Mansberg missed theirs, and we are through. And then we faced Fulham in the quarterfinals and lost. And after a loss to Liverpool in the league, it's just the one competition we have left, and we are still fighting for Champions League football next year. And then we went on this awful run through April. Back with a bang, beating Man United 1-0 at Old Trafford though. Straight into a loss against bottom of the league. But it was Derby Day at Selhurst Park, and Evan Ferguson, our talisman, scores the opener. Second half, and Solly March bags a second, and the Brighton away end must be going mental. We did unfortunately give Palace some hope when Eze scored just 20 minutes remaining, but we managed to hold on. City are running away with the league, and we're second unlikely with the games in hand for Liverpool, but it's still in our hands for top 4. We took advantage through Shatalo at St James's Park, but Veltman went and got himself a straight red card with just 27 minutes in, and that was the turning point of the match. Newcastle then soon after equalised, and although we held on to the 70th minute, we unfortunately fell behind thanks to a dunk on goal, and Newcastle went on to win 4-1. We bounced back with a 2-0 win against Bournemouth thanks to an outrageous header by Ferguson, who scored his final 2 goals of an incredible debut campaign for us in our penultimate match against Leeds in a 3-1 victory. Our final game of the season, however, is against Arsenal, and a loss could see us drop out of the top 4. The nerves were at an all-time high, but Mitoma scored a rocket to put Brighton ahead just 13 minutes into the match, but with a fantastic movement, Arsenal's attack found Saka on the stroke of half-time to go in 1 apiece. And would you believe it, we held on all the way until the 90th minute before Eddie Nketiah scored a winner. But the team to capitalise on our loss also lost to West Ham. And Chelsea, who could have gone above us, also drew with Bournemouth, meaning we actually finish in 3rd place still. And we celebrate Champions League football next season, and Evan Ferguson, although being 15 goals behind Erling Haaland, still scored 31 this season. Some of the top performers were the players I highlighted at the start of the campaign, but we've got a job on our hands to recruit for next season. Speaking of which, here's Michael, the absolute fraud. You've got about £50 million to help me next year, buddy. So let's try this again, shall we? Let's search for a future centre-back who's good on the ball. Another player called Shatalo, I bet that took you a while to think of. Perez isn't a bad shout though, and then Tyrone Mings again.
Oh no, not again.
Our mission is to become successful with Brighton, doing it the Brighton way. Make sure we never break the transfer record again. No thanks to Michael Edwards, the bloody fraud. I mean, look at who he suggests when I ask for a defensive winger. Stuart Dallas. He's 32, Michael, and nowhere near ready for the Champions League. Oh yeah, we finished in 3rd place last season and qualified for the Champions League. And 18-year-old Evan Ferguson scored 43 goals in total. Our ugly Christmas tree tactic is working really well for us. Levi Colwill will leave the club and go back to Chelsea after his loan spell. And we had to sort out Caicedo's contract that he wants, where unfortunately we can't get rid of the minimum fee release clause. I was also alarmed by my team report. Weaknesses include the goalkeeper and the fact that nobody wants to work hard. And our scout report was full of trash. So I'd need to look for myself for future additions. Some weird transfers happened elsewhere though. Ilkay Gundogan moved from City to Liverpool for 20 million, and Kyle Walker-Peters from relegated Southampton to West Brom. I did check and they are coming into the Premier League as champions. I was shocked to see teams throw £5 million at us for terrible players in our squad, and £5 million for our backup striker who is very unhappy, so is moving to Werder Bremen. I was also shocked to see more transfers in the Premier League, with Newcastle signing Rafael Leao from AC Milan in the 2nd season without any Champions League football for 57 million up front and only 70 million in total. We signed somebody new though, Devon Wrench from Ajax for just £10.25 million, a fantastic young defender who fills so many positions for us. A really good squad player, swiftly followed by a young centre-back from Brazil, Ger, for just 3.5 million, maybe one for the future, or just for profit. But the best signing so far for us was David Pereira da Costa from Lens. We don't necessarily need an attacking midfielder, but he was way too good to turn down for only 15.25 million. And on the same day, he dislocated his shoulder playing for Portugal and is out for 2 to 3 months. We still have roughly £20 million left, so we could be bringing in more signings soon. Van Heck is back from his long spell at West Brom, and I think he could be a good first-team player for us. We sat Evan Ferguson down and got him to sign a new contract with no release clause included for another 5 years. But we did say goodbye to Adam Webster, who we shipped off for nearly £10 million.
This is only goodbye for now.
First game of the season is here against West Ham, and we got an early penalty, and World Cup winner McAllister stepped up and somehow puts it
bloody missed it.
But I think it's fair to say that he redeemed himself, scoring just 2 minutes later and giving us the lead, and in the second half when the ball dropped to him again, another fantastic finish. We were missing Caicedo, March and Acosta, and yet Ferguson still opened the scoring at Stamford Bridge. Chilwell did put Chelsea back level before half time, but a hopeful ball found Zakiri, who waltzed through like he was invisible and dinked the goalkeeper. But in the 89th minute, Cucurella put in an unbelievable cross for Horta to end the game at 2-2. The worst part of it is that Evan Ferguson picked up an injury and will miss some upcoming games, right before the derby against Palace at home as well. A positive though is how much Alex Scott has developed in the last year. I went to Michael's office again to see if he had any striker suggestions, and he gave us 3 very questionable options, including Gomez, who had offers from Man United and Inter Milan already. But I found a player who would be a great option for that striker hole that we are missing. For now though, with Ferguson's injury, Zakiri takes his spot after his goal in the last match. And with many players now missing, Palace was probably the worst team for us to face, as they gave them the lead in the first half and Zaha finished us off in the second in the 75th minute. Anyway, moving on, let me introduce you to our new striker, Marcus Leonardo, a wonderful 20-year-old striker who will give us so much squad depth now for 2 games a week in Europe and in the league, rotating with Ferguson. And for just £14.5 million too. I very quickly changed the side for the next match against Brentford, bringing in Caicedo, Wrench and Marcus Leonardo. But we only picked up a draw. But it's now time to find out our Champions League group. An exciting moment for Brighton and Hove Albion. And of course, we are in the 4th pot for the draw, so we'll be breezing through the draw while we see which group we are in. Now, we couldn't be in Group A because of Liverpool, we avoided Group B with Real Madrid, and we are drafted into Group C with Porto, Inter Milan and Copenhagen. Overall, I think that I I am happy and we avoided the group of death with Bayern Munich and Barcelona. Failure to prepare is preparing to fail though, and I'm even setting out my training sessions for the 2 match weeks. After beating Norwich comfortably, we lost to Liverpool and I blame the goalkeeper. And it was into our Champions League game against Copenhagen, and Evan Ferguson is the man to score our first goal in the competition. There were a lot of standout performances in this match though. Kefren Turan was outstanding, breaking up play and even getting an assist. Evan Ferguson ended the night with a hat-trick on his Champions League debut. We did let Copenhagen back into the match though, and even gave a penalty away in the dying seconds of the match, but we still won 3-2. Marcus Leonardo got his first goal for the club, unintentionally might I add, off of Thuram's shot against Fulham, in a game that we lost 3-2, which was the start of a bad run of 3 games with 2 losses to Man United at home, before travelling to Italy and beating Inter Milan 1-0, which was a much better result than what we got facing Porto in Portugal. We hammered them really. We had 26 shots and 10 on target, but they still went away with a 3-2 win, taking all 3 points. But that came in between a 3-game winning streak in the league, and Marcus Leonardo has found the net twice in that run as well. We are already 9 points behind top of the league and 5 points from the top 4. But hey, we are top of our Champions League group. Well, up until we drew with Porto, and then lost to Inter Milan at home in the 90th minute. We are a little bit inconsistent in the league, but picking up more wins than anything else and getting lucky. But in our final Champions League group match, we put in a 5-star performance, scoring 5 goals. Da Costa got the opener on the half-hour mark and the floodgates opened in the second half. Marcus Leonardo was having a great time, scoring his first hat-trick in Europe on the biggest stage of all, as well as Alex Scott netting the 5th and final goal. It still wasn't enough to send us through to the knockouts, but we had the Europa League instead, where we will face Young Boys in the knockout playoff match. Unfortunately, league results started to get worse as well. It was a strange month as we lost to City 1-0 in an unlucky fashion. Got beat for the 3rd time already this season by 10-man Man United from a 95th minute Jadon Sancho hat-trick, whilst beating Arsenal 1-0 in a very lucky way you might say, and then beating Tottenham 3-2 thanks to a 91st minute winner.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
Guessing where we would be in the league could be anywhere, but we are 7th for now. There are those back-to-back draws again. It is January, and I have accepted a bid for Veltman. So guess who we need to speak to about a replacement? And I swear to God, he better not suggest Mings again. Is he serious? Eric Dyer. Really, Michael? The tutor option is not a bad one in all honesty, but still. Anyway, Spurs battered us.
I did not see that coming.
On to the Chelsea match then instead, and Evan Ferguson scores in the 1st minute. Lovely. But no, Kai Havertz brings Chelsea level, but a corner to the back post is smashed in by Van Heck, and we take all 3 points. I decided not to sign anybody, by the way. Michael's fault. Wait a minute. Vieira's at Arsenal. What the hell happened to Arteta? He's unemployed. Oh, Mikel. I wonder if he's any better at a director of football role. Anyway, Evan Ferguson is at it again, scoring this outrageous header just 22 seconds in. He also scored another in this 6-2 first leg win against Young Boys. Into the quarterfinals of the FA Cup as well with this win, but look at this. Man City visited the Amex and scored within 6 minutes. On to the second half, and that is Steven Alzate in one of his first games for the club in 2 seasons. And he was then involved in the next 4 goals as well. And no, they weren't own goals. 4 Brighton goals. We just beat Man City, who are champions, remember, 5-1, and Steven Alzate scored 2, assisted 2, and got man of the match, putting us in great stead with Sporting coming up soon in Europa League. Shouldn't have worried. 3 5-1 wins in a row with 3 hat-tricks from Ferguson and Marcus Leonardo. Alzate went from hero to zero rather fast.
Red card.
And City got their revenge too, knocking us out of the FA Cup. But I genuinely fancy our chances in the Europa League, you know. But before we faced Pilsen, we went and beat a very good Newcastle team with a strike force of Rafael Leao and Alexander Isak. And after scoring 2 goals in the first 7 minutes, it was those 2 who combined to pull one back, but we held on to the win. And then that's 3 rounds where we were up in the first leg by 4 goals. But we cannot shake off those losses we were waltzing through last season. We are really really struggling down in 8th place. And we've got a big team in the semi-final of the Europa League too, pulling AC Milan. Before that, however, 2 more 5-1 wins, this time in the league, which is definitely needed. Still outside of those European spots though. First leg at the San Siro, huge semi-final, but Milan take a very early lead. Solly March though picks up the ball wide and finds the head of Evan Ferguson, and it's level. 4 minutes later, we find Van Heck at the back post again, 2-1. Solly March then beats the Milan player to the loose ball from the clearance off the corner, takes it wide, but goes all the way, and it's 3-1. Well, until Tonali made it 3-2. And 2 minutes later, we are level again. But I thought a draw at the San Siro would be a fair result, and we couldn't clear our lines, and Di Catalere gave Milan the advantage into the second leg, which I'm going to be crawling and have to come back for in the next episode, including the derby match at the start against Crystal Palace. We left things in the balance last episode, a semi-final against AC Milan, losing the first leg 4-3 after being 3-1 up. And currently we're outside the top 6 in the league with just 3 games remaining. And it's Crystal Palace up next. With Chatalo out injured, it's close to a fully strengthened 11, but we are resting a couple of players by rotating anyway. It took just 23 minutes before the first goal of the derby when we ripped through the Palace defence with excellent passing and McAllister pops us ahead. But tempers were heated and the inevitable red card came when Morelos flew in from the side with a scissors kick, and the referee rightfully sent him off for an early bath just on the hour mark. And that left us to pile on the pressure, and Ferguson made it too just 10 minutes later. On to the second leg of our Europa League, and Van Heck's header equalised on the aggregate score, and the match went into extra time, where Da Costa was found over the top to put us 1 foot into the final. But AC Milan had one last throw of the dice from their own corner and sent the game into penalties, where Robert Sanchez saved Milan's first penalty, and it eventually all came down to Da Costa for our 5th when he dispatched it home and put us into the final of the Europa League, where we will face Borussia Dortmund in the final after they knocked out Manchester United 5-3 on aggregate. A win and a loss against Liverpool and Brentford, and we thankfully guarantee ourselves European football next year. But we need to win to keep us in the Europa League next year, just in case we don't win the Europa League final this season, and Evan Ferguson's fast thinking puts us in pole position to do just that. But we were complacent, and maybe our minds were already on the final. We conceded and ultimately drew 1-1 at Carroll Road. And with Arsenal's 2-0 win against Leeds, they leapfrog us, leaving us down in 7th place. So can this squad win the Europa League? I've trusted Ferguson over Leonardo up top and Wrench instead of Lamptey because he's better defensively. And after defending quite well, we couldn't clear our lines, and Talis Magno scored at the back post just before half time. But we kept ourselves in the fight, and with just 10 minutes to go, Mitoma is on the end of Thuram's cross and we are level. Until, would you believe it, the 94th minute, when the ball drops to Emre Can, who fires the ball into our net and breaks our hearts. That one stings, lads, I'm not gonna lie. We have to look to next season right away, and there are already a few players being targeted from our first team, and I really hope that £12 million increases after we get so far in Europe and on Champions League money. 88 million, that's a lot better. With Spurs circling our goalkeeper Robert Sanchez, I thought I'd ask Michael Edwards to see who he thinks would be a viable replacement should we need to make one. And to be fair to him, 2 of the choices aren't bad. Safanov is only £9 million, and Young from Krasnodar and João Paulo from Santos is decent, but both aren't quite as good at distributing like Sanchez is. Although he's still not quite good as Sanchez, Fruitchel is a keeper I am quite fond of should we need to find a replacement. Tottenham came in with offers for both Thuram and Sanchez, but the offers were way too low to sell. Breaking news, we did eventually sell Robert Sanchez for £11 million to Spurs. And we have replaced him with Karnaseki. Arguably, he's way better than Sanchez, a fantastic goalkeeper in all aspects. And we also sold Tariq Lamptey to Mainz, who in the last year of his contract refused to sign another, and yet we still got £42 million for him. Player we signed for the left-hand side of defence is Miguel Gutierrez, who we got from Gijon for £15 million, which is the same price we got CDM Fabian Ryder, who is exceptional, and I think this will be perfect for that right midfield spot. But our best signing, I think, might be Per Schurz, who I'd say comes right into the starting 11 from Torino, who we paid £16.75 million to sign in. But I've asked Michael again to find me a right back, and well, Vanderson is great, but way too expensive. The other two I'm a little underwhelmed with from our director of football. Replacing Lamptey though is Wilfried Single, who I found by myself, who we also brought in from Torino for the same price as Schurz, leaving us with £30 million and £263k a week in my wage budget, which is a brilliant window, I think. There's still a bit of the window open, but let's head into our first match of the new season against Chelsea. Might be a risk with 4 changes to our back 5 here, with Matomo dropping to left wing while Thuram recovers, but it's daring to say the least. Being daring and taking the game to Chelsea worked though, because Evan Ferguson latched onto the loose ball and scored. Chelsea did equalise when Havertz's header looped over the goalkeeper, unfortunately. But right after half-time, new signing Fabian Ryder did a great job down the right wing for someone who's not natural there, and his cross found Ferguson and we win 2-1. After a great win against Norwich, we played Liverpool just 3 days later at Anfield, and Mohamed Salah was having a good day. He got the first goal, and then this was a very poor penalty which was unfortunately spilled into the net by Karnaseki. But overall, I was happy with the performance despite the 2-1 loss, and we did score a consolation through McAllister. We had a difficult run with City in our 4th match, and Evan Ferguson gave us the lead in the first minute. New left-back Gutierrez powered through down the wing and pulled it back for Ferguson to score a second. And McAllister scored then a third, and by half-time McAllister scored a 4th. It's 4-0. Manchester City did pull one back though through Rodrigo, but then Schurz got us a 5th and we beat Manchester City 5-1. We got a big offer on deadline day for Thuram, totaling £68 million, but I'm not willing to accept. Not a bad window, only £15 million spent technically after what we've sold, and I genuinely think our squad has vastly improved. After a win and a draw in the league through September, it's time for our first Europa League match in the new league phase format, when we play 8 different teams and we start off in a great match against Poulsen. We went 2-0 up through Van Heck and Ferguson. Poulsen did snag one back through bad defending by Vidra, but Evan Ferguson scored another 2 goals late on, getting himself a hat-trick and the 3 points for Brighton. He then scored the only goal in the league match against Leeds at Ellen Road. The next patch included 2 losses, one in the lead to Manchester United and another 2 draws to Palace and Newcastle. Alex Scott did score a beautiful team goal in the win against Arsenal. We started November losing to Tottenham when Kulusevski 5-1 in the 95th minute. But we did win the next 4 games, including against Forest, where Ferguson bagged himself yet another hat-trick for the season in a 4-2 victory, even with us only down to 10 men for 84 minutes. That's thanks to Thuram snapping the Forest player just needlessly 6 minutes into the game. But our December was actually incredible. 6 league wins and 1 win in Europe. The only game we didn't win, we still took the lead at Old Trafford through McAllister, and United only equalised in the second half, rather luckily really, when the ball looped up to Bruno Fernandes for the draw. And that run also propelled us into 2nd place in the Premier League behind Man City, but with a game in hand. Second in Europa League Phase 2 and in a good position to qualify automatically. In January, a huge bid came in for Alex Scott, totaling £18 million from Bayern Munich, but a bid I wasn't willing to accept. He has basically developed into what I would say is our best player. But he's not the only one that's wanted. Half of our first team are all being chased. We started 2025 on a massive high against our rivals Crystal Palace. Thuram put us into the lead in just the 55th minute. Palace did bounce back immediately with a goal from Zaha, but Lewis Dunk, whose vision is next level, picked out Da Costa, who found the winner off the post.
Get in!
Followed by 2 losses to Arsenal and Chelsea. In the Europa League, we finished strong with a 1-0 win against Monaco and a 4-2 away win against Maccabi Tel Aviv, qualifying in 2nd place only behind Arsenal. My scouts found this fantastic 20-year-old attacking midfielder who I just put in a bid for, and he was keen to sign. But Bayern joined the snake list after we rejected their Alex Scott bid and signed him instead. Annoying really, because I had decided to sell Da Costa to Dortmund when I was getting the deal done for £47 million, with some add-ons as well. And we failed to sign a replacement. On a positive note, we won 3 league games at the end of January, and we currently sit at the top of the table. Back-to-back FA Cup wins, including a barn burner at Old Trafford. Our only loss in February came at home against Wolves, and we even took the lead as well. Unfortunately, it just wasn't our day, and Mateus Cunha scored a brace in a 2-1 loss. And yet we are still top, just. and we have Celtic in the next round of the Europa League. In the first leg, we put ourselves in a great position to qualify with a 4-1 away win, and Evan Ferguson scored the first 3 goals of the match, who was pretty much unplayable on the night. He even scored 2 in the second leg. March was going really well until Liverpool knocked us out of the FA Cup. April has some tough league matches and Galatasaray in the Europa League. But we kept trudging through fixtures, and with a great squad rotation, we kept winning games. Another 3-0 win against Newcastle at home. Evan Ferguson then scored another 4 goals across both legs in the Europa League quarter-final tie against Galatasaray in a 5-0 aggregate win, putting us into the semi-final against Sevilla. We didn't even concede a goal in April until we lost 2-0 against Brentford. Semi-final time in the home leg, and Evan Ferguson smashes us into the lead. And not long later, Casado finds him over the top, and again it's 2-0. But second half, Sevilla composed themselves, and Oscar's shot was palmed by Karnaseki onto the bar and into the net, unfortunately, to end the first leg 2-1. The second leg didn't start as great, as Sevilla scored within the first 10 minutes. But of course, Evan Ferguson, the top scorer of the competition, put us back into the lead on aggregate. Only for half an hour though, as En-Nesyri got his and Sevilla's second on the night. And twice in 1 year, our Europa League dreams were shattered when Sevilla got a third. In between that, we played Liverpool, and against the champions, we stole a 1-0 win through Marcus Leonardo. He did also decide to get himself sent off for a second yellow, but I think we can let him off. The game against Villa was a story of 2 penalties scored, with our next fixture against Man City. And with just 2 games to go, you might call this a title decider. Going into the game, we were missing key players in Schürrle and Ryder. And what a dream start it was for us when Alex Scott found himself free and gave us the advantage. After a scramble in City's box, the ball dropped to Ferguson, and we are 2-0 ahead. And on the half-hour mark, we couldn't believe what was happening, as Alex Scott put us 3-0 up and given us a huge advantage in the title race. But the most unfortunate own goal happened the minute after, and it gave City hope. And in the second half, Kevin De Bruyne put City just a goal behind us. And breathing down our necks, and after being 3-0 up, of course, Manchester City equalise and pull it back through Laporte. And giving the title back in the hands of Manchester City, who have Brentford on the final day, while we host Fulham at home, who have already been relegated. And on this final day, noise broke around the Amex as Brentford took the lead against Man City from Damsgaard's unbelievable chip. But just 5 minutes later, City broke down the left and equalised through Rodrigo. The drama continued at home though, as Matomo gave us the lead just 3 minutes after City's equaliser. And immediately from kickoff, don't ask me how, but somehow Bernd Leno turned this save into a goal. But Fulham, despite being relegated, still wanted to disrupt us when Torres made it 2-1. And still, with the scores 1-1 at Brentford, Matomo then curls the ball into the top corner, and we are 3-1 up and currently winning the Premier League at half-time. We just need Brentford to stay strong, which is exactly what they didn't do, and pass the ball to Erling Haaland inside their own box.
Oh no! Oh no!
Frustration at the Amex, despite us being ahead, spilled onto the pitch, as without any danger of Fulham scoring 1, let alone bringing the game level, Marcus Leonardo recklessly chops their man down and receives a straight red card. However, there was one final twist. The new hero of Brighton, Christian Norgard, the Brentford player, scored in the 81st minute equaliser against Manchester City. And yes, dreams do come true, Seagulls fans, because Brentford held on and Brighton are the Premier League champions for the first time in their history. It took just 3 seasons to do. So how much longer will it take for us to win the Champions League? Well, we will have a great budget for next season, and Michael Edwards' contract is running out. So my question is, do we replace him or do we keep him? I can't believe it either. Brighton just won the Premier League. Get in! On the final day of the season, no less. But I know you're all dying to know whether Michael stayed, that slimy little snake. He did! I offered him a new deal because he came in with a fantastic suggestion for once. But before I show off the transfers, some drama in the Premier League as Manchester United are docked 5 points for breaking financial fair play.
I say, what a coincidence, eh?
It seems a decision to bring in Karnaseki was a good one, as he won the Golden Glove. Transfers out then as Munoz departed for Southampton, and Billy Gilmore and Adingra left for minimal fees. And despite a lot of interest being shown in players like Ferguson, they all signed extensions instead of wanting to leave. Caicedo even asked for a new deal right after a bid from Real Madrid was rejected. Unfortunately, I didn't get it on record, but I went to Michael's office and I asked him for a centre-back suggestion. And we signed one of his suggestions in Fonseca, a young Portuguese centre-back from Benfica for £14 million up front with a couple of million in add-ons. So for now, Michael keeps his job. We also signed possibly an FM favourite in Arda Güler as another option for that future cam position. And then while attribute searching for a CDM with good stamina, teamwork and work rate, I found an 18-year-old new gen from Portugal who looks incredible. Arda Güler I picked up for just £11.5 million and Ramon 1.6 million, a bargain. The final sign-in for £15 million is another good right back and I couldn't resist. Rosalev looked fantastic and a player I'm not really familiar with. We went into the Community Shield game missing a couple of first teamers and took them to penalties, but McAllister and Marcus Leonardo missed unfortunately. But fear not my comrades, for it is the first game of the season at the Amex Stadium and Manchester United are the visitors, and they aren't going to be leaving with smiles on their faces, because even after they equalise we continue to score at will, putting 4 goals past them, eventually in a 4-1 win, with my favourite definitely being the final goal. Look at this disaster class. The psychology of football is weird, isn't it? Because any other day a draw against West Ham is not great. But when the equaliser is in the 93rd minute, it's fantastic. Losing to Tottenham on the other hand though, not so much.
Damn it, Carl!
We bounced back with a 2-0 win which still sees us sit close to the top part of the league. The transfer window slammed shut and no more ins and outs, but there was bids for Karnaseki on deadline day, but no intention of selling. Not when he's this good anyway. Before I show you the epic encounter we have with Manchester City, you need to see our first match in the Champions League. It was away to Juventus and despite going behind, it was Evan Ferguson's day. He scored a hat-trick and my word wasn't he unplayable as well. Some powerful headers scored in a 3-1 away win that we could be proud of. He even followed this up with 2 against Ludogorets in the competition. But anyway, I promised you a masterclass at the Etihad and McAllister has already started to show you why. Followed by a bizarre goal scored by City from that looped pass. Alex Scott finds McAllister for an excellent second before half-time. The Argentinian free kick finds Schürrle for a third, and City do come back at us with a De Bruyne retrieves a loose ball, and eventually Grealish is found, but the game finishes 3-2 to Brighton. And look at all those green results in September, including another away win at Stamford Bridge. And that was thanks to a back post header by Schürrle. But wait until you see how good our October was. That actually started off with another 2 goals from Ferguson against Leicester, putting us 2-0 up with this second coming early in the second half. But Leicester got one back from Bustos soon after. However, Solly March was found with a lovely through ball and assisted by Ryder for our third. In the Champions League, Ferguson scored 4 goals against Sporting in a 5-1 home win, giving us 3 from 3 so far in the competition. With 2 goals from his right in the first 15 minutes from excellent assists. 2 goals with his head in the second half, putting us out of reach from the Portuguese side. What's weird is he hasn't really progressed and developed much at all, but for some reason he has been incredible for us, scoring 19 goals in just 13 games. Marcus Leonardo looks the far greater player, and he has been out for a month with a fractured arm, but it's going to be hard to give him a game. In the League Cup we faced Southampton and they gave us a penalty early on, which we missed. But once again, we needn't have panicked because Ferguson was on hand to score for just 4 minutes later. And we scored a second 5 minutes after that through Ryder to progress through to the quarterfinals. It was another 5 wins from 5 games in October, meaning 12 wins in a row, a new record. However, could we continue this run with both Liverpool and PSG in our next 2 fixtures? Because right now we are enjoying ourselves at the top of the Premier League and the top of the Champions League. Well, the fixture at Anfield could not have started any better when McAllister was played through and he scored. He then made it 2 from the penalty spot right before half-time, and that's when it all went downhill. Salah pulled one back early in the second half. Tsimikas then played an insane cross and Havertz equalised. And well, Lewis Dunk isn't quite as good as what he once was, and unfortunately he couldn't clear the ball, and Gavi snatched it and stole 3 points and ended our insane run. A Musiala goal and assist in the Champions League also stopped us from picking up a win against PSG. Well, That and the fact that we didn't score a goal, apparently that's quite important. Something we also failed to do when we travelled to Denmark. It wasn't all doom and gloom though in November, as we got 3 wins in the Premier League, including a 1-0 win against Forest where Arda Güler scored his first goal for the club. That run also kept us at the top of the league, but we do have our rivals Palace in a couple of matches' time, who are also having a good season, and December proved to be another tricky month, as you will see. Starting off with a 1-0 loss to Southampton in the league. We were hoping to bounce back in the derby against Palace, but Schürrle got sent off within 3 minutes.
Red card.
And I smell another imposter in our ranks with goalkeeping like this from the resulting free kick. Things didn't get much better because Eze scored a Palace second. But then, a lifeline, as with all of our injuries recently, Kozlowski gets a game and scores a beauty, and we're back in it. Well, up until Eddie Nketiah is played through and Palace win 3-1 at the Amex. But don't worry, we will get our chance for revenge later on in the season, I promise. Don't you go anywhere. For now, we travel to Turkey and to where the residents call hell against Galatasaray. And we made it our bitch as we came away with a very comfortable win, and even former Fenerbahce youth product Arda Güler got involved with the 3rd goal. We did then fall behind against Watford in the League Cup quarterfinals, but after the lads scoffed their halftime oranges, they came back out and scored 2 goals without reply and put us into the semi-finals. Now, December definitely had its ups and downs with wins against Everton and Newcastle and draws against Arsenal and Leicester. And we've fallen at the turn of the new year down to 3rd place in the league. January is the most important month of the season so far, with 2 Champions League matches against Dortmund and Real Madrid to try and qualify in that top 8 position, as well as our semi-final tie against Manchester United in the League Cup, with a possible chance to face Palace in the final. With bids coming in for our left back, I thought I'd ask Michael for some options. Yeah, he's still as useless as ever. My scouts though found a left back in Greece who was a new gem with fantastic attributes and an £11 million buyout clause, which I had to pull the trigger on. Especially because we sold our left back for almost double the cost to Manchester City. Things on the pitch did not start great in 2026 with losses to both Chelsea and Newcastle. That did put us in great form going into the semi-final in the League Cup against United, but we still looked to take charge of the game and Alex Scott scored. And then Evan Ferguson doubled it. Man United did get one back though, and it is only the first leg, but what could be better than a win at Old Trafford? How about a 4-2 home win in the second leg? We're in the final, boys.
Nice.
And of course, it's Crystal Palace who we face in that final. But before that, we've got Champions League games to take care of, and our former player Da Costa chipped in a free kick and Dortmund take the lead just 3 minutes in. Of course, the Europa League winners 2 seasons ago who we met in that final, we knew it would be a tough game, but after Güler's equaliser, Ryder puts us ahead from the penalty spot. But Yusufa Moukoko did score one more for Dortmund just before half-time, and we could only grab a point. There was some drama that spilled over as Da Costa, who had only left the club days before this match, slashed down his former teammate and received a straight red card. Off you go, son. We unfortunately couldn't get a result against Real Madrid at the Bernabeu in our final Champions League group match. And after being in such a comfortable position before those 2 fixtures, we dropped into 9th place and into the playoffs, with the draw being very much played out as we face Red Bull Salzburg. January was a really tricky month, but we came out at the end of it with 2 wins and a draw in the league. It was snowing in Austria for our first leg in the Champions League, but that doesn't stop Ferguson from scoring in the first minute. They did get one back pretty soon after, but we seemed in control, and Leonardo also got on the score sheet in the first half, and Ryder made it 3-1 in the first leg, giving us a strong advantage for the returning fixture. With the cup final against Palace in the following month to wait for, we focused on gaining positions back in the league, which once again we managed to do at Old Trafford in an exceptional 3-0 win, only allowing them 1 shot on target all match. We lost the second leg against Salzburg in the Champions League, but still progressed through 6-5 on aggregate. Also losing to Arsenal 1-0 right after, but a win against Everton and 2 rounds of the FA Cup in February, and it's into a very much intense March. Inter Milan await for us in the Champions League, and a derby against Palace in the Prem with them in the final a couple of weeks after that. And honestly, what a crazy month this was. Inter Milan are one of the most respected clubs in European football, multiple-time champions of Europe, with some of the best players certainly in Italian football and maybe even in the world. But when they scored their penalty, we were already 3-0 up. And we just continued the onslaught, and we kept scoring goals without a response, piling 27 shots onto their goal and scoring 7. Yes, we won 7-1 in the first leg. We did alright in the second leg too. The derby match against Palace went a whole lot worse, and they took the lead. And then when Wilfried Single got himself a straight red card, Palace then took away the bragging rights right before the cup final with a second and the final goal of the game. A draw to Southampton, and it's not good news for Brighton as Palace have overtaken us in the league right before the cup final to go into the top 4 spot. Right then, it's cup final day and the board have zero faith in us while the fans expect nothing less than a win. Our starting lineup is set and the boys are raring for revenge. And at a Wembley Stadium, it took us just 2 minutes to snatch the ball from the Palace defence, and Alex Scott puts us 1-0 up with a cracking finish. Evan Ferguson then wanted a piece of the action, and he scored just 8 minutes later. And today was really a day for the Seagulls, as Ferguson picked up his second of the game and made it 3-0, and Matoma caught a sweet volley which picked up a deflection for the fourth. Palace did pull one back, but we win the game against our rivals and lift the trophy. What a moment. We were on fire recently, also knocking Chelsea out of the FA Cup on penalties. Each month seemingly is becoming more important than the last as we need to overtake Palace in the league with our game in hand. We face Bayern in the quarter-finals of the Champions League, and we have Aston Villa in the semi-final of the FA Cup. We can tick off the game in hand win overtaking Palace to jump into 4th with a win against Forest. The most outrageous goalkeeping error ever could be costly for our Champions League hopes, as for some reason Karnaseki tried to head this and he missed for Osman's tap-in. This is the home leg too, and in the second half Goretzka doubled Bayern's advantage. And Osman's early goal in the second leg was enough to see us out of the competition for this season. But this season is far from over, and you do not want to miss how this campaign ends as Liverpool take the lead at the Amex. Thankfully, Josip Shatala was there to score the equaliser, and Van Heck met a corner at the back post, and we steal all 3 points against the Scousers. It was also bye-bye from the FA Cup this season as we missed 2 penalties in the shootout of the semi-final whilst hitting the post. And we ended April with a win against Wolves and a disappointing draw against Bournemouth. And although Liverpool looked to have the title won, it was so tight for the top 4 spots as Manchester City have a game in hand over ourselves and Crystal Palace. And our last 3 fixtures, Tottenham, Brentford and Manchester City on the final day. Slightly off topic, but how amazing is this guy who won the Next Gen Award? Just a shame he's valued above our £20 million limit. Anyway, back to the fixtures, and although Spurs have Sesko up top, it was our star striker Ferguson who scored the first goal. Not to be outdone though, Sesko was found over the top and his pace and power is unforgiving, and just like that, it's back on even Stevens. That's until Thuram made a lovely run on the inside from the wing and was found to bury the ball into the net 2-1. And with just 2 games left, one of 4 teams is going to miss out on the top 4, and it could be one of Brighton or Crystal Palace. After last season when Brentford helped us win the title, this time they could cost us as they beat us 1-0 through Ivan Toney. And just like that, it's down to the final match against Manchester City for who gets Champions League football next season. And what an epic final match it was too, as Alex Scott gave us the lead 14 minutes in, putting us into the driving seat. Until Erling Haaland's penalty was dispatched and we were back down to 5th place. City then took the lead and things were not looking good for Brighton, until the ever-reliable Evan Ferguson decided to take matters into his own hands and score 2 goals within 2 minutes and turn the game completely on its head, going from behind and in 5th place into the lead and sending City into the Europa League next season. And that's when we absolutely excel, because Matoma scored right after, and in the second half it was 4-2, and our heroes who continue to step up scored a 5th from Thuram and a 6th by Single, and although we didn't win the league this season, I still think it was a successful one. Amazingly, Crystal Palace will be joining us next season in the Champions League too. With a lovely £70 million budget, there's only one thing left to do. Hello, Michael. We need to have a little chat. Last season was a battle against our rivals Palace. They had an insane season and finished just a point behind us in 4th. Of course, we had the bragging rights in the cup final too. And right now, the board can't get enough. Fans, on the other hand, are a little harder to please. They're still a little bit annoyed with the loss to Bayern Munich in the Champions League, which I feel is a little harsh. But anyway, we've been given a healthy budget to try and improve the side for the upcoming campaign. So of course we seek Michael's knowledge of players, and once again he forgets we only have a £20 million per player budget. But it seems from a very quick search my scouts have already reported an insane Senegalese centre-back from Stade Liège who's just 18. I won't show him off just yet. We actually needed a backup goalkeeper, and the Georgian from Valencia is a perfect choice given that he is actually good enough for the first team if we didn't have Karnaseki, and he costs less than $5 million. A lot of players asked for new contracts in the last couple of seasons, and it seems our wage expenditure has nearly tripled in 4 years. Hard to argue really when we've become champions in England just 3 seasons in though. And to be honest, Thuram is our highest paid player and he's only on 145k a week, which is basically pennies compared to what Haaland's being paid. And that's shown too in the club's bank balance, which has sat very healthily now for a couple of seasons. Hey, we signed the centre-back from Stade Liège to age 18, he looks fantastic, and I genuinely think I need to give him some game time this season. £20 million was his release clause, so it was right at the peak of our limit. So if I'm looking at my best 11, I think I'd probably slot him in for most games this season, especially against weaker opposition alongside Van Heck, and maybe scoot him out to the left side as he's strong with both feet. However, when the first game came around, I had to make more changes due to fitness issues and injuries. And we kicked off our season within just 4 minutes when Marcus Leonardo snatched the ball off the Villa defence and dispatched his shot. Our second goal was even more impressive. The quick layoff passing and the assist into the path of Thuram was sublime. Aston Villa did score early in the second half though through Josh Sargent, which did threaten the 3 points we were on our way to, but thankfully we scored another 2 goals with Leonardo picking up his second in the 89th minute, and substitute Kozlowski got the 4th with his 4-1 opening day win with a wonderful finish. However, the start of the season didn't all include good performances, because after going 1-0 up and 2-1 up, we lost at home to Arsenal, and we have Crystal Palace next. So with Ferguson's recovery and Marcus Leonardo's good performance, he starts in the derby. And I really think we made the right call as Alex Scott was played through within just 8 minutes to give us the lead. And following on from that, Marcus Leonardo put in a man of the match performance, scoring 3 goals in this match alone to take his tally very high just after 3 league matches. He picked up 1 in the first half, 2 in the second, and a game we absolutely dominated against a team last season that caused us so many problems. And we sent the fans home buzzing with a 6-1 win. But again, we followed that with a poor result. And then we faced a Liverpool side captained by Trent with Kai Havertz as their key player.
Sorry, what?
And after a goalless first half, Liverpool took the lead through Tielemans. It did took us another 15 minutes, but we worked the throw in and Thuram's shot somehow found the net to equalise. And although he didn't start the game, Ferguson made an appearance off the bench and scored the winner in the 83rd minute. 16 from England, including of course Palace, are in the Champions League with us this season, and we have our fixtures in. The transfer window shut and Palace got a deal on deadline day done for Diogo Costa from Porto. That's not bad at all. But an incredibly quiet window for us because I don't really feel like we needed to splash on loads of players this summer as we go into a very interesting September, which started off with Gutierrez getting a straight red card against Southampton within 4 minutes. Thankfully though, Leonardo and Thuram combined with a lovely 1-2 and scored the only goal of the game. I gave Ferguson a start against Manchester United though, and he didn't let me down, scoring in the 3-0 win at the Amex. September also included a win and a loss in the Champions League, a 0-0 draw against Wolves and a win in the Cup. But October you don't want to miss with a run of AC Milan, Newcastle and Manchester City. Before AC Milan, we got back to winning ways in the Champions League with a big win against Salzburg at home. Kozlowski started after a bit of a rotation and he proved he should be getting more game time, scoring the first 2 goals. Schürrle got yet another back post header from a corner to score, but again the goal of the month probably went to McAllister, who from out of nowhere struck this beauty into the top corner. No goalkeeper in the world is going to save that. Hilariously, the goalkeeper it was Salzburg's keeper Fruchel, who I almost signed instead of Karnaseki. And we formed a good run of games around that Champions League match with 2 wins against Norwich and Leeds. Right into that hard run of games I mentioned before, that didn't go so well. I mean, a draw at the San Siro against AC Milan is not a bad result at all, but being in the lead twice against Newcastle and losing 4-2 with an own goal is a bit demoralising. Followed by Man City knocking us out of the League Cup with 2 goals from a Belgian new gen from centre midfield. We were still up there in the league title race though heading into November, with the leaders Chelsea in a match that we have coming up very soon. We currently sat in the top 8 of the Champions League group as well, but Palace all the way down in 27th have only beaten Genk and lost to PSG and Rangers. Unlucky. It was another 3 points for us though when we welcomed AEK Athens to the Amex and Alex Scott scored the only 2 goals of the game. And we looked unstoppable against Fulham, winning 5-0 away. But then we lost to Middlesbrough at home. And when it was finally time to take on Chelsea at the top of the table clash, they opened the scoring really early on through Sterling. But in a very tight encounter, it didn't take us long before Thuram picked up the equalising goal, not giving either side the advantage they craved. So instead, we gifted them a 2-point advantage just 3 days later when we drew with West Ham, dropping us down into 3rd place with City now in the driving seat if they win their game in hand. And once again, that's who we face in the next month, right after a game against Real Madrid. And honestly, strap yourselves in because December as a whole is mental, with the Christmas period also including games against Arsenal, Tottenham and Manchester United. This Champions League match against Real Madrid had everything including drama and 2 absolutely stunning goals. Thuram put us 2 goals ahead before a corner was cleared and the ball dropped to Alex Scott, who rifled in a volley from the edge of the area to make it 3-0. In the second half though, Real responded and Chukwueze scored maybe an even better goal right into our top corner. And Scalvini brought the game back to within a goal, but just 2 minutes later, a fantastic through ball found Ryder and we defeat Real Madrid 4-2 in the Champions League. And from that wildly entertaining game to having to wake people up to tell them the final whistle had gone in the match against Man City. But our next set of games made me celebrate like this. Because despite our trip to the Emirates starting with Arsenal slicing us open within 15 minutes to us comedically smashing the ball against Martinelli to score, we actually played very well and it was the start of a very good run. Evan Ferguson was back in the starting 11 and scoring goals like we know he can, getting 2, putting us into the lead before Matoma picked up a 3rd. It was even easier against Spurs as Arda Güler scored in a 2-0 win in our second trip to North London in just 2 games. Then we came home for Boxing Day and we battered some Wolves 4-0. And before the new year came in, we visited Old Trafford where Ruud van Nistelrooy is still the manager and we took complete control, scoring 2 goals before half time and picking up our 3rd from Alex Scott without even letting him score a goal. And yet we still couldn't jump ahead of City in first. But we had 2 major problems with the squad. Ferguson has been starting games because Marcus Leonardo broke his lower leg at the end of October. But now Ferguson is out injured for a while as well. And bids began to come in for our star players. Now I had no intention of selling, but I did buy a new player, former FM Wonder Kid legend Thiago Almeida, for just £7.5 million, who is still in the MLS and a cracking squad player. In the league, we started the new year with a 5-0 win against Leeds, but I can't decide whether it was a good month or not. Because the contrast in matches and results were all over the place, and defensively, we were sometimes a shambles, like this goal we gifted to Norwich to equalise in a 1-1 draw at Carroll Road. Straight into a 6-0 away win just days later in Copenhagen, where we had 33 shots on goal. Coming back to England and we let Sesko score a late equaliser and pinch man of the match in our home fixture, a 2-2 draw against Spurs, who by the way would be giving my dad absolute wet dreams with Simeone as their manager. Get in! But with another Champions League win against Genk and then a disappointing draw to Villa again, it was an unbeaten run since Middlesbrough back in late November. Just too many draws. And it's 3rd in the league, 7 points behind Chelsea, who are beginning to break away from us, but we did finish in the top 8 of the Champions League, with Palace having to go into the playoffs. But once again, the fixtures in February sees us host leaders Chelsea, next with an away trip to City at the end of the month. I don't think I've ever seen a result quite like Brighton versus leaders Chelsea before. After winning the Serie A with Milan, Tuchel was back in charge at the start of the season for the Blues. And I don't think he would have ever taken a battering quite like we gave Chelsea on this day, with them sitting top of the Premier League, because there was probably a good chance he would get the sack after this match is finished. And I'm probably going to get some free points from every man in Brighton and some knickers thrown at me from every woman there, because we went and scored 8 goals in 69 minutes before finally taking our foot off the pedal and allowing them to score an injury time goal to end the match 8-1. I'll say it again, we win the match 8-1. 8 bloody 1. And 3 days later we got stuffed 4-0 from Newcastle in the FA Cup. And although we then only drew to Forest, I don't think the women of Brighton will be asking for their garments to be returned, because when we travelled to the Etihad, we showed the same amount of mercy we showed Chelsea, and we destroyed them 3-0. Right before we play Barcelona in the Champions League. But before we do, look how tight it is in the title race now. Just 2 points separating the top 4 teams with 9 games remaining, and City just 2 points behind us in 5th. Where did Liverpool come from, by the way? But with my main aim of winning the Champions League for Brighton, I was very disappointed with our first leg performance at the Camp Nou. We didn't really show up, and Barcelona were rather lethal, scoring 2 goals, taking the big advantage into the second leg. West Ham capitalised on our misfortune, scoring very early in the following league match before the second leg. This was the kick up the arse we needed though, probably, and even after Evan Ferguson's winner, Thiago Almeida scored the first 2 goals for the club, securing all 3 points in one of the closest title races I have ever seen. We took Barcelona to extra time after a 3-1 lead in the second leg, but Frank Kesse's 119th minute winner unfortunately knocked us out of the competition. But our season was far from over. We beat Fulham, but once again couldn't beat Middlesbrough, and April had some very winnable games and a hard clash against Newcastle, while May included Palace and title contenders Liverpool on the final day of the season. And you just know, with the 2 teams first and second right now, that's going to be the title decider more than likely. April couldn't have gone any better, with a very tight 1-0 win against Newcastle, followed by a late win against Everton and a 7-1 win against Brentford, where a returning Marcus Leonardo scored 4 goals after his leg break earlier this season. I'm chuffed for him, and it's on to Crystal Palace. With us currently sat on top and them needing to win to keep their European qualification dreams alive. And to be fair to them, they did get to the round of 16, only to miss out thanks to 2 goals by Mbappe in extra time in the Champions League this season. But there was only 1 goal in the derby, and it was Palace who snatched it in the 82nd minute as well. And wouldn't you know it, Diogo Costa got man of the match. Amazingly, both Chelsea and Liverpool lost as well, and we still held on to that top position. And we dispatched Southampton even after their penalty after 3 minutes, quite comfortably. But Liverpool lost to Chelsea, and the title could only go to 2 clubs on the final day. We just need to match Chelsea's result when we play Liverpool. But you'll never guess who Chelsea is playing on the final day. They're of course away to Crystal Palace. And at Selhurst Park, our biggest rival scored within 12 minutes to almost gift us the trophy well within our grasp. But at Anfield, we gave ourselves an even bigger advantage when Marcus Leonardo scored to make it 1-0, and the score stayed the same at both stadiums until the 87th minute, when Liverpool scored an equaliser, meaning if Chelsea win, they clinch the title from us. And it wasn't entirely over at Palace, but fortunately for Brighton, it was a home goal in the 95th minute, allowing us to lift the Premier League title once again, just a point ahead of Newcastle and 2 in front of Chelsea in what was an epic title race. I need to lie down. We did it again! After an insane title race, our rivals actually helped us win the league on the final day. Cheers for that, Brendan. If not for a last-minute extra time goal, we could have had a good run in the Champions League too. Both the board and the supporters are happy with our performance so far. However, they will love me once they see the transfer I just made. And I didn't even need Michael, the bloody panty sniffer, because I always check the end of contract players, and Florian Wirtz is top of that list. He wants to move to a bigger club, and the only club interested is Tottenham. My scouts also reported on a very good new gen striker from Birmingham who looks very handy. And for just £10 million, I got the deal done really quickly. And on the 1st of July, Florian Wirtz also joined the club and took the number 7 shirt. The transfer window was rather quiet outside of a couple of bids for our goalkeeper. And we went straight into the Community Shield flying with 4 goals by Marcus Leonardo. But our first month of the season included 3 of the best teams in the league and Tottenham. Newcastle snuck into 2nd place last year, remember? So imagine my delight when Florian Wirtz scored just 4 minutes into his Premier League debut against them on the opening day. Fabian Ryder then dispatched 2 penalties and we made that win look so easy. Manchester City then went and signed Eze from our rivals Crystal Palace for a big fee as well for the 29-year-old. And Palace have already had a good window signing Lokonga for their midfield as well as Livramento at right back for both good value. They also took early advantage in the league, winning their first 3 matches. We, on the other hand, dropped some points to Chelsea at Stamford Bridge. But of course, we beat Tottenham 1-0. It was then time for an early contender for game of the season at the Etihad when Mitoma scored in the 3rd minute. Erling Haaland then equalised in the second half and we got what we thought was the winner in the 88th minute. But we were wrong. And Erling Haaland popped up with this outrageous header in the 93rd minute. But hold on to your hats because there was time for one more roll of the dice and somehow Caicedo found McAllister and we pinch all 3 points. There hasn't been a chance to play Leon Kemp, our new wonder kid, just yet. But 11 goals he has scored for the youth team has been very promising. And after beating Leicester 4-1, we only briefly took top spot before Palace regained it once again, defeating Manchester United through Nketiah's goal. The transfer window slammed shut without us doing anything else, but big money being spent elsewhere, including Newcastle getting Yeremy Pino, which instantly makes them a threat once again this year. Not to mention Man City signed Ferran Torres for the 2nd time for 70 million. Our Champions League fixtures came through and it's starting off incredibly difficult in September with Juve and Bayern Munich, but we butt heads with Barcelona once again. People have been asking about sharing this tactic, so I have put it on my Patreon for all the members who support me there. The link is in the description if you want to sign up and all the other benefits. Anyway, as if September wasn't hard enough, we lost to West Ham in the 92nd minute, right before our Champions League match against Juventus, from which we took the lead just 19 minutes in from Florian Wirtz. Almost from Juve's kickoff, we snatched the ball and Mitoma's run was fantastic and he found Marcus Leonardo for a very fast double whammy. And the game was over in just 15 minutes later when Wirtz tapped in the rebound from Van Heck's header at the back post. And we enjoyed the same scoreline, 4 games in a row into a game against Munich. But we couldn't keep that going and we lost 1-0. October doesn't look too difficult, but what a strange month. We are still trailing Crystal Palace, by the way, in the league. We started off the month giving away a 2-goal lead against Aston Villa, ending with a draw. Former Brighton favourite Solly March, who moved to Everton in the summer when his contract ran out, set up a goal for Everton in the 91st minute against us. And that also happened to be a 2-2 equaliser. A 0-0 draw to Arsenal was swiftly followed by knocking Spurs out on penalties in the Cup. But we finally got a win in the league during this month when Marcus Leonardo scored 4 goals against Norwich in a 6-0 win, which he also did against Nice in the Champions League. But those 3 draws have seen us drop to 6 points behind Liverpool in top spot now and still behind Palace going into November. And with Liverpool at the end of the month, it was important that we started getting back into form, and against Marseille in the Champions League, I felt that to be the case. Alex Scott scored 2 fantastic goals to be fair, and somehow Marcus Leonardo was onside when he scored the 4th. Our other Champions League game didn't start great at all when we conceded in the 1st minute against Lazio. However, 2 massively informed players for us so far this season is Alex Scott and Marcus Leonardo, and they both showed up in this game to make Lazio's early smiles disappear before half-time, and we went in 3-1 up, and they came out and secured themselves a hat-trick each, with Mitoma scoring another late one for a 7-1 win. In between, we picked up 2 league wins and now it's time to face the leaders, Liverpool. And unfortunately, our good run come to an end at home when Liverpool scored 2 goals late in the second half through Mijatovic and Kamara. And the gap extends to 9 points between us now. How will we recover from this? And December looks to be the most difficult month of the year too, with Palace up first, Barcelona in the Champions League, with United and Chelsea to play also. The derby was one of the tightest in years, but the bragging rights came home with us as Florian Wirtz picked up the only goal of the game. He was also the scorer of the opening goal in the Champions League clash against Barcelona at home, but that game was soon flipped on its head because Barcelona equalised through Ansu Fati. And they kept scoring goals, putting themselves 2-1 up early in the second half, and a minute later they were celebrating their third and all looked lost for the Seagulls. And that was until Alex Scott got a second Brighton goal and the belief was back. In the 84th minute, Marcus Leonardo was squeezed through and an equaliser was scored, before a back post header from Per Scherz in the 93rd minute stole all 3 points. And we followed that with a trip to Old Trafford a few days later when Marcus Leonardo gave us the advantage. And our Dutch centre-back in our ranks, Van Heck, popped up with a second and another 3 points was claimed in the Premier League. Unfortunately though, Newcastle knocked us out of the League Cup, but it was our only loss that month as we came away with wins against Fulham, Burnley, Forest and Wolves while drawing 2-2 with Chelsea. And we finally launched ourselves above Crystal Palace in the league and put ourselves back in the title race. Marcus Leonardo currently has 33 goals in 30 appearances so far this season, and we rewarded him with a fat new contract. Speaking of goals, backup centre-back Fonseca has scored 17 for the youth team so far, which is pretty mental. The start of the year began terribly with a loss to Everton at the Amex, but we brushed that off right away though, and January proved to be a fantastic month, especially for Marcus Leonardo. Alongside his new contract, he scored 5 goals in 3 games in the latter part of the month. We always looked comfortable, including our 2 Champions League fixtures and wins against Burnley and Newcastle. Although we have developed an 8-point gap in front of Palace, we do still chase Liverpool, but look at that Champions League group. Second with 21 points. The first team exposure for Ndiaye has been fantastic for his progress, with his attributes looking very good for a 20-year-old centre-back. As well as our Greek left-back, who has been fantastic for us this season. A trophy we are yet to win is the FA Cup, and that continues to evade us this season as Bournemouth knocked us out in the 4th round with their 93rd minute winner. With only 2 league games in February, it was important we picked up 6 points, and with the visit from Manchester United, it could have been very difficult. But then, considering how many times we have destroyed the Red Devils in recent seasons, I shouldn't have been surprised to see us come out 3-0 winners. We popped 5 past Fulham too, but our next match was Liverpool at Anfield, followed by Juventus in the Champions League. And Liverpool are coming off the back of dropping 5 points in their last 2 league fixtures. So guess who's top of the league now?
Nice.
Our Brazilian top scorer Leonardo wasn't fit enough to start, and I thought we were doomed as soon as Liverpool scored within 4 minutes and possibly in for a hammering. However, how wrong could I have been, because Arda Güler equalised from a free kick just a few minutes later. He was actually starting up front and he was put through to put us 2-1 up, and Alex Scott made it 3-1 at Anfield. Fabian Ryder shocked the world, putting us 4-1 up, but the onslaught continued and Marcus Leonardo came off the bench, and there was still time for him to score 2 more goals in 2 minutes to shock the Reds, and we walk away from Anfield 6-1 winners.
Sorry, what?
We travel to Turin to try and make it 3 away wins in a row, and João Fonseca puts us en route to do just that. And Alex Scott doubled our chances, before Marcus Leonardo appeared in the 92nd minute to score an amazing third. Shockingly, the only game we couldn't win in March was against Norwich. But how long will that last, because we have a run of fixtures in April which include 2 legs against Real Madrid, Arsenal, Palace and Manchester City. Marcus rescued a point against Arsenal as we head into the first leg of the quarterfinal of the Champions League against Real Madrid, where the only goal of the game came from the spot. From there we go and face Crystal Palace in the derby, and it's our backup right back Rosolev who gets the only goal of the game. On to the second leg against Madrid. 15 times Real Madrid have won this competition, and with the game teetering in the balance after the 1-0 win in the first leg, it was so relaxing for us when Marcus Leonardo scored 2 very early goals in the second leg of the quarterfinals, and the man even got himself a third to take the match ball home, and we are through to the semi-final. And I completely got caught off guard by our next opponents, because Liverpool lost in the round of 16 against Club Brugge, who then beat Bayern Munich in the quarterfinals. So before we face those underdogs ourselves, we first beat both Brentford and Tottenham away from home, quite comfortably too. The Man City game was rescheduled for the first leg against Bruges, and it was Alex Scott who broke the deadlock just before half-time in the semi-final. Trying to stay cool in the second half when Florian Wirtz made it very difficult. We still had another leg in this tie, but we are so close to the Champions League final now. But they have got this far for a reason, and they pulled one back in the 91st minute, and we travel to Belgium. By the way, it is still Scott Parker in charge. You might be wondering why I'm showing you a 1-1 draw between Liverpool and Norwich. That is because with those points dropped, our incredible run in this league has seen us lift the Premier League trophy for the 3rd time and in back-to-back seasons. Now, Club Brugge gave us our hardest time in the Champions League so far, but we held on for a 0-0 draw and we're in the Champions League final. And our opponents in the final is Kylian Mbappe's PSG side, who demolished Atletico Madrid 5-0 on aggregate in the semi-final. The team for the final is probably our strongest, with Marcus Leonardo leading the line, of course hoping to add on to the 54 goals he has scored so far this season. And PSG kick us off in the final at Old Trafford, in front of 75,000 fans and millions watching at home. The first half finished goalless, but when the deadlock was eventually broken, it was thanks to Jamal Musiala and his bag of tricks. It seemed to have flicked off our defender before he Cruyff flicked it into our empty net. But come off the man, come off the moment, an unlikely scorer at the best of times, Wilfried Singo shoots us back on level terms from 25 yards out with half an hour to go. But PSG piled on the pressure, and it was Kylian Mbappe who dispatched a second home for the Parisians and the final goal of the game. Absolutely gutted. No Champions League trophy this season, but yet another Premier League title, I guess. Michael was quite excited though, because there's £122 million in the budget to spend next summer. We were fingertips away until Mbappe scored in the Champions League final. So very close to winning the big one. But I am loving this Brighton team that we have built. Our star last season, Marcus Leonardo, is now being chased by Real Madrid. Probably because he scored 54 goals last season. And a lot of you asked, and there's a big chance, however, that Evan Ferguson could be the one to leave. He is still here though. But he only made 3 starts and scored just 2 goals all season. This is the player who scored 31 league goals aged 18, remember. But anyway, the Champions League run gave us a nice boost in reputation, taking us into the top 10 worldwide. It also did wonders for our finances though, and I never really trust this page. Why is Norwich there? On the outs, Kozlowski didn't want to renew his contract and he joined Leipzig on a free transfer. Incoming though was Madueke, who was transfer listed by Chelsea. He will be a good squad player in rotation and not bad at all for the price of just 10 million. He ain't the only one coming in though, as I'm about to sign a midfielder from Manchester United, but I won't jinx it just yet. We met Southampton in the Community Shield and they split us open within seconds from kickoff to take the lead at Wembley. It took us a quarter of an hour, but eventually we found our feet, and from there we not only managed to equalise, but we started to take control of the game and play like the champions we are, running away with the match with Leonardo getting himself a hat-trick and ending the game 4-1 winners. With our new signing awaiting a work permit, it was already time to start the new league campaign. Our start included 2 of those rich teams on the list, Wolves and Norwich, as well as Man United and Palace. And we began the season very well, stuffing Wolves 6-0. After defeating Norwich with another great result, it was a trip to Old Trafford where Rashford welcomed us by scoring the opener. Thankfully though, the run from Wirtz was found and we rescued a draw. Speaking of Man United, right after the match we signed their player, and it's Renato Sanchez. He hasn't been getting a lot of the game time at Manchester United, and I thought he fits our midfield perfectly as a backup, especially for those wing positions, and he only cost £16.5 million. And against Palace he came straight into the starting 11 because of fitness issues on that right midfield slot. Marcus Leonardo of course put us into the lead at the near post with a header, but Michael Elise scored a penalty to equalise. However, what looked like it could have been a terrible back pass ended up starting a wild attack in which Alex Scott scored the winner. A Marcus Leonardo hat-trick helped us beat Aston Villa in a great start to our league campaign. On deadline day though, we say goodbye to a legend as we accept the £30 million bid for McAllister from Newcastle, who was in the last year of his contract. Champions League fixtures are in, and of course, like poetry, our first game is against the winners who beat us in the final and lifting the trophy last season, PSG. And they've just signed Milinkovic-Savic and Rafael Leao to bolster their strengths. And they're managed by Patrick Vieira, by the way. Into September, and against Newcastle, Marcus Leonardo scored on the 19th minute mark. He then doubled our lead 20 minutes later, and he had a chance to get his hat-trick but missed the penalty. And Newcastle went right up the other end and Pino scored. Thankfully though, it was the last goal of the game. A trip to Paris next, and PSG played through us. A new signing, Milinkovic-Savic's cross came up the back post and Musiala scored. But then we caught SMS out on the ball and a lovely chip over the top found Marcus Leonardo. 1-1. Second half and we looked a much better side and Alex Scott punished the Parisians, giving us the advantage. But of course, PSG got a lucky penalty and Mbappe equalised and the final score was 2-2. We lost the second Champions League match against Atletico and had Liverpool to play at Anfield next. Once again, we conceded really early on, giving Gavi's goal in the second minute, but then from a corner, Ryder hit a beauty to equalise. And then he set up our second goal as well for Marcus Leonardo. Fonseca gave us a 3-1 advantage going into half time, and Marcus Leonardo scored his second goal of the match, and we leave Anfield with a 4-1 win. The month following seemed to be going really well, especially in the Premier League. Up until Man City scored and beat us 1-0 at the Etihad. And that was our first loss in the league this season, and we were still trailing Chelsea, who won 10 out of their first 12 games. But Marcus Leonardo is scoring a lot of goals with 15 in the league already, and Florian Wirtz is having a fantastic season too. But our fixtures going into the next couple of months were crucial. Chelsea and Arsenal in the league, with Dortmund and Villarreal the stumbling blocks in the Champions League. And after only narrowly beating Rangers 2-1, Dortmund gave us a visit and it was our German Florian Wirtz who scored the opening goal against the Germans. However, they have their own superstar German going by the name of Moukoko, who picked up the equaliser just 3 minutes later, leaving us precariously down in 14th place after 5 games in the competition and unable to find any form. But off to Stamford Bridge we go, and we fought behind to an early goal against the league leaders thanks to Raheem Sterling. It isn't long after and he's scoring a second. Marcus Leonardo though, he steps up and gives us hope, making it 2-1. Until somehow Raheem Sterling turns into prime Pirlo and sets up Carlos Soler with one of the best assists I've ever seen on FM. We get a second through Singo, but we lose our second match in the league. The other 3 matches in the Prem that month all ended up with us retaining 3 points however. And Chelsea only managed to win 1 game, which was against us, and ended up drawing 2 and losing 1 with Liverpool up next. And somehow we jump up into first position. But if you think that was good, wait till you see how great our December is. It starts off with a trip to the Emirates and Marcus Leonardo is putting us ahead, followed by some Route 1 attack which forced the Brazilian, who makes no mistake, doubling our lead. And then in the second half, Evan Ferguson appears off the bench and he's bagging a goal. In fact, at the end of this month, Ferguson had clocked up 10 goals in just 3 starts and 10 appearances off the bench. Although 5 of them did come against Watford in a 6-1 away win. But still, good for you, mate. That's not to say that Marcus has stopped scoring, by the way. He picked up 3 goals in a 6-2 victory when we headed to Spain and faced Villarreal in the Champions League, a win we really needed to keep our hopes of the top 8 finish alive. We also played 7 league games in total during December and only conceded 3 goals. 4 clean sheets, including this 3-0 win against West Ham. And we ended up winning all 9 games during December, never even looking like drawing or losing a match. And Liverpool was there, sat shitting themselves for the first game of the new year. Evan Ferguson was the difference maker in this match. He scored both goals in the match while Marcus Leonardo was rested thanks to the amount of fixtures we've played recently over the Christmas period. Real Madrid still wanting him though, and it's easy to see why with his 34 goals in just 29 games so far this season. Back to the Champions League though, and ideally we need 2 wins from 2 against Zagreb and Feyenoord. And we did it without really breaking a sweat at all. 4-0 and 6-0. We struggled more in the League Cup semi-final against Stoke. Thankfully though, we smashed them in the second leg 4-0, sending us into the final against Liverpool. But before any of that, we did drop points against Leicester despite scoring from kickoff in the first half. Leicester striker Ollie Watkins punished us, squeezing in their only shot on target, meaning we dropped 2 points rather badly. However, we are still steamrolling through all the other teams and we actually find ourselves creating a huge gap at the top of the Premier League, being 9 points clear of Chelsea now. And those 2 Champions League wins means we don't have to play in that drastic playoff. Michael's been a bit quiet this season though, hasn't he? To be honest, I don't think I've really needed him, and then I sold my backup left back on deadline day. But once again, before acquiring Michael's services, my scouts have already found an ideal young replacement in Borisov, who I got from Ludogorets for just £4.2 million, a bargain. And I've also signed Leo Ostergaard on a free transfer for the end of the season, who I think is a fantastic centre-back. In February, there wasn't much we could do to stop Goretzka from scoring for Arsenal. And although we didn't take the 3 points, Marcus Leonardo scoring an equaliser kept the smiles on the fans' faces. Because it was another unbeaten month, including 2 rounds of the FA Cup. And it's on to March with 5 difficult matches, including the Champions League round of 16 and the Cup final. We started the month drawing to Everton because of a 94th minute goal. So we head to Madrid to play Atletico, and we take control of the game, splitting them open to find Marcus Leonardo. I felt very confident in the second half when a deep cross was met by Schürrle for the second. We dominated the whole fixture, in fact, winning 4-0 in the second leg. So it's off to Wembley for the League Cup final. Once again, we love an early goal, but this time Leonardo supplied the assist for Thuram. Trent Alexander-Arnold is good at free kicks though, and it's 1-1. And Liverpool started better after half-time than us, and suddenly we find ourselves 2-1 down. Not good. Until Marcus Leonardo decided to get involved in the goals himself, and we took it to extra time. And we win the League Cup for the second time when Fabian Rieder scores the winner, making it 3-2 to Brighton. We are on fire right now and even knocked Chelsea out of the FA Cup. 1 trophy down this season, we are top of the league, Arsenal in the quarterfinals of the Champions League and chasing the FA Cup with Newcastle to play next. However, for the first time in forever, we record 2 back-to-back 0-0s against Spurs and Arsenal. Thankfully, with Arsenal being the first leg of the Champions League, Saka also missed a penalty. Bouncing back though, beating Chelsea in the league, who still sit in second thanks to Arda Güler's man of the match performance. He picked up the assist for the first goal and bagged himself just 15 minutes later in a 3-1 win. Our performance in the second leg against Arsenal was exactly what we needed though to gain our confidence back. A solid result, winning 3-0 with some good set-piece goals and a chance to rest players early thanks to 2 goals by the 50th minute. Our run from now to the end of the season is brutal though. Look at this, Newcastle in the FA Cup, next PSG with Manchester clubs either side as we try to secure the league again, and Palace near the end of the season. However, Chelsea keep dropping points and we've pretty much got the league in the bag with 2 games in hand and 8 points clear. Marcus Leonardo has so far scored 45 goals this season, but it's good to see the supporting cast in Ferguson and Burt's both on 18 as well. Ferguson actually scored 4 goals in the Blackburn game. In a solid 2-1 win as well against Manchester City, we gave ourselves a huge boost. Because mathematically, with that, we've won the league title with 4 games left. And in the FA Cup, we fell behind 2-0 to Newcastle, but somehow we clawed our way back into the game, with Thuram scoring 2 goals to level the scores before Florian Wirtz was played through to put us into another cup final. It's PSG in the semi-final of the Champions League, and it's a chance to make it an all-English final next. We definitely started the better team, and Marcus Leonardo cushioned the ball and half-volleyed it early into the bottom corner. Musiala hounded the ball off single though, and then Mbappe looked offside, but VAR claimed the goal stands. And it was the luck that PSG needed, and it drove them to push for a second, which they found, again through Mbappe. And just like last season, I began to worry this would be it, and Hakimi smashed in a third just after half-time. Mbappe then got a chance for a hat-trick from the spot, but Karnaseki saved a penalty, and the momentum completely shifted. Because minutes later, a corner, Marcus Leonardo puts us a goal away from what could have been 4-1 down. And then a clearance is headed down and Almada is through. It looks like he wastes the opportunity, but instead his rocket is an equaliser and the first leg finishes 3-3. The second leg finished 0-0 at half-time, so into extra time, and Kimmich was found with way too much space and he gave PSG the advantage. The minute later and we attack, looking to find Ferguson, but the ball breaks and Fabian Rieder is there to slot home another equaliser. But from the kickoff of our goal, we are through once again, and there's Ferguson who gets it this time and puts us into our second Champions League final in 2 years, where Manchester City await us in the final after beating Liverpool 4-1 on aggregate. Ironically, it was Crystal Palace who gave us the most difficult game heading towards both cup finals, drawing 1-1. But we end the Premier League season on 94 points, 20 points more than Chelsea in second place. The FA Cup is a trophy that Brighton have never won, and neither have our opponents today, Brentford. So whoever wins this match lifts the trophy for the very first time, and I fancy our chances because Marcus Leonardo put us 2-0 up. And just like he has been doing all season, Evan Ferguson comes off the bench, no nonsense, scores a third, and Brighton are your FA Cup winners. But it's our second Champions League final and Florian Wirtz is out injured, so I resort back to Mitoma in that attacking midfield role. He deserves it after what he's done for the club, with him and Caicedo being the only two players from the original team I took over that's still in the starting 11. So it's Sergio Conceição's Manchester City team who line up in a 4-4-2 with Erling Haaland leading the line, the Premier League's top scorer by the way, and he has 53 goals this season so far. And as the teams at the Stadio Olimpico Stadium in Rome head out onto the pitch, the one question on everybody's lips: why are both teams wearing blue? Well, the deadlock was finally broken and it took into the second half with very smart thinking from a free kick. A chance to double our lead was missed when Ryder's penalty was saved though, and we tried to work the ball back but Mitoma's shot was blocked and eventually the ball was played out for a corner. But from that corner, Leonardo scores again and it's 2-0. And Man City had nothing. The clock was run down and Brighton, in the second time of asking, are champions of European football. 2 Champions League finals in a row. Quadruple winners this season. What a team we have built. Winning all 4 trophies as well as the Community Shield. Complete domination. I absolutely love this squad. It took 7 seasons, but without spending no more than £22 million on a player, we won the Champions League. Never in one of these series have we dominated a season like we have done here though. And just in case people want to have a look or continue the journey, I'll stick the save file on Patreon under the £5 tier on patreon.com/OmegaLukeGaming. And as we look through the profiles of our heroes of this Brighton save, with this series coming to an end, the question everybody will have is, what is next, Luke? Well, I have an idea, but I think I might need your help. Because I need suggestions for a starting team in the top 5 leagues for Glory Hunter. Today, a new series begins at Union Berlin. And at this overachieving club, our aim is to continue the rise of the Iron Ones, covering a season every single episode until we win the Champions League. They've been down as far as the 5th tier in Germany in the regional leagues in the 2005-06 season, and after a decade in Bundesliga 2, were promoted a few seasons ago and have impressed ever since, finishing in 5th place last season on the final day. And as you can see by their trophy cabinet, they have never won a Bundesliga or a DFB Pokal, which, as I've mentioned in the past, is my all-time favourite looking trophy. Financially, we start with the second lowest turnover in the league, and our bank balance reflects that also. And we have a remaining debt of £43.5 million. Thankfully though, there is money in the Bundesliga, especially if we finished in the top half. Ball culture is to sign players from domestic rivals and to sign players under the age of 23, with the current season target being competitive in both the Europa League and the DFB Pokal. Now I've messed around with the players we have on this 4-4-2 with 2 DMCs to fit our best players, and I'm going to try a fast-paced, cautious approach. I'm a big fan of their new signing Thorsby in midfield. His mental attributes are phenomenal and he is going to be a rock in there. The USA international SEAGATE is going to be my target forward in this system. He's going to hold up the ball and hopefully set fellow strike partner Becker free. And speaking of Geraldo Becker, he is very quick and he's not bad at finishing either. He's kind of a winger turned striker, but that's all fine as long as he contributes to some goals. My one and only probably signing of the summer is a technical director. Great start of my relationship with the players, with what looks like 75 of my starting lineup are annoyed I didn't let Jackal, my starting centre-back, go to Leipzig for £1 million. I'm obviously not going to let that stand and let my best centre-back go for almost peanuts, aged 24 with 2 years left on his contract.
Guys, relax. Relax!
First game of the season in the Cup, and we are missing Becker, who's recovering from an injury. We got the job done against a lower division team comfortably with 39 shots in total. First league match, and it's a derby at home against Hertha. The Berliner derby, and it can be very hostile. Still, without Becker, we are going to have a job on our hands here. Match day 1 of the Bundesliga then, and we can see both lineups. Hertha are going with a standard 4-3-3. And we gave the crowd something to cheer early from a corner as Siabachu turned in his own rebound to make it 1-0. We were only ahead for a short time until lonely defender Diogo Leite got caught on the ball and gifted Hertha Berlin an equaliser. We piled the pressure on in the second half, and when the ball looped up for Thorsby, I almost Mourinho'd myself down the touchline. Moments later, and once again we are attacking down the right, we catch their defender napping and our shot was saved, and somehow we didn't score the rebound and the game finishes 1-1.
He's bloody missed it! What a prat! What a...
I'm going to try and bring you multiple episodes of this series each week, so make sure you are subscribed and you turn the bell on so you do not miss one. We've got a tricky game against Mines next, and they've scored through our bad defending off a free kick. We bounced back on the half-hour mark when Jordan Siabachu was played over the top and he found the finish. But we are our own worst enemies, and more bad defending leads to Anisuo scoring his second of the game and the winner. RB Leipzig up next as well, who's won 2 from 2 so far. I expected them to be better than us, but looking at the statistics, they absolutely dominated us really, and we created very little. Maybe a trip to bottom of the league Schalke is exactly what we need. Before that, we have the club's first ever Europa League draw. We have to wait until pot 3 and the final group, joining Crvena of Serbia and Ghent of Belgium. Great draw for us so far. The final team to join us though is Hearts from Scotland, and honestly, looking at the tables as a whole, I think we can be really happy that we have drawn, I'd say probably the worst group, and we can look to progress through this for sure. We played more positive against Schalke, making some tactical changes, and it paid off in a 1-0 win where great wing play allowed Becker to score. Bayern Munich is our next opponent, and we don't have our striker Becker because he's travelling to meet up with the Suriname squad. So I'll just take the loss and move on. First match in Europa League, and we couldn't capitalise on our opponents going down to 10 men after the 10th minute with a straight red. We did take the lead a minute after the red card too, and you'd think it would be an easy 3 points from here, but in the second half, we never closed down their run down the left-hand side and allowed the man all the way to the byline to cut it back for the tap-in. Very poor. An away trip to Cologne is always difficult, and we fell behind after just 5 minutes through a wonderful finish off the crossbar. Luckily, our big American international headed us level 2 minutes later. Second half, and Cologne retook the lead for a set piece of their own, and just to prove that the near post corners are still broken, we scored another one. 2-2 was the final score. A missed penalty cost us when we lost 2-1 to Ghent in the next Europa League match. And then a loss against Wolfsburg in the following match, and I'm beginning to panic. And yes, I've changed skins twice during this episode already. I went from the Zealand 1 to the Tato 23 version, which you can find on FM Scout. I just prefer the interface of this skin rather than the Zealand 1, especially the player attributes being positioned here. Right back to the gameplay, and I decided to change the tactics and go down the Route 1 style of play to try out this instead in a flat 4-4-2. Still on cautious, and we are a lot more direct with a higher tempo. In transition, we are set to regroup, but we'll counter, and we are defensively sitting in a mid-block and on a standard press and getting stuck in. The red card in the following match, probably because we got stuck in against Frankfurt, didn't do us much favours, and we ended up going down 4-1 to the Eagles, with them absolutely destroying us statistically with 25 shots on our goal. And we had to rely on a 90th minute winner in the Europa League to defeat Hearts. Against Stuttgart, we scored a free kick, and then they scored a free kick. Thankfully, for the first time in a while though, a goal from open play when Jamie Llewellyn scored his second winning goal in 2 games, a big 3 points in the league. Lawrence Shankland is a very good goal scorer, and he put Hearts into the lead. But thankfully, the combination of Becker and Jordan combined to find an equaliser in Edinburgh. Mines absolutely battered us with shots in a 2-1 loss in the DFB Pokal though.
All the bloody resistance of a poppadom catching a bowling ball.
And when Boken missed a penalty and we scored, I felt really lucky, but we didn't track our runners, become lazy and conceded in the 88th minute. At least we can rely on broken game mechanics to take the lead against Ghent in a must-win game. And when they tried to push for an equaliser in the second half, we countered them and sucker punched them to make it 2-0 before Pantovic scored a penalty for us. We actually top our Europa League group with 1 game left, but find ourselves very low in the Bundesliga, all the way down in 16th! The best cross I have ever seen found Becker to put us 1-0 up in minute 1 against Gladbach, but they came back and battered us 3-1. Our 5-2 win against Crvena meant we stayed top of our Europa League group, but Leverkusen smashed us and grabbed a late 1-0 win in stoppage time 3 days later. Back to Berlin, and we finally secure 3 points in the league after a month without against Augsburg with this 2-0 victory. No goals in the Freiburg game, and we rest for the World Cup break, in which real-life favourites Brazil won, beating Croatia 3-0 in the final. And I'm quite curious, who do you think will win the World Cup this year? Let me know down in the comment section if you think you're a football expert. I dare you. I'm going to go with Portugal. Some bad Bad news as we go into January as both of our starting fullbacks Trimmel and Nico Grieselman both don't want us to extend their contracts and looking to leave on freeze at the end of the season. I need to start selling some players to allow room in the budget to approach some new players, so I sold a backup winger for 1.8 million. I also sold the player I said I wouldn't sell earlier because everyone kept kicking off and I was peer pressured. We then scored this phenomenal Route 1 header from outside the box against Dortmund to take the lead. But we still lost 3-1. First signing as Union Berlin manager as we welcome Derlis Gonzalez from Paraguay for 800k. A quality winger who can play down both wings and can be a threat for us. And then we somehow managed to sign Omaragic on the end of contract deal, who rejected Juventus, Inter Milan and AC Milan to join us in Berlin at the end of the season. Still young and he has lots to improve on, but what a signing. Derlis Gonzalez instantly made himself a hero, scoring 25 minutes into his debut from Mitchell's cross. But Hoffenheim got a long-range equaliser through Kramaric 6 minutes later. Our big USA international then put us back ahead on the turn, firing into the top corner. But once again, Hoffenheim came back and equalised, and in the dire minutes, we attacked and scored, fortunately through a deflected shot. A 1-1 draw with Werder Bremen then followed. And it was time for the Berliner Derby once again on a Friday night, and they are rooted to the bottom with only 9 points. Unlucky. The first goal was a free kick late in the first half and we really had to dig in. Thankfully, a penalty pulled us back level, and in the 86th minute, our Route 1 Tony Pulis football came up trumped when Becker found his pace and also the keeper's near post. Great derby win. And that puts us at the dizzy heights of 12th. We then exploited the match engine once again against Mainz with a corner, but the second goal was frankly hilarious as the goalkeeper completely lost his head. And we got arguably the best result of the season against Leipzig next, and a Route 1 football again as Becker gives us the lead. And in the 93rd minute, a big boot from the goalkeeper set Jordan free to fire in the second. They did score in the 95th minute, but it was too late and we took 3 points back to Berlin. A 1-1 draw against Schalke, and we now sit in 10th place and Bayern Munich up next, while on a 6-game unbeaten run. When Bayern Munich played Musiala in to score, we thought our run was over. But oh no, Jordan scored a penalty and then put us ahead from terrible game mechanics, and we think we are going to cause a huge upset in Munich. But in the 95th minute, Bayern attack one last time and slot through Mane to equalise.
Oh, you're joking.
We get our Europa League draw and it's Real Betis in the knockouts. Our run eventually came to an end against Cologne in a 2-1 defeat. 2 more 1-1 draws in our first leg and against Wolfsburg, and all of a sudden we haven't won a game in 5. It was substitute right back Ryerson's run and eventual finish in the 89th minute that won the tie 4-3 on aggregate in the Europa League. We've become incredibly difficult to beat in the league, drawing another 2 before Dortmund finally ended our run. We just haven't won one for a while. Unfortunately, we had 2 suspensions in the Europa League first leg against Arsenal, and Bukayo Saka rinsed us with a hat-trick. So I guess we could just focus on the league and how high we can finish, which is exactly what we did against Bochum, and we took the lead for a penalty kick. Bochum equalised soon after, but an unstoppable Geraldo Beckham free kick. Yeah, you heard me right. Our next 3 points came 2 games later when Jordan Siebatcheu took advantage of Leverkusen's mistake and found the corner in a 1-0 win. 4 games left of the season and we sit in 11th spot. In the pouring rain against Augsburg, a Route 1 pass caught us out completely. Thankfully though, Thorsby rescued a point from the spot. Sometimes it's just not your day, and this Freiburg game was just that. 3-0 loss at home, not great at all. Trouble is though, if you have too many of those games across the season, it will cost you a lot of positions, and Hoffenheim destroyed us with 26 shots. But Derlis Gonzalez penalty got us 3 points on the final day. Good win against Werder Bremen. But I'm gonna need your suggestions. We have a lot of players closing in on 30 and above, and to be fair, they ain't great either. We need cheaper, younger talents, and that's where your suggestions come in. I'm obviously working on a bit of a shoestring budget, and I'll reveal that budget in a second, so I need all of your suggestions of the players that you picked up for a good price who aren't looking at the end of their career. Overall, I think it was an average season. We finished 10th in the league with our rivals Hertha Berlin going down, which was a positive. Europa is where we shone though this season, and we were just unfortunate to play Arsenal in the quarterfinals. But the DFB Pokal was the most disappointing for me, and that needs to change. Jordan Siebatcheu was our only player to get double figures, and I'd like to come away from Route 1 football next season as much as I did enjoy it at times. The board are only giving me a C+, but the supporters absolutely love me, A+. And Siebatcheu actually broke the record this season. Crazy. So before I do reveal our budget for next season, make sure you are subscribing so you do not miss another episode. Hit that notification bell, and if episode 2 is out already, I'll stick it up on the screen right here. And make sure you bring in those suggestions because I only have £7 million to spend in the summer. The board have given me £7.3 million, and after a 10th place finish and a quarter-final Europa League exit, we need to improve this team. But let's not talk about the DFB Pokal. I'll lift you one day, beautiful. We have already signed Basir Omoragic for the end of his contract, so I'm happy with improving other positions on the pitch instead. And I also want to get away from this Route 1 style of football. I was shocked to see Leipzig sacked Rose as their manager. Shocked until I seen that they finished in 5th. Unlucky. The final of the DFB Pokal was played out by Bayern Munich and Dortmund, and it was the Munich team who lifted the trophy after Serge Gnabry scored the first and Upamecano bagged the second. But I'm sure none of you seen that coming. And the Champions League final is to be played between Liverpool and Manchester City, where 3 late goals and extra time was played in Istanbul, with City winning their first ever Champions League. I have been signing players behind the scenes, but this news article popped up and the legacy FM player in me really wanted to do this deal. But financially, we can't really afford to spend another £13 million on one player. I also forgot that we lose our best centre-back as he was only here on loan. But luckily, I secured the signing of Luca Killian from Cologne, a 23-year-old centre-back who's good with both feet. And with a couple of targets at left-back failing, I eventually signed Thomas Urujan, who had a relegation release clause in his contract at Schalke for just £1.7 million. Along with Hugo Vetlerson joining us in January, that's almost all of our budget gone. Unfortunately, our players just hold no value, with £15 million being the most, and I really think this is a problem in Football Manager. You'll see in next week's rebuild, I have a problem with the valuations of some of my players who are on high contracts. They play really well, and yet they're worth millions of pounds like hardly anything is pennies. And I even tweeted out a picture of Ivan Toney being worth like £1.3 million with like 3 years left on his deal. Once again, our first game of the season is a cup game, and as you can see, we have slightly changed the tactic, and it's a more positive tactic with shorter passing, with counter press on but not counter attacking. We won the game 7-0, but again, you can't really look too much into a cup match against a lower division side. We can look into the 2 games against Werder Bremen and Dortmund coming up though. Also, can they give me some easier opponents in the second round of the bloody cup that I really want to win, please? First Bundesliga match, and both of my fullbacks are suspended, so that's ideal. And I was raging within minutes when Werder Bremen took the lead with only 4 minutes on the clock down the left-hand side. But you can't keep a tactical genius like me down, and we pulled one back from a set piece. Then Derling Gonzalez did great to win the ball back, and he gave it to Jordan to score. Jordan then put us 3-1 up when he bagged from exploiting the match engine, and he capped off his hat-trick on week 1 of the Bundesliga from the penalty spot. Dortmund must be crapping themselves. They lost to Cologne on week 1, and not gonna lie, the league table looks kind of upside down as Bochum sit top and Bayern and Dortmund are down the bottom. So I was confident. In fact, I stayed confident all the way up until Schlotterbeck scored their 4th goal of the game, and then Adeyemi got the 5th, and his hat-trick too, by the way. We also didn't score either, so it was actually a really bad day at the office. That was just a really small blip though, and my confidence to absolutely batter Hoffenheim was through the roof. Right, okay, minor setback, I guess. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Hey, I don't know what you were panicking for. Our press cornered them in, and Derlis Gonzalez was fantastic in finding Jordan Siebatcheu. Now we are back in the game, and Urujan found Thorsby, and there's Jordan once again, and we take the lead. And I'm sorry, but we are absolutely class now. Look at this goal. The turn from Jordan, the pass to Urujan, whose run was amazing, and it's 3-1. And 3 points for Union Berlin. And nothing is gonna stop us now.
Piss off. Everything's going wrong. Everything's going wrong.
Gladbach next, and they robbed the ball of our captain and scored. They then had a penalty, but it was saved. And second half, the momentum shifts, and Jamie Llewellyn equalised through the keeper's legs. And in the 93rd minute, Jamie Llewellyn was set 3 to score the winner, again through the keeper's legs. The following match 3 days later against Bochum, I decided to start the Nutmeg Master, and he did it again.
Negnuts.
And you will not believe what happened the second half. Just another Jamie Llewellyn nutmeg.
Negnuts.
And that win leaves us just 1 point outside the top 4 in fact. Let's see if Leipzig can handle us in the next round though, before we travel to Frankfurt. Jamie Llewellyn was bored of nutmegging keepers now, so decided to outjump the whole Leipzig defense instead to score the opener. And 3 minutes later, Martin Thorsby wanted a piece of the pie and he smashed one into the bottom corner. This is just too easy, lads. But apparently after half-time, we were shocked to find out they wouldn't just give us the 3 points for dominating the first half, and Leipzig scored from a free kick. 4 minutes later, they broke through and ruined my day by scoring an equaliser, and I was livid. Not as livid as I was against Frankfurt when they took the lead through this volley in the 3rd minute though. Thankfully, it only took us 3 minutes before we scored ourselves through Jamie Llewellyn. And that naughty little treacle put us ahead in the 9th minute of the game. But how did it finish, you ask? I don't really want to talk about it. We then drew to Wolfsburg 0-0, who we then faced in the next match in the 2nd round of the cup.
Are you serious right now, bro?
We then played Mainz and also lost to them in the league. After we exploited the broken mechanics of the match engine against Hanover, I felt better. But then not only did they equalise, but they must have paid off our goalkeeper to let one in. Thankfully though, Jamie Llewellyn was back with another through the goalkeeper legs masterclass.
Negnuts.
Before Jordan Ciabacu bagged a winner to get us another 3 points. Geraldo Becker then scored against Bayern Munich. Unfortunately though, at that point they were already 3 goals up and we lost 4-1. Prepare yourself though, it's another match and it's another Jamie Llewellyn masterclass. First off, Urujan crosses in beautifully to find him to score the first against Leverkusen. And very similar to that, his pace over the top this time just breaks the offside trap and he bags another. And in the second half, the man bagged himself a hat-trick in style, firing in off the post 3-0, and he takes the match ball home. He of course then went missing against Freiburg, putting in a 6.3 rating. We then thought it would be hilarious to play the next game with just 9 men. First off, Urujan got himself a second yellow, and then our captain Trimmel got himself sent off with a second yellow too, and he kicked right off, smashing the ball away in anger at the referee. I feel you, mate, I'm angry as well. And in our final game of the year, Llewellyn turned provider, crossing in wonderfully for Jordan to score. And in the second half, Schaefer, who probably should have crossed to be honest, he didn't, and his shot was palmed out for Jordan to score the second and final goal of the game, which pops us into 9th place, mid-table with 7 points to catch Wolfsburg in the European spots. Hugo Vetlesen has joined the club. Now his contract with Bodo Glimt is up, and the 23-year-old midfielder brings something very different to the club. We also confirmed Terem Moffi as a future transfer for the summer. I'm looking at Terem to join Jordan up front to try and help with the goal scoring, as Llewellyn and Becker can be very inconsistent, and Becker has been better from the right-hand side. Although we did also confirm a winger for the summer too, Turkish international Yunus Akgun from Galatasaray, who could play on both wings with great flair and dribbling ability. Somebody maybe to help transfer the ball further up the pitch. I also made a bid for Benjamin Henrichs from Leipzig, but I'm not the only team. Dortmund has as well, so he has to make a decision between one of the greatest German teams in history or Borussia Dortmund. And then Hoffenheim too. First game of the 2024 year, and it's an embarrassing loss to Werder Bremen. Henrichs then joins Dortmund and rejects us. And guess who we've got next? Henrichs did play, and although he played no part in the goals, Dortmund did score 2 and we scored 0, so I guess he gets the last laugh. For now. Hoffenheim was our next opponent and belted in a deep free kick and eventually took the lead through the rebound. But we are a far superior team, and Derlis Gonzalez showed his talents volleying in a shot with great technique. And we turned things around through a penalty. But in the 89th minute, Hoffenheim robbed us of 2 points through Christopher Lenz. Into February, and we are still exploiting the match engine at set pieces. But before you head to the comments section and be all Karens about it, Jordan Ciabacu can score some cracking goals too, like the second one. And our high press was fantastic, and we are amazing, and Jamie Llewellyn scored yet again. So instead of being those Karens and going down and complaining in the comments section, why not just make sure you are subscribed? That would be great. Let's move on from the Cologne match. We managed 3 shots all game, to the game we hosted Gladbach, who took the lead just before halftime, and then they scored another just before halftime. How annoying. Although we started the second half just as bad and are now 3-0 down. 81 minutes in and we get ourselves a lifeline goal, but Surely not, right? 92nd minute, we are 3-1 down, and oh my god, Jordan scored. Get the ball right now. 94th minute, we chuck everything at them, and the ball drops to Urujan, and once again, I am a tactical genius, and we have completely FM'd Gladbach. Hilarious. And if you consider that in our next game we scored in minute 1 of the match, then we scored 3 goals in 4 minutes. Jamie Llewellyn also scored 12 minutes later and then 66 minutes on the clock. So we actually scored 5 goals in 68 minutes across 2 games. Leipzig scored an equaliser against us, and now I dislike late goals again. I thought we were doing really well, but it turns out we're in 12th place, and I'm starting to doubt myself. I'm just kidding, I'm the best manager in the world. And I proved it by exploiting the match engine to beat Frankfurt 1-0. Despite Wolfsburg dominating the statistics, we still took all 3 points at the Volkswagen Arena. Against Mainz, Luka Waldschmidt took the lead in the first half. Thankfully though, Jordan Siabachu is a beast, and within 10 minutes left, he ran through the defence and scored. And then we took the lead 2 minutes later through substitute Behrens, but Mainz had the audacity to exploit the near post corners against me.
How dare you?
We took our frustrations out on Hannover 96 in a 2-0 win, and just like that we are only 1 point behind the European spots. But because RB Leipzig lost, we got bumped up into position 8th without even playing a match. We do have Bayern Munich at home next though. And then Jamie Llewellyn scored against Bayern Munich. But again, we were already 3-0 down at the time, and the goal meant absolutely nothing. We bounced ourselves back up to 8th place against Bayer Leverkusen when Jordan scored a hat-trick in a 3-2 win. Alright, we exploited the match engine again from a corner, but we also rinsed Leverkusen, and Jordan is now top scorer of the league. Joint top scorer anyway. 23 goals this season and the highest average rating in the Bundesliga. 3 games left to get us into European places, and our next match is a clash of 4-4-2s against Freiburg. Although Gonzalez made a fantastic run, I can't work out whether Freiburg's keeper is trash or has money on the game.
He is atrocious, isn't he?
Did we exploit the match engine again? Yes. But we also had a callback to last season's Route 1 football when Jordan flicked on a header for Becker to control and slot past the goalkeeper. And with Hoffenheim dropping points, we go level with them with just 2 games remaining. And guess who we play on the final game of the season? It's Augsburg. We've already played Hoffenheim twice. But guess who they play on the final game of the season? It's Dortmund, followed by Gladbach. And Dortmund smashed them 3-1, putting us in the driving seat with 2 relegation scrappers to play. Oh, you are kidding me.
You're having a laugh! You're having a laugh!
I don't know how this has happened, but there is 5 teams all fighting for 1 spot, all on the same points on the final day of the season. And we're all playing different teams too, and my opponent Augsburg need to win to avoid the relegation playoff. So I clicked to change my tactic just for the next match, and I made this tactic as attacking as possible, pushing players forward, being way more direct in our build-up play and up in the tempo, as well as clicking to start some counter-attacks as well. So with us having the worst goal difference, we needed to score a lot if the other teams were to win, and we've started really well with Jordan scoring a tap-in. We of course used the broken game mechanics too, 2-0. Then with our high pressing, we caught Augsburg napping and Llewellyn smashed it in off the post. What a finish. Second half, and more exploiting may or may not be happening. Unfortunately, that goal was cancelled by Augsburg, whose player I refused to try and pronounce, and scored to make it 4-1. But we got another one late on, once again through great pressing, and Jamie Llewellyn makes it 5. But is it enough? You are kidding me. Goddamn, Benjamin Sesko scoring a goal that stops us from playing European football, or the Augsburg goal that I refuse to pronounce. Just 1 more goal and we would go up a position through scoring more goals than Leipzig.
I'm stunned.
So I'll stick the next episode up here if it is out. Make sure you enjoy it and subscribe if you haven't, because we have been given £9 million for next season. We suffered heartbreak on the final day of the season, missing out by 1 goal. Siabachu, however, got the most goals in the league and the highest average rating with the most man of the matches. and it had nothing to do with exploiting the match engine. I also cheered really loudly when my favourite German team Frankfurt beat Dortmund in the DFB Pokal final in the 93rd minute. Oh, and by the way, cheers to the geezer in the comments who told me about that Copper 90 documentary on Union Berlin and their stadium, and I also watched this rivalry video too. Very good. But don't you dare click off and go watch that immediately, wait till after. But I did appreciate learning about how the fans actually built this stadium. Back to business then, and we've got Terem Moffi and Akgun coming in for free with £10 million in the budget. Liverpool have won the Champions League on penalties against our German champions Bayern Munich. And looking at our squad, I decided that the left mid spot is what really needs upgrading. And I wasted no time bringing in Aranya from Brazil, who naturally is a left back but can play left midfield very well, and he has everything that I'm looking for attribute-wise in that left midfield spot. I also got offered an interview for the Hoffenheim job, which I declined. They just know I'm the greatest manager of all time, don't they? So we have 3 good signers coming in Akgun, who can play both sides, Aranya can play both positions on the left, and Terem Moffi starts as our advanced forward but can be the target man if needed. I've just had an interesting offer for Llewellyn. It's not as much as his value, but I would be open to selling him. His attributes aren't really that great, but statistically, he did score 19 goals last season. It just seemed to be a lot of multiples in different games. I negotiated to what I felt like would be an acceptable offer, and they matched it. And a bid for Geraldo Becker, however, I don't really know. There's something about him that makes me want to keep him despite him not performing as well as Llewellyn. I really am the worst manager ever, aren't I? Unfortunately for us, Becker really wanted to go and has declared that he is going to leave next year on a free. Not in my book, son. I'm going to take this £10 million bid from Gladbach and I'll just buy a replacement with the funds. Thankfully though, I think you'll like my record transfer replacement in Cancellieri from Lazio, a young winger with bags of potential and instantly improves the quality of our squad. And we lock SEAGATE down for a longer contract, so it's a very good day for Union Berlin. Our pre-season friendlies went well, we even beat Man United. Scouts are forcing Diomande down my throat, and I've resisted the signing so much up until now because I've signed him so many times in the past. But he is literally going for peanuts, and I don't know how much longer I can turn that down. DFB Pokal first round against Ingolstadt. Come to me, sexy, this is gonna be our year. Let's see what this team can do then. Horrendous kick clash, by the way, but anyway, great start when Cancellieri assisted Terem Moffi within 15 minutes. And our wing play worked again not long later when overlapping fullback Uvejan crossed in for Jordan to also head one in. Good stuff. I realised we had no backup right back and Man City don't want anything for Rico Lewis, so that's an absolute steal on loan. Yet again, we get a Bundesliga team in the second round of the DFB Pokal. Our first game of the season, and we faced Mainz and the Nutmeg Master Llewellyn. And of course, Llewellyn was the man who scored for Mainz. However, before he did that, we scored already through Terem Moffi. And again, before Llewellyn had scored for Mainz, Jordan SEAGATE had scored a second as well, meaning his goal was to get them back into the game, but Jordan scored a penalty in the second half and we won 3-1. FC Cologne came next before we host Dortmund. And once again, we are cooking on gas early as the boys play to SEAGATE, who finds Terem Moffi, and we are 1-0 up inside 2 minutes. But from kickoff, Cologne won a corner and the ball fell to Brithorp, whose shot deflected in our net, 1-1. But we were unfazed, and this time Thorsby found Moffi to put us back into the lead. And in the 83rd minute, Terem Moffi turned provider when he cut it across for Jordan to tap in the win. Unfortunately, as the game closed out, the ball was played over the top and Killian brought down a player, and of course, he was the last man, and the referee gave him a straight red card, so he now misses the Dortmund game. I thought this was quite interesting that Union Berlin had the second lowest commercial income in the league, only ahead of Dusseldorf, who apparently bring in absolutely nothing. Looking at this Dortmund squad then, they've actually made some really good improvements, bringing in Diego Dalot at right back, Pulisic on the wing, and Patrick Schick up front. And yet, with all that attacking firepower on both sides, the game ended 0-0.
I'm stunned.
On deadline day, I made another incredible loan move for Thiago Tomas of Sporting as our backup striker with an optional future fee of just 7 million. He's still only 22 and he has some fantastic attributes and some very good physicals. Transfer window now closed, and that might be one of my best windows I've ever had on FM23. Back to the games, and Aranya plays in Jordan to score another early goal. Unfortunately, there's not much we could do about Hoffenheim's equaliser. It was simply just a cracking strike. Thankfully, we tried to exploit some game mechanics, but Jordan's header hit the post, but it's played back across and Terem Moffi sweeps up. Don't panic, Jordan, my American friend. Uverjan will find you at the near post to tap in your second. We then ripped Hoffenheim open next with a Rania pass to Jordan, who played Moffey through, and it's 4-1, and that's the final score. We beat Hamburg in the league 1-0 through a corner, and it's actually funny how many goals we continue to score from these. There's one more, and the second against Dusseldorf too. The third, though, that came from Route 1 football as Jordan heads on for Moffey to take it around the goalkeeper. Somehow we are unbeaten and top of the league. The 9 men of Augsburg only held us to a 1-0 win from the spots. Jordan Siabachu put us ahead against Eintracht Frankfurt, but Sander Berge hit a rocket and we drew the game 1-1. I am telling you, wing play is incredible this year. What a cross and header by Jordan. But near post corners still exist, to be fair, but I do love the fact that Route 1 football works too. Jordan gets a hat-trick in this 4-2 win against Werder Bremen. We are still top of the league, unbeaten, and Jordan Siabachu is smashing in the goals with 12 in 9, and Uverjan has 8 assists. It's an incredible start to the season. The only worrying thing is we only have 3 goal scorers in 11 games so far. DFB Pokal next. And surely with the form that we're on right now, we are not going to lose this match.
You can't be serious, man. You cannot be serious!
Well, let's hope that doesn't affect our league form. Yep, that affected our league form, alright. We've now dropped off top place and face Leipzig next. And we scored an own goal. And then we conceded another and lost 2-0. The board then gave us more funds. They gave me £2 million.
Oh, let's go! That's class!
The final games in 2024 weren't that great considering our start to the season either, winning 2 games, drawing 1 and losing 2 to Gladbach and Bayern Munich. Back to the football after the winter break, and Mainz take the lead in the first minute of the match. Brilliant. Thiago Tomas then somehow didn't score, but luckily the ball dropped to Siabachu, who did score. Some new names on the score sheet as Rani Khedira puts us ahead, and finally Uverjan scores a great free kick to secure the points. After conceding 2 first half goals, we needed a fight back. With Terem Moffey at the AFCON, it was Thiago Tomas who pulled the 1 goal back. No comment about the second goal, wink wink. But being a Union Berlin fan isn't always great. Back-to-back defeats to Dortmund and Hoffenheim. Once again, we win 1-0 though through exploiting the mechanics of the match engine against Hamburg. And then we lost to Dusseldorf. Another 1-0 win when Uverjan's perfectly weighted pass found Thiago Tomas against Augsburg. And another 1-0 win when Schaefer smashed a volley when the ball came down from the heavens. What a goal that is. When Werder Bremen came to Berlin next, they were greeted with a Jordan Siabachu hat-trick. Uverjan even assisted the first 2 goals as well, and finally Cancellieri, from which he switched wings during the end of the first half. The game finished 3-2. We ended March with 4 wins from 4 when Jordan got back-to-back hat-tricks. And this put Jordan top of the goal-scoring charts, 1 above Patrick Schick, but even after 4 wins in a row, we still only sit in 6th place. Make that 5 wins in a row. Our winning streak finally ended when we faced RB Leipzig, and they took the lead from a scramble in our 6-yard box. Thankfully though, Thorsby popped up with a header and the game finished 1-1. And you'd think we'd just slip straight back into our winning streak, right? Wrong! We got battered 4-0 at home. But I bet that made the players come out of the dressing room in the next match firing on all cylinders, right? Wrong again! We got destroyed by Bayern Munich. What made it worse was Bayern Munich actually won the league thanks to that win.
Piss off. Everything's going wrong. Everything's going wrong.
That, however, was enough to kick us back into gear, and Thorsby received the ball, cut in on his right foot and smashed in the only goal of the match against Stuttgart. Disgustingly, Freiburg used broken game mechanics to score against us.
How dare you?
We were just really lucky that when we worked out from a corner, it fell to Schaefer, whose finish was wonderful, and we will take the 1-1 draw. And that does guarantee us European football next season, and we go into the final day needing just a point to make sure it's Europa League and not the Conference League. So what side of UEFA will we fall on? Well, once again, prepare yourself for the most epic final days of the season you're ever gonna see. I'm just kidding, the game finished 0-0. There were 29 shots and neither team could score. Hold on just a second though. Freiburg are in the cup final, and if they win, they get our Europa League spot instead of us. And it went to damn extra time as well. We need Leipzig to lift the trophy, and Amin Gori finally broke the deadlock after 99 minutes. And when Freiburg pushed for an equaliser, it was Christopher Nkunku who punished them, making it 2. And just for good measure, Benjamin Sesko popped up and made the scoreline 3-0. And we can sit happily in 6th knowing that we are returning to the Europa League next season. But with how much of a budget will we have to increase our quality in this team for Europe? Well, make sure you are subscribed and you turn that notification bell on, because next week the next episode will drop. If it is already out, I'll pop it up on screen right now, because we have £20 million to play around with. We are qualified for Europa League, with a little thanks to Leipzig, who beat Freiburg in the DFB Pokal. Speaking of which, I need to get my hands on that trophy soon. Throughout the season, I served my scouts to unearth new talent for these transfer windows, and there are so many players on these lists. However, there is also recruitment focuses where they found nobody, which I still find hard to believe given the premise I set. Jordan Ciabachi was also named in the Bundesliga Team of the Year. As July comes around, we welcome 4 new players to the squad. Starting off with the oldest, we have Seiko Koita, who replaces Thiago Tomas as our backup striker that we got on a free transfer from Salzburg. Then we have Diamonde. I mentioned him last season, again a free transfer, but I simply couldn't turn him down, and he is easily now our best player in my opinion, and he's only 23. I then spent £1.6 million on a Serbian regen. His name is Milan Marjanovic, and at only age 18, he is an incredible player. I would probably loan out for the first team football, but he has a 17 for first touch and passing. And I found this guy through attribute searching, and this is how. Head to the player search and set up 3 attributes you want in that player role. I wanted an attacking centre midfielder, so I went for passing, first touch and technique, and that already gave me loads of options. And then I changed the age down, and it gave me a lot of terrible players, but you will eventually find a gem in there. But of course, you need attribute masking off. And it's as easy as that. You literally pick 3 or 4 attributes within whatever position or role that you are searching for in the player search, and have a look. It will take you some time, but you might find some gems like I did with Marjanovic. The final player we spent the most money on at £12 million from Bayern Munich. Centre midfield, Noel Aseko Enkili, and I have 2 plans for him. He has great attributes and potential to be a fantastic midfielder, but I also need more players available at right back, and he already has good attributes for that also. I have adapted another tactic off the back of last season's 4-4-2, as we have some quality new centre midfielders in the club, and I wanted to get Cancellieri more involved after a very quiet first season, so I pushed him further forward. To my shock, Bayern Munich then put in an offer for Dortmund's best player. It just never something that I thought would ever see happening. Marjanovic has moved to fellow Bundesliga side Hamburg for the season as an important player. Aranya then picks up an injury and will miss the start of the season, so the new tactic might actually be what we have to go for. The usual first round of the DFB Pokal kicks off the season, and after they lost a player to a straight red early, we put 10 past them, warming us up for our first game of the season against Borussia Dortmund. We finally didn't get a difficult draw in the second round of the cup either. I told you this could be our year. So we start this season with a couple of players missing, but still an improvement from last season. And players like Omar Rakic have developed incredibly well since joining the club. And we won the game 1-0. We continued our good form within 5 minutes of the away trip to Hamburg, and the task of getting Cancellieri more involved was checked off when he scored a second. Uwe Can, after his free kick goal, then set up Jordan, before Hamburg got one back before half-time for a world-class finish. But we finished things off through Seiko Koita coming off the bench. Unfortunately, Diamonde broke his foot during this game and will be out for quite a long time. We've been given our fixtures for Europa League, and we do have a couple of really tricky games, ending with an away trip to Juventus. And we took our first loss of the season 3-2 to 10-man Freiburg through a very bizarre goal when it looked like we had the ball cleared. Against Augsburg, we had to switch back to the 4-4-2 because multiple injuries to our midfielders. Jordan Ciabachi scored the worst penalty ever, and Augsburg came back and equalised in the 82nd minute, taking it around our goalkeeper. But with pretty much the last kick of the game, substitute Derlis Gonzalez volleyed home a beauty to clinch all 3 points. And Ryerson has also joined the injury list too. Our return to Europa League wasn't a happy one, as being 1-0 down, 2-1 up, we lost 4-2 to Trabzonspor. A 0-0 draw and a battering against Frankfurt, and September ended with 3 games without a win. Our injury list already for this season alone is horrendous, so I altered the training workload for the squad. Things looked a lot more comfortable in Europa League as we went 3-0 up against Bulgarian side CSKA Sofia, but they did come back to make it 3-2 in the end. Uvejan smacked in a late free kick to save a point against Hoffenheim. A combination of first terrible defending, our high pressing, and their awful goalkeeping led us to take our most comfortable 3 points yet in the Bundesliga. 4 different scorers and 4 very good goals from our point of view, just not theirs.
Come on, man. That's too easy.
Another win in Europa League, a 0-0 against Wolfsburg, and finally a second round win at DFB Pokal. Cancellieri really is getting involved a lot more in his new role, including this phenomenal pass to find Jordan Sierbatsu. This game against Gladbach was another example of our pressing football, a fantastic quality that we've developed in the last couple of seasons, putting in another strong performance in a 3-1 win. Against Mainz, new signing Sekou Koita stepped up. Not only did he score a goal, but Mainz equalised in the 90th minute. And we needed a hero, and Sekou Koita was the guy when he was set free in the 95th minute to secure the 3 points. But this is where it all started to go wrong. We lost the game against FC Bayern Munich, as well as the next 2 Europa League games, putting us in 24th as it stands, the last position for qualification to the knockout stage. But after the 0-0 draw with Leipzig, which you would say is positive, we then lost our goalkeeper due to injury for a few weeks. And despite fighting through a 3-3 draw with Cologne, which can already be a hard match, we also lost Morten Thorsby to another long-term injury.
Piss off. Everything's going wrong. Everything's going wrong.
The board asked if I'd like to increase the transfer budget, and of course I agreed, so they upped it by 1.4 million. So with our injury list ever increasing, we have the first Berlin derby in a couple of seasons after Hertha were promoted. So I switched it up and I've gone attacking. 3 up top, very risky, but I think the fans will enjoy how much we go for it.
I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
And yet, with all that firepower and the derby, we only saw 1 goal, and that was Sekou Koita's back post cross for Jordan Sierbatsu to finish. This guy is such a legend. Our luck is turning as we draw lower league division side Heidenheim in the next round of the competition. Although we did drop 4 points in the next 2 league games with 2 draws, but we are still within striking distance of Champions League football as we move into the new year. But with results like this against Dortmund, I don't think we are ready for that just yet. And Heidenheim took us all the way to penalties in the DFB Pokal, and despite us going behind, we were just really lucky that Heidenheim completely bottled it. Terem Moffi's first minute goal is exactly what we needed against Hamburg to push on and win. This isn't good. That isn't great either, and yet another injury to one of our main players. When we pulled Monaco in the playoffs of Europa League, I thought it would be game over, but after our near post corner opener, Morten Thorsby's worldie caught me right off guard. Vanderson, who I'm a big fan of at Monaco, went on an unstoppable run, and his cutback found an eventual crucial goal in the first leg for Monaco. But in the second leg, when Boadu scored in the 6th minute, I then thought the dream was going to be all over. But on the 20th minute, from Monaco's bad touch, Terem Moffi pinched the ball and then did this. And we knock out Monaco. And yet again, we needed penalties to advance in the quarterfinals of the DFB Pokal against a lower division team. Now, I know I'm not really making much of a big deal about this DFB Pokal run, but up until now, I haven't been as excited, but we're in the semi-finals. And we've just been drawn against Greuther Fürth. We've just completely crapped the bed in the league, although we did just beat Fürth 3-2, so that's a good sign. And look how late the equaliser and the winner was from Terem Moffi. And yes, that's 2 more injuries. Before that game, Terem Moffi had only scored 7 goals in the league, which was a little bit worrying in 20 games considering he's got 5 in the cup. So we are still only 2 points outside of European spots, but we can't just grasp any form in the league. So let's knock out Atalanta in Europa League instead. Although we do have 7 players missing.
I'm a fighter and not a quitter.
And Atalanta punished us when Ederson scored early, followed by Zapata not long after. But with a little bit of broken set piece exploitation, which I know the comment section will absolutely love, we pulled one back. And then just from Uvejan's unreal cross, Sekou Koita levels it up in the first leg. Someone in the last episode asked me why I'm so bad at transfers. Okay. Unfortunately, an 88th minute goal from Pasalac and Atalanta ended our hopes. We gave such a good count of ourselves, but injuries have sucked our quality from this season. I mean, come on, some players have already been injured 5 times this season already. This 95th minute winner from Jordan Siebatcheu was so important, and by the way, what a header. Because that Mainz win is really our only positive in the league for a while. We are getting just slapped up before our semi-final as well. And so it is semi-final time, arguably our most important game of the season, to give us a shot at the trophy I desire most. And shockingly, we have almost a fully strengthened squad. And unfortunately, we took our league form onto the pitch as well, and Firth actually scored the first goal. It took until the 83rd minute before we finally broke through with Terra Moffi and took the game to penalties, where after both teams scored 3 each, Greuther Firth scored their 4th and Koita missed. Luckily, they missed the next penalty, and it was sudden death that carried us on. But young Amad Diallo stepped up and Frederic Ronau didn't move, and ultimately his laziness put us into the final of the DFB Pokal, 3 penalty shootouts in a row. But as you can imagine, Bayern Munich made light work in their semi-final, winning 5-1. Now a game later, after losing to Cologne, our next match is the Berlin derby, and with a win we guarantee that Hertha are at least destined to play in the relegation playoff, if not worse. But with something to play for, Hertha Berlin struck in the first minute through Selke, who then decided to slap our player out of nowhere in no danger whatsoever and earn himself a red card in the 9th minute. Cheers, mates.
He could have been killed.
Which made our job a lot easier, and we didn't waste much time before Jordan Siebatcheu scored. Terra Moffi then put us ahead before half-time, and he extended in the second half before Lawrence Dell made it 4, and we laughed in their face. Unlucky. Let's cut to the chase. We finished in 9th place this season. That's not good enough. Hertha has survived relegation for now and won the first leg of the league playoff. So it's cup final time, and we are rocking our 4-4-2. FC Bayern Munich, still with Julian Nagelsmann in charge, look very similar to start off with, just adding Diogo Costa and Tapsoba to their lineup. And it does appear they are playing 3 centre-backs as well. But according to their lineups, they are actually playing a 4-2-3-1 with De Ligt in centre-mid, which I find quite interesting. We started things off with your favourite type of goal in just the 7th minute. And before we could even think about it being a fluke and start to worry, Jordan Siebatcheu scored again 3 minutes later from another Uvejan cross, and what a header it was as well. It took Bayern Munich a ton of piled on pressure, and eventually they pulled one back through Serge Gnabry's long range strike. But again, before they could even think about equalising, we shocked them with an incredible move, putting in the performance of the season and winning the DFB Pokal for Union Berlin. We somehow pulled off an incredible performance when it was needed most and won my favourite trophy. And considering we barely got through the last 3 rounds, all on penalty shootouts after 3 1-1 draws, I think we can consider that a bloody miracle. But arguably the best point of that cup win is we actually qualify for Europa League next season, but with only £20 million to spend. Well, I think we possibly need a new goalkeeper and maybe a centre-back. But what do you think? Let me know down in the comments section. Make sure you are subscribed so you do not miss the next episode. Speaking of which, I'll stick it up on screen right now if it is out. We beat Bayern Munich in the cup final, and we lifted the DFB Pokal trophy. And it's a good job we did, really, because we finished down in 9th place. So winning the cup means Europa League football next season. And in a season full of injuries, I'm hoping to put all of that behind us.
You can't be serious, man. You cannot be serious!
So with those injuries and the desire to improve, I've been busy in this transfer window. And when Marjanovic returned from his long duty, I seen he was capped for Serbia, and I looked at Serbia's team. And I proceeded to sign 3 of the the hot prospects. First off, we have Laszlo Farkas, left back, very good mentals, not so good on the technicals or physicals just yet, but he's only 19 years of age and we picked him up for 500k. Followed by Goran Ivanovic. This guy looks class until you realize he can't really head the ball, but again, he's only 19 years of age and he's very brave just like Laszlo Farkas, and he has some very good attributes other than that. He is 6'5", and as a centre back, I'd like 6'5" players, plus only 950k. And finally, we've got Milos Misic, who plays on the right-hand side at the back. Once again, fantastic in the mentals department, really good on the physicals department too, just kind of lacking some technicals, but once again, he's only 19 and from Serbia, and we only spent £1.1 million. However, we did actually sign one more player before the window opened, and that was Vladan Kovacevic, who is a Bosnian goalkeeper, and this guy is fantastic. We are needing a new goalkeeper. I said I wanted to improve with one, and this 6'4" Bosnian is perfect, and we only spent £2.1 million. We still have £13 million to spend, and we will look to see who else to bring in. We were also invited to start a second team, which I was really happy with, as it means game time for our youngsters coming through. With Basir Omoragic out for half of the season, I decided to bring in another centre-back with the experience of Victor Nelson, the big Dane with fantastic mentals, for £3.3 million from AC Milan. Of course, after beating Bayern Munich in the final, we got to play them in the Super Cup, and both the fans and supporters believe the cup final was a fluke.
How dare you?
So with a couple of tactical tweaks to the 4-4-2 and with some players recovering from injury, we look to cause back-to-back upsets on the champions, who just spent over £100 million on Bukayo Saka. Okay, maybe the fans and board were right.
Guys, relax. Relax!
Our potential final signing is Ez Abdi from Barcelona, who plays on both wings. After winning 8-1 in the first round of the cup, we head into 3 games starting with Werder Bremen. Our start to the league campaign was just as poor as we ended last season's, conceding after 5 minutes. We had a corner which was played out, and we eventually worked the ball into Diamonde, who knew exactly where the net was. But it didn't last long, and as soon as Werder bagged the second, we lose 2-1. Followed by a 2-1 loss to Dortmund as well from this 92nd minute from Sule. Thankfully, we got our first points on the board in the following game against Stuttgart in a fantastic 4-0 win. And we thoroughly deserved it too, playing really well and playing to our strengths and using our physicality and putting the game away early, scoring all 4 goals by the 70th minute. Unfortunately, we absolutely sucked again when we faced Freiburg. Europa League though against Partizan, and brace yourselves, it was a great penalty from Jordan, and then Ivanovic, the Serbian against the Serbian team, brings the ball down, mazy run, and smashes in the best goal off the crossbar I've ever seen. We finished the game 3-0 when Jordan Siebatcheu got himself a brace in the second half. We then robbed Leipzig of all 3 points when our goalkeeper got man of the match in this 0-0 win. But in a much better performance, we rattled 5 past Wolfsburg away. And we played terribly against Bayern Munich and lost 3-0, but I was not that disappointed, and I will show you why. We actually had a decent month in the Bundesliga, ending it with another 5-0 win against Mainz. And in the Europa League, we won 2 games, a 4-1 against Rangers and a 5-1 against Galatasaray. We even scored a late winner against Leverkusen in the second round of the DFB Pokal to beat them 3-2. And I have the tactical tweaks I made in the last couple of months to thank. We do sit in 7th at the minute and a little outside the European spots, but Europa League itself is going well, being in the top 8 so far, and we have Mainz next in the DFB Pokal. Jordan's still scoring most of the goals, and there is a lot more of a supporting cast from midfield chipping in is what I've noticed this season. So on to November, when we started the month off beating St. Gallen, followed by a win against Dusseldorf with a couple of late goals. 2 even later goals in a win against Augsburg. Another easy win in Europa League followed, and finishing off the month with a 4-1 win against Arminia Bielefeld. What a great month that is! It's only moved us into 6th place in the league, but 2 points behind second. Bayern Munich have won 13 out of 13, by the way.
Are you serious right now, bro?
On to December, and we continued our fantastic form against Gladbach when Jordan Siabachi struck first. To their credit though, Gladbach did equalise 5 minutes later through Brereton Diaz, but luck was firmly in our corner. Although you do make your own luck in my opinion, Seydou Keita bangs in the winning goal in the 91st minute. Our winning run finally came to an end when Hamburg held us to a 0-0 draw. And after drawing to Cologne, we go into the Berlin derby on an 11-game unbeaten run, winning 8 of those last 11 matches. And we found ourselves up by 2 just before Piatek's goal. Jordan then banged in a penalty to make it 3, and it was our Italian stallion Cancellieri who found the near post in a massive 4-1 away derby win. What a perfect way to end the year 2026. In the new year, we secured the signing of Tyler Adams for the summer on a free transfer from Leeds, a quality player who can play in a number of different positions on the pitch and has an incredible array of attributes, especially in the mental and physical department. Remember how much of an amazing run we went on through November and December? Well, although we only lost 1 game to Stuttgart in January, an embarrassing 4-0 as well, we only won 1 game in Europa League and we drew the rest. We also faced Mainz in the DFB Pokal 3rd round and looked confident as we went 1-0 up through Cancellieri in the 44th minute. And then he doubled our lead through an even better goal that he scored right on half-time. But Mainz decided to show up in the 86th minute when Serda's run was unchecked and he pulled one back, only to then equalise in the 90th minute before taking the game to extra time, where Lawrence Dell put us back in front. But with the last kick of the game in the 121st minute, Liam Miller fancied some penalties. His teammate didn't know and he missed the first penalty. We didn't know, and after a couple of more was scored, Gonzalez's penalty was saved, evening up the shootout. And then the keeper made a fantastic save from Cancellieri, and after Mainz scored their next couple, they went on and won 4-3 on penalties to knock us out. So our focus must turn to the league, where we sit just outside of the European spots, and in Europa League, where we have indeed qualified in the top 8 unbeaten. Let's take a look at our Serbian youngsters then, as Marjanovic is looking absolutely fantastic and playing well too. Ivanovic has started over the half of the Bundesliga games so far and again has done a solid job developing really well. Farkas hasn't started as much of the games as what he'd liked and he is unhappy because of that. Misic is out on loan and started 18 games so far and playing really well. One of the teams above us in Europa spots is Leipzig, and they pulled ahead against us through Jan Thielmann. But completely against the run of play in a game that they were dominating, we grabbed an equaliser. And in the second half, Diomande worked hard to get the ball back and Aranya got his second assist of the game when Seydou Keita slotted in the winner. That was followed by a 3-0 win against 10-man Wolfsburg. We unfortunately fell 3-0 ourselves when we travelled to Leverkusen. But on a more positive note, we got our draw for the Europa League and French side Angers awaits. And we gained the advantage of the first leg 1-0 when Aranya dispossessed their defender to find Moffi for an easy goal. We were a lot stronger in the frost of March for the home leg, winning the game 4-1 and 5-1 across both legs. 4 different goal scorers and all around some very good performances from Union Berlin. Either side of that match though, we unfortunately lost both of the Bundesliga matches against Frankfurt and Bayern Munich, who by the way have run away with the league. Again, we finish off the month defeating Mainz 1-0 once again with a Terra Moffi goal. A tasty tie against Newcastle in the quarterfinals of the Europa League to come, but our rivals Hertha, they're in a little bit of trouble again. 16th! Before you see the results of the Europa League, I think I need to remind you of how much money we haven't spent throughout this series so far. Whereas Newcastle in the first season alone already spent 45 million, then 85 million pound, and we can see here bringing in the likes of Lewis Dunk and Tanganga. They're not the best players, but then the following season another 126 million was spent. Again, they're not spending it that well, but as you go on, they seem to be getting better and better. Jefferson Lerma's a good signing. Curtis Jones on a free transfer is not bad at all. And the final season here, £123 million with the likes of Ivan Toney, John Stones, Thiago, some really big hitters. And it was 26-year-old Curtis Jones who I want to highlight most for the Toon Army, because he absolutely ripped us open. I mean, his mate and one of my favourite players to watch at the minute, Bruno Guimaraes, he also played a part in all 3 of Curtis Jones's goals as Newcastle beat us in the first leg 5-2 in a great display where money truly prevailed over our young, hard-working lineup. We couldn't quite fight back in the second leg either, and it's a quarter-final exit from the Europa League.
I can't believe it!
Back to the Bundesliga, however. It's 4 wins from 4, a huge month for the club, and although we were playing the bottom half of the league, it was still fantastic to see. And the final game of the season is the Berlin Derby, which could be one of the most important Berlin derbies ever, as we fight for Champions League football and they fight to survive in the league. Surely we wouldn't be the ones to relegate them, right? Well, we started the month off beating Hamburg 1-0, and Hertha lost to Wolfsburg 3-1. But the team below them, Düsseldorf, they drew to Augsburg before beating Bielefeld 1-0. And after going 1-0 up, Hertha lose to Bayer Leverkusen, meaning Düsseldorf go 2 points ahead and Hertha need to beat us to survive, and Düsseldorf to lose as well. Meanwhile, we were battered by Cologne and need a result for a certain European competition qualification. So yes, it is the most important Berlin derby ever, and it was the AI who made a massive defensive mistake and Terem Moffi stole the ball and finished in the 6th minute. Diamonde then rattled in a free kick, and what a home game this is for Union Berlin fans, as Jordan put in a penalty to send Hertha Berlin down to the Bundesliga 2. And it also confirmed one more thing. We have qualified for the Champions League.
Get in!
Finishing in 4th, which is going to be absolutely fantastic for us financially and to challenge us next season. Düsseldorf also win their final game, so Hertha would have been screwed anyway, but it was still great to send them down relegated. The squad has been fantastic, and a lot of youngsters have stepped up with more first-team football. Just like Marjanovic, who is pretty much our best player now. Make sure you subscribe though, and how much do you think the board have given us for Champions League football next season? Well, I'll tell you, it was just £17 million. After 5 seasons, we have finally qualified for the Champions League at Union Berlin, giving us our toughest season yet. So we need to upgrade the club, starting off with the training facilities, which the board agreed with. I also improved the coaching staff, giving us some of the greatest footballing minds in the Bundesliga. And speaking of the Bundesliga, we are finally rising up in the commercial income table in the league as well. However, we are still getting these long-term injuries, and I really don't know how to prevent them. Somebody actually told me in the comments that you can download something, probably from Steam Workshop, where it implements all the injuries by like minus 50%, so you should get half the amount of injuries as what you are usually getting if you're finding there are a lot of injuries. Just giving you a heads up and a tip if you want to use it. Last season though, Manchester City won the Champions League, and 2 clubs came in and matched Terem Moffi's £30 million release clause, and he rejected Frankfurt, and he decided to reject a new contract from us and move to Cologne, a team, remember, that we bumped out of the top 4 into Europa League.
I can't believe it!
I also started to look at players to upgrade on what we have, like Satriano, who, as you can see, is clearly better than Jordan Siebatcheu. But he wanted far too high of wages, so let's take a look and see who I brought in instead. And as we mentioned at the end of the last episode, we have signed Tyler Adams on a free transfer from Leeds United, the USA international. He has 92 caps as well. I love his energy. I love the fact that he can bomb around the pitch. He gets forward whenever possible. His mental attributes are insane. And of course, he can play in a number of different positions and player roles. Speaking of free transfers, I have also signed Mile Sviljar, the backup goalkeeper, seeing as we just lost ours at the end of his contract. He's only 28, so he's going to be good for a long time, and he's quite decent as well, and he has agreed to be a backup, which is the most important thing. We picked him up from Roma. My scouts then recommended me a 23-year-old right back, and I was like, I don't think I need a right back, until I seen how good he was and how cheap he is. This is William Mikkel Brenkes, which I probably have got wrong. As I mentioned, he's 23 years of age, and I think he is really good, especially for the Bundesliga and the fact that we're going to be going into Champions League football. So I like his attributes. He still has some room to grow. He can play further up the pitch if possible, and we only picked him up for 9.25 million after playing a fair amount of seasons in the Bundesliga, doing quite well. And in 3 games, he's already got himself a goal and an assist and a player of the match. That's a bargain. When we received the first round of the cup draw, I thought we had been pranked when I saw FC Bayern, but apparently they like the name and a very similar badge, just in blue. And we punished them for impersonation 6-0, whilst also giving new signing Vitor Roque some confidence moving to a new country when he picked up a lovely brace to kick off his career in Berlin. And I thought we were going to kick off the Bundesliga with a win when Diomande scored, but Werder Bremen got a late equaliser from this free kick. We then took a home defeat to Cologne 4-3, but Terem Moffi, the £30 million new striker, was sat on the bench and didn't even feature. How much money do Cologne have if they can just put a player worth that much just sat on the bench? We finally got our first win of the Bundesliga in a 2-0 win against Eintracht Frankfurt, where both of our new signings got the goals in a solid performance. We are still rocking the same tactic that we did last season with, however, this lineup, which is the last time that you will see this team. Because Chelsea have activated the release clause of Aseko Nkili right before the transfer window closes. Cheers. And of course, the transfer went through once the window shut, meaning we couldn't even sign a replacement. Well, we've got to look ahead and focus on our Champions League fixtures, which we have been given now a couple of tasty matches, including hosting PSG and a trip to Stamford Bridge. Before we faced Apoel though, we had to rescue a point against Stuttgart after being 2 goals down very late through Sekou Koita's goals in the 83rd and 91st minute. Our first game of the Champions League, and Apoel took the lead through very poor goalkeeping from Kovacevic. New Brazilian striker Vitor Roque leveled things up almost immediately with a very composed finish, before Marjanovic turned it on to curl one into the corner. But second half was very tight and we held on into the 89th minute when Uvejan finally scored our third to secure our first Champions League win. Then we went and lost to Dusseldorf. But it's time to show some appreciation for our Serbian new-gen Marjanovic, because we faced Bayern Munich next, who scored early through a penalty, and that's when Marjanovic became unplayable. First bringing down the loose ball and leaving his man for Dust to fire in the equaliser. He played a wayward pass in the second half that Jordan Ciabaccio eventually won back to score a second, and then Marjanovic once again started to dance around the defenders and pop in a third of the game. Bayern pulled one back, but we held on and Marjanovic wins man of the match. We replicated the same scoreline next in the Champions League trip to Villarreal. Our league form has been bad, especially considering one of our 2 wins was against Bayern Munich. You'd think we'd be a little higher in the league. No complaints in the Champions League though, 2 from 2, but we are back to meeting tough opponents in the second round of the DFB Pokal. Daddy misses you, beautiful. Just a 1 goal in the only Champions League game of October when Rafael Leao destroyed us down the wing and cut it back for Benjamin Sesko to give PSG the win. What an outrageous team they have, by the way. Our quest to win back the DFB Pokal is on track when we beat Bayer Leverkusen 3-2, starting with this Vitor Roque's 3rd minute goal. Diamande's 65th minute penalty miss was the difference in 2 points extra against a tough Freiburg team who came back from 2 goals behind to level 2-2. Luckily, this month's seen another 2 wins against Hamburg in a 3-0 win and Leipzig, a team battling for a similar position to us, 4-2.
Come on, man. That's too easy.
Well, then we did get slapped up by Dortmund, but I don't think we'll talk about that one.
Oh no! Oh no!
And our trip to Stamford Bridge is next. And strap yourself in, because what a game this was. Chelsea opened the scoring when they worked a throw-in into the box and Kai Havertz controlled the pass well, turned and shot into the bottom corner. They played the ball down the right-hand side again where Havertz was put through and he made no mistake, doubling the lead. Just 3 minutes later though, Thorsby retrieved the ball, found Vitor Roque whose snapshot found the net, 2-1. But moments after half-time, Cancellieri gave the ball away and Darwin Nunez made it 3-1. We answered back again when Vitor Roque got his second of the match, 3-2. But literally the next minute, the 2-goal advantage was restored when Nunez also got his second of the match. So with 3 players racing to the match ball, it was Vitor Roque who made sure the ball was coming home with him when he made it 4-3. But it wasn't over and the Serbian wonder kid Marjanovic pushed the ball into space and had a deadly finish to equalise in the 88th minute. We scored 4 in the other Champions League game this month against Besiktas, but we also still kept the clean sheet. Unfortunately, our league form wasn't great, with 2 losses and a bad loss at that against Leverkusen, a draw to Hoffenheim, and our only win against Wolfsburg. It was our 2 star players again who provided the goals, and it seemed like they are kind of carrying us at the minute. Marjanovic has been exceptional, and Vitor Roque just seems to have adapted really well to that Terramoffi position, and was a great replacement for half of the price. He even got the only goal of the game against Sporting in the Champions League, which remarkably sits us in the top 8 with 2 games to play. December in the league seen us draw 0-0 to Augsburg, defeat Mainz 2-1 with goals from Koita and Diamonde, and comfortably walk past Greuther Fürth 3-0 with 2 goals from Marjanovic. January, and we can finally bring in a replacement midfielder in Christian Aslani for 17 million. A quality midfielder who's very composed on the ball and likes to dictate the tempo. My scouts also found this guy who had a release clause for £1.4 million. But the biggest bargain was yet to come. Guess who was on the transfer list? None other than Youssoufa Moukoko at Dortmund for £5 million. There was no way I could miss out on that. I know he hasn't played much, so his development has been stalled, but he's still only 23 and we can definitely use him. I even created a tactic to use 3 strikers to fit them all in for the first game against Werder Bremen. And in that game, we won 4-2 with Moukoko scoring our 4th, using his pace to mark the first goal in his Union Berlin career. And he just kept scoring. He scored the opening goal in the cup win against Mainz in off the post. And he volleyed in the opener against Cologne. They did equalise after, but the 3 points was won emphatically when Uwe Jan hit this.
Oh my God!
By the way, Cologne's keeper is just 20 years old and is probably one of the best in the world. I did try and sign him when they did, but he was at Hertha Berlin, so he wasn't interested in joining forces with us. And after reverting back to the 4-4-2 for this massive away win against Porto, Moukoko was back scoring in the frost against Frankfurt, where Siabachu was banging in a hat-trick and an assist. And although those lads are scoring majority of the goals, it's Marjanovic for me who has been destroying teams with his quality. We currently sit in 4th, but have played a game more than the team on the same points around us, and with 1 Champions League game, we could skip the playoff round here and go straight to the round of 16 with a good result against Spurs. But unfortunately, Richarlison gave Spurs the lead on the 2nd minute. However, unfortunately for my Spurs supporting dad, Jordan Siabachu scored from a back post cross. And Marjanovic smashed in another fantastic free kick, and they gifted us a 3rd to secure the win with terrible defending from Ampadu.
Oh, you're joking.
Finishing 7th with that record is amazing, and I could not be prouder. Although that went out the window when we got smashed up by Stuttgart 6-2 in the next match. Thankfully though, we beat our bogey team Dusseldorf next in a hat-trick for young Youssoufa Moukoko. What a start this man is having in the red and white stripes of Berlin. Another 3 goals and a man of the match performance, taking his goal tally to 7 in 5 games. And the next 2 games is only Bayern Munich and Dortmund in the cup. So imagine the smile on my face when Youssoufa Moukoko was played through and finished in the 3rd minute of the match. It wasn't just my smile that was growing either, when Narania cut it back and Moukoko doubled our lead. And if you think I meant anything other than the scoreline doubling, then you need to get your mind out of the gutter. Unfortunately, right after halftime, Serge Gnabry pulled one back in Munich, and then to crush our hearts, they scored a 2nd, and the game finished on a Desmond 2-2. We were also knocked out the DFB Pokal, but at least Youssoufa Moukoko scored against his old club. And we found out that once again it's Newcastle who was our opponents in Europe. The away leg was lost 1-0 and Joe Willock scored deep into the 2nd half. And our journey in the Champions League came to an abrupt end when we could only draw the 2nd leg 1-1. So now it's just about qualifying for the Champions League next season by finishing in the top 4. So this win against Hamburg was crucial, with Youssoufa Moukoko scoring the only goal. But even better when Vitor Roque put us ahead just after 3 minutes against Dortmund. It didn't take long for them to score themselves though, or even longer for Dalot to put them ahead. But that man Marjanovic pulled it back to 2-2, and it was the £1.4 million signing Morek who bagged the winner against top of the league Dortmund. And we followed that up with a 2-1 win against Leipzig when Jordan Siabachu scored the winner in the 95th minute. We then drew against Leverkusen and lost 2-1 to Hoffenheim and Gladbach. And we then ended the month with a win over Wolfsburg in the 92nd minute winner from Youssoufa Moukoko. And with 3 games to go, we are just 4 points behind Leipzig in 4th. We kept the pressure on when we beat Mainz 1-0 through Marjanovic, and Leipzig lost 2-0 to Dusseldorf, putting us just 1 point behind. And while we were being already relegated Greuther Fürth, Leipzig and Freiburg were losing to Dortmund and Bayern, so on the final day we were going into the game in the Champions League spots, but could drop all the way out of all of the European spots completely down in 8th place. Not only that, but our game also played a big part in the relegation scrap, as our opponents Augsburg could go down if Frankfurt won against Wolfsburg with a high enough goal difference and we beat them. It was our day to shine when we prevailed against Augsburg 3-1, with goals coming from 2 January signings, Aslani and Yusufa Moukoko, finished off by Abde, who picked up the third. We know we were guaranteeing ourselves Champions League football, or so we thought. No, I'm just kidding. We actually finished in 3rd place on goal difference. And speaking of goal difference, Augsburg survived only by 2 goals themselves, but it was once again another Bayern Munich league win. This is really depressing. Although Marjanovic saying he wants to move clubs to be with better players is even more depressing. Luckily though, he does have 4 years left on his contract and a release clause of 96 million. If the next episode is out, you can click it on the screen to watch right now. If not, we know we have £24 million to spend next year, and that sucks. Our first season in the Champions League went rather well, to be honest. We finished in the top 8 of the new group stage, meaning we actually skipped the playoff round.
Oh, let's go! That's class!
But then Newcastle knocked us out of the round of 16. However, we did qualify for the Champions League again next year.
Get in!
Once again, I upgraded my training facilities, and I asked for more coaches, which the board did accept. Because of our lousy transfer budget, we only welcomed in 2 new players. The first is Ferran Okana from Atletico, a player who can feature up front or on the right hand side, and I decided to pick him up to use him as more of a rotational option. He is good, but he doesn't improve our starting 11. The second player, however, I had to bring in Elia Capriel. He is a phenomenal goalkeeper who instantly becomes our number 1 while weakening Bayer Leverkusen, and he only costs us £9 million because of that clause that we are in the Champions League. We smashed through our round 1 in the Cup 7-0, and we also have started using a new shape. And here in the first match of the Bundesliga against Dortmund, we are going to give it the biggest test. It is a 4-3-3, but Yusufa Moukoko is a pressing forward with 2 inside forwards either side of him, all on support roles with Marjanovic on an attacking Mezzala role. And I'll bet you'll all be down in the comments saying, Luke, leave us a link for this tactic, right? Oh, well, maybe not. To be fair to us though, the first was just an unlucky mix-up as Luka Netz caught a sweet shot. The second, off of a throw-in, was just an unreal strike from their midfielder. And when Nicolas Soulé, of all people, is hitting this into the top corner, you know your luck is out. The fourth, granted, was just well worked. Once again, we are given a difficult draw in the DFB Pokal. It's been far too long without you. On to the next game in the league versus Hamburg, and Moukoko gets us underway in the Bundesliga finally. Second half, and Cancellieri's work rate paid off when he secured the win with a second. We were unlucky not to come away with all 3 points when we faced Wolfsburg. With the transfer window closing, we then had a big injury to our starting left back Aranda. But with no time or money left, we just had to accept it, and overall had a very boring transfer window. But let's have a quick update on some of our players. Marjanovic stayed, thankfully, although Bayern Munich are sniffing around him, and Cancellieri's value went through the roof recently, and some interest was shown during the window by Leipzig, but he's still here for now. This could also be a breakout year for Morek, who I think could be great in the defensive midfielder role we are using in our 4-3-3. I've been implementing Vitor Roque as an inside forward on the left, which might slow down his goals and assists, but could be better for the overall team. But all my praise is going to Moukoko at the minute. Even though he's scoring loads and playing well, every week he is putting in the best performances in training. Our Champions League games are very even this year, with maybe a tricky end, but I think we can get a good account of ourselves in the competition. But the board expectation is to stay in the Champions League. They have us qualifying in this competition as a strict requirement for this season. In September, we also have the Berlin Derby to look forward to as well. After winning our league fixture comfortably, it was a trip to Italy where Juventus awaited us, although we did pull a goal back to make it 1-1 through Diamonde. Juve then flexed their strength and opened up a healthy lead early in the second half, and we ended up losing the opening game of the Champions League season 4-1. Dusseldorf has always been a bogey team for us during this series, but it was Moukoko who I had to thank for making sure we weren't on the end of another loss when he scored yet another hat-trick. The guy was fantastic, always trying to break the lines of the defense using his pace, and his finishing was lethal. And before you know it, it was Derby Day. And it was Omoragic who scored the first. Then he got the second. Vitor Roque picked up the third. Ivanovic then got a fourth from another free kick before Hertha grabbed a consolation goal in injury time. Although Vitor Roque put us down to 10 men with the most outrageous challenge ever, he did receive a straight red card and also a round of applause from myself and the coaching staff. Up the Berlin. F you Hertha Berlin.
If I speak, I am in big trouble.
We ended the month with a 2-1 win against Lugano, which doesn't look good on paper, but we did have 28 shots. We were just shooting like stormtroopers. And then we lost to Bayer Leverkusen. The 13 points we have accumulated so far puts us just outside the top 6 as we move into October. We were treated to yet another Moukoko hat-trick against Werder Bremen in a 6-1 victory, which was the perfect way to bounce back after a bad result. And we are on fire as we go to Amsterdam and defeat Ajax 3-1. After Marjanovic scored the only goal of the game with a fantastic strike against Augsburg. Our little mini winning streak came to an end in the second round of the Cup. We also held Bayern to a 0-0 draw though. Moukoko has bagged 13 goals so far in 15 games, but we are once again picking up injuries and long-term injuries again with our attacking threats on the wing. However, that did not slow us down at all. We beat Olympiacos 2-0. Then Moukoko scored both goals in the away game against Leipzig. Diamonde scored 2 from the left-hand side in Vitor Roque's absence in a 3-0 win against Mainz. And with one more Champions League win and another 2 wins in the Bundesliga, our perfect month of November has done wonders for us, as we currently sit in second, only in goal difference to Dortmund after 14 games, and fourth in the Champions League phase. Our winning run was finally ended against Gladbach when former target Satriano equalised within 10 minutes of Mokoko's opener. Can we chalk up another hat-trick for Mr. Moukoko, please, because he absolutely destroyed Besiktas to the point where his third goal, the Besiktas midfielders are actually passing the ball to him. He then scored the only goal against Stuttgart, but then he took a rest against Bayer Leverkusen. Those results did see Dortmund create a bit of a gap, but also saw us level at the top with PSG in the Champions League phase. And remember, we only spent £20 million this summer. In January, we say goodbye to a legend of the series, Jordan Ciabacu. Good lord, that guy was decent at heading. We also say goodbye to our now backup goalkeeper, Kovacevic. A bargain signing, really, that's no longer needed at the club thanks to Capril's arrival. And finally, Laszlo Farkas has his release clause activated by Cologne and has also left the club. But there has been some new arrivals. Austrian defender Jasic. He's the perfect inverted wingback, left-footed right back from Salzburg, and we brought him in for 17 million. We also paid £1 million for the Slovakian striker Janasic, who will help out in the attacking forefront in the youth academy as he's only 18, but he does look fantastic. In January, we beat HSV and Darmstadt. We also lost to Dortmund and Wolfsburg and Barcelona and Arsenal. Unfortunately, that meant we dropped out of the top 8 and had to play a playoff, where we were drawn against Olympique Lyon. And in the first leg, we took the advantage when Moukoko turned provider for Cancellieri. But it's the Berlin derby time, and a win puts us level with Dortmund and keeps Hertha firmly in the relegation zone. However, with both Tyler Adams and Vitor Roque suspended, we do have to play a rotated team. And remember how we applauded the red card in the early Berlin derby that happened this season? Well, that was in the last minute, and Victor Nelson felt left out, and he decided to do it on the 30th minute. And that was at 0-0 in the away leg. Fortunately though, Cancellieri still gave us the lead, and then Moukoko doubled it just after half-time. A corner led to Ivanovic making it 3, and Moukoko scored a free kick to make it 4-0. Come on, man! That's too easy! We carried on that momentum and put us into the round of 16 in the Champions League. And then into a 2-1 win over Bayern Munich, who did equalise in the second half through Gnabry and give us a bit of a scare using his pace, but it was our Serbian maestro who bagged the winner against the club who have been scouting him all season. Unlucky. We strolled past Bayer Leverkusen and went into the Champions League tie against Freiburg. Well, fair play to them reaching this point. We win the first leg 1-0. What a month February was, by the way. March began with our second leg where we breezed past Freiburg into the quarterfinals of the Champions League, where amongst Europe's elite, we have Manchester United waiting for us.
I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
After a loss to Augsburg and a win to Werder Bremen, we sit in third place with a game in hand, which will only put us 3 points behind Bayern Munich in first. But it's tight up there with 5th place Wolfsburg only a point behind us. However, this is where it all tailed off, because Moukoko got an injury for the rest of the season.
You're having a laugh! You're having a laugh!
Some good news though, I guess, as Morek won top spot in the Next Gen Award, which I was actually quite shocked to see. We even had 4 players in the top 50 and 2 of them have come through our youth academy. Hey, I don't really rate them a lot at all, but I don't really do the voting, so I'll take it. We hung on for a draw against Leipzig after they were awarded a second half penalty to equalise. And the only win of the month came from this 5-3 win against Freiburg with a Diamonde hat-trick. I haven't mentioned him much this season, but he's still here and he's playing a big part. And the other 3 games, well, I'd rather just not talk about it.
My eyes are bleached.
Over to the Champions League quarter-finals, and United took the lead when Anthony found Bruno Fernandes. We equalised 2 minutes later at Old Trafford through our magician Marjanovic, but this is where United showed their experience in this tournament over many decades and scored a second and a third. We did pop up with a second ourselves though through Sekou Koita and probably should have shut up shop for the second leg, but we ended up conceding the 4th from Diaby. And our Champions League run was ended when we couldn't fight back against United in the second leg, with Rashford scoring 4. Just 2 games to go in the league, and although the title race is clearly over, we are still in control over the top 4 spots. And a match against third place Cologne brought back the spirit in the club, and Vitor Roque scored in 3 minutes from Marjanovic's through ball. And the lead was doubled and the game was won when Vitor Roque was tackled and the ball fell to Marjanovic, who scored himself. And the final match we confirmed, Champions League football with a 2-0 away win against Stuttgart with goals from Marjanovic and Cancellieri. So once again, we finish in third place and only 10 points behind Bayern Munich, who, no surprise, are champions again. Hilariously though, it's a goodbye to Hertha Berlin for another season, who are relegated with only 16 points. But next season we have £30 million to spend. It's still not a lot. And I just can't help but wonder what would have happened if Youssoufa Moukoko didn't get injured. Well, hopefully we can find out next season. Make sure you smash a like and make sure you're subscribed. And if it is out, I'll pop it up on screen. I'll see you soon. We finished in a record high 2nd place, while also lifting the DFB Pokal.
You can't be serious, man. You cannot be serious!
But seriously, we really need to stop Bayern Munich now. Something we came so close to doing in the Super Cup, only losing on penalties. I was a bit disappointed to be rejected when asking to expand the stadium, because somebody pointed out to me in the comments that we were only getting 3,600 attended in our Champions League matches. I didn't even realise. And that's because UEFA's ruling says terracing is not permitted in stadiums. And I believe our stadium has only got 1 stand with seats and the rest are terraced. And I guess that stand only has 3,600 seats. Meaning in the knockouts we are having to play our home games at Hertha's stadium.
No.
And I don't know why they rejected it when we have £130 million sat in the bank. Anyway, we get started with some inquiries about our players. Here is another one for Marjanovic, and another one for Moukoko. Marjanovic was easy to avoid as he wanted to sign a new contract and stay with us, and we happily accepted that. And my thinking was to get the release clause out of his contract and extend, and I wasn't too worried about the wage, and I was correct in thinking that. We got a deal done rather easily. And although Moukoko never really kicked off, things did escalate from just the inquiry. Starting off with a huge £143 million offer from Real Madrid, which I rejected. So they came back with £173 million. I rejected that also.
Guys, relax. Relax!
It's actually under his value, and there's no way I can replace a player that's so vital to us. Just a reminder, we paid £5 million for this monster as well. I did, however, sell Sekou Koita to Freiburg for £3.5 million, but that is because I had a plan in this young Brazilian. But first off, our first signing of the window was Jeremy Frimpong, £18 million from our rivals as well, and I think that's a really good bargain, picking him up for only £18 million from Leipzig, and he's going to be a starting left back for us. Yes, his main position is right back, but we are using inverted wing backs, and he is perfect for that role. But Vinicius, let's take a look at him. £9.75 million from Atletico Mineiro. What a player we have on our hands. Though he is 22, so I would expect somewhat of a better development at this point, but he is still really good as a backup striker. I need to start training him in some of his mental attributes like anticipation, composure, and off the ball, but he has the physicals, he has decent technicals, and that determination, oh yes, and he's incredible at training, which tells me he has very good professionalism. And it only took us 5 minutes before Frimpong chipped the ball to Vinicius to score on his debut in an 8-0 cup win. Our first game of the league campaign was against Dortmund. In a fixture we usually struggle with in the past, I think this match showed me how far we have developed as a team, and we completely destroyed Dortmund 4-0 with 4 different goal scorers from all positions across the pitch, and ending with Moukoko getting on the score sheet in the 94th minute. We then sold 2 French players in Mikkel Brent for £11 million and Hugo Ekitike for almost triple what we paid for him, and he flopped for us and only scored 2 goals last year. And I know I shouldn't spend all of the money on one player, but
we're gonna do it anyway.
From Porto this time we have 19-year-old Honduran international Oscar Ramirez, who we paid a £25 million release clause for, and to be honest I think he could easily be our starting defensive midfielder or even centre-back if we play a team we expect to see a lot of the ball against. Back to the pitch though, and Moukoko scored the only goal of the game against Werder Bremen, before Mainz felt the wrath of Marjanovic in a 4-1 win. A free kick followed off by kickoff with the most outrageous goal I think I've ever seen, where he sits down the goalkeeper and walks the ball into the net. He then went on to score a hat-trick in the game with the final goal in an amazing individual performance. I don't know whether the seeding system for the Champions League is broke, but we face Chelsea, Manchester United and PSG yet again in the Champions League. September started with an away win against HSV. Oscar Ramirez even scored his first goal in a 3-2 win against Galatasaray in front of 3,617 people. And with Hertha Berlin once again getting promoted, it's derby day and they take the lead. Not for long though, as Moukoko equalises 7 minutes later. Diomande is there to tap in a safe shot and Aslani makes it 3-1 Union Berlin. But Hertha kept fighting and found a second to keep us on our toes. We finally broke them down again when Morek's pass found Kaiki to make it 4-2, and right at the end Moukoko got his second of the game to give us a 5-2 win.
Get in!
We then lost to Freiburg.
Cheers, Jeff.
And then we lost to Inter Milan. We sat in second, but it wasn't Bayern Munich ahead of us, it was Stuttgart, who are currently unbeaten in the Bundesliga. In October we lost another league match to Cologne, but we did pick up wins against Dusseldorf 1-0 and Schalke 4-0. Vitor Roque scored a tremendous hat-trick against Dresden in the cup. We lost to Chelsea, however, in the Champions League right after. Stuttgart lost 2 games through this, and we overtook them at the top of the Bundesliga, with Bayern down in 7th place, losing 4 matches. And that's who we play next. Hertha, on the other hand, they only have 1 point from 9 games. Over to the Allianz Arena in Munich, and Bayern Munich take the lead through De Ligt. They doubled their lead when Natai Nugent scored a second right before half-time. From a corner, new signing Vinicius pulled one back, tapping in at the back post. And then Youssoufa Moukoko equalised with just minutes remaining. But that comeback was too good to be true, and Vendo ran down in the 93rd minute to snatch the winner. Fear not, as this was our only bad result in the month, where we picked up wins against Wolfsburg, Stuttgart and Bielefeld, as well as beating Manchester United in the Champions League and drawing to Olympiacos. Still top of the league, and Bayern are still in 7th place. In Moukoko's absence, it was Vinicius who stepped up, scoring a hat-trick against Frankfurt in a 3-1 victory. And you'd actually think it was Moukoko on the pitch. That's how good Vinicius looked on this day. Our other win this month was against now mid-table RB Leipzig 3-1 after they took the lead after 4 minutes. Gladbach equalised from the spot in the 92nd minute though to take 2 points off of us, while Leverkusen took all 3. And before you know it, it's January, and I've been training Morek as a backup left back, and he's quite good at it too. In our first match of the year, we defeated Borussia Dortmund 1-0, and then we progressed through the cup against Frankfurt, picking up our form just in time for the Berlin derby. We absolutely destroyed them 7-3, and Youssoufa Moukoko scored a hat-trick and won man of the match, scoring all 3 of his goals between the 19th and the 39th minute, keeping them bottom and putting us top of the Bundesliga. Although conceding 2 stoppage time goals and scoring a 96th minute goal ourselves in this 3-all draw won't help our title challenge. We also scrapped through the Champions League phase with 2 wins in January against Feyenoord and Rennes. And we were drawn against Simeone's Atletico Madrid, where we progressed through by beating them 4-2 on aggregate thanks to this 3-1 win at home with 3 different goal scorers and making Simeone cry.
Unlucky.
We kept pushing on in the league with a great win against HSV, but another late goal cost us the win after being 2-0 up against Mainz, followed by a mad 4-0 win against Freiburg, who, remember, have recently been in the top 3 the last couple of seasons. A 94th minute penalty secured all 3 points against Dusseldorf and now puts us back at the top above Bayern Munich. It's PSG awaiting us though in the Champions League, and Mainz in the quarterfinals of the DFB Pokal, which is what we played next, and once again got the better of Mainz, winning 3-1 and putting ourselves into the semi-final, giving us the chance to retain our cup win from last year. But in the Champions League, however, it wasn't to be, and we bow out once again in the round of 16 to a very good PSG side. But with 2 more wins in the league, it was Bayern Munich who we faced up next. And from the very first goalkeeping mistake, I knew it wasn't going to be our day, and even though we did score an equaliser from a corner, we still got absolutely battered. They were nestling goals into the corner from range, having the best opportunities and giving us nothing. It really surprised me how bad we had played, and we lost 5-1, putting them back at the top at the beginning of April by 2 points. It was an extra time free kick from Diamonde which seen us defeat Stuttgart 3-2 and send us into the DFB Pokal final, where a clash against Borussia Dortmund awaits after they beat Bayern Munich 2-1. We also faced Stuttgart in the league and couldn't even beat them in 90 minutes then either, and we even lost 1-0 to Frankfurt. Moukoko got himself a hat-trick against Cologne, and we also beat Wolfsburg 4-0 at home in our other 2 Bundesliga games. But Bayern Munich also dropped points in the league and the gap stayed the same. A fantastic win against Gladbach put us top, but only for a day as Bayern Munich defeated HSV 5-0 on the Sunday. We really need them to drop some points, but with only 2 games left to play, kinda looks impossible. And they had 2 fairly easy fixtures before facing United in the Champions League final. We continued keeping ourselves in with a chance by beating Leipzig 2-0 away in the pouring rain with goals from Moukoko and Ivanovic. But the miracle happened in Bielefeld as Bayern Munich showed up, not expecting this hard of a match, and Arminia put themselves 2-0 up. Munich could only pull 1 goal back, and that is exactly the result that we needed. So with 1 game to go, it's in our hands. We could finally stop the Bayern Munich dominance. And in the final fixture, Bayern Munich took the lead early in their match through De Ligt's Thunderbastard, and they doubled it 2 minutes later through Vinny Jr., putting them back top of the table again with our match still goalless. But just as news hit our stadium of Bayern Munich second, Marjanovic was put through and had the audacity to chip the goalkeeper. And we held on. And for the first time in 19 years, a new team have won the Bundesliga. And for the first time in Bundesliga history, it's Union Berlin. Wait. We still have the DFB Pokal final, where Frimpong and Aslani are both missing through suspension and injury, but it's still an incredibly strong lineup. But it only took one Yusufa Moukoko goal to separate the 2 sides. In a game where all of our starting 11 played incredibly well and we had 21 shots to their 8. 1 goal was the difference. A truly fantastic season, winning the double, and can only be topped off by that Champions League trophy we still have to win, with just short of £50 million to upgrade the team in the summer. Next episode of It's Out will be up on the screen. We finally won the Bundesliga, and we stopped the Bayern Munich dominance as well. These bunch of legends did it. But there's still 1 job left to do, to lift the Champions League.
I'm not feeling the pressure, no. You cannot put pressure on me, no chance.
And once again in pre-season, more offers came in for our best players. Man City was so persistent with the biz for Vitor Roque that he began skipping training and becoming a bit of a problem. And so I accepted a bid, and he played his last game for us against Bayern in the Super Cup, a game in which Bayern Munich won 1-0 from Musiala, and we said goodbye to Vitor Roque for £138 million. So I went out and I strengthened the starting 11. Starting with this left-sided centre-back Gaston Avila, who I think is actually better than Esteve. He's really good on the ball and has fantastic mentals. We picked him up for Real Madrid for £46 million. Now, to replace Vitor Roque, I have a plan. First off, we signed Garnacho from Espanyol for his release clause of £27 million. And he can rotate with Mohamed Diamonde, who has been very much a rotational player for us, but can play on the left naturally and done so well in the past. Finally, we signed arguably the best goalkeeper on the game and born in Berlin, Novak. Only 23 years of age. We paid £38 million from Cologne, who, remember, bought him as an 18-year-old from our rivals, Hertha. What's even funnier is that he rejected us when he moved to Cologne because he didn't want to play for Hertha's rivals. Now here he is. In the opening round of the DFB Pokal, we won 11-0 with Moukoko scoring 8. One thing we have tweaked is Mokoko's role from a pressing forward on support to an advanced forward, and I think it paid off. And in the opening game of the season, it was a comfortable win against Dusseldorf, with both fullbacks playing a huge part, scoring a goal each and assisting Moukoko with the third. Frimpong got a second goal in the win against Mainz too. We followed that win against newly promoted Schalke 3-0 with Marjanovic picking up 2 goals, who, yeah, once again has developed even better than he has last time we looked at him. And we are playing the same teams again in the Champions League, starting with Manchester United. And at Old Trafford, we came from behind twice, scoring the equaliser from Vinicius with a 90th minute goal. Late goals was kind of our thing in September, as Vinicius pulled us level and Diamonde scored an 89th minute winner against Cologne after being 3-1 down until the 77th minute. It's a draw to Gladbach and a 3-0 win against Darmstadt, with Juventus up next. And currently we are sitting top of the league, but Juventus beat us 1-0. Back to winning ways in the league as we beat Wolfsburg 2-0 at their brand new stadium, the Eden Dzeko Park.
Ooh, how convenient.
Garnacho got his first goal for us as we go back-to-back with 3-1 wins in the Bundesliga, either side of our 1-1 draw with Lille in the Champions League, not putting us in the greatest position after 3 games during the league phase.
Guys, relax. Relax!
It took until extra time before we scored the winner in the second round of the Cup. And we suffered our first league defeat against Freiburg in November, but picked up wins against Frankfurt, Hanover, and Borussia Dortmund, where we also lose Garnacho for 2 months with a broken wrist just as he was hitting form. He'd been playing well and picking up goals just like this in a 4-1 win to Shakhtar, where Moukoko also bagged a hat-trick. Our other Champions League match was against Inter Milan.
I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
We started off scoring from a kickoff with the big Slovenian Morek Marjanovic, then doubled our league from the spot. Second half, and with Tyler Adams receiving a straight red, Inter came at us but could only muster the 1 goal, and we take all 3 points. We did not even concede a goal in our first 4 matches of December.
Oh, let's go! That's class!
Unfortunately, we didn't even score against Leipzig either. But we did score 3 against Werder Bremen, and Moukoko scored 2 against Porto in the next match of the Champions League, as well as another against Bayern Munich. We've recovered well in the Champions League, but still outside of the automatic qualification positions. But despite destroying 2 teams 5-0 and 8-0 in January, we finished outside of the top 8 qualification places on the same points, even though our goal difference was better. It says the sorting rules is results between teams and then goal difference. But we didn't even play Dortmund, Bayern Munich or Chelsea, and yet we're all still below them.
No, I think that's a bit dodgy, mate.
Outside of the Champions League, it was a busy but very good January, ending with a 7-2 win against Cologne, with Moukoko scoring 5 goals in total. In the Champions League knockout playoff, it was Portuguese side Benfica who we came up against, and it was an incredible first half for us as we ended up going 3-0 up before Benfica finally scored on the 43rd minute. It looked like we were going to throw away this great first leg advantage when they scored a second to make it 3-2, but Marjanovic went on and scored a 4th. We got through to the round of 16 after a second leg result of 1-1. Another fantastic performance against Dortmund now, with Diamonde scoring a beauty in the second half, before Aslani rounded off the 2-0 away win. After 2 draws and a 6-0 win in the Bundesliga, Bayern Munich started to peel away from us at the top, but our focus started to shift to the Inter Milan tie in the Champions League. A team we've already beat this season, remember, so winning again might be quite tricky.
We're gonna do it anyway!
First off, Garnacho is back on form, getting 3 assists in a 4-0 win in the quarter-final of the DFB Pokal.
Come on, man. That's too easy.
Inter Milan fought around a little bit too much at the back, and we eventually punished them with their bad clearance when Kaiki smashed in a rocket. And like deja vu, the same in the second half when Diamonde's cross was met by Morik to win the first leg 2-0. And our 2-goal advantage from the first leg was enough to carry us through to the quarterfinals 4-3 on aggregate, where it's PSG who awaits us. Another bad injury for Garnacho as he sprains his knee ligaments in a 4-2 win against Freiburg, meaning he misses the quarterfinals against PSG where Moukoko gives us a 1-0 lead. Second half and it's tight until the 92nd minute winner when Vinicius once again gives us a 2-goal advantage. Second leg is soon to be followed by a league match against Leipzig and a semi-final in the DFB Pokal. Diamonde's first minute goal was crucial, yes, but Novak in goal faced 14 shots and saved 12, getting an 8 rating and putting us further in the Champions League than we've ever been, knocking out PSG, with the other Portuguese juggernaut waiting for us in the semi-final. Speaking of semi-finals, we conceded first against Cologne, but a Youssoufa Moukoko goal either side of half-time put us back in the driving seat, and he also got involved in the third when he set up Aslani. 3 DFB Pokal finals in a row, and Freiburg this time will try to prevent us from winning the sexiest trophy on the planet. Porto in the semi-final, and Oscar Ramirez scores within 3 minutes against his old club. And it's our star man Moukoko who has played through to put us 2-0 up going into our home second leg. Lads, we are 1 game away from a Champions League final. Our league form has been doing great, only drawing 1 game since the loss to Schalke the month before. But with Bayern up next, they were simply uncatchable this season and have already been crowned champions. We drew against them anyway. Beto made it 2-1 on aggregate against Porto and we began to panic, until we eventually gathered our composure, and after Garnacho's shot was blocked, he found Moukoko to crush Porto's spirit and send Union Berlin into the Champions League final. And it's Erik ten Hag's United who will be there to meet us, and guess where? None other than Hertha Berlin Stadium. But before we get to that, we have another final to contest with first against Freiburg. A difficult game, but we have our best 11 available and up for the task. It wasn't until the 45th minute when Milan Marjanovic opened up the scoring for us. And our defense were just too good on the day. Freiburg simply couldn't break them down, and Moukoko helped us to 3 DFB Pokals in a row. A 3-peat and a 4th DFB Pokal for Union Berlin. And it all comes down to this then. Very similar lineup, just a few changes at the back with Frimpong moving to the left and Jasic coming back in for Esteve. Garnacho starts against his former club. And a lot of familiar names in Ten Hag's side with Sancho and Rashford being dangerous threats. Here we go then. 10 seasons in the making. It's a Berlin side lining up in the 4-3-3 we've seen so much success from in recent seasons. Against a Manchester United side lining up in his traditional 4-2-3-1 with Rashford leading the line and Sancho, Sarmadzic and Zakarian in behind. Goretzka and Kenneth Taylor in the holding midfield positions with a backline from left to right of Bastida, Viti, Todibo and Barry Jones with Onana in goal. And as the players enter the field, we have Erik ten Hag to the right and myself to the left. Here at the Olympiastadion in Berlin, Germany, home of Union's main rivals Hertha and the national stadium of Germany. It's Union Berlin versus Manchester United. And 29 minutes on the clock, and with a bit of possession, a long ball by Ryder, and Moukoko is in, and Moukoko scores the first goal of this Champions League final. Just a minute later, and it's a corner flicked on, and Garnacho is there to tap it in and make it 2-0 Union Berlin. Another break down the left, and Garnacho is played in again and makes it 3. With all his injuries this season, it's an incredible comeback story. Approaching half-time, and the pressure is still being applied by Garnacho, who switches to play. Marjanovic heads it down, and Moukoko smashes in a 4th. Second half, and Kaiki is played down the right and he's been brought down, and that could be a penalty, and this is getting worse for Manchester United. It could be a chance for a player to get a hat-trick, and it goes to VAR, but no penalty is given. But time is running out, and there we have it. Union Berlin are the champions of Europe from the struggling early years with Jordan Siebatcheu, Thorsby, Uvejan, Teran Moffi, Cancellieri to the recent years of Tyler Adams, Marjanovic, Diamonde, Morik, and of course Moukoko. What a team, what a series. thank you very much for watching Union Berlin to the Champions League. Up next is Youth to Gold. We have some breaking news for you today. Our sources confirm that Omega Luke has left his Director of Football role from FM22 at Manchester United, and this is apparently to take over the same role at Barcelona. Our sources also confirm that this series will be, as the kids call it, epic. There is a slight catch to this series, however, which I'll explain once I show you how I'm going to do this. I have made the Barcelona manager Xavi the assistant manager, and I'm going to give him all the responsibilities for the matches, including tactics and team selection by holidaying and not ticking these two boxes. Delegates that responsibility to my assistant manager, which is Xavi, meaning that he is technically the manager, and I will be solely in charge of the transfers and contracts for the club, transfers in and transfers out, just like a director of football. But here's the catch to make this an even harder challenge. Barcelona are in a lot of debt, as we know, and their wages make it a struggle to meet the maximum squad salary. So in this series, I can only sign players with the money that I make from players that I sell. For example, this first season, Barcelona have sold 90 million euros this summer and only paid for 2 transfers, costing a total of 38 million. So there's roughly 40 million pound in the bank. So I've got to sell to buy every season to hopefully bring up some transfer budget so that I can actually spend it, whilst also trying to match Xavi's 4-3-3 favoured formation. And my targets for this season is most likely the fullbacks and maybe the left midfield. And with Alejandro Balde emerging through soon in the left back position, I'm going to prioritise that right back position for my first transfer. A player I admire is the Japanese right back in Sugawara, mainly thanks to his fantastic passing and crossing abilities. Fraser could actually be an option if we looked at a future prospect, but he's more expensive. Vanderson could also be a great choice to go for too. And we all know that Barcelona do love a Brazilian right back. A slightly cheaper option could be PSG's Mukiele, who is valued at 7 to 10 million pound less. I'm going to scout these guys mentioned just to see if anything alarming comes up though. Players I'd be willing to sell include Longley, who isn't attracting any interest at the minute, and Marcus Alonso, who is wanted by Juventus, and I'd happily let him leave too. Because without the option of him playing at left back, hopefully Xavi then might select Balde instead. And both players had offers coming in and all from the Serie A for the asking prices too, so I was more than happy to accept all incoming offers. Scout reports are back for the right backs, and I was a little underwhelmed, with only Vanderson who stood out thanks to having that a little bit more potential and only 21 years old. However, I feel like I'm being done for not potentially going for Fraser just because he's 18. He is certainly a future prospect, but I feel like Xavi will just never end up using him and won't develop. So I'm going to risk going for Vanderson instead. 22 to 34 million. It might actually cost me more money than what Fraser would, but that's fine. How much do they want for him? 23 with 14. 23 is 7.5. Okay, I'm actually happy with that. Around about 30 million pound. It's not too bad, really. Contract-wise, it was the right call too, with him only asking for 38k, and I was even able to lower that down as well as the sign-on fee, which meant I could save on wages if I also sold Sergio Roberto. Annoyingly, I couldn't get rid of Longley, who opted to stay and rejected the other contracts. But Marcus Alonso was gone, and we got our first transfer completed in Vanderson. Turns out Sergio Roberto's contract was about to expire, so I just released him. And we welcome both Vanderson and Vitor Roque to the team, who I may actually try and loan out this first season. And straight away I found an important role at Hannover 96 in Germany to hopefully develop next season. And I still have roughly £28 million left in my budget. First game of the season rolled around though, and we face Sevilla at home. And Xavi's first 11 with me at the club, and he's completely ignored Vanderson for Koundé at right back. However, there was a much bigger problem this game. Ferran Torres went down off the ball injured, and unfortunately his game had finished just 7 minutes in. Defensively, we were so poor, and we allowed Sevilla in minutes later to open the scoring. We equalised straight after though through Alejandro Balde's magnificent run. But still in the first half, and Gundogan, in his first start for Barcelona, tackled a Sevilla player and also got himself injured and had to be taken off. Yet again, we were so poor, and Sevilla took advantage of the situation, scored a second to win the game. Both injuries put the two players out for multiple weeks as well. Not a great result in the second game either, and we're yet to win a game. An offer from Porto on loan for Longley with a mandatory future fee might be the only way I can get rid of him. The Champions League draw was made with us being put in Group A with Manchester United on deadline day already, and I also loaned out Eric Garcia to Juventus as an important player. And I was prepared to make one last move for a player if I could get the wages low enough in Ricardo Horta. And I had roughly £90,000 a week to play with. But he was ready to play hardball and wanted 120k a week. I seen his agent's patience was rather high though, so I committed to try and lower it down to my desired 90,000. But he was just being as stubborn and continuously asking for that high amount. I even tried to offer bigger bonuses, but nothing, and he got restless. I had to crack a deal with this final negotiation, so I bumped up a couple of the bonuses, locked it in at 90k a week, prayed, and thankfully he accepted. And despite there being lots of interest, I got the transfer completed at the very last point of deadline day. A solid player who suits Xavi's style of play and can play on both wings. Good value for money, I believe. The transfer window shut and Xavi already has a team in mind for the match against Valencia in 2 days' time, including starting Horta from the left. He played well, but this game was won with 2 goals from Ansu Fati and Lewandowski from the penalty spot, giving us our first 3 points of the season. Our results did pick up, although we took another loss away to Celta Vigo, but the end of the October sees Manchester United followed by Real Madrid on the horizon. But Robin Lewandowski is out for the next 3 to 4 months with a damaged Achilles. Oh man, what is this luck? In the only game we played without him so far, Ferran Torres played up there but was not great at all. The following 3 games we relied heavily on clean sheets to keep us winning games. But we are still some way off Real Madrid in first place, trailing 6 points behind them, and currently relying on a 20-year-old Ansu Fati being our top scorer with just 6 goals. But unfortunately, a well-taken Mason Mount goal defeated us at Old Trafford as we lose 1-0 in the Champions League. And with an in-form Real Madrid up next, it was not a great week for the Catalan boys. Real Madrid destroyed us from kickoff, playing a straight-through ball that Rodrigo put home a second after the starting whistle. In the second half, Dani Carvajal doubled Madrid's lead before Andreas Christensen gave us hope, making it 2-1 with 20 minutes to go. But despite pushing on, Vinicius Jr. scored an injury time to confirm another league loss and 2 losses in a row, also putting us in 3rd place and now 9 points behind the unbeaten Real Madrid. We even lost a follow-up match away to Sociedad to make it 12 points. I could genuinely get sacked here. But the Mallorca game right after maybe was a turning point, and Ferran Torres actually stepped up. Not to mention Ricardo Horta banged in a beautiful free kick, and we finished the game 3-0 winners, actually playing like Barcelona should be playing. Even taking that performance into the following match of the Champions League, beating Manchester United. And while we began our run into the festive period, Real Madrid continued to win games and stayed 12 points ahead. That was until December, when they took a hammering against Real Betis. And then they lost to Levante 2-1. And they also drew games in between against Sociedad and Mallorca. And while all that was happening, we couldn't stop winning games. Still without Lewandowski, who is just about to return, but it's January, and although the board have given me another £40 million, I can't spend it. So maybe I need to cash in a couple of these wanted players for a backup striker, because I think I have found a player that would be perfect for that role. Perfect to help us catch up to Atletico Madrid. What? Somehow Atletico overtook Real Madrid at the top of La Liga during Real's really bad run, which is not exactly the title race I really intended to have during this season. I need to somehow make some money off of players like Longley to provide a backup striker, but now nobody wants him. Another option is to sneak in a free transfer at the end of the season, and Taremi is a good option for this tactic as he is a quality striker. And being a profit-only director of football means I don't have to sell anybody for bringing in Taremi. Means he is literally a free shot. I'm not counting his wages involved in the director of football profit-only challenge. I've also just noticed that Xavi's first match of the new year is Atletico Madrid. PSG then came in with 2 huge bids. First for Ferran Torres, who I would be willing to sell, but I maybe got a little too greedy and asked for far too much and they cancelled. The other was for Frenkie de Jong, and I have no intention of selling him yet until a summer or two's time. Some good news is that Xavi snapped up the manager of the month for December, so congrats to him. And then Frenkie de Jong was unhappy because I wouldn't sell him to PSG, so I told him and his agent it wasn't enough, and we settled on a £90 million asking price. Man City tried their luck with a pathetic bid for Ansu Fati, which I rejected next. The guy is only 21 with huge promise, and I don't want to let him go anywhere under 100 million. Then finally, PSG came in to make this interesting, offering £50 million for Ferran Torres, and I was happy to accept. He's an okay player, but I know I can use that money to bring in a much better option for this team. The Atletico Madrid game was incredibly feisty, and João Felix brutally slapped one of our players from behind, earning a straight red card after just 8 minutes. Well deserved.
He is atrocious, isn't he?
And Marcos Llorente was also an idiot in the first half and shoved a player over already on a yellow card, and Felix shouldn't drain the bathwater because Marcos is on his way for an early bath too. Come on, now we just need a goal. Annoyingly, it took until the 81st minute before Koundé played Torres down the wing, and his cutback found Ansu Fati to prod home the winner. And that win bumped us up just a point behind Atletico Madrid, with Real Madrid having a game in hand, which they won 1-0 thanks to Renato Sanchez's goal, leapfrogging us both to go to top of the table. Annoyingly, Taremi chose to go to AC Milan, however, Ferran Torres agreed terms with PSG and will be leaving the club. So we now have £50 million to play with. Who do we bring in? So the striker I mentioned I liked earlier was none other than Gabriel Barbosa, Gabigol, so I stuck in a cheeky offer. He just looks like a Barcelona player to me, and I really think he would be a quality backup option for Lewandowski, who is about to return from his injury very soon, by the way. Flamengo came back with a negotiated offer, which I brought down to 13.25 with add-ons up to 16 million. I managed to get Barbosa to agree to a squad player role, which was perfect, and although he wanted a high wage, his agent's patience was very short, so I crept them down just slightly. Now I have Chelsea bidding for Araujo, and they are persistent, going over 107 million, but I don't want to sell my best defender just yet. I thought it would be funny to try and offer long layout to Chelsea instead to see if they would be interested in taking him off my hands for me. Then Manchester City and PSG also put in offers for Gabigol, and I really started to get twitchy. So I put in a higher contract offer, way overpaying really. And there is a lot of pressure for the guy's signature now. Jules Koundé asked for ridiculous wages, and eventually, after many failed contract discussions, he submitted a transfer request. Really wish I'd saved Todd Bowley's number. Sad times as club legend Lionel Messi signed for Manchester City for £3.4 million. I would have done that too. 1-1 away to Sevilla in the next match, and Lewandowski smashes his penalty into Africa. I am being a little bit harsh. It was his first game back for months, and he did score the opening goal of the game. Honestly, Chelsea are crazy. This is like their 7th bid, and I'm willing to see if they want to go overboard, and apparently yes, £154 million is acceptable. I might have to keep Clement Longley at this point. Barbosa, annoyingly, also moved to Manchester City, and Araujo is now just a work permit away from breaking Chelsea's transfer record. Back to the centre-back situation, De Ligt was the first player that came to mind, but his price tag was way too high. Then I seen Upamecano, and I realised this could be a better choice because of his release clause, and when comparing them both together, there is not a lot of difference at all. I think I'm going to commit to Upamecano. I think 65 million, that's a steal. Especially when I'm selling Araujo for double the price. Because he's decent, he's quicker than, and stronger to be fair, than De Ligt. So I actually prefer that. We know that's good. And if I look at him in comparison to Araujo, it's not that Araujo though, it's the other one, Ronald, then there isn't again much difference. I know that Ronald Araujo is probably a little bit better on the ball and defensively, but for the fundamentals of a centre-back and what works, pace, it's Upamecano. He's better at that. He's just a year older, probably, you know, going to cost me less than half of what he was going to sell Ronald Araujo for, so I think it's a good deal. Oh, you are kidding me. He's just signed a new contract. How soon? How soon was it? Was it the start of this year? A month ago. I hate that. I tried going back for option number 1, but unfortunately Bayern were really playing hardball and wouldn't accept anything less than what I just sold Araujo for basically, and I couldn't physically bring myself around to pay that much money for just one player. And I'm starting to feel like clubs are slightly aware that we have a lot of money about to come in and are taking advantage of these valuations. I tried some of the best centre-backs on the game and I was running out of options. I even got a little bit desperate and started looking at players that should never ever wear a Barcelona shirt. But I think I found a replacement eventually. I like Kalulu. He's quick, he has decent mental attributes, maybe not the best technically just yet, but he usually has a good potential on the game. And I think although my scouts don't rate him very high in potential, like I still think he would have a potential. He's a lot of money. He is a lot, but maybe I can manipulate it to be a little bit less. Oh my god. It says 53 to 79 million. You're taking the mick out of me saying 96. 75. 75 plus 14. That's not what I'm suggesting. Plus 2.5. 75.5 million pound. At least it's still, you know, half of what I'm making out of Ronald Araujo. Contracts were easy. He was happy as a squad player and not asking too much money. Now we just have to find our backup striker because I've lost 2 of the attempts already into Remy and Barbosa. This transfer window is not going how I planned it at all. I realised that with Vitor Roque out on loan, I could just bring in a loan deal myself, and Broja fits that backup striker bill quite perfectly, to be honest. As long as Chelsea are happy with him being just a squad player, we are golden. And they seem fine with it. Results on the pitch were not fine, however. We got the deal completed for Kalulu, and the more I think about it, the more I don't mind it. He's young still and can still develop into a quality defender. And not to mention that we can use the money left over from the Araujo deal in the summer and bring in somebody else should we need to. Obviously, Upamecano could be a really good option back then, and we can completely transform our defence at that point. But right now, I think we're in a good spot, and we've got money left over to plan for the next season. Also getting the Armando Broja deal done too. Xavi had different ideas, however, for Kalulu. Put him right back with Frankie de Jong going centre-back. I mean, they still won 3-0, but, you know. Why? One last look at the transfer list, and I see Nathan Ake for £23 million. And I kind of wish I'd seen that before I got Kalulu. Wouldn't normally accept bids from Atletico Madrid, but an optional bid at the end of a long deal for Serginho Dest is quite intriguing. With the transfer window now closed, we need to focus on our form, because we have slipped 6 points behind Atletico again. Interestingly, Real were knocked out the Copa del Rey, a competition that Xavi seemed to take very seriously, thankfully. Our league form has also improved after the winter period, and we began scoring some wonderful goals. Lewandowski was back doing what he does best, and I was very much enjoying our football. And Pierre Kalulu seemed to be enjoying himself too, playing mainly at centre-back now. That's a run we needed right before El Clasico when Real Madrid come to the Camp Nou. Not to mention, we put ourselves in the Copa del Rey final. And it was Bilbao who would meet us there. El Clasico was always going to be tight, and it took a scrappy goal from Lewandowski to put us ahead on the hour mark. However, we held on strong until a long ball over the top and bad defending from Jules Koundé allowed Vinicius Jr. to fire in an equaliser. We drew the next game as well, annoyingly, meaning we are back to 6 points behind Atletico, who are really playing well. Don't ask me how, but Salzburg kept a clean sheet in both legs of the Champions League, and they knocked us out 1-0. I'm baffled by that. The league game before the cup final, Mallorca have a penalty, but miss the big opportunity to take the lead. And Barcelona don't give out many second chances around here, and Fati popped in the rebound from Gundogan's unreal effort. Lewandowski in the second half made it a comfortable 2-0 win. Copa del Rey final time, and my man Kalulu opens the scoring within just 4 minutes. What a signing, and then in the second half, Ansu Fati releases a sumptuous free ball that Gavi got on the end of, and we lift the cup at the Bernabeu. We dropped silly points the game after though against Rayo Vallecano, but other than that, we can't stop winning games with just 4 left, including Atletico Madrid on the final day. And there is still a chance for an outside opportunity to have a crack at that title. And that's exactly the motivation that this team needed. They were unstoppable at the beginning of May, destroying Osasuna 3-0. Getafe didn't stand a chance either when Lewandowski scored within 6 minutes, and then the tiki-taka came out to play and they couldn't get near us to take the ball off of us, and Gundogan is firing home from long range before great football yet again into a wonderful strike from Rafinha. And even 6th place Villarreal found themselves 3-0 down at home before picking up just a consolation goal. Whereas elsewhere, this Valencia goal stopped Atletico Madrid winning the league in just the 91st minute as well. They are still in the driver's seat, but it literally comes down to the final day, and all 3 teams could win it. Even though it came down to the wire on the final day, the man that stepped up was 19-year-old Gavi, who not only smashed in the first goal, but the second one as well, taking all 3 points. However, it wasn't time to be cheering, unfortunately, because Carlo Ancelotti's team won 5-0 on the final day. And La Liga's sorting rules are done by head-to-head. And although we drew with Real in March 1-1, we also took a loss against them back in October, and that does not go in our favour. And even though we got a higher goal difference and on the same points, Real Madrid are crowned champions of Spain, with all three teams finishing on 89 points. I'm sorry, but that has to be the closest title race of all time. At least though, we won that Copa del Rey. And we start the summer transfer window already in credit by £87 million to make some new signings. There's no time to dwell on not winning the league. We needed better centre-back, and we can hopefully get Upamecano, although he wants outrageous wages. Hopefully, we can come to some agreement. Have also set up scouts to look for future Lewandowski replacements. His injury did drop a lot of his attributes, and we still need a backup at least. But let's get this contract sorted out first, and 350 grand a week isn't too bad. We can hopefully bring that down a bit, and there we go, 325 for a permanent Araujo replacement, who remember we sold for 150 million, which is 2.5 times more than what we were just about to pay for Upamecano, so I think that is very good business. And with £87 million left in profit, with spending 65, we've got £22 million to find a backup striker this season for Lewandowski, without selling any other players yet. Players I wouldn't mind selling this season is Rafinha, good player and only 27, but I noticed Michael Olise wants to move, and I think he would be a better fit personally. Christensen again, he's good, but with Upamecano coming in and Eric Garcia coming back from loan, I could cash in. To be honest, I was hoping there would be a lot more interest in my squad players, but it's very quiet at the minute. And I genuinely might have to give up trying to sell Longley. Vitor Roque had a good season at Hanover, scoring 7 goals and getting 4 assists. He may need another loan deal though, however, to keep developing, but he kept Hanover safely in the Bundesliga, which was the main plan. I also discovered too that on the tactics screen I can ask Xavi to change my tactic pick to the one that he suggests and all the instructions that he believes suits the players. Whether that is what he would do or not, I'm not 100% sure, but that is the tactical instructions of tiki-taka possession football, and that's what he plays. The champions Real Madrid are wasting no time strengthening their side, putting in a bid for Kulusevski. So I decided to go on the hunt for a backup striker for under 20 million, and there were a few recognisable names, but the one that stood out for me was not a name I have heard of before. Betarame, playing in Mexico, might be a cheaper option to go to and sit behind Lewandowski this season while we wait for Vitor Roque to develop, and an offer of £8.5 million accepted. And on the day that we signed the Argentine striker, Bayern looked to rock the boat by bidding for our goalkeeper ter Stegen, who also wants to go, unfortunately. And Bayern Munich matched the asking price of £94 million. I went to get my ideal replacement straight away in Diogo Costa, but unfortunately he's unwilling to talk after the Euros, annoyingly. We do agree to sell Serginho Dest, so that's more money we can now spend, as well as loaning Vitor Roque to Mallorca for another season, and I'm excited to see how he looks after another year starting every game. Just as we completed the deal reluctantly to sell ter Stegen to Bayern Munich, I put in my second offer for Costa, and this time he is willing to talk, and we get a contract agreed for a very cheap wage compared to the guy we just sold. Norway won the Euros, by the way, beating Spain in the final. No idea how they did that. Anyway, we got Costa signed, and although it sucked losing ter Stegen, we got a very good replacement, and we made an extra 20 million. So I guess I gotta work out how much I got left to spend. Okay, so I had £87 million roughly after last season's transfers, ins and outs in profit. Then we made another £85 million for ter Stegen, giving us £175 million. Costa was 65, leaving us with £110 million. Upamecano was also 65, and Betarame was 8.5, leaving us with £36 million in profit to spend. And now we are finally getting bids for Longley too, as well as the £11.75 million to add for Serginho Dest. So the 8.25 from Longley amounts to 56.5 million. You still following along or confused like me? And we may need a winger because Rafinha's picked up a very bad injury. Brais Mendes was the name that caught my eye, as I absolutely adore his mental and technical attributes. But unfortunately, he just signed a new contract. Of course, I already mentioned Olise. He's a little bit pricey, but could he be the one I go for? I was, however, smart enough this time to check the transfer list, and I noticed Kingsley Coman out there for 57 million, just 0.5 million more than what we've got. But if I could raise a little bit more money, I could also get a Yatharbal. But I couldn't sell anybody that I didn't want to keep, and I couldn't afford to buy any of these wingers just yet, until Abde had a wanted sign from Villarreal, which could be my gateway to a better option, so I offered him out. But again, no offers coming in for the player. No offers, and now, zero interest either. So instead, I looked for a cheaper option to develop, and Tallis Magno fitted the bill. He was young and can play anywhere across the front three positions with decent attributes, and most importantly, we could afford him. And I eventually got a deal done for the Brazilian after they accepted a 13.25 million. And we got him signed the day before the first game of the season against Celta Vigo. He started on the right hand side as Xavi's 4-3-3 and scored weirdly from a set piece. And we won 4-1-2, which was great. In the second game, he was on fire, scoring an absolute worldie, curling one into the top corner. But we actually drew that game 1-1. Our window closed and I was pleased to see Brais Mendes go to Real Madrid on loan weeks after rejecting me. Although we won the next two games, September was not kind to us, picking up 2 losses, including to Villarreal in the league. Already meaning we are chasing the title after just 6 games. Mine October was not much better, dropping more points in the league with 2 draws and getting spanked in Munich by ter Stegen's new club. November was a better month, especially in the league, and Lewandowski scored in every game. We didn't play any difficult teams in the league this month though, but we also didn't concede a single goal, and we started scoring many again, including Rafinha coming back from injury and Gavi hitting absolute rockets in off the crossbar. We did also win another game in Germany, this time in Leverkusen, and it was 6-2. But then we got beat by Manchester City at home. In the league, we are currently sat in 3rd place, not as bad as I feared. 5 points behind Real Madrid, but 20th in the Champions League after 5 games. That is shocking for Barcelona, with a very tricky December ahead, including El Clasico. But once again, we got in trouble before that match when Valencia took the lead from a corner, and we had to wait to the second half and rely on teenager Gavi to snatch us a draw and just a 1 point. And I have no idea what's happened in the Champions League this season, another loss. When El Clasico came around, our confidence was already low, and then Bellingham scored within 4 minutes. It stayed 1-0 until the 66th when Robert Lewandowski fired us back level and gave us something to build on, but then we threw that all away, allowing Vinicius Jr. to do a mazy run and put Real Madrid back in front. But thank God, because we know how important these head-to-head matches are after last season, Rafinha's cross dropped to the oncoming De Jong, who smashed it into the top corner in stoppage time. And you're probably thinking, that's amazing, Luke. Maybe Xavi got the size momentum from this end of the game and took it into the next game and smashed the team 4-0. Well, you literally couldn't be more wrong. Ending the year in 4th place and 10 points behind an unbeaten Real Madrid. I decided to check the end of contract players, and I could approach Matoma, who I thought would be an excellent squad player for us next season. Not bad for a free transfer, you know. We also started the year with a loss too. I genuinely might have to fire Xavi before I get sacked. He did win the Super Cup though. However, I have £43.25 million left and I wish to spend it, so I do keep checking the transfer list, but nobody is standing out to me right now. My scouts, however, found this 6'7" striker from Flamengo who's only 17 called Anderson, and I'm very curious about him. I've decided I'm going to snap up Ruben Neves, who is so cheap because of the transfer to Saudi Arabia, and I just cannot turn that down. But of course, Porto matched the bid as well. Our Champions League fixture was incredibly important. We thankfully beat Trabzonspor 3-0, so we need to win our last game to qualify for the playoff stage at least, which we managed to do comfortably, fortunately, leaving us in 18th place. Honestly though, the league has just been thrown by Xavi. Ruben Neves chose us over his boyhood club, and I'm absolutely buzzed with the signing, and that leaves us with £39.75 million, which I might leave to the summer. Or for a laugh, I could try and bring back Neymar to Barcelona. Then I seen Valverde on the transfer list, and Real Madrid accepted my bid. But he doesn't want to join because of the rivalry, you absolute straub. We got back to winning ways in the league as Tallis Magno scored the only goal against Girona. But Las Palmas knocked us out of the cup. In the Champions League, we got drawn against Newcastle, who got a red card within 20 minutes, and thankfully we capitalised on that, with Lewandowski scoring 2 goals within 7 minutes towards half-time, and that allowed us to carry on putting on the pressure in this first leg, eventually going 3-1 up after Almiron pulled one back for Newcastle, but Ansu Fati made it 4-1 before Lewandowski secured his hat-trick from the spot. We lost the second leg, but it doesn't matter too much, and we go on to face Sporting in the round of 16. Speaking of losing though, Villarreal gave us yet another league defeat. And at this point, we might as well kiss the league goodbye. Back to the Champions League though, and Tallis Magno scores from another set piece. And in the second half of the first leg, we double our advantage through Frankie de Jong, cruising through to the quarterfinals with a draw in the second leg, where it's another Portuguese team who await us. Once again though, we are taking heavy losses in the league. Remember, this isn't me who's at fault here. This is Xavi as manager. I'm just a director of football. Was it me who went all the way to Porto in the first leg of the Champions League quarterfinals, only to get our ass beat 3-0 and come away losing all hope? No, that was Xavi. However, this very same Xavi guided this Barcelona team in the second leg after 67 minutes of being 3-0 down to 3-1, which 2 minutes later became 3-2 when Abdi scored. And just 7 minutes after that, the impossible comeback looked possible as Abdi scored a third, making it 3-3 in aggregate, taking this game to penalties, but Gundogan, he missed the first one. As does Icardi for Porto though. Both teams then score penalties all the way up to Romario Barro, whose penalty was saved by Diogo Costa, and we somehow progress through to the semi-final of the Champions League, and I'm exhausted. And our opposition for that semi-final? It's Real Madrid. We had 15 shots on goal in the first leg, but it was Rudiger's only goal of the game that decided this half of the tie. He did also get himself sent off because of a reckless tackle attempt on Lewandowski. And Courtois, no shock, took on the man of the match champagne. We were due to face Real Madrid 2 more times before the end of the season, but only one really matters more than the other, because I dare say the league is already won by Real Madrid. We went into the second leg off the back of a fantastic result away from home, but once again we fell to just 1 goal in the second leg. This time it was scored by Tchouaméni. And with Real Madrid already crowned champions, we need to beat them just this one time to have something to smile about this season. Because they also won the Copa del Rey too. And for the third El Clasico in a row, there was just 1 goal scored, but thankfully it was Barcelona. We actually ended the season in the league with some very good results and a strong defence. But I don't know if Xavi is going to last into next season, if I'm honest, because we should be doing way better than this. With £39.5 million in our profit-only budget and Matoma joining for a free this summer, I'm at a crossroads on what I need to strengthen. Although if Paolo Maldini is interested, it's the manager. Thought I'd try my luck, but unfortunately he doesn't want to become anything but a technical director. But then I seen Luis Nascimento, my all-time favourite football manager assistant manager, and I had to try and bring him in, and we can get a deal to suit both parties. Even the comparison between Xavi and Nascimento tells me I am making the right decision here. With similar tactics as well, the only real difference being Nascimento using more vertical tiki-taka, which I kind of prefer. So I'm sorry Xavi, but you're fired. Eric Garcia then drops a bombshell telling me he's going to explore his options when his contract runs out. I do try to persuade him to stay, but he's set on leaving, which leaves me no option but to stick him up for sale on the transfer list. It's panicked me now because multiple players have just 1 year left on their contract, including many starters such as Pedri, and I need to keep the wages down simply because of the registration rules. Gavi was another. In fact, 17 players, all highlighted here, are entering their final year of their contract. Bids fly in for Garcia, with Porto putting in the highest at 39 million. But Manchester United eventually matched that bid. It's a good day though as Nascimento signs as the new manager of Barcelona. Financially, we have huge amounts in the bank now, and that has meant that we've started to clear some debts. Atletico bid for Christensen, and I'm happy if they match the £30 million, which they do, for the man with only 1 year left. And Eric Garcia agrees to go to Manchester United, doubling our profit budget to £78.5 million. Chelsea put in a bid for Van der Sar, but it's an instant reject for me as we spent £31 million on him. Christensen's move to Atletico takes our available budget to £108.5 million, and we are short of a defender. And Jurrien Timber stands out as a player name perfect for this price. He's a phenomenal ball-playing defender and really suits the typical Barcelona style of player. And just £100k a week contract accepted, saving what was £100,000 a week extra compared to Christensen, and I dare say a far better player. Leaving us with £46.5 million in our profit-only budget to spend, which I want to spend it all on this Mexican 17-year-old wonder kid who looks incredible and has a perfectionist personality, but maybe just not yet. Make that £57.5 million because we just sold Abdi for £11 million. And I am also confident Vitor Roque is ready to be that Lewandowski backup for us, meaning we can sell Betarame, who I was struggling to register, to Crystal Palace to £10 million, which is actually a profit, taking the budget now to £67.5 million. But I don't know whether to spend it now or in January. My new manager, Luis Nascimento, has his first game away to Osasuna, and the vertical tiki-taka shone through when Gavi scored within 10 minutes of the season and Lewandowski crept in a penalty to secure the win. Nascimento's choice of starting 11 was as I expected it to be. He also got the same result in the next match and used near post corners. Respect. I think I much prefer this guy to Xavi already. Then something really caught my eye. Rafael Leao has just a £61 million release clause. Now, I like Ansu Fati, and he has unreal potential, but Leao, that's a different beast. But we also just signed Matoma, and Thales Magno is developing well too. So I might hold off now, but that really tempted me. Because we also have Mbomio, who came through the youth academy, who I got my eye on as well. So with the window closed for now, and no other new signings coming through the door. And with this first start in a Barcelona shirt, Vitor Roque introduced himself to the Barcelona faithful by opening the scoring in a 2-0 win against Valencia. Our first test of the season came against Manchester City, who took the lead after just 5 minutes at the Etihad through, of course, Erling Haaland. But we pulled it back level around 10 minutes later. Once again, though, the Norwegian scored, putting City back ahead in the first half. And he got his hat-trick again from a corner on the hour mark. Ansu Fati got us back to a goal behind from our own corner, and Upamecano snatched an equaliser. But in the 94th minute, Lewandowski missed a penalty to take all 3 points. What a comeback that would have been. But still, the rest of the month was fantastic, and we have yet to concede a league goal. Of course, putting us top of the league at this early stage. And then guess what we did the following match? Thankfully, we retaliated with a huge win against Atletico Madrid with this 1 goal from Thales Magno. And we very quickly got back to winning ways. And then it all went wrong. Some injuries, including Ansu Fati breaking his arm and Lewandowski pulling a hamstring. That led to a 0-0 draw away to Vallecano, as well as 2 losses back-to-back against Fenerbahce and Celta Vigo. But Vitor Roque's goal of the match against Getafe put us back to winning ways. Another loss in the Champions League to Chelsea, followed by a win in the league. And that bad run of form sees us drop down to 3rd place behind the 2 Madrid teams, who probably extended their lead when we got slapped up by Villarreal 3-0. The gaffer punished this team by rotating 90% of the side, and it was Matoma who took advantage, scoring the only goal against Sevilla. Another loss in the Champions League away to Ajax though, which is worrying, but league form has improved. Just 3 points behind top now, but 20th place in the Champions League phase. And El Clasico is up next. With only 9 goals this season so far, it could be time to look to sell Lewandowski, because Nascimento is never going to drop him. And Liverpool came in for 8.25 million, which would give us £75 million in total to find another option. But how could I possibly turn down Harry Kane on a free transfer in June? There are not a lot of options for us right now, and Harry Kane for next season could be incredible for us. So I cannot pass up that, considering it will cost us nothing. But he turned me down for PSG for less wages. Good news though is El Clasico is won by Barcelona when Thales Magno scores in the 1st minute, rounded off by Lewandowski scoring from the penalty spot again. Which, check this out, is his 7th league goal. All of them are from penalties. And now you can see why I'm willing to sell him. But he had other ideas and put himself out for the rest of the season, which is also rumoured to retire Lewandowski immediately.
You are joking, aren't you? No.
His transfer to Liverpool fell through, of course, because of the medical. So I'm just going to pull the trigger on Rafael Leao and hope Nascimento plays him up front. And I'm also going to spend the remaining bringing in a striker for the future in that 6'7" Brazilian striker from Flamengo I mentioned before. Although I sold Van der Sar to Bayern Munich for 21 million as we didn't have enough foreign player spots left to register him. But we got both targets through the door. Meanwhile, we had a slightly dodgy January, if I'm honest, almost losing in the Copa del Rey, getting battered in the Champions League and dropping points to Osasuna. We just survived, finishing in the playoffs of the Champions League, and only hanging on to the top of the league because Atletico have played a game less. We somehow scramble our way to the semi-final of the Copa del Rey without winning a round in 90 minutes, but we have Atletico in our way to the final. It seems Ansu Fati might be the biggest benefiter from Lewandowski's absence. He stepped up playing up front, or even might be from the right and scoring goals and taking penalty kicks too. He does have it in him to be a world-class striker as well, to be fair to him. Unfortunately, Vitor Roque had a terrible time up front against Valencia, and despite having 19 shots on goal, we couldn't hit the back of the net. He did, however, score in the Champions League in the knockout playoff round, first leg versus Feyenoord. But it's another match that we lost at home. We had to rely on extra time in the Netherlands to progress and next face Bayern Munich in the round of 16, but we've won our last 3 games in the league at least. However, so have Atletico, and now sit top of the league with a game in hand. Ansu Fati showed a moment of brilliance in the Copa del Rey semi-final and then smashed in the only goal of the game. Don't get your hopes up too much, they battered us in the second leg. It was a completely different story in the league fixture, however, as we held the majority of the possession and the front three were deadly and combined well to get Leao's goal to open the scoring, and a bit of luck led to Fatty's blocking the clearance and he tapped in to win the game 2-0. But of course we lost the next fixture against a weaker opposition. We welcomed Bayern Munich to the Camp Nou and Jesper Lindström gave them an early lead. We bounced back just 2 minutes later in the round of 16 first leg when Ruben Neves scored an absolute worldie off the crossbar. However, the difference maker was a back post corner scored by Kim Min-jae. And it was their other centre-back De Ligt who scored the second leg and eliminated us early from that competition as well. So with only the league campaign to focus on now, we look to tough fixtures against Villarreal and Real Madrid at the back end of the season. Atletico are in the driving seat despite us sitting top having played a game more, and Real Madrid will have to hope for a miracle to reclaim their title to make it 3 in a row. Man of the match against Celta Vigo was the new Portuguese attacker Rafael Leao, who was involved in all 3 goals, setting up Talles Magno for the first before scoring 2 goals himself, in which each time he showed his talents with a few dashes of individual brilliance. But we are just so inconsistent. It was Vitor Roque's time to shine in the next few matches as the young Brazilian really stepped up, and we needed him up front and began scoring a hatful of goals in the following matches during April, including an actual hat-trick against Real Betis. Things were heating up in the league table as we absolutely battered third place Villarreal, but then we drew to 19th place Real Sporting. We now have a game in hand, but only go a point behind Atletico with 2 games left, really needing them to drop points somewhere. But they haven't lost in a while and have Getafe and Vallecano in their last 2 fixtures, whereas we still gotta go to the Bernabeu. It's not looking promising, unfortunately. However, in our game against Sevilla, a scrappy goal seen us take the lead because incredible football and a defence splitting run and pass ended with Ansu Fati doubling our lead, and in the second half, Rafael Leao was free on the far side from a very fast counter-attack, and we seen the game end with a 3-0 win. In the last El Clasico of the season though, it took just 1 goal to snatch all 3 points at the Bernabeu. Fati's penalty sneaking just under Courtois for the win. But Atletico weren't going to slip up against Getafe and they battered them 3-0. Although we dominated the final game of the season, it was a hilarious goalkeeper error that seen us steal the win. But this result would mean nothing unless Atletico had some difficulties in their final game of the season. But unfortunately, they won a penalty just after 8 minutes that João Felix smashed home. However, Rayo Vallecano had a free kick launched into the box, Atletico couldn't clear it, and they equalised. And even though they had 22 shots and Vallecano could only create 1 shot on target, they held on and dragged Atletico Madrid to a draw. Meaning, yes, on the final day of the season, we pulled off the comeback the fans have been crying out for, and we win La Liga for the first time at this club. I'm not saying I'm a genius because Nascimento produced some worrying results this season, but this was definitely a very promising season to build upon for next year. Once again, we go into pre-season with £40 million in our profit-only budget, and while we celebrated our win, our rivals were winning the Champions League. So I got to work bringing in talents for the future like that Mexican new gem my scouts found earlier, a nice little release clause on him. They also found this absolutely insane Italian winger who's only 17 and cost me £5 million. A bargain. Financially, we got a good bank balance and our debts are now down to 270 million, so we're going in the right direction. We got a bid for Ricardo Horta. He's now 31 and not good enough to take us any further, so it's time to cash in on him. Our 2 new signings are in the door, but Andros is staying at Santos Laguna on loan for the rest of the season to hopefully gain some first team football. Consigli, however, I am promoting to the first team and I've made him available for the B team and the under-19s. Annoyingly, Horta rejects his move to Betis, so I may move him to the B team as well. One thing I do love is Kalulu's development. Good God, he's a special player now. My scouts keep throwing me unreal names with this talent they found in Argentina who looks like he could be an insane future centre-back, but he's just signed a new contract so wouldn't be interested in moving just yet. Also, how mental is this goalkeeper that came through our youth intake? I forgot to mention it, but Robert Lewandowski did indeed retire. I might hire him though, which I did as an under-19s coach. First game of the season and we concede a penalty after just 5 minutes. Good start. Even better when Costa saves it though, and from there on the momentum completely shifted. Even in the first half alone we destroyed them with goals. Ansu Fati with the first, and then a first half hat-trick from Rafael Leao, who it really feels like will be taking on the task of the talisman for goals this season, despite Vitor Roque leading the line up front. In the second game, Leao also picked up another hat-trick, so it's 6-2 for him from the left. And then we lost a win in the 93rd minute. Champions League fixtures are in, and back-to-back matches with Arsenal and Liverpool, that will be very difficult. Before the window closed though, we also sold Ricardo Horta to Villarreal for the price of 11.75 million, which is pretty much what we spent this window already. Vitor Roque got himself off the mark for the season in this 2-0 win over Sevilla with a lovely little finish. But it was time for the first El Clasico of this 4th season. And at the Bernabeu, a corner which wasn't cleared was played to Kalulu, whose lovely ball played out wide to Pedri put us 1-0 up. But in the second half, hey, we take them when they happen for us. This is the worst defending I've ever seen, and Vitor Roque is laughing all the way home as we win 2-0. Even though we still win, I'm puzzled by Nascimento's choices for positions for players. Like, why is De Jong and Timber switched natural positions? But still, hard to be mad when you just beat Real Madrid 2-0. We nearly went through the whole month without conceding a goal until we went to Italy and got done 2-0 in the Champions League by Inter Milan. But overall, I feel Nascimento has really made us a much more defensively stronger side, as well as putting in the more situations where we tend to score a lot of goals compared to when Xavi was in charge. Rafael Leao has also been a game changer as we see him score here against Monaco in the Champions League. The only goal of the game as well. And we sail through October without conceding a goal. That is fantastic. And after 10 games, we are still unbeaten in the league, 5 points clear of Real Madrid, and our players are dominating statistics, especially in the average ratings, which are incredible by the way, and 2 of them are defenders. And it's great to see Vitor Roque step up into the striker role after Lewandowski's retirement, and his finishing ability was really on form at the start of November here against Eibar in a 2-0 win. But of course, that first loss was going to come eventually, and it was a tonking from Atletico Madrid, 3-0. Thankfully, we bounced back with a huge 4-0 win against Betis. Back to winning ways, you say? And then Arsenal beat us 1-0 in London. Nah, never mind. Followed by getting a draw against Girona, which unfortunately puts us back on level points with Real Madrid now. And into December, and Liverpool are turning up at the Nou Camp, beating us 2-1 in the Champions League, which is not looking great for us by the way in this league phase. Currently down in 18th place after 6 games with only 9 points. Back in the league though, we continue to perform and the goals are spread out too. We killed Villarreal early with 2 goals within 10 minutes by Pedri and Gavi. And Ansu Fati closed it out in the second half to make it 3-0. We did, however, unfortunately drop more points at home to Getafe, which annoyingly drops us down to 2nd place going into the new year, which shows how tight it is at the top, with both teams only losing once so far. But of course it's January, and I'm getting bids for Pedri, totaling a measly £72 million, which I'm obviously going to reject. But they just continue to keep sending me higher bids. And they went higher and higher. But I stayed strong, he didn't want to leave, so I just kept rejecting them. He's just way too good to sell for any price that low, and I don't want to sell him. Not that it counts for too much, but we did beat Real Madrid in the Supercopa final 4-2. Leao scored a late winner for us in an away game against Mallorca to snatch 3 points. And we progress in the Copa del Rey while in Ibiza. We obviously need to win games in the Champions League to qualify, and it didn't start well when the former Barcelona player Trincao scored the opener against Sporting after 21 minutes. However, just 5 minutes later, Ansu Fati answered back with an equaliser, but then it became the Vitor Roque show, who was just on fire in this game, capitalising on goalkeeper mistakes. Starting in stoppage time of the first half, he picked up his 2nd and our 3rd goal in the 5 minutes after the break, before scoring his hat-trick with 15 minutes to go. 3 points we really needed. Closing towards the end of January, I was looking at the youngsters we have, and Nascimento hasn't exactly been giving them much game time, and I feel like sending them out on loan will benefit them just like it has for Andros and Anderson, who as you can see have been playing a lot of first team football. And Andros especially has been growing nicely in his development. Las Palmas came in for Mbomio, who funny enough is managed by Fernando Torres, and with regular starts I'm happy to send him there. Eibar was the only team willing to offer Consigli first team football, so I'm going to reject the other 2 team proposals. Our last Champions League game was in Nice, France, and we had to rely on a 92nd minute Vitor Roque goal to win the game 2-1. And we end the league phase in 11th place, so we'll have to play in the playoff, but we have reclaimed top spot in La Liga after Real Madrid took another loss. Consigli eventually ended up on loan at Osasuna, which came in late, who turned out to be an even better team for him to go to because they have perfect training facilities and they're in 19th place in the league, so they'll be needing someone of his quality to pull them out of trouble. In the Copa del Rey, we found ourselves with a penalty with the score tied at 1-1, and the keeper makes a great save, but no worries, Vitor Roque will score that open goal, or so we thought. And guess what happened? Yep. They scored in the 94th minute to win and knock us out of the competition. It seemed to have rubbed off into the next game in the league, as well as the first leg of the Champions League playoff, as well as we lose 1-0 to Villarreal. No sweat, we just beat him in the second leg at home. I'm sorry, what? And yes, I'm fully aware that Ricardo Horta scored the first goal. Thankfully, our league form got a little bit better and we still only lost one game. Real Madrid aren't making this very easy though, and we keep asking the question, winning 4-0. And then we lost 4-0 to Levante, who are currently in 19th place by the way. We kind of recovered the month of fixtures, but it was another late goal against Eibar that cost us another win, which allows Real Madrid to go top should they win their game in hand. And we play both Madrid sides next month with El Clasico coming right at the end of the month. Before that though, an away trip to Betis could be tricky. However, we looked like we were getting back to our best and Vitor Roque picked up 2 goals in the first half. And in the second half, Talis Magno, who we haven't seen much from this season, scored a third. It wasn't going to be easy against Atletico Madrid and they surprised us with an early goal from Alvaro Morata. It took 20 minutes for us to finally break them down and Vitor Roque found the equaliser. But take a look at goal of the season from Ruben Neves, who smashed one in from range. And then he won the game with a penalty right after to make it 3-1. And a naughty 1-0 win led us into the craziest El Clasico game you're ever going to see. Yes, you are reading that right. We beat them 8-1. 8. Hilariously, they actually took the lead in this game and that didn't last longer than a minute, and then the goals just didn't stop. And Carlo Ancelotti should be fired on the spot for this absolute disgrace, as he was completely tactically outplayed by Nascimento, and this Barcelona team, who were 5-1 up at half-time, continued the absolute onslaught in the second half. One for the record books, I'm sure. A great day for Barcelona fans and for Ansu Fati, who despite missing a penalty at the start of the game when it was only 2-1, scored a hat-trick, which puts us in the driving seat with just 4 games left and 4 points ahead. But of course, we love to fumble things, and this draw gives Real Madrid hope. And with 1 game left, both teams can still win the league, with our final game being against Alaves, who has the league's top scorer and the highest average rating, Rafa Mir. Also, look at Osasuna fly up to 14th place. Consigli is slaying there and absolutely destroying the league. 15 goals in 15 games with 2 assists. They were in the relegation zone. Consigli and his Osasuna side played against Real Madrid in the final game of the season, where just 1 goal was scored by the Madrid midfielder Camavinga. We handled the task against Alaves very well, however, and despite Leao having to go off injured, Rafinha scored the opening goal. And on the 70th minute, Frankie de Jong's run from deep was met as he smashed the ball in for our second of the game. Alaves had no response and we win La Liga with 96 points and only 2 losses all season. That's back-to-back, baby. Nascimento has done wonderful things in La Liga to make us defensively like a tank. But the early exits from the Champions League, that needs to change starting from next season. And with so many players wanted and still roughly £40 million in our budget to spend, maybe the squad will change too. Overall, the board are still pleased with our progress, which I feel is rather lenient because we haven't got anywhere close to a Champions League semi-final yet. Although I said the squad might change, Pedri is not a name that I would be willing to sell to Liverpool, and certainly not for that price. But I am really struggling to decide where I can strengthen this squad with my limited budget. And I feel like I maybe need to sell some squad players so that my youngsters coming through can actually get some game time and develop. Players like Andros, for instance, who within a season of first team football could be one of the best players in the league. What does not help him is his natural position is not a role that our manager is using. Because as much as I would be playing them, it's Nascimento's call at the end of the day. I would probably be starting Consigli on the right, as with game time he could be better than Rafinha. But that's the trouble with this side, so many players go ahead of both of these guys in what Nascimento would pick them. Because a best 11 pick puts Magno and Ansu Fati front and on the right, and even then I feel like the order after that would put Gavi on the right, which I've seen him do, and Vitor Roque up front. who, speaking of which, has been really underwhelming and could be somebody I sell. I then got a £40 million offer for Rafinha, who is 30 and just a fringe player, and I had to accept it. Everything went through and he doubled our budget. So I went looking and found a fantastic midfield addition in Moretti from Juve, who looks great at just 23 and costs such a small price of 33.5 million. I accepted another bid for £40 million for Thales Magno, but he rejected the move to Atletico Madrid. Call me stupid because I am, but I spent another £31 million thinking Magno was going to go on this young centre-back with huge potential. And I might have to put him in the B team unless I find him first team football on loan, but let's be honest, he's fantastic for his age. And that allowed me to offer out the other young centre-back on loan as well, called Ivan, who came through the youth academy. With about £15 million on my profit-only budget, I had offers for Matoma, and yet again, I was willing to sell because someone caught my eye. Moukoko for around the £20 million mark. That's a bargain. And once Matoma left, I had an offer accepted for 17.75 million. Sweet. And I also stuck Vitor Roque up for sale too. Even still, the players I wanted to start do not, according to Nascimento's best 11. I guess I can't complain too much if he continues to win games though, and the first game of the 6th season we seem to stroll past a very good Villarreal side 3-0 with 3 different goal scorers. But none of them were Vitor Roque. I may be being a bit too harsh on Roque, however, he played a big part in the next game with a win at Betis, with good build-up play to the first, and then the most selfless assist I've ever seen for Rafael Leao's second. Although that was probably just a really bad shot, because who would pass from there? First 3 games were very good with another 3-0 win, meaning we still haven't conceded a goal. On deadline day, our last couple of deals is to loan Anderson to Alaves for a regular starting place alongside Ivan, while Mbomio is in Mallorca, and right at the death, we also sold Thales Magno to Bayern Munich for 41.5 million, which is great profit and what I bought him for 4 seasons ago. Mbomio is another player who needs game time to progress and hope for first team football. Our first Champions League fixture ended 0-0 against Dortmund and didn't feature Moukoko, who was injured. The second game of the competition went a lot worse. This year we need to go as far in this competition, but this performance at Anfield was an absolute joke. 4-0 was the scoreline, and all before half-time. The mistakes for the 3rd and 4th goals were embarrassing, and yet our defence is supposed to be our strong point as well, just not on this day. That was genuinely the first game of the season we actually conceded in, and right before El Clasico as well. Good news though is that Consigli has been starting games as well as scoring a goal too. We go into the game against Real Madrid with the upper hand in the league after they lost to Celta Vigo. And the most hilarious own goal was a decider as Tchouameni cleared the ball off Neto into the Madrid goal. Not bad considering we only had 3 shots all game. Of course, we drop our first league points right after that one. But we did get our first win in the Champions League with the only goal of the game assisted by Consigli against Monaco, right before a loss against our Catalan rivals. But thankfully, 2 wins against Sevilla and Bilbao at the end of October still sees us sitting in top spot, with Real Madrid losing another and now in 3rd place. In the Champions League, we're putting together back-to-back wins with a 2-1 win at home to Bodo Glimt, Ruben Neves and Ansu Fati scoring. And then we head to Stamford Bridge for the following game and take the lead through Rafael Leao's header, but Chelsea came back and prevented us from taking all 3 points by grabbing the equaliser, keeping us in a precarious position with 3 games to go with a chance we will need to play in the playoffs. And we have Manchester United next. The rest of November, though, included 2 wins in the league and a very frustrating draw against Vallecano. That match against United did not go well. We had 0 shots. And we followed it with a 0-0 draw. And now I'm starting to panic. At least we can rely on Malaga's terrible defending to go along with their terrible kits to allow Rafael Leao to break our barren spell. Nothing they could do about that second one he got. That was all talent. Unbelievable strike. Back to the 0-0s again. The final game of the year, Moukoko was given a chance and absolutely took it, scoring 2 beautifully finished goals off the back of great attacking runs. More of that, please. Once again, Consigli hasn't played so much, so we sent him out on loan to Porto for some first-team football. Unfortunately, we also sold Vitor Roque for a loss to Atletico Madrid for 18 million, where he has scored 2-2 already. And guess who he scored his last 2 goals for the club against? Good guess, Atletico Madrid, in a 2-0 league win, funny enough. It's a shame it didn't work out. Pedri kept the run going, scoring the only goal in the next game. But out of nowhere again, we got spanked 3-0 by Villarreal. We went to Austria in the Champions League to play Salzburg in the snow with a white ball. Still won 1-0 though. It was probably a lot warmer in Greece, where we beat Olympiacos in the next Champions League game with the same scoreline. Still only good enough for a 12th place finish though, meaning we had to play a playoff, and there were some huge teams in there to avoid. And of course, we got another Spanish team in Sevilla, and another loss racked up in the league. 2 losses in 1 month puts us back on level points with Real Madrid, annoyingly. It's time for other players to step up and help Rafael Leao out. Moukoko and Ansu Fati especially. I'm looking at you two. Leao was tremendous again in the cup against Mallorca, scoring and setting up Moukoko for a showdown against Real Madrid in the quarterfinals. But we gave away a penalty after just 2 minutes in that game. Not great. Luckily, a wonderful pass by De Jong found Leao, and it's 1-1. And I bought Upamecano because he is fast, but apparently nobody was holding down the sprint button here, or Endrick is so quick that everybody else looks like they're in slow motion. So, we're out of the Copa del Rey. But in the Champions League, we are still fighting, and the match away to Sevilla, we put on a second half masterclass, including this unbelievable strike by Pedri for the second goal. And we gave ourselves a huge advantage going into the second leg to get to the round of 16, which we cruised through 5-0 on aggregate, as well as winning all of our league games in February and the first match in March. But again, it's El Clasico time. We also drew against Manchester United in the Champions League, which happens right after the match against Real Madrid. Another El Clasico meant we can get revenge for our cup exit, but we couldn't clear our lines and Tchouaméni scored. In the second half, though, we remained patient, and eventually a deflected shot landed at the feet of Moukoko, who got the equaliser. 1-1 was the finish. But it's time to get serious in the Champions League, and we started so well from Ansu Fati. Andros led the line in this game and played well, but the second goal came from the left, which was met by Pedri. And we take a 2-0 lead into Old Trafford. Doing what we do best though when we lose to Sevilla in the league after comfortably beating them twice in the month before. And when Garnacho scored first at Old Trafford, I feared the worst. However, Koundé found space down the right and his cross was tapped in to equalise on the night before a piece of magic by Pedri turning United defenders inside out and securing our place in the quarterfinals of the Champions League against Liverpool of all teams. Before that though, we got revenge on our Catalan rivals as we beat Espanyol comfortably 3-0, as well as a great performance against Bilbao at home where we enjoyed goals from Andros as well as Moukoko, who got the 4th in this 4-1 win. Speaking of Andros, he got the only goal of the game against Liverpool, in the first leg anyway. While all this was going on, Real Madrid had been having a honking time dropping some points, allowing us to open up a good lead at the top of La Liga now. A very fortunate 93rd minute winner gave us confidence against Almeria to stay ahead of Liverpool in the second leg. But it was always going to be difficult at Anfield, and they levelled the aggregate scoreline when their fullbacks combined. However, an unknown hero was coming to emerge from the Barcelona ranks. A 22-year-old Arnaud Pradas came off the bench to score the winning goal of the tie. Certainly not a player that I expect to continue in the first team anytime soon. But a Champions League semi-final was set against Bayern Munich, and our form going into that game wasn't too convincing. Another loss in the league. Just your reminder that we sold Talles Magno to Bayern Munich just 5 months previous. And to say that he had been prolific for them would be a complete understatement. 16 goals already for them. So I will give you one guess who scored the only goal of the game in the first leg. The game before the second leg though, Moukoko went from barely scoring to scoring the first half hat-trick. And 3 incredibly well-taken goals too, might I add. And even in the second half, he picked up the 4th in a 6-1 win at home to Celta Vigo, which put us just 1 game away from lifting the league title for a 3rd season in a row. And now we focus on the semi-final match against Bayern Munich. Once again, only 1 goal was scored in the 90 minutes, and the deadlock was finally broken in the 84th minute by Ansu Fati, taking the game into extra time where De Jong found himself in space and smashed it into the top corner. What a goal. And to add salt to the wound, Ansu Fati scored a 3rd to send us into the Champions League final against PSG, of course. Our focus went to the Girona match at home to claim the league title once again, which Ruben Neves put us on the score sheet to do so with this strike. Straight after that, Fabio Moretti popped up with a 2nd, and we are champions once again. Last game of the season, we got thumped by Atletico Madrid 3-0, and Vitor Roque scored. Despite losing 6 games this season, we still won the league by 4 points, and we need to improve next season in case Madrid come firing back. Unfortunately, Porto only played Consigli 10 times. I think he's cursed, but this time he has still improved. I just wish Nascimento played him more. Imbobio played a lot for Mallorca, and it certainly shows. This guy's improved a lot. Anderson played a bunch, but didn't exactly improve much nor play well. Andros has been a fantastic squad player here at Barcelona and really developed well this season. That's the kind of growth I was hoping to see. But anyway, it's Champions League final time. Here we go. It was a very tense start until a mistake by Ruben Neves allowed former Barcelona player Ferran Torres to score. Not good. But it gets worse, as another former player, Frank Kessie, moved to Paris, then doubles their lead with an outrageous strike. From kickoff though, we finally get into the game and our talisman Leao is set free to pull one back. And in the second half, he is there to capitalise again from Hakimi's mistake, and we are back on level terms. But then, another two former players in Dembele and Ferran Torres combine, and PSG score a third goal in the 84th minute. And hold on to lift the Champions League trophy at Old Trafford. Never mind. I've got £73.5 million on my profit-only bank. And what this team is lacking is goals. We can't keep relying on Rafael Leao from the wings if we want to win the Champions League. However, I feel like we already have the answer in Andros. But of course, we need Nascimento to realise that. Andros could be world-class as a striker if he's given the opportunity. Currently, his favourite is still Ansu Fati, who still looks good, but his stats, especially goals, isn't cutting it. Gotta be aware of this too. PSG are trying to sign Jurrien Timber, but that's way too low to accept. Now, I like Timber, but if they did come in for over £100 million, I'm accepting that because there's a signing I really want to make. And within a week, they are back at it again, so let's try and push them from 70 million to 115 million, and surprisingly, they're okay with paying the extra 45 million on top. And of course, he accepts the move and we say goodbye to Jurrien Timber, who we bought in for almost half the price 3 seasons ago at 62 million. So with 188.5 million pound now, I genuinely thought about bringing Araujo back for 81 million. I also nearly went for Reece James, but because of the England counting as a foreign player, I couldn't, so instead, I'm going for Pedro Porro of Spurs, who is seeking Champions League football. And this should be fairly easy contract to negotiate, and you might be wondering why I'm replacing Timber with a right back. You see, Nascimento has been playing Koundé at right back, who I don't think is the best option for that attacking fullback, and I'd rather see him play centre back. And Nascimento has been using Upamecano and Kalulu as a centre back partnership. 2 bids already coming in for Pedri and another here from Liverpool, and he has a £150 million release clause in his contract. Another little gem my scouts have found though is from Bulgaria, who cost absolutely nothing in comparison and could grow into a world-class player or just a huge profit after a couple of long spells. Now, I'm fed up with messing around with Liverpool. If they want Pedri, they will have to cough up the £150 million release clause. They don't. Atletico Madrid are trying to sign my youngster Ivan, who I have been loaning out, but I ain't selling it to them. He is, however, going to go out on loan again to Almeria for regular starts at the club with perfect training facilities. They're even better than ours, and we're bloody Barcelona. I think my scouts just found the best Saudi Arabian player I've ever seen. These mentals on this player is phenomenal. And he's interested to sign, and I'm super tempted to bring him in. In fact, I have to bring him in. I can't resist, and you haven't been watching me long enough to think otherwise. This Benfica striker is another talent I'm almost pulling the trigger on, and I may have to bring in too. Speaking of Portuguese players, I'm trying to offload Ruben Neves now that I've brought in Al Jahani, because I also have Fabio Moretti, who I'd rather give the game time to. Speaking of game time, Moukoko is going out on loan because he doesn't get much here, so he gets some at Rome. Al Jahani will miss the first couple of games of the season with an injury, unfortunately. And the first game of the season, we missed 25 shots on goal, which led to a 0-0. The only good thing was that he did indeed play Andros up front, although obviously it was 0-0. However, I pulled the trigger on Pedro Pereira from Benfica for £41.5 million, which was his release clause. And I think it was a very good move indeed, because within 10 minutes of his debut starting up front, he combined with Rafael Leao to score against Girona. Of course, both are Portuguese, so that's great, and Pedri made it too on the 20th minute. But don't worry, Andros played from the right-hand side and he set up Pereira for his second in this 3-0 win. Straight into a 1-0 defeat against a team who could only get one shot on target. On deadline day, I'm accepting a loan for Consigli for first-team football at Villarreal. He's only come off the bench once so far in 3 games. And as he leaves, a bid for Ruben Neves comes in too, which we accept for Inter Milan. But he snubs the move annoyingly. Our rivals Real Madrid are busy, signing 3 players on deadline day in Wijndal, Garnacho and Mukiele, taking their total tally to £170 million this summer alone. And they have, of course, won all 3 games so far already this season. With our focus this season being to try and win the Champions League, it's not got off to a good start, losing 1-0 at home to Dortmund. It got a lot worse when Inter Milan absolutely knobbed us 5-0. Pereira is looking lethal in the league though, scoring 2 fantastic goals, breaking the defensive line and the offside trap. So maybe the league form has been much better. Well, Not really, no. It's great to see Leao and Pereira link up well though, and is something we can hopefully benefit from, and especially if the likes of Ansu Fati and Andros gets involved too, we should be absolutely fine. But my god, we need to see a lot less of the losses in the next part of the season, especially in the Champions League, and luckily against Feyenoord we took an early lead within 6 minutes. But then we conceded an equaliser almost immediately, and then somehow we find ourselves 2-1 down at home when Jimenez scores. Pedro Pereira is there though to score, give us his second, and give us a 2-2 situation, before Andros found Leao with a wonderful cross and header. We take the lead again, and Pedro Pereira is there once again to make it 4-2, and we are only 28 minutes in. That's his hat-trick. He went on to score 4 goals in this 6-3 win. Absolutely mental. But this type of form carried on, and our new striker continued to score fantastic striker-like goals. And October was full of only one thing: wins. Pereira is absolutely loving his time in the Champions League as well, and it is exactly what we have been needing this whole time, for searching for a striker since Season 1 really, when Lewandowski got himself injured. He's been so consistent and scoring my favourite types of goals, including getting another hat-trick in the Champions League. We are picking up injuries though, and having to play a lot of fringe players, and that has started to cost us points once again. Failing to win in our second trip to Milan this season already, just before the first El Clasico of the season. It was at home, and the new camp was silenced when Real Madrid's new signing scored the opening goal. Ansu Fati pulled us back level from the penalty spot, and there was another penalty given in the 96th minute, and it was Ansu Fati to take, but he missed, and Courtois denied and broke our hearts. We remained unbeaten during this period, but 3 draws in a row definitely hurt us, because Real Madrid just aren't losing games, and we are already 6 points behind them, as well as trailing in the league phase of the Champions League. The winter period, however, started to get a lot worse for us, because we also played PSG again, and they completely dominated us, and their team is frankly disgusting. They beat us 3-1 at home after going 2-0 up against us. The Catalan derby started with a penalty in the first half dispatched by Leao, and then I was very happy because Pedro Porro had returned from injury and had an instant impact, setting up Andros for our second. And the young Mexican, who has been finding his feet on the right wing, peeled away from his defender, and Pedri's pass found him for a second and a third for Barcelona. Bruno Fernandes broke the deadlock against Atletico Madrid, and we could only steal 1 point from Ansu Fati's substitute appearance. A rough winter period with only 3 wins in our last 9 games. And our league charge has been hurt because of it, now 10 points behind the still unbeaten Real Madrid, and our Champions League future is also in jeopardy too. Goals wise, Pereira and Leao both have 17 so far with 3 assists, but look how good our 2 lone players are doing elsewhere. Consigli and Makoko have been having both great spells of first team football, as is the Bulgarian Ranchev, who by the way are loaned to Napoli for first team football as well. I haven't been mentioned the Ballon d'Or either, and that's because Mbappe has won every single season somehow. By the way, the expiring contracts list is a little bit crazy this season, with Jadon Sancho and Victor Osimhen to name a few, but I won't be making any moves here. I believe in these bunch of crazy lunatics who just need time to develop and take us to our ultimate goal, and hopefully a lot of luck considering we aren't the manager. Which, by the way, you can see in the top right here under my career statistics, yet to manage a single game, but rocking the best Afro-Tash combination in Spain. The actual manager Nascimento is back, putting on a show by the way, just a casual 7-3 win, followed by a 9-1 win in the Cup. And from those 2 results, right into a scrappy 1-0 win with the only goal from a penalty box scramble. In the Champions League, we go behind early against Aston Villa. Not great. It took until the second half before we could get on the score sheet too from Leao. And in the game we desperately need to win, we leave it so late as Pereira scores the winner in the 89th minute. And yet we still lose to Partizan in our final league phase game. But we just about qualify in 21st place with only 10 points. And we face Wolfsburg in the playoff round. Real Madrid just still not losing games though, and we are trailing them by 10 points. No transfer activity in January other than loaning this 6'4", 16-year-old from our youth academy out for first team football. We are also losing Neves on a free transfer at the end of the season to PSG, but no biggie. Back-to-back wins in the Copa del Rey against Girona and Vallecano. But with the second leg of the semi-final to play at a later date, it's one of those Madrids who also make it to the final. We played Cadiz in the league, and in the first half it was absolutely superb, starting with an Andros goal. The man of the match in this 6-0 win rightfully went to Ansu Fati, however, who scored a hat-trick. although the second was a deflection from Leao's shot, but it was credited to Ansu Fati as a first half hat-trick, which put us in great form going into the Champions League against Wolfsburg, but they had other ideas, taking an early lead, and the goal scorer Scott Corster's trouble down that left, creating the second, and now we are really in trouble. In the second half at the Nou Camp, by the way, we somewhat recovered with a goal from Andros, and from that loss into another in the league against Atletico Madrid. In Wolfsburg, though, we were awarded a penalty and Leao did score it. But that only took the game into extra time, and we needed an Ansu Fati goal late on to sneak into the round of 16 to face Man City, which was genuinely our next game, and Ansu Fati was the hero in the first leg this time round, scoring the only goal, this time from the right hand side. To say we shut out Guardiola's team was an understatement too. They were really poor. I'm sure when we get to the Etihad it will be a completely different story. Our league form hasn't been convincing though. Gavi popped up with a rare goal. In Manchester though, we got one shot on target all game. That was after 6 minutes from Andros. However, in an identical scenario in the second half, Man City scored their only goal through Yeremy Pino. And despite us having horrific player ratings ourselves in this game, we held on to a 2-1 aggregate lead. We bagged another 1-0 in the semi-final second leg in the Copa del Rey from our left back Balde. And we can almost shift our focus away from the league as we ain't catching Real Madrid, who still haven't lost a game, and we're in the quarter-final against Bayern Munich, as well as the Copa del Rey final against, yes, you guessed it, Real Madrid. And that's all happening in the next 4 games. The first leg was in Munich of the Champions League, and Bayern scored early from the penalty. We shook that off though and swiftly equalised from Pedro Pereira after a beautiful overlap from Koundé, and 5 minutes later Leao was putting us into the lead from the spot. But once again, Bayern Munich scored from another corner, and the same man who reacted first last time put us back ahead within 5 minutes with a wonderful finish, 3-2. And check this out, De Jong's tackled the player in our box and then just freezes, gets tackled himself, and it's 3-3. What is he doing? Thankfully though, Pedro Porro was on fire today, and his run down the right never stopped. He cut inside and belts one into the corner to give us a 4-3 first leg win. However, before this game was up, Bayern Munich were on a fast break and Kalulu took one of them down to receive a straight red card, meaning he will miss the next couple of games, and it was in the 95th minute too. Back to the Nou Camp though for the second leg, which didn't start great when Cherki broke free and smashed in the goal to make it 4-4 on aggregate. Having Andros as a winger who is right-footed came in clutch as he received the ball and stayed wide before cutting it back perfectly for Pedri to slot home to put us 5-4 ahead. Still, with the tie in the balance in the second half, we needed some magic, and Pedro Porro did that by picking out Pereira to give us a 2-goal advantage. And not long after that, he turned that 2-goal advantage into 3, putting us into the semi-final against the team that beat us in the final last season, PSG. We didn't have such luck in the Copa del Rey final, however, as Garnacho found Hendricks' run and they scored the only goal of the game, which pretty much guarantees a domestic double for Real Madrid. And we have really fell off in the league after that game, including against Real Madrid in the last El Clasico of the season, who dominated us. They still haven't lost, by the way, and now we're in third. We had an obscene amount of injuries going into the PSG game. I felt sick. And we were going to need some luck if we were going to defeat the current holders at home, and we got that when Leao's shot deflected off Marquinhos into the net. And Pedro Porro, who had to play further up the pitch because of those injuries, was great, and he scored an unexpected second against the run of play. And just like that, it all hangs in the balance for the second leg. We still have all our players out injured, but we somehow held on with our makeshift team without conceding a single goal. And our run of games after that was absolutely horrific as well, only winning 2 games in the league. We finished miles off the top spot, by the way, in third place too, behind Real Sociedad by 6 points, with Real Madrid going unbeaten all season. But it's the Champions League final time against Liverpool. Once again, with players like Pedro Porro and Gavi missing out, Liverpool took the lead from Luis Diaz peach curled into the top corner. But almost straight from kickoff, we carried the ball down the other end, and it drops to Rafael Leao to bang in an equaliser. But this is where it all went downhill as Ivan Nilsson scored from what looked like an offside position to put Liverpool back in front. And from a corner, still in the first half, it's played back into the box and Brennan Johnson at the back post makes it 3-1. But with 75 minutes on the clock, we mounted a comeback and Pedro Pereira was the man to bag that goal. Could this happen? Well, as you can see, not really, because from our kickoff, defence fell asleep, Luis Diaz scored a second, and Liverpool cap off the win to lift the Champions League trophy and break our hearts with an Ivan Nilsson 5th goal, which is a second Champions League final loss in a row. I'm feeling rather unlucky not to win anything this season with how well we've been playing. A lot of goals, including from the two main loaned out players in Consigli and Makoko, who have developed very well. Consigli can now definitely come into the rotation and really help us out next season. I'm still a little uncertain on Makoko though, simply because of how good the rest of the team is. The Bulgarian 6'6" Ranchev though will be coming back into the midfield rotation after playing very well for Napoli this season. And I also want to keep Ivan around next season as he looks like quality defender in the centre and on the left. We haven't checked the finances for a while. There's only £113 million left to pay off for the loan. Liverpool are back though, bidding for Pedri, and unfortunately they need reminding that he has that £115 million release clause in his contract for a reason. And I ain't going to accept anything less for the attacking midfielder. Although he does have a year left on his current deal, so to be safe, I'm going to offer him a new deal and keep that £150 million release clause in there, as I'd be happy for him to go for that cost anyway. Undecided whether to keep Mbomio around or loan him out again, as he's not quite first team ready for us yet, but could be a good fringe player. My scouts though have done it again though, finding an insane attacking midfielder for a very cheap valuation, probably because he's in the Belgian division right now at Ghent. I couldn't resist him and I got a £21 million offer accepted and agreed to a nice contract with him to bring him to the new camp. Just 20 years old as well. This signing also made sense because Gavi is in the last year of his contract and is very unhappy about not winning the league and wanted by Liverpool, which means he also doesn't want to renew his contract either. So I think I've got to cash in while I can, so I offer him out for a transfer. I need a good backup goalkeeper, and Mamadashvili has a ridiculously low release clause on him. And that's when I realised that Valencia were relegated last season, which I completely missed if I'm honest. On the same day as both De Jong and Leao announced their contract extensions, Gavi's decided he wants to stay. So I'm not complaining, let's get a new contract on the table and signed and have the best midfield in the world. Interesting offer from Villarreal for Makoko. It's only a loan but with an optional future fee and could go up to £33 million, but they are saying they want to play him as a regular starter, so I'm actually going to accept this deal. PSG offered a similar deal but only as a squad player, so that's a no from me. We once again start the season off with a bang. Just kidding. We lost 1-0 to Girona. Also, considering we had no injuries, it was a strange team sheet with him choosing Ivan over Kalulu and Koundé at centre-back. The academy player is good, it's just still a bit unexpected really. In the second game, Nascimento backed his choice and it seemed to pay off. We needed a bit of luck to get ourselves ahead with our first goal, with Balde's shot looping over the goalkeeper. But then it was back to our usual best. Pedro Pereira knocking in our second goal. Good to get him on the score sheet early, and then Mbomio off the bench to snatch the third. Still no goal contributions for Leao though. Champions League fixtures are in and we've got Liverpool first game and Manchester City at the Etihad. Deadline day came and Bayern Munich are putting in a £54 million bid for Al Jahani, which I'm rejecting. A second bid of £72 million came in and it's still not good enough for me. Deadline day passed and I just made 2 signings. Another win going into our hardest game so far against Atletico Madrid, which didn't have a goal in it until Nicholas Jackson scored for Atletico deep into the second half, but we fired back almost immediately with a fantastic ball over the top for Consigli to equalise. And then the Italian forward got a second 10 minutes later to put us back into the lead, but in the 93rd minute, Bruno Fernandes popped up with a clutch second for Atletico and it was 2-2. Straight into the Champions League days later and Pedri, who has been on Liverpool's radar for the last 2 seasons now, scores against them at the new camp. Brilliant. But we couldn't double our lead and unfortunately, Gavi Jesus got an equaliser to kick off our campaign. 3 draws in a row as we got another 2-2, this time to Villarreal. To the most hilarious own goal as well in the 86th minute while we were 2-1 up. Like, what is that? But at least we won the Catalan derby 4-0. Fun enough, it puts both us and Real Madrid on 11 points as they've had a bad start too, with Sevilla and Betis both at the top of the table. Penalty in the Champions League against Leipzig and Pereira steps up and smashes it down the middle. In the second half, we luckily kept it 0-0 until Andros worked a bit of magic and scored the first goal of the game. And the floodgates opened then, and as Al Jahani nutmegged the goalkeeper, he made it 2. And once again, probably one of the best players in the world, Andros, makes it 3 off the post, which was also the same result in Copenhagen in the next game. We clashed against top of the league Sevilla, and they continued their good run of form and went 1-0 up. But the striker for this game for us was Mbomio, who came in with an equaliser as the game finished 1-1. 2 other wins in this month in the league without conceding a goal as well. But that was still only good enough for 6th place, with Betis overtaking Sevilla at the top, but playing one more game than them. But we just keep grinding out good results. And some good individual performances too, including against Getafe with his hat-trick from Ansu Fati. The result was a great 6-1 win, but he was the star man of the match, and even though the final goal was a penalty, still a good one. We kept winning games, putting us in the best form for El Clasico. Before then, Roma in the Champions League, and Baldanzi fired them in the lead on the hour mark. Luckily though, Balde was released down the wing, and his exceptional cross was met by Andros, whose unreal header nestled in the net. But all smiles disappeared when in the 92nd minute, Timothy Weah popped up with a second for Roma. However, in the 95th minute, there was still time for late drama as Pedri smashed in a late equaliser. The Etihad wasn't quite as good. We were 2-1 up within 3 minutes to go and lost somehow. Anyway, league-wise, second behind Betis, but with a game in hand and only a point, but it's time for El Clasico. Champions League currently sat in the playoff positions after 5 games. And El Clasico was chaotic as ever, with a deadlock being broken 27 minutes in from a Real Madrid own goal. However, almost from the kickoff, a deep cross was met by Vinicius Jr., whose header brought the game back level. Right on the stroke of half-time, another Barcelona attack and a blocked volley from Andros fell to Pereira, who put us back in the lead. And just after half-time, we were rubbing our hands in excitement after Rafael Leao put us 3-1 up. But with this being at the Bernabeu, it was never going to be easy, and Militao gave Real Madrid hope. Hope that was kept until the 90th minute when Brazilian Endrick equalised, killing our 3-1 lead that we had minutes earlier. Overall, it was a great response after this disappointment, and we went on to win 4-0 at Villa Park in the Champions League. So I was wildly confident going into the game against Betis, especially with Pereira putting us a goal ahead just 9 minutes in. But then the wheels really started to fall off as Satriano pulled it back to 1-1 before half-time. And a couple of set-piece goals later, and all of a sudden, we found ourselves 3-1 down. Hopefully, though, a comeback, right? Nope, wrong. Rodri made it 4-1, and in the 79th minute, Umar Sadiq made it 5-1, and that is why Real Betis are not to be messed with. But our fantastic run of form outside of that put us top of the league, although it's very tight with Villarreal on the same points, and Betis could also join us on that 40 points too. At the turn of the new year, it's Pereira who is topping the goal-scoring charts with 19 goals in 19 games, and it's good to see Makoko scoring well while out on loan. Pedro Pereira's growth, though, for a 20-year-old has been absolutely outrageous too. Already one of the world's best strikers, and again, he's 20. Speaking of world's best, we finally have a different Ballon d'Or winner, as Brian Cherki of Bayern Munich wins this year, but Rafael Leao did finish in 3rd place. Although the year started off with an extremely late goal from Andros, January was bloody perfect. Beating Real Madrid in the Supercopa final 3-1. Progressing through the Copa del Rey, albeit in extra time. And spanking Rangers in the Champions League 5-0, in which Pedro Pereira also scored 4 goals too. To then hammering Sporting in the Champions League 7-0. And no shock really, but Pereira got 4 goals in this game too. All the while, we were keeping a 100% record this month in the League 2, meaning that we racked up 8 wins in a row. In La Liga, this sat us on the exact same record as Real Betis after 21 games, with our players dotted all over the player stats. In the Champions League, it was a big rescue to sit us in the top 8, meaning we wouldn't have to play that extra round and could rest instead. We bounced Oviedo out of the Copa del Rey next comfortably, but then that's when we got the unlucky draw to face Real Madrid, but lucky enough to get an own goal in our favour. They equalised 4 minutes later though through Vinicius Jr., but the game went to penalties, and that's where it all went wrong unfortunately, because Real Madrid, they didn't miss any penalties, but we missed 3. And it didn't even get to the last of the 5 takers before we were completely eliminated. So in the next game against Atletico, we just paid the goalkeeper to move out of the way of the penalty. Simple. In fact, the whole game was rather scrappy, and I was worried when they pulled a goal back to make it 2-1, but then Upamecano scored a 3rd in the 94th minute. Happy days. Andros was in exceptional form, smacking in a free kick against Espanyol, and in a 3-0 win, he picked up 2 goals and a man of the match. Outside of the Real Madrid Cup tie, it was another great month, and now our eyes turn to the Champions League, where we pulled Aston Villa in the draw, a team we already beat. Still under Unai Emery, they've built a very interesting young side full of talent. I had my eyes on their left back a couple of seasons ago in fact, but we never pulled the trigger. And before our trip to Villa Park, we were in top form, beating Sevilla 3-0. But we did not take that form to Villa Park, as Marcus Leonardo gave Villa the lead just 10 minutes in, and actually the young Brazilian doubled their advantage before half-time and we were in big trouble. We had to rely on a 94th minute consolation goal by Pedro Porro in this first leg. My optimism in the second leg increased because it only took us 10 minutes to get on the score sheet and level the aggregate score. But that didn't last too long because Marcus Leonardo scored his third of the tie, giving Villa the lead again. But we can all hail the 6'7" Anderson, who has been playing in the B team, who came off the bench and scored in the 96th minute. Taking this tie into extra time where we broke the Villa hearts as Ansu Fati scored the last goal of the tie. That was a real close one. But guess who we pulled in the next round? Bloody Real Madrid, of course. We also started to take a dip in our league form, losing 2 on the spin against Vallecano and Villarreal, meaning Real Betis could actually leapfrog us if they win their game in hand. But they were going to have to be great because we just kept winning after this, however. It was back to the Champions League at the Bernabeu, and Real Madrid carved us open and scored through Pedro Neto. We didn't quit, however, kept pushing and eventually got ourselves a goal from Rafael Leao's header to go into the second leg 1-1. And at the Nou Camp, we played the beautiful football we knew we could, and within 6 minutes Andros was putting the ball into the Madrid net. We couldn't add to this though, and in the second half, Endrick's shot crept in off the bar to take the game into extra time. But this is where we stayed composed, and Consigli's run was excellent down the left, and the cutback was scored by Pedro Pereira, and we avoided penalties this time round. Weirdly, we played Real Madrid again in the league right after, and we bashed them 6-2. And against Sociedad next, we snatched 3 points of a late goal from Rafael Leao, which actually gave us a 10-point lead in the league, and somehow Betis have fallen off a cliff. They've dropped 8 points in their last 4 La Liga games. And as fate would have it, we play them next to win the league title back from Real Madrid's hands. The Champions League gave us Manchester City in the semi-final draw, and Al Jahani put us in a spot above her because he got himself sent off in the first leg after 26 minutes. To pile on the misery, Yeremy Pino scored on the hour mark to make the challenge even harder, but Nascimento's tactics have definitely been a lot better this season, and Pedro Pereira equalised, and in the 93rd minute, we still kept putting the pressure on City, and Fabio Moretti smashed home a second to give us the advantage going into the second leg at 2-1. A very important 2 games in front of us now. Kicking things off in the Betis game with a couple of fantastic set-piece goals, with the first coming from Ansu Fati giving us the first half lead. Doubled by the Bulgarian Ranchev, who rose tallest from the corner. Betis have been fantastic this season and carried on fighting to the end, even scoring a goal, but Nascimento has done it. Barcelona are champions of Spain once again. He just needs to get us into that Champions League final for a 3rd season in a row, however. Erling Haaland has other ideas. Not only did he equalise the aggregate score, but within 20 minutes, he puts Manchester City into the lead. But another worldy free kick from Andros, a penalty from Pereira, and great play from this Barcelona side. In this second, we were leading 3-2 on the night before half-time. After all that chaos, we needed a security blanket, and Pedri gave us that in the 70th minute. And although Manchester City scored again on the 81st, we held on to the 4-3 win on the night and the 6-4 win on aggregate, giving us a showdown at the Stadio Olimpico against Arsenal in the Champions League final. The last 2 league games before the final was also wins, and Nascimento has got us purring going into our 3rd Champions League final in a row. And as just a director of football with no career stats whatsoever, I've just got to sit back and cross my fingers. On this day though, our 3rd attempt, just 1 goal happened, scored in my opinion by the best player in the world, Jose Eduardo Andros, in the 16th minute, helping Barcelona finally lift the Champions League. And Luis Nascimento has finally done it. With the help of me as the director of football, bringing the best players I could possibly find, only using profit made from the players I sold already at the club. Thankfully, these things that we love now are finally picked and played and allowed to develop, and Barcelona have well and truly reaped the rewards. All the while having the money in the bank again and really clearing 90% of the debt that the club had when I started this journey. And yes, it did take 7 seasons, but just as a director of football, Barcelona are European champion. Mission well and truly complete.